Chapter 001. You understand. My lord is here to save lives. In the northern mountains of Shangyuan County, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves reverberated through the air. 5 spirited steeds, under the command of 5 young maidens, raced swiftly through the forest. Swoosh! The eerie sound of arrows slicing through the air shattered the tranquility of the woods, followed closely by a girl's piercing scream. Ah! Her delicate voice was laced with terror and despair. Your Majesty, run! One of the maidens turned back, her eyes wide with panic, yet she resolutely positioned herself in front of her sovereign. The young maidens atop their mounts appeared disheveled, their faces pale as sweat mingled with tears, cascading down their cheeks and blurring their vision. In their eyes, fear was palpable, as the pursuing cavalry behind them closed in like malevolent phantoms. The soldiers bore fierce expressions, their bows drawn taut, glinting ominously as arrows were loosed into the air. Thud! A dull thump echoed as the maiden who had just shielded her sovereign cried out in agony. An arrow pierced through her back, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Her body convulsed and fell from the horse, landing heavily on the ground. Immediately, another maiden took her place, yet she too succumbed to the same fate, another arrow swiftly claiming her life. In her final moments, she uttered, "Your Majesty, Hurgo." Her eyes brimmed with unyielding regret, but she could no longer grasp the reins, her body slipping helplessly down as the horse galloped on. With a thud, dust billowed into the air. The Empress ahead let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Chui Xiao Dai. The Empress understood that should they falter for even a moment, a similarly grim fate awaited them, perhaps even one more tragic. For she was the Empress of the Northern Hung Kingdom. Xiao Ling Shuang. Prime Minister Yuan Du and the Minister of War C2Xian had conspired to set a trap ambushing her during her outing. Hold on, we must endure. The Empress vaguely recalled that a passerby had mentioned that running south along the mountain path for 7 or 8 li would lead them to the fabled Shangyuan County. Once they reached the county town, safety would be assured, for it was said that the locals were valiant and adept in battle. Suddenly, the pursuing cavalry halted abruptly, their steeds rearing and neighing in unison. Your Majesty, the cliff. Only one maid, Xiao Rou, remained, her face etched with horror as she shrieked. The horses beneath them also came to a sudden stop amidst their cries. The pursuing soldiers, witnessing this, erupted in a sinister laughter. Why have you stopped running? Go on, run. Empress Xiao Lingshuang gazed at the encroaching soldiers, her voice icy and resolute. If I, Xiao Lingshuang, survive this day, I shall annihilate Yuan Du and C2Xian along with their entire clans. Turning to her maid Xiao Rou, she managed a sorrowful smile. Xiao Rou, let us be friends in our next life. Then, with a face of unwavering determination, she leapt into the abyss. Your Majesty! A chilling scream of despair echoed from the cliff, left behind by Xiao Rou. By the banks of the Li River, the county magistrate Gu Fei was leisurely seated, accompanied by 2 maidens, enjoying a day of fishing. This had become his ritual during his 5 years in this new world, a tradition he upheld on every day off. For it was here, on a certain day 5 years ago, that he had awakened. My lord, I have fished all morning, yet you have not caught a single fish. Shall we not return home? The maiden complained, fanning herself while casting a disdainful glance at the blazing sun above. Dear Dia, are you not aware of the adage that says a fisherman never returns empty-handed? How could I go back without a catch? Should I return like this, I would be mocked by Zhang Biao and the others for life. My lord, we could simply say the fish escaped, could we not? Gu Fei turned his attention to another maid, Arya. You, my dear, are the last person I would trust with such words. Last time, when I merely remarked on Yi Anlin's ample bosom, you promptly related to her, resulting in me being chased down 2 streets by her with a knife. But it is true that Yi Captain's figure is indeed remarkable. You spoke no falsehood. Foolish girl, you should not attribute my words to me. Gu Fei was nearly amused to the point of laughter. The memory of Yi Anlin's menacing gaze still sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, Dia let out a shriek. My lord, there appears to be a corpse drifting over there. Gu Fei furrowed his brow and followed Dia's pointing finger, indeed spotting a vague figure floating in the river. The sun blazed mercilessly, and the body, swaying gently with the water's flow, became starkly visible. Goodness, could it truly be a dead body? Gu Fei muttered, his expression instantly turning solemn. In his jurisdiction, homicide was a rarity. Should there be a murder and subsequent disposal of a body, it would be a personal affront to him. Quickly, Arya, fetch a long bamboo pole, Gu Fei commanded, resolutely deciding against entering the water himself. Yes, my lord. Arya hurried to the riverbank, retrieving a lengthy bamboo pole. Gu Fei took the pole and attempted to draw the floating corpse closer to shore. As the pole extended, ripples spread across the river, and the drifting figure gradually approached. Dia and Arya stood behind Gu Fei, their faces a canvas of terror and curiosity. My lord, is it truly a person? Diya's voice trembled as her hands unconsciously gripped Arya's sleeve tightly. Judging by the skin tone, it seems she has only recently passed, Gu Fei murmured. However, when the body was drawn near, revealing her visage, Gu Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens, it's a woman, Arya exclaimed. This woman appears quite beautiful, Gu Fei muttered, inwardly lamenting her misfortune. Let us retrieve her together, Gu Fei said, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. He waved his hand, and Dia and Arya immediately stepped forward to assist, the three of them working in unison to pull the woman from the water. Her soaked garments clung to her form, accentuating her alluring figure, undeniably captivating. Draped in opulent attire, she exuded an extraordinary grace, her delicate hands pale and soft. This woman does not seem like an ordinary person, Gu Fei thought, swallowing hard. As he cradled her in his arms, he sensed that her body still bore some warmth, hastily laying her down on the riverbank, instinctively checking her nostrils. Discovering no breath, he then felt for her pulse. Oh, there's a faint pulse. You too, step back. I shall save her, she is not yet lost. Gu Fei quickly knelt beside the woman, his mind racing with various techniques for resuscitating a drowning person. Fortune smiles upon you, you have encountered me, Gu Fei murmured to himself, promptly pressing down on the woman's chest, preparing to administer chest compressions. Dia suddenly interjected. My lord, how can you take advantage of her plight? I know this girl is more endowed than ye, captain, but you cannot do this. Dia and Arya misjudged their master's intentions. Gu Fei shot them a glare and reprimanded. Begone! Your master is here to save a life. Then, intertwining his hands, he began to apply firm pressure between the woman's breasts. Chapter 002 Artificial Respiration. With every compression, Gu Fei felt his own heart echoing in rhythm. He silently prayed, do not let her perish under my watch, otherwise I would truly be misunderstood by these two maidens. Though ample, she is soft, yet it is only entertaining if she is alive. After several rounds of chest compressions, noticing no improvement, Gu Fei leaned down, pried open her enticing cherry lips, and pressed his mouth against hers to commence artificial respiration. He pinched her nose, inhaled deeply, and breathed into her lungs. Once, twice, thrice each breath felt like a race against death itself. Dia observed Gu Fei, who had just finished with the chest compressions, now leaning in to kiss the woman, ready to speak when Arya covered her mouth. In a hushed tone, she remarked, though I cannot comprehend whether this will save her, it seems my lord has a certain rhythm, he does not appear to be taking liberties. As they spoke, their eyes remained glued to Gu Fei's actions. At last, the woman's chest began to rise and fall gently, and suddenly, she coughed violently, expelling several mouthfuls of river water. Then, she gasped for air, weakly opening her eyes, only to find a man hovering over her, desperately blowing air into her mouth. The woman's voice was faint. Haha, she's awake. Gu Fei collapsed onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow, bursting into laughter. This little lady has quite the resilience to have survived this. What did you just do to me? The girl asked softly. Gu Fei chuckled. Naturally, I saved you. Then why are you on top of me? Also to save you. Where am I? In Shangyuan County. Oh, the girl's head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Quickly, let us return to the city. Gu Fei realized that the girl must have lost consciousness due to a lack of oxygen. My lord, you haven't caught a single fish yet. How can you think of going back? Dia teased deliberately. Gu Fei pointed at the girl on the ground. What a joke. As a professional angler, how could this esteemed lord return empty-handed? Isn't she the one doing just that? Mermaid. Upon hearing such a humorous remark, Dia and Arya burst into laughter, doubling over in mirth. Stop laughing and quickly help her to your lord's back, so he can carry her to the carriage, Gu Fei admonished, feeling that Dia and Arya were becoming increasingly reckless. The carriage sped along the outskirts of the city, the wheels creaking rhythmically. The grinding sound was quite bothersome to Gu Fei, who muttered under his breath, "Damn that Cheng Quan, he must have forgotten to oil the simple bearings in the wheels again." Just as they arrived at the city gate, the carriage was halted. Dia and Arya whispered outside, "My lord, it's Captain Yi who has stopped us?" Upon hearing the name Yi Amlin, Gu Fei felt a surge of displeasure and snorted. "Tell her to get lost, she has no business disturbing me." "Sir Gu, please disembark, I have urgent matters to report." Yi Amlin's icy voice pierced through the carriage, striking Gu Fei's heart like a shard of ice, chilling him from head to toe. "Today is a day of rest, any matters can wait until tomorrow," Gu Fei replied curtly, unwilling to engage with Yi Amlin. At that moment, the Empress had stirred awake within the carriage. In a state of drowsiness, Empress Xiao Lingshuang listened to the exchange and furrowed her delicate brows. "The one who saved me is actually the county magistrate? And that female constable outside? The local customs are indeed fierce. How dare a female constable speak in such a tone?" However, both of them were mere impostors, ultimately unworthy of high regard, lacking the refinement to be truly learned. A sense of derision blossomed in her heart, though she could not see outside. She already perceived this place to be rather crude. "My lord, if you do not attend to this matter, there may be a loss of life at the Qing Feng Garden Poetry Association. Do not blame me later." Yi Amlin's tone was laden with threats. That shabby place could hardly lead to a loss of life. Gu Fei nearly burst into laughter. Yi Amlin snorted coldly. "The young ladies of the Su and Song families are locked in a fierce poetic duel, and they insist you must judge their contest. They even declared that if you do not attend, they will jump into the river, which would leave you with the reputation of being indifferent to your subjects. Not to mention the household servants are bound to clash." "What? Those two young ladies dare to use my name to threaten me? Just wait until I catch them and give them a sound thrashing." "Captain Yi, you go maintain order, this lord will arrive shortly." Yi Amlin huffed. "I implore you to hurry." Gu Fei turned to look inside the carriage, only to find the girl was already awake, gazing at him with a penetrating stare. His heart jolted. What sharp eyes! She is truly beautiful, and her figure is nothing short of stunning, even surpassing Yi Amlin. The wet clothing clung to Xiao Lingshuang's body, as if she were clad in nothing at all. Fortunately, the Empress was still somewhat dazed, so she did not notice Gu Fei's rather inappropriate demeanor. "I shall take you back to my residence and provide you with dry clothing. If you wish to witness the commotion, you may accompany me," he offered. Xiao Lingshuang nodded softly in agreement. "By the way, what is your name? How did you end up in the water?" Gu Fei would never rescue someone without inquiring further. Besides, it was evident that this girl was not from Shangyuan County, as he was familiar with all the beautiful girls from there. My name is Lung Lingshuang. I encountered bandits on the road, which forced me to jump off a cliff." "Ah, you jumped off a cliff? You are quite fortunate to be alive, but your name is rather cold. That's not right. Within a 20-mile radius of this county, it is impossible for there to be bandits. You are lying." Gu Fei was confident in this assertion. For any bandits still alive, none would dare to disrespect him. Empress Xiao Lingshuang scoffed inwardly. What audacity! However, she knew that those men were indeed not bandits, so she continued, "I cannot say for certain if they were bandits. They pursued me on horseback for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei let out a sigh of relief. "Then they are not local bandits. Tell me where you were attacked, and I shall send someone to investigate." "My lord Gu, I cannot recall. If I hadn't taken a wrong turn, I would not have been forced to jump off the cliff. Alas, I wonder if my maid is still alive." "Please, Lord Gu, send someone to search along the riverbank," she implored. Gu Fei, sensing the girl's tone, felt a hint of command in her words. Yet, regarding matters of life and death, he dared not act recklessly. He promptly lifted the carriage curtain and called out to the soldiers guarding the city. "Go find Zhang Biao and have him take some men to search the riverbank for any young women who may have fallen in, whether dead or alive. They must be brought back to me." The guard saluted. "Yes, my lord. I shall immediately seek out Brother Biao." Through the curtain, Empress Xiao Lingshuang observed a soldier placing his hand beside his head, wondering what such a gesture implied. Chapter 003. The county magistrate is a glutton for wealth. In the bustling city, Gu Fei hurried along his path, instructing Dia to purchase several sets of clothing before making his way home. At this moment, the pavilion by the lake in Qingfeng Garden was already in utter disarray. A throng of 70 or 80 individuals crowded together, threatening to burst the space at the seams. Su Hui and Song Yin stood at the center, glaring at each other like two roosters ready to fight, the air thick with tension. When Lord Gu arrives, he will undoubtedly declare my poetry superior to yours. Su Hui provocatively asserted. That pitiful poem of yours? You merely seek to entice Lord Gu. Song Yin retorted with a cold laugh. Su Hui, unwilling to back down, scoffed, dream on. How could Lord Gu ever take a liking to you? With a puffed chest, Song Yin triumphantly shot back. Who says I'm not more beautiful than you? Perhaps when Lord Gu sees me, he may indeed take a fancy to me. I could become the county magistrate's wife. She recalled how Gu Fei would occasionally steal glances at her figure, filling her heart with secret pride. Her ample bosom and beauty were her assets. How about we make a bet? Whoever loses has to jump off that little bridge ahead. Su Hui rolled her eyes dismissively, turning her head away. To bet it is, but with an added condition. No one is allowed to save you unless it is Lord Gu himself. Otherwise, drowning would be your just deserts. If you seek death, then I shall oblige you. It's a bet. Song Yin replied nonchalantly. Having spent nearly a month meticulously crafting her poem, she was confident she could outshine the foolish Su Hui. Su Hui, however, was equally resolute, having received guidance from the esteemed scholar Lin Wenjun of the Wenyuan of Shangyuan County for her own peace. Both understood that today was their sole opportunity to impress Gu Fei and demonstrate who truly reigned supreme. Surrounding them were dozens of young ladies and gentlemen, already divided into two factions, each side fervently supporting one contender, the atmosphere growing increasingly charged, with both parties reluctant to back down. Had it not been for their fear of the rules set by Gu Fei, a brawl would have surely erupted long ago. In Gu Fei's courtyard, the carriage rolled smoothly into the estate. Gu Fei alighted from the vehicle, and Dia and Arya quickly approached to assist the Empress. Xiao Ling swung as she disembarked. The moment she stepped out of the carriage and surveyed the courtyard, she was left utterly speechless. The solid gray ground beneath her feet was impeccably flat, devoid of even a hint of moisture or crevice. How was this place constructed? Even the most meticulous palace tiles could not compare in uniformity and smoothness. The courtyard featured pavilions, long corridors, and even an excavated pond, all exuding a unique craftsmanship. Neatly trimmed bamboo swayed gently in the breeze. Vibrant greenery and exquisite flowers adorned every suitable corner, enveloping the entire courtyard in an atmosphere of elegance, tranquility, and warmth. The extravagant five-story residence of Gu Fei loomed before her, giving the impression of soaring into the clouds. Its grandeur overwhelming. Each window was adorned with glazed tiles, a luxury rarely seen even in palaces, yet here it was used in abundance. The white walls paired with red tiles showcased simple lines. Yet the structure emanated an indescribable modernity that completely defied her architectural expectations. Apart from the grand entrance, she could not discern a single piece of wood in the entire building. Lord Gu? Is this truly your home? She inquired. Gu Fei, with a proud nod, replied, Indeed, this is the abode of this magistrate. What do you think? Is it not splendid? Splendid. Xiao Ling Shuang spat through gritted teeth. The rage within her could only be likened to a tempest. How much silver must that wretched false magistrate have embezzled to construct such an outrageously beautiful residence? One day, she vowed to dismantle him piece by piece. What are you standing there for? Hurry and change your clothes. Gu Fei's eyes darted over her enchanting figure, his heart racing with desire. Noticing his gaze, the Empress coldly remarked, What are you leering at, you rogue? Be careful, or I shall pluck out your eyes. Watching the Empress and her attendants rush toward the room, Gu Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Women are meant to be admired by men. Otherwise, why bother being so beautiful? Moreover, I just saved your life. What's wrong with a few glances? Consider it interest. The Empress halted momentarily, indignantly exclaiming, You? Shamelessly seeking to repay kindness with lewdness, you lecher. Gu Fei laughed heartily at the Empress's retreating figure, finding her amusing. If only he could persuade her to become his maid one day. It must be said that at a certain moment, Gu Fei's heart inexplicably fluttered, and he began to entertain thoughts of the Empress. As for marriage, that was out of the question. He was only 20 and had yet to fully enjoy life. There were plenty of beauties among the top 10 in Shangyuan County to choose from. As the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang stepped inside, she nearly recoiled in shock. The floor of this corrupt official's home was made of impeccably polished ceramic tiles. The brightness was dazzling, with a hint of vibrant colors, while the walls were white, which made the room feel astonishingly luminous. An area guided her to their shared chamber, where a dressing table was, of course, present, complete with a mercury mirror. When Xiao Ling Shuang saw Arya holding a square glass mirror, she was once again taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "What a wondrous mirror! So clear, so lifelike, I can even see the fine hairs on my face." Noticing the Empress lost in admiration, Arya gently urged, "Your Majesty, please change your clothes quickly. Our lord is waiting for us." Arya observed that the Empress, though beautiful, lacked a smile, and both she and Dia sensed a certain aloofness about her, making it difficult to approach. After a while, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang emerged in a simple yet exquisite dress made of soft silk, subtly shimmering like pearls. The fabric flowed smoothly with her movements, accentuating her slender waist, which was cinched with a jade-trimmed ribbon. It was as though she had transformed entirely, and Gu Fei found it difficult to avert his gaze. Under Gu Fei's unabashed scrutiny, Xiao Ling Shuang felt uncomfortable, as if her attire were transparent in the past. Anyone who dared to stare at her so brazenly would have found their eyes plucked out, still astonished by Gu Fei's lavish home. Her greatest desire now was to explore the streets of Shangyuan County and see what they had to offer. Surely, if a false magistrate could build such an extravagant residence, the streets must be in disarray, littered with beggars in tattered clothes. "Let us go. Are you not taking me to witness the poetry duel?" Chapter 004. Not much, just several million taels. The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang was eager to ascertain whether this false magistrate possessed any knowledge of poetry. As the carriage rolled out of the estate, the wheels no longer emitted that irritating creaking sound. After Gu Fei had chastised the steward, Chen Quan, he promptly applied oil to the axle, resulting in a noticeable improvement that even the Empress found curious. Upon leaving the gates, she was struck by the absence of the expected unevenness of stone roads, thinking to herself that this was quite unreasonable. The roads in the capital were far less comfortable. In fact, she had sensed this comfort upon her initial return with Gu Fei, though at the time, her mind had been clouded, preventing her from fully appreciating the silky smoothness of the path. What kind of road was this? As she lifted the carriage curtain, her eyes involuntarily twitched several times. This hardly resembled an ordinary county town. The shops lining the streets were uniformly arranged, vibrantly colored yet not chaotic. Even the displays exuded a sense of modernity. Looking at the bustling crowd, every passerby was well-dressed, composed, and wore expressions of carefree happiness, with not a beggar in sight. Xiao Ling Shuang gazed in astonishment at the scenes outside. Her heart once again filled with disbelief. The vitality, attire, and even the orderly streets of these pedestrians surpassed her expectations of a county town. Even the bustling capital city seemed to pale in comparison to this small county, which was harmonious and beautiful. A mere false magistrate had managed to create such an enviable semblance of a county town and govern it so meticulously. She found it hard to believe. Had she not received credible information, she would never have believed that such a place truly existed. As her mind swirled with 1,000 questions, she could not help but ask, "Lord Gu, what on earth is happening here? How has this place become so prosperous?" Gu Fei sat opposite her, a hint of a smug smile adorning his face as he heard her question. "Miss Long, do not underestimate this seemingly inconspicuous small county. However, I, as an able administrator, govern with pragmatism for the people's sake. Thus this county naturally flourishes more than others." She maintained her composure and continued to probe. "Oh? May I inquire, esteemed Gu, if there exists a unique secret to your governance?" Leaning back against the carriage wall, Gu Fei leisurely replied, "What secret can there be? It is merely a matter of adapting to local conditions and tending to the needs of the populace. As the ancients said, putting the people first. If one holds the welfare of the citizens at heart, they will naturally be inclined to follow you in fostering a shared prosperity." He then shifted his tone, disparaging the incompetent Empress, who knew nothing and favored only her kin, creating a chaotic web of nepotism, appointing inept officials, and ruining every city she governed. Now, with Beiheng on the brink of collapse, I wonder how long she can cling to her throne. Alas, as the county magistrate, my heart aches for the people of Beiheng. How dare you speak ill of Her Majesty the Empress? Upon hearing this, the Empress's fury ignited, her body brimming with murderous intent. This rogue official dared to slander her, a grave mistake indeed. Ah, it seems you are quite the loyal follower of the Empress, hailing from the capital, I presume. Gu Fei remained unfazed. Whenever he spoke ill of the Empress, he often encountered fervent supporters from the capital, and the cold Ling Shuang before him was neither the first nor the last. In recent months, numerous merchants from the capital had discreetly sought him out for business. The quality of goods in Shangyuan County was excellent and affordable. They easily made a profit reselling them. Seeing Gu Fei's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Ling Shuang's anger, and she scoffed. Why do you not refute me? Refute you? You are not the Empress. Discussing this with you is a waste of breath. You? Ling Shuang felt as if she were punching a pillow, incensed and wishing to pounce on this scoundrel Gu Fei and rip him to shreds. You are not wrong. I indeed hail from the capital. Have you considered that it is not that the Empress does not wish to act, but rather that she is unable to, alone and desolate? She sometimes has no choice but to compromise to balance interests, allowing certain officials in the court to pursue their own gains. Oh? You seem rather knowledgeable. Are you perhaps related to the Empress? Or did she tell you this herself? Gu Fei's expression reflected disdain. Ling Shuang, incensed by Gu Fei's attitude, longed to unveil her true identity and execute this audacious impostor on the spot. However, she suppressed her rage, knowing that even if she revealed her identity, this reckless scoundrel would not flinch, only bring humiliation upon himself. Moreover, she was alone, making the revelation even more perilous. Since Gu Fei spoke so freely, it might be an opportunity to discern what remarkable insights he possessed. Taking a deep breath, she coldly stated, "What if the Empress were to tell me herself? Are you not afraid I would return and inform her, leading to your execution?" Gu Fei chuckled dismissively, waving his hand. "You wish to execute me? Humph! She cannot even control the chaos within her own court. How could she possibly do anything to a mere county magistrate like myself? Not only would she not come here, even if she did find out, she would merely send a few inept officials to make a show of it, and with a little bribery, it would all be settled. The current situation in Beiheng has already proven her incompetence." Ling Shuang clenched her fists, her fingertips nearly piercing her palms, her chest heaving, yet she maintained her calm exterior. "Do you understand that although the situation in Beiheng is precarious, some matters are far more complex than you imagine? What you see is merely the surface. How much do you truly know of the underlying difficulties?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Fei's eyes, but he soon reverted to his previous languid demeanor. Humph. Complex? No complexity surpasses the struggles of power and intrigue. Miss Long, since you hail from the capital, you should understand that the conflicts among the powerful are merely disputes over factional interests. How many genuinely care for the common people? However, I cannot concern myself with such matters. I only tend to my own patch of land. As long as my citizens live in peace and contentment, who cares who sits on the throne? Esteemed Gu, I surmise your county treasury must have accumulated quite a sum. Why do you inquire about this? Gu Fei questioned, a look of wariness crossing his face. If you had no wealth, how could you construct such a grand residence? The houses lining this street must have cost a fortune. If you can afford such a large estate, then surely your treasury holds considerable funds. The Empress's tone softened significantly. Gu Fei replied, "In truth, it is not as much as you think. Several million taels of silver, certainly." "What? Several million taels? I could strangle you for this. Do you not realize that the Empress wept through the night just to gather a mere 100,000 taels?" Gu Fei was taken aback by the woman's sudden rage, her impulse to strangle him catching him off guard. Stop! Stop! Are you out of your mind? If you continue like this, I will have you thrown out." Gu Fei felt his irritation rising. Why did this woman become so emotional at the drop of a hat? Had she soaked in water too long, causing her brain to short-circuit? It must be so. Observing Gu Fei's outburst, the Empress had no choice but to cease her actions. The carriage drivers, De Ye and Arya, exchanged amused glances upon hearing the commotion inside. They were never concerned for their lord's safety, for his skills were formidable enough to render even the head constable Yi Anlin powerless against him. Gu Fei, seeing the situation, scoffed. Were it not for the rumors that the Empress is old and ugly, I might almost mistake you for her. If you are truly loyal to the Empress and can convey messages to her, you might as well advise her to abdicate and allow someone capable to take her place. To spare the citizens from suffering. Ling Shuang's chest rose and fell violently. How could this scoundrel know such rumors, claiming she was old and ugly? She nearly lunged at him again, but restrained herself, coldly retorting, "You had better not regret the words you have spoken today." Yu Fei remained unperturbed. Regret? I am more curious to see who will be the one to regret, as they spoke. The carriage gradually entered Qingfeng Garden, and from a distance, the clamor of the poetry gathering could be heard filtering into the carriage. Chapter 005. It seems I have overestimated him. Upon seeing the carriage enter Qingfeng Garden, the Empress wisely fell silent. She had lost interest in Gu Fei's poetry and was far more intrigued by the prospect of those several million taels in his treasury. With such wealth, she could stand tall when conversing with others. A premonition stirred within her. Gu Fei might indeed possess genuine ability. Otherwise, how could those noble women be driven to such extremes, even risking their lives just to seek his judgment? As soon as the carriage entered Qingfeng Garden, Gu Fei leapt down, only to find Yanlin, sword in hand, standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for him. Observing the icy demeanor of Yanlin, Gu Fei smirked slightly. "Oh? Why do you not go inside and maintain some order?" Just as Yanlin was about to respond, she caught sight of the Empress, Ling Shuang, disembarking from Gu Fei's carriage. After a disdainful glance at the Empress, she snorted and turned to leave. This was the first time the Empress had seen Yanlin, and she noted the beauty of this female constable, her figure strikingly elegant, exuding a refreshing charm. An apt description would be graceful and dashing. Yet, why did it seem these two had an underlying discord? After all, on the surface, Gu Fei was Yanlin's superior. As Gu Fei made his appearance, many people immediately called out, "Quick, Lord Gu has arrived." The Empress was astonished to see numerous excited young men and women rushing toward Gu Fei, each face radiating enthusiasm and anticipation, exclaiming, "Lord Gu!" Gu Fei regarded the throng of youths approaching him. A glimmer of pride in his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, he cleared his throat and waved his hand, feigning modesty. "Everyone, please remain calm. Today is not my main event, but rather, it is Song Yin and Su Hui who are your focal points." No sooner had he spoken than laughter erupted from the crowd, but soon someone shouted, "Lord Gu, if it were not for your adjudication, who would dare claim the right to judge?" Gu Fei could not help but laugh heartily, gesturing with his hands. "Ah, since you hold me in such high regard, I must graciously comply." The Empress stood to the side, silently observing the scene, her brow furrowed slightly, increasingly perplexed. Why did these young people revere him so highly, and why were they so fervent? She had never experienced such genuine adoration. It was evident that these youths genuinely admired Gu Fei. At some point, Yanlin re-emerged, coldly stating, "Enough with the theatrics. Hurry inside and do not delay, or your little lady will be displeased." "Oh, this woman has mistaken Ling Shuang for my woman. How amusing." The Empress glanced at Yanlin, who had vanished once more, her brow furrowing in contemplation. What on earth had Gu Fei done to evoke such an attitude from her? Meanwhile, the crowd was fixated on the Empress, wondering who she was to be so fortunate as to be by Lord Gu's side, sharing a carriage. Yanlin, renowned as the top beauty of Shangyuan County, had not won his favor. Who was this woman? Countless hearts among the maidens shattered, realizing that Lord Gu had indeed acquired a woman in secret. Gu Fei led the Empress, Ling Shuang, toward the pavilion. Su Hui and Song Yin were taken aback upon noticing a stunning woman closely following Gu Fei. Their hearts in disarray, they hurriedly inquired, "Lord Gu, who is this young lady?" Meanwhile, Yanlin in the crowd perked up her ears to listen. Yu Fei offered them a faint smile before pulling the Empress forward. "Ah, this is Miss Ling Shuang, a merchant from the capital, here to procure goods from us." Upon hearing this, the group of women collectively sighed in relief, and Yanlin noticeably calmed, muttering softly to herself, "Who could it be? Oh, just a businesswoman." Initially, she had indeed been intimidated by the Empress's beauty. This woman was undeniably her equal, if not superior in allure, with a figure that seemed to surpass her own. In that instant, Yi Anlin felt she had lost out in that regard. However, it was clear now that it was not her fault. Ji Yufei evoked a tumult of emotions in her. His indifference toward her while he flirted with others left her utterly speechless. What was more, she had been following him for 3 years, and with age creeping upon her, she felt increasingly anxious. The last time Gu Fei had teased her about her ample bosom, she had chased him down with a dagger for quite a distance, which had yet to be resolved between them. If you do not fancy me, why must you toy with my affections? Scoundrel. At that moment, Su Hui chimed in with an overly sweet tone. I told you. How could our Lord Gu possibly fancy some ordinary woman? Noticing that the Empress, despite her striking beauty, was dressed in the typical attire of Shangyuan City, Su Hui spoke with a hint of arrogance. Little did she know, her words nearly incensed the Empress. You insolent commoner, how dare you label me as ordinary? I shall have you torn to pieces. Yi Anlin, infuriated, retorted coldly, Su Hui, do not waste the Lord's time. Song Yin reproached Su Hui with a smirk. Indeed, no matter how poor Lord Gu's taste may be, he would never look favorably upon someone like you. Little hussy Song Yin, what are you saying? Is it not you who wishes for Lord Gu to take you to bed? And yet he looks down upon you just the same. The quarrel erupted into a cacophony within the pavilion, with both factions mockingly deriding one another. The Empress had never anticipated that girls would bicker so fiercely over Gu Fei. She glanced at him, while Gu Fei, his head throbbing from the noise, shouted, Silence! If anyone dares to make a ruckus again, I shall deduct 10 credits from all of you this semester. His words acted like a spell, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. The Empress thought to herself, what on earth are credits, that they should instill such fear? Gu Fei was quite pleased. He coldly declared, Now, present your works so I may judge. The two girls simultaneously pointed to the stone table in the center of the pavilion. Gu Fei approached and picked up one of the pieces of white paper. Read. The gentle breeze and azure waters reflect the crimson lotus, amidst laughter and whispers. Untainted by dust, pure as the moon, leaving only a clear shadow towards the sky. He mused inwardly, quite well written. It appears that Shangyuan County Academy has been doing commendably. Their poetic skills have indeed surged. Without a word, he silently picked up another sheet. It stated, Emerald leaves stretched to the heavens, fragrant breezes fill the sleeves with affection. Unaware of the lotus heart's bitterness, only the beauty reflected in the mirror. Ji Yufei nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the paper, revealing a flicker of satisfaction within. This poem was also commendable, yet he maintained his impassive exterior. The Empress, with formidable literary prowess and tutored by contemporary sages, felt a glimmer of appreciation upon reading these verses. This is rather impressive. Even in the capital, such poetry would rank among the finest. Tio think I would encounter it here in this faux county. However, Gu Fei's lack of reaction led her to think, perhaps I have overestimated him. He might not even comprehend the essence of poetry. Chapter 006. A desperate leap. The atmosphere remained tense, with only the gentle sound of the flowing river breaking the silence. The Empress furrowed her brows once more, pondering what on earth these credits could be that had so frightened these youthful souls. My lord, you've read through them. Could you please provide us with your feedback? To see whose work is superior? Gu Fei glanced at the two unsigned poems again before smiling. Since neither of you has signed your works, my critique shall be all the more impartial. Firstly, both poems have their merits. This also indirectly proves that neither of you has been slacking in the academy, which pleases me greatly. He gently placed the paper back on the stone table. The first poem exquisitely captures the elegance of the lotus. The imagery of gentle breezes and azure waters is quite fitting. The phrase leaving only a clear shadow towards the sky is particularly poignant, depicting the lotus's pure and serene nature, untouched by the mundane world. Gu Fei's critique truly strikes at the heart of the matter, and his last statement highlights his literary acumen as well. The Empress began to regard him with newfound respect, questioning if she had misjudged him. Her beautiful eyes discreetly stole glances at Gu Fei. Yi Anlin observed her expression, pondering, since she is a merchant from the capital. Why the need for such glances? Gu Fei paused before shifting to the second poem. As for the second, the opening lines, emerald leaves stretched to the heavens, vividly set the scene. While fragrant breezes fill the sleeves with affection, possesses a poignant emotional resonance. As if the lotus's charm penetrates the heart, the latter lines transition from the bitterness of the lotus's heart to its surface beauty. Though the language is simple, it harbors profound meaning, revealing the resilience and hardships hidden behind beauty. Lord Gu, which poem do you deem superior? Su Hui and Song Yin simultaneously inquired. Ji Yufei's brow furrowed deeply. This is quite the predicament. Noticing the tension in his expression, the two girls discerned that both poems had captured his approval. Stirring excitement within them, with one on each arm, they sweetly implored, "My lord, please do not put us in a difficult position. After all, you do not even know who penned these poems. Simply share your thoughts." The Empress was taken aback by their audacity, so disregarding of rank. Ji Yufei felt the soft pressure of their arms and internally sighed. "Could you not be gentler? Such actions would greatly distress me." He subtly withdrew his arms and smiled. "Both poems are indeed commendable. If I were to judge, I would say the second holds a slight edge in grandeur." "Ha ha, Su Hui, you have lost," Song Yin exclaimed. Her face alight with joy. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei slightly furrowed his brow, turning to glance at the triumphant Song Yin. He then comforted the visibly dejected Su Hui. "Su Hui, your poem is not without merit. In my eyes, you have made significant progress. Keep striving for excellence next time." "My lord, please do not comfort me," Su Hui cried, covering her face as she dashed away. Tears streamed down her face, her chest heavy with despair, her vision blurring. She ran frantically toward the riverbank, her feelings of injustice and hopelessness flooding forth. It merely progress I have made. Does that not imply I shall forever be inferior to her?" Su Hui bit her lip, consumed by bitterness and shame. For this moment, she had endured countless days and nights, yearning for just a glance of approval from the Lord, hoping to quell Song Yan's arrogance. Yet, she found herself outmatched. Ji Yufei watched as Su Hui raced toward the river, casting a glance at Yanlin in the crowd. Yanlin understood immediately and followed suit. "Su Hui, stop right there," she shouted, but Su Hui had already leapt into the river, the icy water enveloping her instantly. Ji Yufei's expression changed dramatically at this sight. "This is dire. She cannot handle defeat." He surveyed the onlookers and shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Those who can swim, jump in and save her." The river, a tributary of the Lijiang, flowed swiftly. As soon as Su Hui jumped in, the current swept her away. Seeing some youth still hesitating, Gu Fei, enraged, swiftly shed his outer robe and tossed it to the Empress before leaping into the frigid water without hesitation. His speed took the Empress by surprise as she witnessed Gu Fei's figure desperately pursuing the submerged Su Hui. His swimming prowess was astonishing. She had never seen anyone swim so swiftly, a county magistrate risking such danger to save someone. In that moment, the Empress found herself reassessing her feelings toward him, contemplating, if only the officials had his capability and courage, perhaps the northern Hong would not be in such turmoil. With a heavy sigh, she pondered the chaotic state of the capital and whether her half-brother, the second Prince Xiaoyang, was reveling in it. The Empress, overwhelmed with worry, contemplated her future. Meanwhile, Su Hui, consumed by despair, made no effort to swim, her body sinking beneath the surface. Ji Yufei was still several meters away when her figure disappeared beneath the water. "Damn it! Not good!" Gu Fei's heart surged with panic as he watched Su Hui vanish from sight. The crowd witnessed him plunge beneath the surface as well. On the riverbank, Yanlin, upon noticing Gu Fei's sudden disappearance, became overwhelmed with anxiety, continuously praying in her heart, "Gu Fei, you must not come to any harm. What will become of the people of Sichuan County if you do? What will become of me?" The Empress, regaining her composure, gazed at the river, where Gu Fei's figure was nowhere to be seen, her heart trembling slightly. Could this scoundrel truly be dead? I still have so many questions for him. Time ticked away, and the hearts of the onlookers grew heavier. Dia and Arya had already begun to weep openly. At this moment, Yanlin felt a surge of panic, secretly regretting why she hadn't pulled this fellow back earlier. If one must save a person, let others go down too. With a choked voice, she lamented. "You always insist on showing off. Perhaps dying would be better. Then I could simply leave without a trace." Yet, in the next breath, she thought, "You absolutely must not come to any harm." The crowd on the riverbank was nearly driven to madness, their voices incessantly calling for the master. Meanwhile, Beneath the water, Gu Fei felt as though his lungs were about to burst. He had groped around for several moments without finding Su Hui, and despair settled heavily in his heart. He cursed himself. Had he known this would happen, he would have praised her to the heavens, or at the very least, regarded her as his equal. Su Hui must not die. Her father is a well-known merchant in Xiwan County, and her death would certainly strike a heavy blow to Su Jinheng. He still had many things he needed her to do, if it were to come to light that it was his disparaging remarks about her poetry that drove her to plunge into the river. Who knows what grievances he might incur, however, as if heaven were watching over him. Just as his lungs ran out of oxygen and he was about to give up, his fingers unexpectedly brushed against the hem of Su Hui's garment. A surge of joy filled his heart. He grasped her clothing firmly and swam vigorously toward the surface. Chapter 007. The county magistrate delivers more funds. The moment Gu Fei surfaced with Su Hui, Yi Anlin immediately spotted him. Jiu Duran is alive. At that instant, a tear slipped from the corner of Yi Anlin's eye, a small smile gracing her lips as she inwardly cursed, "This damn fool has such a strong survival instinct." The crowd erupted into excitement, rushing toward the riverbank. Dia and Arya, their eyes red from crying, nearly fell to their knees upon seeing Gu Fei's figure. "Master, you are alive. This is truly wonderful." The water was frigid to the bone as Gu Fei towed Su Hui's arm, straining toward the shore. Yi Anlin seized a rope that was handed to her and threw it with force. Landing it accurately beside Gu Fei, he grasped the rope with one hand, while the other tightly held Su Hui, dragging her back to the bank. As soon as he reached the shore, Gu Fei swiftly checked Su Hui's breathing and discovered she had already fainted. "This is bad. She has no breath." His heart sank, and he decisively commenced chest compressions and artificial respiration. This scene unfolded before the hidden eyes of the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang. However, as Gu Fei pressed on Su Hui's chest, her gaze suddenly sharpened, a familiar sensation rising within her. Moments later, a surge of overwhelming murderous intent erupted from her. Wasn't this the very action Gu Fei had taken to save her? At that time, her mouth had not been covered by a silk scarf. Realizing this, the Empress's expression grew complex. She clenched her fist, a mix of agitation and indescribable emotions swelling within her. Jiu Fei remained focused on his rescue efforts. Each compression precise and powerful, Su Hui's chest rising and falling vigorously with his ministrations. This technique, Gu Fei had taught at Xiwan Academy, so the students were accustomed to it. Had it been anyone else, Su Hui might not have consented. Jiu Fei also feared that if others attempted to intervene, they might miss the critical moment for saving her. After several compressions, he blew a few breaths into Su Hui's mouth through the scarf. Moments later, Su Hui finally coughed a few times, water rushing from her mouth. She slowly opened her eyes, meeting Gu Fei's concerned gaze beside her. Blushing, she choked out, "Master, I simply feel that I am incapable of doing anything right. What is the point of living?" Seeing her alive brought an unusual anger to Gu Fei's heart. He coldly replied, "The taste of death is unpleasant, is it not? Bring your father to the county office tomorrow to find me." Rising to his feet, he faced the onlookers and announced loudly, "From this day forth, Xiwan County shall host a creative crafting competition every 3 months, with a prize of 300 taels of silver for first place, 200 for second, and so forth, with rewards for the top 10. Contestants may have any qualifications, and the categories of works are limitless, as long as it serves the public interest, enhances work efficiency, or is a novel invention. Anything beneficial to society may be entered. Additionally, works deemed to be of significant innovation by my assessment will receive further rewards from the county office, with no upper limit on the prize." As soon as his words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment, excitement glimmering in many eyes. This unexpected announcement undoubtedly ignited the enthusiasm of everyone present, particularly among the younger individuals who enjoyed tinkering. The prospect of creating their own projects while earning money, especially with no cap on the prize, seemed like a chance for overnight wealth. Those who relished hands-on work and had ideas found themselves grinning ear to ear. The county magistrate was once again showering them with funds. Empress Xiao Lingshuang, standing to the side and listening to Gu Fei's declaration, was lost in thought. Was this fellow merely speaking off the cuff? Or did he have other motives? Her gaze fell upon Gu Fei's somewhat disheveled figure, a subtle flutter of emotion stirring within her. Despite their starkly different backgrounds and status, Why did every encounter with him leave her feeling invigorated? Her thoughts drifted back to the moment she had fallen from the cliff, that moment of despair when she thought everything had come to an end. Yet it was this pretender of a county magistrate who had snatched her from the jaws of death. Administering chest compressions and artificial respiration, though it was a breach of decorum, he had granted her a second chance at life. Jiu Fei. What could possibly be in that mind of yours? She mused. The Northern Han Kingdom has traditionally valued literature over martial prowess. Within the court, scholars engage in lofty debates, vying for power and profit, yet few truly consider the welfare of the people. And here was Gu Fei, initiating a creative crafting competition in this non-existent Xiwan County, harnessing grassroots efforts to promote innovation, a mindset that, if applied to the court, would wield unimaginable power. As she watched Gu Fei walk toward the entrance of Qingfeng Garden, she cast aside her distractions and quickly followed him. Inside the carriage, Gu Fei sat opposite the Empress, drenched and with a serious expression, revealing little of his inner thoughts. Seizing the opportunity, he scrutinized the woman before him. Contemplating who she truly was, her demeanor exuded elegance and grace, unmistakably the manner of a lady of high standing. Her tone suggested a familiarity with the Empress. Suddenly, he inquired, "Miss Long, who exactly are you? Your words and actions do not resemble those of an ordinary person." The Empress's heart raced. This fellow was beginning to suspect her identity. What identity should I fabricate? Suddenly, she remembered the Duke of Julu, Long Hongi, and quickly responded, "In the Northern Han Kingdom, there are only a few with the surname Long. Do you still not realize?" Upon hearing this, Gu Fei recalled that in the Northern Han Kingdom, though the population was only around 4 to 5 million, there were indeed noble families with the surname Long, specifically the Duke of Julu, Long Hongi. He raised an eyebrow. "Are you a relative of Duke Long Hongi?" The Empress, realizing his words were not a deception but rather an assumption on his part, nodded. "To think you are actually related to the Marquis of Wanhu, the Duke of Julu. Shouldn't you express some gratitude to your savior?" He chuckled. "Oh, just a casual 100 or 80,000 taels of silver will suffice," as he rubbed his fingers together in a gesture of counting money. Though the Empress could not comprehend, she almost fainted upon hearing this. 100 or 80,000 taels of silver. He considered that a trivial amount. Does he not know I once wept all night over a mere 100 taels? The entire Northern Han Kingdom has barely 500,000 people. How could he dare to ask for such a sum? It left the Empress with her cheeks puffed in indignation. Jiu Fei, witnessing her reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, so you refuse to give, do you? Well then, I could always offer myself instead." How bold! A mere county magistrate dares to speak of marrying me? Ah, truly a heartless and ungrateful person. Those of your wealthy families are indeed shameless. Jiu Fei's face was a mask of mockery. The Empress retorted with a cold huff, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Do not accuse me of ingratitude. As for your saving me, I will certainly repay you, but not now, when I return to the capital. We can discuss it. However, I have never heard of this Xiwan County, or you as a magistrate in the capital. Could it be that you are an impostor?" Chapter 008. The Empress bites the county magistrate. Gu Fei fell momentarily silent, but then burst into laughter. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable about court affairs. Indeed, this Xiwan County is a fabrication, and I am not an official appointed by the court. I am a self-proclaimed magistrate. The other officials of Xiwan County are also those I have appointed. But what does that matter?" The Empress had never before encountered such a twisted rationale, nearly losing her mind in frustration. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Yuan Du swiftly emerged from behind the table, bowing respectfully as he addressed, "Your Highness, the second prince. Were it not for your incompetence, you should be addressing me as your Majesty at this very moment." Upon hearing the words of the second prince, Xiao Yang, Yuan Du snickered coldly to himself. "How dare you expect me to refer to you as your Majesty? You insolent wretch! If it weren't for my support, you would have long been slain by the formidable Lord Long Hongi." Nevertheless, he maintained an outward demeanor of respect and deference, saying, "Indeed, indeed. Your Highness, the second prince, please do not be anxious. Your ascension is merely a matter of time. I have already arranged for the High Priestess Gu Yuer to select an auspicious date, likely within the next 10 days. As long as that Xiao Ling Shuang does not appear, you shall be the new emperor of our Beihong." Surely, Your Highness would not deny me this 10-day grace period? Hearing this, the second Prince Xiaoyang burst into hearty laughter. It seems I have misjudged Lord Changxin, he continued. It is all the fault of that Sima Exine for his ineptitude. Just look at the company he has sent. This man has truly betrayed my trust. When I lay eyes on him, I shall give him a thorough scolding. Your Highness, the one you wish to scold has already arrived. At that moment, dressed in a suit of black armor, Sima Exine approached with a grim expression, tossing his riding whip to a nearby attendant. Xiaoyang felt a rush of anxiety, yet he quickly straightened his posture and, with a hint of nervousness, remarked, Sima Exine, I have placed such trust in you, yet you have utterly failed me. You could not even deal with Xiao Ling Shuang. Sima Exine clasped his hands in salute. Your Highness, had it not been for that scoundrel Long Hongyi's interference, my men would have already eliminated Xiao Ling Shuang in Amo County, and we would not find ourselves in this predicament. However, I have just received word from High Priestess Gu Yuer that you may ascend the throne in 10 days. What is there to fear? If that little wench appears during my ascension, all our efforts will be for naught. Humph. Do not say she has plummeted off a cliff. Whether she lives or dies is still uncertain. Even if she has survived, I shall ensure she never returns to the capital. Sima Exine, your words are all I require. Xiaoyang instantly felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The few individuals in the room erupted into laughter, albeit each harboring their own ulterior motives. Upon the city wall of Shangyuan County, Gu Fei stood alongside the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, gazing down at a group of 20 soldiers, brimming with hostility and arrogance. He inquired, Are they the ones pursuing you? The Empress, observing the soldiers below, radiated an aura of murderous intent. Indeed, they are the lackeys of Sima Exine. The Long family has always been our sworn enemies. Lord Gu, could you assist me in eliminating them? Gu Fei shook his head, remaining unperturbed. Miss Long, Shangyuan County is not a battleground for the aristocrats of your capital. Here, there are laws and regulations. Should they come here to wreak havoc, I shall ensure they do not leave alive. However, why should I assist you? The Empress, visibly exasperated, scoffed. What do you fear from the law? You are unafraid of rebellion. Yet you cower before the law? Gu Fei chuckled. The law I speak of pertains to Shangyuan County. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. Unless what? A thought sparked in Xiao Ling Shuang's mind. If she could eliminate this band of ruffians, she could secretly return to the capital. Once within the palace, these rebels would be powerless against her, for with the formidable Long Hongyi and General Yang Ling by her side, they would tread carefully. Unless you provide me with 100,000 taels of silver. Agreed. As long as you slay them, I shall pay you 100,000 taels of silver immediately upon my return to the capital. Xiao Ling Shuang was willing to spend this sum to eliminate the rebels, but she had no intention of paying Gu Fei. After all, he was also a rebel. If she did not kill him, he should be grateful to escape with his life. Thus, she readily accepted the terms. Her prompt agreement raised Gu Fei's suspicions. Previously, she had hesitated to part with a mere 100 or 80,000 taels. Yet now she was so forthcoming. Miss Long, empty promises can be made by anyone. If I risk my life to assist you in killing them, what guarantee do I have that you will pay me? I cannot very well slay you in return. Indeed, Miss Long, my lord never conducts unprofitable business. He will not act without seeing the silver. This, Zhang Biao, standing nearby, was puzzled. In the blink of an eye, his master had become acquainted with yet another beautiful woman. Truly, his master attracted women wherever he went. The Empress, listening to the banter between the two rascals, felt exasperated. How could these two scoundrels not trust her? Just then, Zhang Biao whispered conspiratorially, Miss Long, you must offer some sincerity. Mere words hold little value. If you agree to become my lord's woman, perhaps my lord will consent. Upon hearing this, the Empress nearly exploded with fury, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. How dare this wretched man suggest that she, the sovereign, marry an impostor rebel? Although she was furious, the pressing matter at hand weighed heavily on her mind. The capital was likely in disarray during her absence. It would be prudent to feign agreement, then return to the capital, where he would never see her again. If the day came when she grew displeased, she could dispatch an army to annihilate him. All without a trace. Gu Fei, amused by Zhang Biao's meddling, was eager to see how the woman would respond. To his surprise, She appeared to have made a momentous decision, gazing earnestly at Gu Fei. Lord Gu, if you truly eliminate those rebels below, I, Lung Ling Shuang, could consider the proposition. After saying this, the Empress felt a sense of triumph. After all, it was Lung Ling Shuang who would be marrying him. Not Xiao Ling Shuang, merely considering it. Such a lack of sincerity. Absolutely not. Gu Fei and Zhang Biao shook their heads vigorously. Chapter 10. The cunning Biao, seeing that Gu Fei and Zhang Biao were entirely unconvinced. The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang's face turned icy. What will it take for you to believe me? Zhang Biao, ever the rascal, chimed in. Unless you kiss our lord, I shall not believe you. You? The Empress's piercing eyes glinted with lethal intent. She was on the verge of exploding with rage. Was this wretched Zhang Biao sent by the heavens to torment her? At that moment, the soldiers below appeared to have lost their patience, and the guards at the gate shouted back defiantly, indicating their readiness to force their way through. The guards at the gate, equally irate, retorted. These 20 men dare to sow discord in Shangyuan County? Do they not even recognize this place? I am an unregistered official in this county, and I fear not your formal troops above. Gu Fei chuckled. Miss Long, take a look for yourself. They are about to break through. Should they enter, you may find yourself in dire straits. Gu Fei was curious to see if the woman would take the initiative to kiss him. To be honest, he found her quite appealing, intelligent, elegant, dignified, beautiful, and fierce, especially when she glared with those piercing phoenix eyes. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the Empress glanced at him and thought, though this is called Shangyuan County and appears to be a proper city, it is essentially a den of bandits. Yet, as she observed the impending conflict below, her heart raced with anxiety. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Biao was distracted, she suddenly pulled Gu Fei's head down and planted a kiss on his lips. The Empress had decided to go all out. After all, it was not her first kiss with this rogue, so why not indulge once more? Gu Fei was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he processed what had happened, it was already over. I have done what I needed to do. Now you must fulfill your promise. Gu Fei stood with his legs together, bowing to her. As you command, my bandit wife, Zhang Biao. Go and wipe out these treacherous soldiers. Zhang Biao was momentarily stunned. Did not our lord just receive a kiss? I don't care about that. Hurry and take your men to deal with them. Otherwise, our brothers at the gate will be injured, and that will cost us, my lord. If you kiss my sister Zhang Yao, I assure you she would gladly oblige. Get lost? Every day you wish for me to become your brother-in-law. Zhang Biao was kicked in the rear by Gu Fei and rushed towards the city gate. Soon, the Empress witnessed Zhang Biao, wielding a long knife, leading a group of men to confront the soldiers. Who dares? Who gave you the audacity to cause trouble in Shangyuan County? The soldiers, upon hearing this, displayed disdain, and one among them drew his sword, shouting defiantly, We act under the orders of General Sima. We are here to capture the rebels. You, a mere county, dare to interfere in our affairs? Stand aside, or you shall all perish. The guard, unfazed by the words, erupted into laughter. Biao Gu, is there anyone under heaven, apart from the officials, who dares to threaten you? Zhang Biao spat disdainfully. Then you must be aware of the fates that befell those who previously threatened Biao Gu, especially those officials who oppressed the common folk and harbored nefarious intentions. The subordinates nodded knowingly. We took care of a minor leader ourselves, hehe, casting a glance at the small squad. Situ Xian's men included a centurion, who was astonished by the audacity of the local guards. Yet, he understood that in a fight, they were outnumbered, and he was reluctant to engage directly. Despite their habitual arrogance, he spoke with a slightly softened tone, still brimming with pride as he addressed Zhang Biao. I won't waste my breath on you ruffians. Summon your county magistrate or constable. They will surely allow us entry for a search. Zhang Biao laughed heartily. Our magistrate is watching you from the city tower. If you don't believe it, just look. The group swiftly looked up, and their eyes were immediately drawn to the Empress standing beside Gu Fei. The wave of shock coursed through them, accompanied by an ominous premonition. If the Empress stood there with her hands clasped behind her back alongside the magistrate, it meant he was already aware of her identity. In that moment, they felt as if they had become traitors. Realizing this, they instinctively desired to flee. However, Zhang Biao had already issued the command. You lot? Why are you still dawdling? Go and eliminate them. Zhang Biao was the first to charge forward, brandishing his long blade towards the centurion. The centurion, still in a daze, met his end in a single strike. The Empress stood atop the city wall, taken aback as she watched Zhang Biao and his band of soldiers wreak havoc below, dispatching the squad with such swiftness that they had no chance to retaliate. In a matter of moments, the squad was eradicated. This left a profound impression on the Empress regarding the combat prowess of Shangyuan County. Indeed, it was a den of bandits, merciless in their slaughter. Swift and decisive, with not a word wasted. However, she felt a sense of relief, for had it been an ordinary county, she might have found herself at the mercy of these soldiers. Throughout Beiheng, which magistrate would dare defy Dugu Xian's orders to hand over individuals? Throughout this ordeal, Gu Fei appeared utterly unperturbed, showing no concern for the fate of those below. He maintained a charming smile throughout, even as his brow remained unknotted. Gu Fei was aware that the woman named Long was covertly observing him. Turning to her, he smiled and said, "Madam, your husband has fulfilled his promise. Let us arrange the wedding soon for a splendid bridal chamber." The Empress was caught off guard by his promptness to fulfill his vow. Suddenly, she recalled that marriage required a matchmaker's words. "Madam, you promised. You cannot go back on your word," Gu Fei said with a roguish grin. No, marriage is no trifling matter. It must involve the will of our parents and the words of a matchmaker. If you truly wish to marry me, you must go to the capital and seek my parents' approval, and then choose an auspicious day to wed me," the Empress replied, feigning composure. Xiao Ling Shuang glanced at him, inwardly cursing, "This scoundrel, this audacious bandit, dares to be so brazen." Gu Fei looked at her with a knowing smile. "Oh, madam, your words hold merit, but you owe me 2 lives. Surely, you must provide an explanation? Otherwise, I would have difficulty justifying this to Zhang Biao." At tea that moment, Zhang Biao appeared from nowhere and chimed in, "Indeed, madam, I've been eagerly awaiting to celebrate the magistrate's wedding. Truly, this wretched Biao is everywhere." Xiao Ling Shuang thought, feeling a mix of annoyance and urgency, but managed to suppress her anger, replying coldly, "I have already discussed with your magistrate. He must accompany me to the capital to seek my parents' approval before I can wed him." With that, she deliberately turned away, signaling her disinterest in continuing the discussion. Zhang Biao muttered behind her, "Magistrate, perhaps you should just marry my younger sister. She wants nothing, just my nod as her brother-in-law." Gu Fei kicked him aside. "Get lost. Go arrange for those bodies to be found a place to be burned." Zhang Biao, feeling dejected, replied, "Magistrate, I have already instructed the men. I assure you not a trace will remain." Upon hearing their exchange, the Empress thought, "Good heavens! These bandits are so efficient at destroying evidence. They must do this often. When I return to the capital, I shall settle the score with you." Suddenly, Gu Fei sneezed. The Empress took the opportunity to feign concern, saying, "You should hurry home for some ginger tea, then perhaps a drink to sweat it out. Don't be so reckless." Chapter 11. If you kiss me again, Gu Fei felt it was indeed time to return. The wind atop the city wall had begun to make him uncomfortable, and he was likely on the brink of catching a cold. Stretching without a shred of decorum before the Empress, he remarked, "Now that the matter is settled, I should rest. Zhang Biao, have the brothers keep a keen eye out for any unusual movements or suspicious individuals. Rest assured, my lord, during the night watch, I've instructed the brothers to be armed. Unless a legion suddenly attacks, Shangyuan County is as secure as a fortress, impenetrable." "Very well." Gu Fei descended from the city wall with Xiao Ling Shuang by his side. As they walked, Gu Fei occasionally glanced at Xiao Ling Shuang, pondering whether this woman truly belonged to the Long clan. Her demeanor and poise suggested she was undoubtedly a legitimate descendant, not some distant branch, for he could occasionally detect an air of authority or expression that was instinctively regal. The unexpected kiss on the city wall had left him feeling quite conflicted. He hadn't anticipated this girl would take the initiative to kiss him, and in that fleeting moment, his heart raced. As if it had quickened its pace, however, Gu Fei swiftly regained his composure, returning to his usual demeanor. As they continued walking, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his head and a slight soreness in his nose. Confirming his suspicion of an impending cold, Gu Fei rubbed his nose and forced a smile, saying, "Miss Long, the wind atop the city wall was quite fierce today. I fear I may catch a cold and must return home for a warm bowl of ginger soup." Xiao Ling Shuang smiled lightly in response. "If you're feeling unwell, shouldn't you return to rest early? You've been jumping into rivers and climbing walls." Ji Yufei bristled at her words. How can you say that? My cold is due to what I did. Wasn't it to save you and Su Hui? Upon reflection, Xiao Ling Shuang realized he was indeed correct. Even her heart, which had become as hard as iron, stirred momentarily. Misinterpreting her silence as guilt, Gu Fei joked, Don't take it too seriously. Our little county magistrate is as tough as nails. I fear nothing from a little wind and rain. And no sooner had he spoken than he sneezed again. Xiao Ling Shuang couldn't suppress her laughter. Gu County Magistrate, you certainly don't seem so tough. Gu Fei chuckled awkwardly, realizing he truly needed to rest. The two continued towards the city, while Zhang Biao remained atop the wall. Contemplating how to make his lord marry his sister, he muttered, My little sister, Zhang Yao, is as beautiful as a flower. Why doesn't he, the magistrate, show any interest? And that Captain Yi, the most beautiful among Shang County's 10 beauties. Yet the magistrate hasn't he shown any inclination towards her either. Suddenly, an absurd phrase popped into Zhang Biao's mind. Dragon Yang's favor? He shuddered at the thought, shaking his head vigorously. In a way, my lord, he seems quite straight. A chill ran down his spine. On the way, Gu Fei sneezed again. The streets bustled with passers-by, and occasionally, patrolling soldiers would stop to salute Gu Fei, raising their hands to their ears in a military salute before marching in unison to continue their patrol. Throughout their walk, Gu Fei made light-hearted jokes with Xiao Ling Shuang to ease the awkward tension following their kiss atop the city wall. Yet, no matter how he jested, Xiao Ling Shuang maintained her composed demeanor, only breaking into a smile when Gu Fei sneezed. Xiao Ling Shuang observed everything around her. The security in Shangyuan County was tight and orderly, and the relationship between officials and citizens was harmonious, prompting her to silently commend the prosperity and planning of this small county. Particularly, the spaciousness of the streets astonished her. The streets of Shangyuan County rivaled those of the capital's main thoroughfare, Zhuke Avenue, and she noticed that some streets in the capital were even narrower than those here. The Empress estimated that the narrowest part of the street could accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages simultaneously. She couldn't fathom why Gu Fei had constructed the streets so wide. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Why are these streets built so wide? They seem even broader than those in the capital. Gu Fei glanced at her with a playful smile. Madam, if you kiss me again, I'll tell you why your husband built these roads so wide. Humph, if you don't want to tell me, then so be it. The Empress was not inclined to kiss him again. Had she not been pressured on the city wall, she would never have acted so impulsively. Now that there was no danger to her life, she had no intention of falling into his trap again. If he chose not to share, then so be it. Yu Fei understood that Long Ling Shuang would certainly not kiss him again. As the two individuals strolled along, the atmosphere seemed to gradually ease. Xiao Ling Shuang's gaze shifted from the street to Gu Fei, silently pondering the true nature of this county magistrate. He appeared to be a rogue, yet he was undeniably astute and decisive. Particularly, his actions while she lay unconscious, though they evoked a sense of embarrassment and indignation within her, were undeniably effective in saving her life. Upon reaching the head of a bridge, Gu Fei sighed softly. This bridge, previously plagued by severe flooding, caused immense suffering for the common folk. Yet, I invested significant resources to connect this area with the Li River, transforming it into a flowing stream. Now, with the ebb and flow of the tides, the villagers can set sail from here to fish and return to sell their catch. Just look at those fishing boats over there, just back from the Li River. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the people, free from worries about food and clothing, brings me great satisfaction. Xiao Ling Shuang nodded slightly, her perception of Gu Fei shifting subtly. Though he often spoke with a silver tongue, it was evident he had dedicated considerable effort to local governance. What sort of person was he, truly? Noticing her silence, Gu Fei continued, I sense your thoughts. Do you find the construction of the streets and bridge overly extravagant merely to accommodate the fishermen? In truth, I am contemplating future development. Although Shangyuan is a small county, if the roads are broad and facilitate trade and travel, in time, it will naturally attract more merchants. When the people thrive, the county will flourish as well. Of course, there are even more long-term plans that I cannot disclose. You would find them incomprehensible. I cannot simply tell you that the roads are built wide enough for automobiles and tractors. Xiao Ling Shuang pondered his words, realizing that despite their boldness, his ideas held merit. It struck her that this so-called bandit had a far-reaching vision. Who among the court could rival him? Gu Fei chuckled as he observed her lost in thought. Smiling as he asked, "So, my lady, do you find my plans acceptable?" Xiaoling Shuang replied nonchalantly, "There is indeed some insight." While her tone was unremarkable, Gu Fei could sense her name was indeed fitting, cold. As they continued onward, a sudden shout shattered the tranquility. Jiu Fei furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening as he peered into the distance. "What is happening?" he murmured to himself, then turned to Xiaoling Shuang, saying, "Let us go and see." Upon arriving at the crowd, the common folk recognized Gu Fei and seemed to behold a savior, exclaiming, "Lord Gu has arrived." They parted to create a pathway. The two made their way through the throng to the center. Gu Fei's heart jolted as he beheld a mother and daughter seated on the ground, their bodies marred with wounds and welts. Whispers circulated among the crowd. "This man is truly a beast." Even his own wife and child are not spared. Even the female emperor gasped in disbelief, wondering who could be so inhumane as to inflict such cruelty upon this mother and daughter. Gu Fei, witnessing their pitiful state, felt a surge of wrath ignite within him. Such atrocious acts of domestic violence and the beating of women and children occurring in Shangyuan County were utterly despicable. This was a slap in the face to him. "Gu Fei, tell me, whose wife are you? I shall seek justice for you." His voice dripped with icy resolve, and those familiar with him understood that the husband of this woman was doomed. "My lord, we have inquired. They are not from Shangyuan County, but have come from the neighboring Shanqing County to seek refuge with relatives. Their husband lost money gambling and blamed this mother and daughter for bringing him misfortune, subsequently subjecting them to a brutal beating." Jiu Fei sighed heavily. "I suspected as much. It is inconceivable for such a vile husband to exist in Shangyuan County. If he did, I would not let him off lightly." The female emperor, overhearing Gu Fei's words, felt a flash of derision. Were the men of Shangyuan County truly incapable of beating their wives? Just then, a woman rushed into the crowd, and upon seeing the mother and daughter in such a wretched state, she burst into tears. "My poor sister, how could your fate be so cruel? That wretched Wang Cheng has beaten you once again. How many times must I urge you to leave him? Yet you refuse." Upon seeing her sister, the mother joined in the lamentation, crying out, "Sister, it's not that I do not wish to leave him, but the moment I mention it, he threatens to beat me to death, even to kill both me and little Chui. Sister, I am at my wit's end. I have come to entrust little Chui to you. I shall return to confront that beast." "Foolish girl, how can you consider such a reckless act? That Wang Cheng is a scoundrel, and do you truly believe you can overpower him?" Gu Fei interjected sternly. At that moment, the sister realized that Gu Fei was present, and she knelt before him, saying, "My lord, I am Qin Xiang. Women in Shangyuan County depend on your protection. No one dares to bully us at home. We can even shout at our husbands without fear. But my sister, Qin Ailian, is unfortunate. I beseech you to save her." Bowing her head, she began to prostrate herself in the dirt, showing no concern for her own well-being. Jiu Fei swiftly grasped her arm, preventing her from continuing. He turned to Qin Ailian and said, "If you wish for me to intervene, it is not an issue. If you can prove your worth and remain in Shangyuan County, then you shall be considered one of us. And I will certainly protect you from harm." Upon hearing this, the sister eagerly exclaimed, "My lord, my sister will surely succeed." Gu Fei scoffed. "I did not ask you to speak. Let your sister speak for herself." The battered young woman looked at Gu Fei in surprise, her voice trembling as she said, "My lord, do you truly wish to accept someone as unfortunate as me in Shangyuan County? Are you not afraid I will bring you misfortune?" Upon hearing her words, Gu Fei recognized her innate goodness. Standing tall, with hands clasped behind his back, he spoke with confidence. "Misfortune? That is merely an excuse for the inept in Shangyuan County. Such notions do not exist. However, not just anyone can settle here. Only those of value will be welcomed. You appear youthful and in good health. It all depends on whether you possess a skill. You must understand, we do not tolerate idlers in Shangyuan County." The female emperor felt a stir of emotions. The minuscule goodwill she had previously gathered dissipated in an instant, replaced by disdain. Merely a bandit's den, yet it seemed they were picky about who could enter. The young woman's sister quickly interjected, "My lord, my sister is skilled in spinning and weaving. She excels at making clothes." Gu Fei turned his gaze to her sister and asked, "Can you vouch for her?" Qin Ailian's sister promptly replied, "My lord, I am willing to vouch for my sister, Qin Ailian. If any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Very well, with your sister's guarantee, I can make an exception for you. I can also assist in annulling your marriage. Moreover, you need not worry about raising your child. If you are willing to work at the county's spinning factory, you will certainly earn enough to support both you and your daughter. Ah, is that true? Will you truly allow this wretched woman to work in your factory, just like my sister? The young woman was astonished to learn that not only could she join Shangyuan County, but she would also have the opportunity to work at the spinning factory, a dream for countless women from neighboring counties. The work was light, the pay generous. She could earn 2 taels of silver a month, amounting to over 20 taels a year, and there were even bonuses of grain and oil during festivals. Additionally, there were numerous celebrations, such as Youth Day, Children's Day, Women's Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day, and a grand celebration for the founding of Shangyuan County, which lasted 3 days of rest for the entire county. The envy of those from neighboring counties was palpable that I, the wretched woman Qin Ailian, am willing. I am willing. The young woman echoed her sister's fervent proclamations. Gu Fei raised his voice enough. Qin Ailian, you need not bow anymore. I merely see potential in you. Remember, upon joining Shangyuan County, you are no longer a lowly commoner. In our county, all are equal. If you are willing to strive, you will undoubtedly find happiness beyond that of those from other counties. Jiu Fei called out to the crowd, bring forth someone. A nearby patrolman, already present, promptly responded, what are your orders, my lord? Today, a vile man from Shanxing County, Wang Cheng, dares to harm the citizens of Shangyuan County. I command you to go to Shanxing County and apprehend him immediately. Yes, my lord. Just then, Yi Anlin arrived, and upon hearing his words, she immediately declared, my lord, allow me to handle this matter. Oh my! Yi the captain is personally going to capture Wang Cheng. He is as good as dead. The common folk whispered among themselves. Jiu Fei expressed his concern. You may go, but exercise caution with the county magistrate of Shanxing, Li Tsai. That fellow is no good. Yi Anlin cast a glance at the female emperor beside Gu Fei and coldly replied, my lord, you worry too much. Should he act as he did before, I will sever his head and use it for a ball. Well, I've said my piece. Go ahead. The female emperor watched as Yi Anlin departed. Accompanied by a group of her men, filled with righteous indignation, she thought to herself, Gu Fei truly protects his own. Even outsiders receive such protection. What kind of person is he, after all? Isn't he a bandit? How could he possibly engage in actions that earn the gratitude of the common folk? Surely he doesn't truly believe himself to be the county magistrate. Yet he has not been conferred by the court, nor bestowed with any official seal. How could he facilitate a divorce for Qin Ailian? The Empress gazed at Gu Fei, puzzled by a series of questions. The two of them pushed through the crowd of sycophants and made their way home. Upon reaching the doorstep, she could no longer restrain her curiosity. What is this silk factory you mentioned, Gu Fei? Gu Fei turned to look at her and replied, what a lack of decorum. Shouldn't you address me as husband? The Empress, infuriated, spun around and dashed inside. Observing her alluring figure swaying before him, Gu Fei touched his nose, finding her quite captivating. Her physique was truly remarkable. Chapter 13. Yet, my heart is unintentionally drawn to you. Welcome back. My lord, Arya greeted Gu Fei with a sweet smile. He reached out to caress her face, noting how the two girls had grown increasingly charming. In merely 2 years, they would undoubtedly become stunning beauties. At that moment, Dia emerged from the kitchen. My lord, I have specially warmed some ginger wine for you and Miss Long for dinner this evening. I noticed you both seemed a bit under the weather, so a warm drink will help. You truly know how to care for others, unlike that Yi Anlin, who would rather see me dead. Dia beamed at this remark, saying, when you rescued Arya and me from those mountain bandits, we decided we would serve you for life. The Empress stood by, listening to the exchange between Gu Fei and his maidens, finally realizing that Dia and Arya were both saved by him. Miss Long, hurry and wash your face. Dinner will be ready shortly. Regardless of how displeased Xiao Lingshuang felt toward Gu Fei, she couldn't help but appreciate these two adorably foolish maids. A rare smile graced her lips as she nodded. Dia, Arya, you must no longer address her as Miss Long. She is now your mistress, Gu Fei interjected. Upon hearing his words, the Empress felt an urge to rush forward and bite him. This stubborn bandit sought to make their relationship public knowledge. Dia and Arya exchanged wide-eyed glances, then quietly asked, my lord, are you certain you haven't misspoken? Indeed, she, Xiao Lingshuang, will henceforth be my wife. And you must take good care of her. Arya suddenly whispered, my lord, aren't you afraid of upsetting Captain Yi? Gu Fei retorted with irritation. Whether she is pleased or not is of no concern to me. Arya's heart sank at the thought. This matter must not reach Captain Yi, or else. Neither of them would fare well. Dia and Arya then offered the Empress a gentle smile, saying, we greet the mistress. Please take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly. Wait, I am not. The Empress was utterly speechless. She had never encountered such a situation. No, you are indeed my wife. It is just that we have yet to consummate our union. Gu Fei chuckled. You are incorrigible. Xiao Lingshuang scolded before hastily retreating into the room. Jiu Fei, rubbing his head, followed her inside. Feeling quite dizzy, he collapsed onto the bed and promptly fell asleep. Xiao Lingshuang, having hidden herself in the room for a short while, soon grew bored and ventured into the kitchen to see how Dia and Arya prepared the meal. As an empress and former princess, she had witnessed the workings of the imperial kitchen. Gu Fei's kitchen was far less grand, lacking an abundance of chefs and helpers. Only Dia, Arya, and two maids tending to the fire were busy in the spacious kitchen. The kitchen was remarkably clean, with the floors, walls, and countertops covered in pristine white tiles. Dia and Arya were working together to butcher a fish. Upon seeing Xiao Lingshuang approach, they greeted her with cheerful smiles, calling her mistress. Xiao Lingshuang was tempted to rebuke them but reconsidered. After all, she was the sovereign, and what was there to be gained by quarreling with a few ignorant maids? She neither confirmed nor denied their address and instead inquired curiously, in such a large kitchen, why are there only the two of you? Where are the others? Xiao Lingshuang noticed that in Gu Fei's sizable household, aside from Gu Fei, Dia, Arya, and the gatekeeper Cheng Quan, there appeared to be no one else. Mistress, in our lord's household, it is just the four of us girls and one gatekeeper, brother Cheng Quan. What? Not a single servant? Xiao Lingshuang couldn't help but exclaim. Mistress, our lord is quite frugal. He says that more people means more mouths to feed. If it weren't for the need to care for the flowers and plants in the courtyard, he would likely consider even us four sisters excessive. Ah, this rascal Gu Fei, being so stingy, yet constructing such a grand residence. Is that not contradictory? The Empress was momentarily perplexed, pondering what sort of forward planning could justify such a contradiction. Mistress, you must think this house is a waste. Correct? However, it is not as you imagine. This residence was built by the grateful citizens of Xiwan County, who wish to express their appreciation for the prosperity and happiness he has brought them. Therefore, this house cost no money. If our lord had to pay for such a grand structure, he would never part with the funds. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingshuang felt a wave of frustration. When had these mountain bandits developed such awareness? While those corrupt officials in the court acted so shamelessly, devoid of gratitude, it was truly a case of integrity flourishing among the people while corruption thrived in the halls of power. Mistress, our lord is truly wonderful. Marrying him is a blessing you have earned over several lifetimes. Arya's words nearly sent Xiao Lingshuang into a rage. Inwardly, she seethed. How could someone of my exalted status, the Empress, be suited to him? He would need to cultivate virtue for 10 lifetimes to be worthy to is that so? Xiao Lingshuang scoffed. Indeed. Among the 10 most beautiful women in Xiwan City, who wouldn't wish to marry our lord? Yet he remains unmoved. Humph, such a lack of interest. Yet he is inexplicably drawn to me. Thus, it is indeed a matter of fortune for you to have caught our lord's eye. The Empress's chest heaved with agitation. She was nearing her limit with Arya's remarks. Here, mistress, this is the ginger wine brewed personally by our lord, infused with ginger. You must have a bowl. At some point, Dia had brought over a bowl of warm ginger wine. The Empress had never heard of such a drink as yellow wine before, but the golden liquid in the bowl compelled her to swallow. Having gone an entire day without food, the fragrant aroma from the kitchen made it impossible for her to refuse. Additionally, her body felt a bit unwell and chillied. At that moment, the steaming bowl of ginger wine stirred within her an irresistible urge to down it in one go. Seeing her hesitation, Dia eagerly reassured her. Mistress, if you find it difficult to drink, fret not. I have added honey, goji berries, and osmanthus to ensure that it warms you thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingshuang accepted the porcelain bowl with both hands. Slowly, she brought it to her lips. The strong aroma of the wine caused her brows to furrow slightly, Yet she still took a delicate sip. The sweet flavor, accompanied by a hint of osmanthus, surprised her. It was far more palatable than she had anticipated. She took another tentative sip, and in the span of half a stick of incense, she had consumed the entire bowl of yellow wine. How is it? Is it to your liking? Dia's round eyes squinted into crescent shapes, her expression resembling that of a cunning wolf. Delicious. I feel invigorated after drinking it. This yellow wine is truly remarkable. The Empress couldn't help but praise. Then allow me to pour you another. The remaining wine in the pot will be delivered to our lord. The Empress nodded in agreement. Chapter 14. An incident arises from their drinking as the Empress sipped the ginger wine. She deliberately sought to learn more about Gu Fei and all matters regarding Xiwan County. Having been kissed by him twice, plus her own kiss, made a total of 3. She couldn't possibly remain ignorant of him. This identity of mistress was an opportunity she would not squander. Conveniently, he had fallen asleep, presenting a perfect chance to gather secrets. Dia and Arya shared everything with their new mistress, answering her inquiries with candor. From Dia, the Empress learned that Xiwan City had been established by the citizens over 5 years and now boasted a population of 60 to 70,000. This number rivaled that of at least 2 counties. The Empress was taken aback by the scale of the population. The imperial capital of Beihang had barely more than 300,000 inhabitants. What astonished her further was that Xiwan City housed over 100 various workshops, ensuring that nearly every resident was gainfully employed. The workshops produced living essentials that not only catered to personal use, but also allowed for substantial sales, with textiles being the most commonly traded goods. The quality of fabrics here was superb, finely woven, cost-effective, and durable. As she examined her attire, the Empress discerned that the fabric differed significantly from what the commoners in the capital wore. The threads were uniformly spun, subtly glimmering, and the weave was consistent, unlike the coarse cloth, which varied in thickness and unevenly woven. Thus, Xiwan City was indeed prosperous. Whether it truly possessed millions of taels of silver remained uncertain, but if such wealth existed, it would be transformative. With this amount, the pressing issues facing the Beihang Kingdom could all be resolved. The Empress, her heart filled with trepidation, inquired, I have heard from your master that there is a substantial amount of money in the county treasury. Upon hearing this, the maid, brimming with pride, nodded vigorously, utterly oblivious to the fact that she was dragging her master into troubled waters. In a conspiratorial whisper, she added, Madam, the master speaks truly. The treasury is overflowing with wealth. Once, when I accompanied him inside, my eyes nearly dazzled from the sight. The room was filled with countless gold and silver coins. The Empress's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation, her mouth nearly watering. But she quickly wiped it away with her hand. Did you witness this with your own eyes? She asked, her throat involuntarily constricting. The maid, sensing her mistress's skepticism, replied, If you do not believe me, madam, you may have the master take you to the treasury tomorrow, and you will see for yourself whether I have deceived you. Hearing such a solemn vow, the Empress's heart raced wildly, and a long-lost smile graced her delicate features. Indeed, I believe you. Upon witnessing the previously stern-faced Xiao Lingshuang suddenly break into laughter, the maid found herself momentarily entranced, unable to restrain her admiration. Madam, it is no wonder the master chose to marry you. You are truly beautiful, though Captain Yi is the most stunning among us. When compared to you, something seems to be lacking. The maid, unable to articulate further, was aware that the difference lay in the essence of their characters. The Empress, intrigued by this gossip, probed further, Does your Captain Yi harbor feelings for your master? The maid's gaze drifted as she pondered the memories before concluding, From what I gather, it appears that Captain Yi does not like the master, nor does he reciprocate her affections. Why? Because the master has never shown her any affection, and she often scolds him, never gracing him with a kind expression. The master merely remarked on her ample bosom, and she pursued him for 2 streets. Xiao Lingshuang, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. Recognizing the palpable tension between the two, in a wonder, they both seemed so defiant towards one another. Yes, precisely, the maid affirmed. But, my lady, your smile is truly enchanting. The Empress, though irked at being called my lady, could not suppress her curiosity. Knowledge of her surroundings was essential for her to navigate the complexities of Shangyuan City. She inquired, How is it that there are so many people in your Shangyuan County? The maid replied proudly, Heh, it is because our Shangyuan County is simply marvelous. Many come here seeking refuge each day. Thus, the population continues to swell. However, one cannot simply arrive without some skill. Without it, settling here is impossible. The maid had hit the nail on the head. As the Empress had witnessed firsthand the process of Qin Aoyang's arrival in Shangyuan City. Without some ability, one was indeed unwelcome. Yet, the Empress felt a nagging suspicion that not everyone here was particularly skilled. She pressed further, then where did the original inhabitants of Shangyuan come from? It cannot be that every citizen is exceptionally capable. The maid chuckled. How could that be? Most of the original inhabitants are followers of the master. Rumored to hail from the nearby mountains, she added. I know that Biaogu is among them. The Empress thought to herself, I had suspected as much. They are indeed bandits, and a wonder Zhang Biao appeared to possess such a roguish demeanor. Is Zhang Biao a bandit leader? My lady, how could there be a bandit leader in Shangyuan City? All the bandit leaders have been slain by our master. Zhang Biao was merely driven to the mountains out of desperation. Our master claims that the mismanagement of that old, unattractive, incompetent Empress has led to the plight of the people in Beiheng, leaving them to starve. The Empress clenched her fists tightly within her sleeves, her temper flaring at the absurdity of the conversation. If Gu Fei were present, she feared she might be compelled to confront him. Whether it was anger or hunger that clouded her mind. She felt increasingly dizzy. Soon, it was time for dinner. After having consumed 2 bowls of ginger wine, Gu Fei felt a sense of relief and rose to eat. Perhaps due to his cold, his appetite had waned, and he managed only a few bites before feeling unwell. After hastily finishing a couple of mouthfuls, he summoned the maid and her sister to assist him in sleeping, leaving the Empress alone at the table. Having been famished for quite some time, the Empress continued to savor her meal. However, when the maid returned from attending to Gu Fei, she was startled to find the Empress slumped at the dining table. Oh dear, the lady is exhausted. Quickly, let us help her to the master's bed. The maid, puzzled, wondered if both individuals had overindulged in alcohol, questioning if she had mistakenly served a stronger brew. Regardless, she thought, stronger liquor might yield better results. Thus, the Empress was undressed and tucked into Gu Fei's bed, as the maids considered her their mistress. Sharing a bed with the master seemed only natural. Otherwise, he might blame them upon awakening. The maid took pride in her reasoning. In a state of drowsiness, Gu Fei felt warmth enveloping him, as if he were being embraced by a living furnace. As his head grew heavier, he sensed a chill in the bedding, followed by the comforting presence of a body radiating heat against him. He instinctively wrapped his arms around the source of warmth. The Empress, in her own state of confusion, was similarly ensconced in a cocoon of warmth. Soon, the bedding began to stir rhythmically, and the night passed swiftly. Chapter 15. The Empress bites Gu Fei. The following morning, the courtyard was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, and the fragrant aroma of flowers wafted through the partially opened window, intoxicating anyone who inhaled it. The Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, awoke languidly in bed. The dizzy spell from the previous night seemed to have dissipated, yet her mind felt blanked. As she opened her eyes, she gazed at the ornate canopy above, slowly piecing together the events of the previous night that had led her to this inexplicable situation. The bed was exceptionally soft, the blankets luxuriously warm, and her chest felt oddly heavy. Suddenly, she became acutely aware of an unusual sensation. A large hand was possessively wrapped around her form, transmitting an overwhelming heat. Startled, she let out a piercing scream. Ah! The cry jolted Gu Fei from his slumber. Upon realizing he was naked in bed with the Empress, he too shouted in shock. However, Gu Fei reacted swiftly, covering her mouth with his hand. Xiao Lingshuang felt as though she had plunged into an abyss, despair washing over her. What have I done? She thought. Her body stiffening, her mind racing with thoughts of how to face Long Feng. Jiu Fei, observing the young woman beside him, saw tears welling in her eyes, which quickly soaked his hand. Her expression was one of utter desolation, as if she had lost all will to live. This is a disaster, he thought helplessly. Recalling the previous night, he felt as though he had done something significant, yet at this moment, they lay intertwined with not a shred of clothing between them. Even if nothing had occurred, the implications were severe, evident from the look on Xiao Lingshuang's face. Desperately, he spoke in the gentlest tone. Cold, Miss Cold. This is a complete misunderstanding. I truly do not know how this happened. I am just as bewildered. He reassured her, do not worry. I will not hold you accountable, even though this is my first time as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingshuang's mind, still reeling, suddenly ignited with fury. How dare he speak such things? This detestable scoundrel not only shirks responsibility, but even suggests I should bear the burden. Filled with rage, she transformed from rigid stillness to a flurry of frantic movements. Gu Fei, bewildered by her reaction, thought, what was wrong with what I said? Why is she reacting so violently? As she began to gnash her teeth at his palm, he realized she was biting down hard enough to draw blood. Hey, can you not calm down? Even if you want me dead, there is no need for this. Irritated, Gu Fei found himself equally frustrated. Why could she not comprehend his intentions? He had no idea how they had ended up in this predicament. Realizing he was out of options, he released his grip and said, if you want to scream, then scream. No one is here to hear you. I swear I will butcher you into 1,000 pieces, she declared, sinking her teeth into his arm. In an instant, blood stained her mouth, yet Gu Fei remained silent, allowing her to bite him. Though it had not been intentional, he understood the significance of her loss of honor. It was clear that Xiao Lingshuang harbored no feelings for him whatsoever. Overwhelmed by the taste of blood, the Empress hesitated, ultimately refraining from inflicting further harm. After releasing him, she slumped, her shoulders shaking as she succumbed to tears. Gu Fei, unable to bear the sight, gently pulled her closer, reasoning that since they had likely finished all their affairs, a moment longer mattered little. Remarkably, the Empress did not push him away, continuing to weep as if attempting to release years of pent-up grievances. In this world, no one could truly comprehend the myriad injustices and hardships she had endured, and now, this scoundrel had taken her body. How could she not be troubled by this? At that moment, she thought of her mother, her deceased brothers, and her father. Xiao Lingshuang found herself a solitary figure, utterly alone. Gu Fei remained silent, simply supporting her as she wept freely in his embrace. This lamentation persisted for the duration of a joss stick. Showing no signs of abating, Gu Fei felt a surge of urgency. Even if women were made of water, their tears could not flow endlessly. Recalling his previous words about not holding her accountable, he realized he had spoken thoughtlessly, as if sprinkling salt on her wounds. After some contemplation, he could not help but softly utter, do not worry. I no longer require you to take responsibility from now on. I shall bear all your burdens. Upon hearing this, the Empress abruptly ceased her crying, her tear-streaked face now coldly fixed upon Gu Fei. With fury, she retorted, who are you to take responsibility for me? Do you think that with mere words, you can escape my wrath? Dream on. Prepare to be torn to shreds. Very well, torn to shreds it shall be. But can we pause the tears for a moment? Your incessant weeping is unnerving. Just then, the Empress forcefully pushed him away and coldly commanded, hurry and dress yourself, then leave. I do not wish to see you any longer. Gu Fei welcomed this, hastily donning his clothes and rushing out. As he burst through the door, he was seized by Dia and my lord. I heard the lady crying. Did you bully her again this morning after last night? I heard from Wangpu that newlyweds should not repeat their intimacy, lest they suffer. They chided him for lacking tenderness. Gu Fei, astonished, looked at them and whispered, was it you two who brought the lady here last night, or did she come of her own accord? Dia puffed out her chest. Naturally, it was us who brought her. How could she not share your bed? Gu Fei lowered his head, utterly speechless and realizing he could not reason with them. Then hurry and assist the lady in freshening up. Also, procure 2 sets of the finest fabric for her. Understood, my lord, they replied, and then Gu Fei hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he saw Xiao Tao and Xiao Hua busily preparing breakfast. Quickly, fetch me some cloth, he urged. Seeing Gu Fei's arm bleeding, Xiao Tao exclaimed, my lord, what happened to you? Do not meddle, just go. Gu Fei coldly retorted, startling Xiao Hua into action. I in the room. Dia and Arya stood before the bed, their faces filled with guilt. Observing the lady in disarray, they timidly asked, Madam, may we assist you in changing? The Empress slowly turned her head, her eyes brimming with a chilling intent that terrified Dia and Arya, who quickly knelt. Madam, you were intoxicated last night, so we dared to bring you to the Lord's chambers, and you did consent. Upon hearing this, the Empress felt a surge of anger, realizing these two maids were the instigators. Gu Fei truly had not acted with intent. Xiao Ling Shuang was nearly driven to madness. Had they been in the palace, these two would have already lost their heads. However, times had changed. Dia and Arya, sensing her simmering rage, quickly rose. "Madam, let us assist you in changing." After a time, the Empress, supported by Dia and Arya, emerged from the room. Though her eyes were still slightly red, her mood had at least calmed. Yet, as she stepped onto the staircase, a sharp pain shot through her, nearly causing her to cry out. Dia and Arya exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with mischief, as the Empress bore the pain and descended to the dining hall. Gu Fei had already vanished. A sudden emptiness filled her heart at his absence. Dia inquired, "Xiao Tao, where is the Lord?" "The Lord left for the yamen without eating. Oh dear, he is bleeding so much." "Madam, next time please be gentler when you bite him," Xiao Tao pleaded, her eyes glistening with concern. Dia thought Xiao Tao overly sentimental, realizing with a start that there were indeed bloodstains on the sheets. The Empress, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, averted her gaze. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, having skipped breakfast in his fury, stormed towards the yamen. The sensation was surreal. Had he not felt a slight fatigue in his legs, he would have doubted whether he had truly slept at all. Upon arriving at the yamen, he soon spotted Zhang Biao sprinting towards him. "Why, Lord, why are you here so early?" Zhang Biao exclaimed, astonished. Just as Gu Fei was about to speak, Zhang Biao interjected, "I understand now. You must be here concerning Captain Ye's injury last night." Gu Fei's expression hardened. "What? Yi Anlin was injured? How did this happen?" On her return from Shangqing, she was ambushed by a group of ruffians. Had it not been for her remarkable skills, she might not have made it back last night, Zhang Biao replied, his face etched with anger. "Let us go see her." Yi Anlin was currently recuperating in a room within the yamen. As they entered, Gu Fei noticed her bandaged arm and pale complexion. "Is your arm badly injured? Let me have a look," he urged. Yi Anlin shot him a glare. "None of your business. Why must you be so stubborn?" "Let me see," Gu Fei insisted, forcibly examining her arm. Despite the bandages, blood had seeped through, indicating a serious injury. However, seeing her arm still movable, he felt a modicum of relief, indicating no broken bones. Quickly, summon Xiao Fengxian. "No need. Xiao Fengxian already treated me. It's just a surface wound," she retorted. "What surface wound could cause so much bleeding? Tell me what happened. I will avenge you. Anyone who dares harm my people will pay dearly." Seeing Gu Fei's fury, Yi Anlin felt a warmth in her heart, realizing this scoundrel cared for her. "Why, Lord, I was merely speculating. Please do not act so rashly. I only heard that Wang Chenglin mentioned they were with Xiao Xi's gang." "Wang Chenglin fled?" Gu Fei asked, confusion washing over him. Yi Anlin nodded sheepishly. "No matter. Leave this matter to Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao, you must send people to investigate if it was indeed Xiao Xi's gang, and do not forget to track down Wang Chenlin's whereabouts. Lest they think we are easy prey here in Shengyuan County, I believe there is a connection here, my lord. I will dispatch people immediately." Zhang Biao, sensing something unusual in Gu Fei's demeanor, his rare concern for Yi Anlin, left promptly. Once Zhang Biao departed, Gu Fei pulled Yi Anlin to sit beside him at the table. "Now that Zhang Biao is gone, tell me the full story of what happened so I can find any inconsistencies." Yi Anlin noted Gu Fei's unusual behavior today, but recounted her experience in Shangqing. After a lengthy narration, Gu Fei pondered, stroking his forehead. "It seems there is no major issue here. However, the only anomaly is that you found the county magistrate, who then sent people to bring you to Wang Chenglin, and while you were escorting Wang Chenglin, you were ambushed. The precision of their timing is quite perplexing. Could the magistrate or the constable have tipped them off? Yet why would they wish to harm you?" Gu Fei, deep in thought, resembled Zhuge Liang calculating strategies. As Yi Anlin observed him, a ray of sunlight illuminated his face, accentuating his focused expression and handsome features. Causing her heart to quicken, this scoundrel, when not infuriating, could indeed be quite handsome. With her beautiful eyes discreetly studying him, she found herself lost in thought until Gu Fei abruptly lifted his head. Locking eyes with her, who appeared to be in a daze, Yi Anlin's fair face instantly flushed a deep "R-E. Do you think I am handsome?" Gu Fei narcissistically inquired. "Handsome my foot. Just seeing your face makes me want to gag." The budding goodwill was swiftly shattered. You must be insincere. Gu Fei pointed at her with a knowing smirk. Enraged, Yi Anlin turned away. After thinking for so long, have you come up with anything? If not, leave my room at once. I don't want anyone to see and gossip about us. She haughtily reminded him of her stature. Do you not see who I am? Dashing and resourceful, like Zhuge Liang. I certainly have my suspicions. Chapter 17. Yet again, this fellow has managed to deceive me. Indeed, upon hearing Gu Fei's words, Yi Anlin's anger dissipated. Speak plainly and get to the point. Is there no regard for hierarchy? I am, after all, your superior, Gu Fei grumbled, casting a few scrutinizing glances at Yi Anlin. He noticed her figure was quite commendable, although the one in his own courtyard seemed equally impressive, if I am not mistaken. This might just be a trap. Why? Yi Anlin's delicate brows furrowed slightly. A trap? How could that be? Gu Fei chuckled softly. Oh, not be so hasty. Allow me to elucidate. They may merely be using an ambush as an excuse, and the ultimate target could very well be me. How could that be? Why would they want to ambush you? Yi Anlin's confusion deepened with every word. Gu Fei scoffed. Now that our Shangyuan city is thriving, tell me which neighboring counties do not covet our bountiful resources. You should be aware that Shangyuan city is not even on the court's radar. Upon hearing this, Yi Anlin's expression turned grave, for Gu Fei spoke the truth. The surrounding counties yearned to swallow Shangyuan city. They simply lacked the means to do so. However, their desire had never waned. There had even been occasions when several counties banded together to attack Shangyuan city. But back then, even their combined forces could not overpower my lord. What is there to fear? Even if several counties join forces, we are not afraid. Gu Fei's cold laughter echoed. That was in the past. Now, things are different. The political landscape is increasingly complex, and society is in turmoil. They might unite their armies under the pretense of subduing bandits to assault Shangyuan city. You must have seen the soldiers I dispatched at the city gate yesterday. They were under Sima Xian's command, brazenly pursuing the young lady of the Long family in broad daylight. It is clear that the court's internal strife has escalated to a violent stage. That girl you were with yesterday is the daughter of Duke Long Hongyi? Remembering the girl who had been so close to Gu Fei, Yi Anlin felt a pang of discomfort. How could the daughter of Duke Long be with you? Gu Fei sensed an unusual tone in Yi Anlin's voice, but brushed it off. She must have been saved by you, right? No wonder she follows you. Gu Fei grinned. What a stroke of luck. Our Shangyuan county might just owe its reputation to her. Himph. Weren't you the one who said you feared nothing? That you didn't care for the court's accolades? Indeed, I fear nothing, but what of the common folk of Shangyuan city? Do they intend to remain in this city for eternity? What is wrong with staying in the city? Their activities within this area are sufficient. And what if they wish to visit relatives in other counties? You will surely argue that those counties are inconsequential, but what about the more distant ones? Will they even know of Shangyuan city's prowess? Thus, the fate of Shangyuan city lies in either rebellion for independence or attaining official recognition. That is the inevitable conclusion. Yi Anlin was taken aback by Gu Fei's words. However, she quickly retorted, if we gain official recognition, what then for you, the county magistrate? Would you willingly relinquish the city you have painstakingly built, along with the wealth stored within its treasury? Pa, who dares to lay a finger on my Shangyuan city? I shall flay him alive. Gaining official recognition is not merely an opportunity for the authorities to drain us. Rather, we can seize the chance to gather a following. Yi Anlin realized that Gu Fei remained true to his character. He would never allow himself to be shackled by fate nor surrender his destiny to others. What you say is merely conjecture, is it? Let us summon Qin Alien and ascertain the truth. I suspect that the magistrate of Shanqing County, if harboring ill intentions, will surely take action. Just as Gu Fei finished speaking, a report came in stating that the magistrate of Shanqing County had sent someone to express condolences to Captain Yi Anlin turned to Gu Fei, her heart racing. She thought to herself that if this incident had occurred at night and she did not speak of it, no one should know of her ambush. There was indeed something amiss. Observing Gu Fei's smug expression, she thought, how infuriating. This fellow has once again managed to deceive me. The visitor was the secretary of Magistrate Li Cai from Shanqing County, known as Kong Lao Er. Upon entering the magistrate's hall and seeing Yi Anlin and Gu Fei, he immediately donned a flattering and enthusiastic smile. How distressing. I cannot believe such a heinous incident transpired in our Shanqing County, causing Captain Yi to suffer injury and indignity. Thus, upon receiving the news, my master sent me here overnight to visit Captain Yi. Bring forth the gifts. When Yi Anlin saw two constables approaching with two hens, she felt a strong urge to curse Kong Lao Er's mother. Is this a deliberate attempt to provoke me? Gu Fei, however, wore a grim expression as he gazed at Kong Lao Er. Kong, you have fallen so low that this is all you can offer? Just take them back. Captain Yi cannot stomach chicken soup. Kong Lao Er chuckled. Your Excellency Gu, you misunderstand. These are genuine hens, egg-laying hens. How could they be for soup? Naturally, they should be kept for laying eggs. Once they are slaughtered, they are just that, but eggs are far more valuable. Good heavens, I have seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. Even Gu Fei was now incensed at is that so? In that case, when you return, Kong, take back 10 hens as a token of gratitude from Captain Yi. Yi Anlin looked at Gu Fei, thinking he had lost his mind. Are we really going to give them 10 hens? Gu Fei gave her a reassuring glance, and Yi Anlin realized that Gu Fei had never been one to suffer losses. Haha, how embarrassing. Kong Lao Er's eyes sparkled with delight, for he realized he was receiving 10 hens for free. He thought to himself how he could feast upon them when he returned home. I hope you won't delay, Kong. Kong Lao Er donned his classic obsequious smile. No delays. No delays. To delay would be to waste your Excellency's goodwill. By the way, your Excellency Gu, my master has reserved a banquet at the finest tavern in Shanqing County to apologize to both you and Captain Yi. We hope you can grace us with your presence tomorrow at noon. Yi Anlin exchanged a glance with Gu Fei, and they both seemed to sense the undercurrents of a conspiracy. If they attended, it might very well be a trap. Yi Anlin signaled Gu Fei not to agree. Yet, Gu Fei chuckled. Shanqing County is too far. Since Masterly wishes to meet me, why not meet halfway? Tianlu Town, situated between our two counties, is quite a splendid venue, with mountains and lakes and fine taverns. Kong Lao Er thought to himself that his master had already anticipated that Gu Fei would not come to the county. Tianlu Town, is it? My master has foreseen this, then it is settled. Tianlu Town it shall be, at the Sanqing Tavern. How does that sound? Agreed. Yi Anlin instructed, please escort Kong back and ensure he takes those 10 hens with him. Chapter 18. 10 hens for you. Once Yi Anlin and Gu Fei arrived at the rear courtyard, Yi Anlin exclaimed, are you truly going to give that scoundrel 10 hens? Gu Fei chuckled. Just find 10 rotten eggs for him. Tell him that if he waits for a month, he will have a whole brood of chickens. Yi Anlin burst into laughter upon hearing this. She knew Gu Fei would never disappoint her. Kong Lao Er, just you wait. I shall find some genuinely rotten eggs for you. Although her arm was injured, Yi Anlin felt exceptionally lighthearted at that moment. A short while later, Kong Lao Er finally received the 10 hens that Yi Anlin had prepared for him at the city gate. Kong Lao Er, these hens are a special gift from our Lord. Do not underestimate these 10 hens. If you keep them warm, they will become 10 chickens, and then lay more eggs. Before long, you will have an endless supply of chickens. Kong Lao Er then realized he had been duped by Gu Fei, and his face turned various shades, but he smiled broadly. Captain Yi speaks the truth. Please extend my gratitude to Master Gu for his generosity. With that, he turned and left without looking back. Yi Anlin quickly stuffed the 10 hens into the arms of a constable, admonishing him to hold them tightly so they wouldn't escape. Watching Kong Lao Er flee in such a fluster, Yi Anlin erupted into laughter at the city gate. What a delightful turn of events! In the magistrate's office, Gu Fei summoned Zhang Biao to make some arrangements. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was morning. Jiu Fei had no choice but to return home for a meal, and along the way, he intended to cast a glance at the girl, Long Ling Shuang. After all, he had inadvertently shared a bed with her, and it was only right to offer some comfort upon his return. When Gu Fei stealthily arrived home, he found Long Ling Shuang lounging in a sunlit chair in the courtyard. Basking in the warmth, her graceful figure and alluringly fair visage appeared particularly serene and tranquil under the sun's glow. Clad in a flowing purple dress, she resembled an ethereal being stepped straight out of a painting. However, at that moment, her brow was furrowed with deep thoughts, her gaze distant and lost in contemplation. It wasn't until Gu Fei approached her that she noticed his presence. Upon seeing Gu Fei's furtive demeanor, the Empress felt a surge of anger welling up inside her. Jiu Fei, recognizing that her ire had not abated, quickly smiled and said, do continue your rest. I shall check if Dia and Arya have finished preparing the meal. If you wish to go shopping, I am free this afternoon to accompany you." With that, he attempted to slip away. Just as he took a couple of steps, he heard Long Ling Shuang's icy voice cutting through the air from behind. "You despicable rogue, do your morning words still hold any weight?" Gu Fei halted, puzzled. "What did I say this morning?" "You." The Empress nearly erupted in fury at his feigned ignorance. "Did you not promise to take responsibility? How could you forget so easily? Truly, men are all the same, especially you. A man devoid of integrity." Listening to her words, Gu Fei felt a wave of amusement bubbling within him. The very act of her speaking was a testament that her grievances were less severe than he had feared. However, her insinuation that he was a man lacking in responsibility was a slight against him. One could hardly claim to be without obligations in the entire Shangyuan city. Ji Yufei wished to challenge her to ask any passerby for their opinion on the matter. "Miss Long, I assure you, my words are as binding as nails. Once spoken, they cannot be retracted, so tell me, how would you like me to take responsibility? Shall I formally marry you? If you agree, we can hold the ceremony tonight." You foolish official. Your thoughts are quite fanciful. I merely wish for you to escort me back to the capital. Gu Fei was taken aback. Is it truly that simple? So, if I deliver you to the capital, our grievances will be erased? The Empress's heart brimmed with murderous intent at his words. "You vile scoundrel, thinking to dismiss our matters so easily. Upon reaching the capital, if I do not tear you to shreds, I shall not bear the name Xiaoling Shuang." Yet, her face remained unnaturally calm as she nodded. "First, take me back to the capital, then we shall see." Returning to the capital was a simple task for Gu Fei. He had inadvertently obtained the woman's favor, and it was only fitting to escort her back. Moreover, he could use the journey to persuade her. Perhaps she might intervene in the affairs of Shangyuan City. The Duke of Julu, Long Hongyi, though not wielding significant military power, had many capable men under his command, making the description of him as a local tyrant quite fitting. "Very well, when do you intend to depart?" "I shall prepare. Tomorrow at dawn." Gu Fei winced. "Alas, tomorrow will not do. I have other matters to attend to." The Empress's chest heaved with agitation. This man was indeed all talk. "Are you attempting to evade your promise?" Gu Fei chuckled. "Evade? I distinctly said I would not escort you back, did I not? You were the one who stated that tomorrow would not work. I never said the day after wouldn't work either. I have business to attend to tomorrow. If you do not believe me, I shall take you along for the adventure." Upon hearing Gu Fei mention his plans for the next day, the Empress chose not to argue further. But her anxiety was palpable. The longer she delayed her return, the greater the risk. She could only wonder what nefarious deeds the second prince, Xiao Yang, might commit during her absence. Just one more day's delay was bearable. Yet Xiaoling Shuang pondered that had they not shared such intimate relations, he likely would not have taken the trouble to return her. At tea that moment, Xiao Tao approached to announce, "Madam, the master." "The meal is ready," Gu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Although Empress Xiaoling Shuang disliked being referred to as madam by the maid, she felt it unnecessary to correct her. "Allow me to assist you?" Gu Fei said. Seeing her struggle to rise from the chair, he hurried over, intending to help her up, but the Empress shot him a cold glance and waved her hand dismissively. "Step aside. I do not require your assistance." Gu Fei chuckled faintly, thinking that if she preferred to struggle on her own, so be it. "I merely feared that the injury you sustained earlier would cause you discomfort." The meals at Gu Fei's home were always hearty and plentiful. Once they were seated at the table, Dia hurried in with a bubbling clay pot, exclaiming, "Madam, you must taste the beef stew. It is simply delectable." Xiaoling Shuang's expression darkened at this. "Do you not realize that consuming beef is a crime in Beiheng?" "How audacious!" Gu Fei paid her no mind, picking up his chopsticks to serve a piece of beef into her bowl. "In Shangyuan City, there is nothing we cannot eat. Beef is meant to be enjoyed. Is it not? Just like chicken and eggs, eat and they will be replenished." Xiaoling Shuang was rendered speechless by such blasphemous remarks. Yet the fragrant aroma of the beef wafted into her nostrils, tantalizing her taste buds. Dai tea seemed quite appetizing. Although she bore the title of Empress, she had never actually tasted beef. However, she was aware of its desirability, having overheard hushed conversations about it. Many of the ministers in Beiheng were known to indulge in secret beef feasts, all turning a blind eye to the transgression. Yet the Empress herself could not partake openly. Should she dare to set an example, the repercussions would be dire. "Go on. You may eat beef here without fear." In fact, you will be safe throughout all of Shangyuan City, for everyone partakes in it. Yu Fei insisted further. Unable to resist the alluring aroma any longer, Xiao Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed as she picked up a piece and savored it slowly. The meat was tender, with a delightful chewiness, far surpassing that of horse meat. In that moment, the Empress finally understood why so many would risk imprisonment for the pleasure of eating beef. Truly, it was delicious. Chapter 19. The Empress disparaged by a maid as the meal concluded. Although the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, the Empress had consumed a considerable amount of food. Whether it was fatigue from the previous night or simply the excellence of Gu Fei's cooking, the flavors and presentation were undeniably superior to that of the palace's royal chefs. The Empress feared that if she lingered here too long, she might find herself unable to stomach the palace fare upon her return. After the meal, Gu Fei turned to Daya, saying, "Dia, winter is fast approaching. This afternoon, have Chung Quan accompany you to the market to procure some pork. Prepare some salted pork to keep for the winter and the coming year." Upon hearing that pork was to be purchased, the Empress's interest was piqued. How could this wretched bandit desire such unpalatable pork? It seemed impossible, she thought to herself. Having already engaged with him, she might as well voice her curiosity, as pork was seldom consumed in Beihang. Once, in an attempt to address the people's hunger, she had ordered a piece of pork from the market, only to nearly retch at its foul taste. The stench was unbearable, and it was both rare and difficult to procure. The mere mention of pork made her queasy. Why do you insist on purchasing that disgusting and unpalatable pork when you are enjoying such fine grains? Do you wish to display that you can eat anything before me? Truly laughable. The Empress's face was a mask of scorn. This, Dia bristled, "Madam, you may be mistaken. Pork in Shangyuan City is indeed quite delectable. We cannot vouch for its quality elsewhere, especially the braised ribs and red-cooked pork that the master taught us to prepare. They are simply exquisite. Moreover, madam, do you not find every vegetable served today to be delightful?" The Empress recalled the two flavorful dishes she had just consumed and nodded in honesty. The reason for their deliciousness was that they were stir-fried with lard. The Empress felt a wave of nausea at this revelation. Recalling the taste of pork, instinctively wanting to retch, Yu Fei, observing her covering her mouth, could not help but chuckle. "I assure you, in Shangyuan City, our culinary prowess is unmatched. While others may steam or boil their dishes, we stir-fry as well. What is this stir-frying?" The Empress, despite her displeasure, found herself intrigued. Are not all meals generally steamed or roasted? What on earth is stir-frying? Seeing Xiao Ling Shuang's mood begin to brighten, Gu Fei instructed Daya, "Take the madam to the kitchen, and she shall discover the wonders of stir-frying." "Yes, master, madam, please follow me." The Empress, eager to witness this culinary method, fell silent and followed along. Daya led her to a unique round-bottomed iron pot sitting atop a double stove, proudly proclaiming, "Madam, this uniquely designed pot is a creation of our master." The Empress gazed upon the round-bottomed pot, which gleamed with a subtle sheen, clearly well-maintained. Unlike the exquisitely ornate and intricately decorated utensils found in her palace, this pot exuded a rustic practicality, hinting at its exceptional nature. Residues of oil and tantalizing aromas lingered around the pot, remnants of the delectable dishes recently prepared. Surprise and curiosity flickered in the Empress's eyes. She had never encountered such a uniquely designed cooking vessel. To her, cooking utensils had always been mere tools, never considering that they could elevate the culinary experience. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, "The shape of this pot is quite peculiar and exceedingly simple." Daya chuckled softly, saying, "My lady, do not underestimate this seemingly ordinary iron pot. It possesses the ability to craft unforgettable delicacies." Turning to Arya, who had followed closely behind, she instructed, "Arya, fetch that unused piece of pork from the cupboard. I shall demonstrate to my lady how to stir-fry pork with vegetables." Upon hearing this, Arya promptly retrieved a palm-sized piece of pork from the cupboard. After rinsing it briefly with water, she swiftly sliced the meat into evenly thick pieces on the cutting board. Meanwhile, Daya had already rekindled the fire beneath the pot. Picking up the prepped ingredients, she commenced the stir-frying demonstration. As the flames danced, the iron pot heated rapidly, oil splattering, while the pork tumbled and leaped in the pan. The meat crackled and sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, leaving the Empress in a state of disbelief. It was undeniably pork. Yet why did it lack that nauseating odor? Is this truly pork? Dia, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Of course. Arya, bring over the salt." When Arya presented the pristine white salt, the Empress was again dazzled. The black ceramic jar contained salt as white as snow. Is this truly salt? Is there such pure salt in this world? Arya responded proudly, "My lady, what we possess in Shangyuan City is not necessarily found elsewhere. Yet what others have, we certainly possess in superior quality." A mere few pounds of this non-bitter, snow-white salt seemed inconsequential. The Empress felt a wave of frustration wash over her. As an esteemed Empress, she was being looked down upon by two young maids. Just then, Dia had finished frying a plate of fragrant stir-fried pork and vegetables. When she presented the freshly cooked dish, vibrant in color and rich in aroma, the Empress could scarcely believe her eyes. The pork she once avoided had transformed into something so tempting. Although she had just eaten her fill, she could not resist the urge to taste it. The Empress delicately took the chopsticks offered to her. Carefully picking up a piece and placing it in her mouth, in that moment, her taste buds seemed to awaken anew. The exquisite flavor of the pork melded perfectly with the seasonings, instantly erasing her previous aversion. That unique fragrance blossomed in her mouth. How is this possible? Pork can be this delicious. Especially when she savored a piece of pork that had been stir-fried to a crisp golden hue. The flavor lingered in her memory for days to come. At that moment, Gu Fei walked in. Observing the Empress with a look of rapture, he smiled and said, "So, do you believe now? Come, let's take a stroll through the streets. You are leaving the day after tomorrow, and I shall buy you some things to take with you." Dia interjected, "My lady is leaving so soon." Gu Fei rolled his eyes. "Surely, my lady must return to her family." Upon hearing his words, the Empress set down her chopsticks and left the kitchen without turning back. Had the master and servant spoken out of turn again? Chapter 20. The Empress is not ugly despite her reluctance to converse with Gu Fei. The Empress followed him onto the bustling street. The thoroughfare was teeming with people, and amidst their chatter, she discerned that many were merchants from distant lands, even catching snippets of accents from the capital. This revelation stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Why did so many know of this county, yet she remained entirely oblivious? It was truly absurd. Is there truly no one overseeing this prosperous city, such as the governing state of Qingzhou? For the first time since their encounter, the Empress took the initiative to speak. Jiu Fei smiled subtly at her inquiry, sensing a thawing in their relationship. "Wu Yingxiong of Qingzhou? I provide him with 100,000 taels of silver each year. Do you think he would bother with us?" Upon hearing this, the Empress nearly pierced her palm with her hidden fingers. The thought of Wu Yingxiong, who typically fawned over her, ignited a raging fury within her. What a schemer Wu Yingxiong is! It appears you all have deceived me. Beiheng is comprised of 9 states, totaling a population of 5.5 million, including the capital, Yunzhou, Qingzhou, Lanzhou, Yuezhou, Haizhou, Meizhou, Ganzhou, Shaozhou, and Xiazhou. Among them, the capital, Yunzhou, is the largest, boasting a population of 1 million, while Qingzhou ranks second with approximately 600,000 inhabitants. The more she pondered this, the angrier she became, her expression darkening. Jiu Fei glanced at her. "What is the matter? Why do you look so grim? Are you unwell? If so, we can return." The Empress, feeling her face flush and her heart tremble, realized Gu Fei was genuinely concerned for her. "No, I'm merely angry at those damned corrupt officials." Gu Fei frowned, pondering why she was upset over matters unrelated to her. With a hearty laugh, he replied, 100,000 taels is hardly excessive. Just look at how we have cultivated such a prosperous and thriving city. It is truly worth it. Humph, you and Wu Yingxiong are in cahoots. You pay him a mere 100,000 taels while evading a monumental tax, leaving the imperial treasury depleted and the common folk to suffer. Jiu Fei was displeased by her words. "Do you expect me to pay taxes? To whom should I pay them? Would that money ever reach you, Empress? Furthermore, this wealth is earned through the tireless efforts of tens of thousands in Shangyuan City. Why should I relinquish it to benefit those corrupt officials? Not to mention, Shangyuan County is not even listed within the imperial jurisdiction. Why should we pay anything? If everyone thought as you do, would Beiheng still be considered a nation?" The Empress's internal defenses were beginning to crumble. This scoundrel harbored rebellious thoughts far more treacherous than those of any traitorous minister. It was utterly insufferable. Suppressing her anger, she turned and inquired, "Do you not wish for Shangyun County to gain rightful recognition?" Gu Fei chuckled. "I desire it. Yet I also do not." "Why?" The Empress regarded him coldly. "I wish to bring convenience to the populace, yet I also fear that once acknowledged by the court, we would be inundated with trivial matters that would be exceedingly bothersome. You know, the Empress's governance is woefully inadequate. I would essentially become a piece of prime meat, and even if the Empress does not keep a watchful eye, others certainly will." Hearing Gu Fei continue to disparage her, Xiao Ling Shuang glared at him. "You have never even met the Empress. How can you so readily dismiss her governance? Perhaps her situation is entirely different from what you imagine. There might be another scenario. It is not that she lacks capability, but rather that those beneath her are too powerful and insubordinate, executing actions contrary to her desires." Ji Yufei chuckled. "In the end, it still boils down to her inability. You are working so hard to defend her. Do you truly have a close relationship with the Empress? Then tell me, is she not old and ugly? Gu Fei, if you dare to speak ill of the Empress again, I will not hesitate to confront you. I assure you, the Empress is neither ugly nor old. She is quite beautiful." Yu Fei's interest piqued. "Oh, is that so? What does she look like? Is she married?" Xiao Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly. "Mind your own business. Regardless, you must cease your disparagement of the Empress." "Fine, fine. I want to say a word," Gu Fei conceded, seeing Xiao Ling Shuang's anger nearly boil over. Suddenly he whispered, "Since you are well acquainted with the Empress, could you possibly request that she officially recognize Shangyun County? Granting us an official identity, I would directly offer her 200,000 taels annually, and additionally, I would provide you with 10,000 taels as a token of gratitude." The Empress was left astounded by Gu Fei's audacity. This scoundrel was attempting to bribe her. At that moment, she felt a mix of anger and absurdity. "Well, given our relationship, you cannot simply stand by and do nothing to assist, can you?" The Empress glared at him, her teeth nearly grinding. "Fine, I will consider it, but you must ensure my safe return to the capital. Otherwise, all bets are off." The Empress was solely focused on returning to the capital as soon as possible. Regardless of what Gu Fei suggested, she would readily agree, for he held the power here. Once she arrived at the palace, everything would be under her control. The Empress also realized something rather unsettling. The majority of the townsfolk seemed to know Gu Fei. Whether they were passers-by or merchants, they greeted him with smiles, calling, "Good day, Lord Gu." Some merchants even offered him food they had prepared. Inquiring how it tasted, it left her feeling as if her stomach might burst from the abundance of treats. The kind-hearted and simple folk, seeing her standing beside Gu Fei, inevitably began to draw their own conclusions, for Gu Fei rarely had women in his company, aside from Yanlin, who walked alongside him, sword in hand. Just her frosty demeanor was enough to deter many. Some bold townsfolk even jokingly asked, "Is this beautiful young lady your beloved, my lord?" Gu Fei smiled without answering. If cornered, he would simply say, "Guess." The ordinary interactions between Gu Fei and the townsfolk made the Empress feel a pang of envy, as she thought, "This fellow seems genuinely kind to the people." At that moment, shouts rang out ahead. The Empress spotted a group of patrolmen dragging a raggedly dressed individual out. Ji Yufei called out, "What is happening?" In Chapter 21, the Empress fainted again. The patrolling officer, upon seeing Gu Fei, hurriedly saluted and said, "My lord, this person is exceedingly lazy and filthy. He has been reported by his neighbors, and we are now preparing to take him for disinfection." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei replied, "Investigate how many points he has left. If his points are insufficient, let him leave Shangyuan County. We have no need for such individuals. Laziness is one thing, but being so unclean is unacceptable." "Yes, my lord." The Empress, overhearing Gu Fei's words, was taken aback. "What points, and what does disinfection mean? So that is why there are no beggars in Shangyuan County. They have all been driven away. It seems this place is not as pristine as it appears." After the patrol forcibly carried the man away, the Empress began to scoff. "You mountain bandit, is this your way of maintaining a fade of peace? I knew there couldn't be a single beggar in this city. You have driven them all away without an ounce of compassion." Gu Fei, aware that her benevolent heart was once again overflowing, snorted coldly and said, "How I govern the county is my affair. The reason I do not tolerate beggars is that they are too filthy and can easily breed bacteria, leading to the outbreak of plagues. You claim I lack compassion? Allow me to take you to a place where you can witness the reality for yourself." With that, he grasped the Empress's hand firmly, refusing to let go despite her struggles. Eventually, the Empress ceased her resistance and allowed herself to be led by him. Moreover, she noticed that many men and women in the city would hold hands while strolling about. Had this been in the capital, the sight would have drawn scorn, but here it was a commonplace occurrence. Jiu Fei led the Empress, Xiaoling Shuang, to a house situated 100 meters outside the western city gate. Before this house stood a line of ragged men, women, and children. A few officers, their faces obscured by strange masks, shouted nearby. "Form an orderly line, complete your registration, and see what you can do." Observing this scene, the Empress inquired, "What are they doing?" Gu Fei snorted. "No need for excessive words. See for yourself." Angered, the Empress suddenly yanked her hand away, just as Yi Anlin was passing by and witnessed the two holding hands. Seeing this, Yi Anlin's mood soured instantly. However, with her icy demeanor, she would not express her displeasure openly, though her resentment toward Gu Fei grew. With a huff, she approached Gu Fei and Xiaoling Shuang, saying, "My lord, what brings you here?" Gu Fei chuckled. "Miss Lung said that Shang County cannot accommodate beggars, so I brought her here to observe how we handle them. Please explain to her how we provide for these beggars." Yi Anlin regarded Gu Fei with suspicion, thinking to herself, "Is that truly necessary to hold hands?" Nevertheless, she responded, "Today, 39 individuals have arrived. 20 are men, 12 are women, and 7 are children. They all meet the criteria and, after a period of isolation outside the city for half a month, can enter the Western workshop to work, provided they pass the plague safety assessment. After a year, based on their work performance, they can officially become residents of Shangyuan City." The Empress furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend Yi Anlin's words. What isolation? What assessment period? They must demonstrate work performance to gain entry as official residents. Xiaoling Shuang asked, bewildered. How will they survive during such a long time? With winter approaching, they could starve before even entering the city. Yi Anlin let out a cold laugh. "Miss Lung, you are overly concerned. Have you noticed the houses in the distance to the west? Those are temporary accommodations for them. If they work diligently, do you think they will starve outside? Of course, if they are lazy, then even if they starve, it is their own fault." Following Yi Anlin's, the Empress looked to the west and saw rows of pristine white houses, her heart filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that such beautiful houses would be provided for the beggars. If the common folk of Beiheng could reside in such dwellings, Xiaoling Shuang would be thoroughly satisfied. In that moment, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Jiu Fei discreetly observed the woman's expression, relishing the look of shock on her face, reveling in the feeling of having impressed her. However, he soon frowned, noticing the unusually high number of individuals today. They resembled refugees rather than beggars. Why are there so many today? And they do not appear to be beggars? He inquired. "Why, lord, they have fled from Yunzhou Dao County." The Empress exclaimed. "How is that possible? How could they come from Yunzhou? That is the seat of the capital." "If you do not believe me, I can call over a couple of them to ask," Yi Anlin commanded loudly, and soon a man and a woman came running over. They stopped a few meters away from Gu Fei as Yi Anlin instructed. "Just stand there and answer. Do not move, Miss Long. You may ask your questions." Gu Fei expressed his approval of Yi Anlin's caution. The Empress, observing Yi Anlin's similarly masked face, felt a twinge of doubt, wondering if such a mask could truly guard against the plague. However, her primary concern was the situation in Yunzhou. Clearing her throat, she began to inquire, "You two have come from Yunzhou?" The male refugee bowed slightly and said, "Yes, my lord, we are indeed from Yunzhou Dao County." The Empress's face grew cold as she retorted, "Dao County is quite prosperous. How could you have fallen to the point of begging, my lord? You do not understand. We could barely survive in Dao County until recently, when officials demanded that each family produce 5 taels of silver as a congratulatory gift for the new emperor's ascension. If we could not provide it, my wife would be taken to a brothel as a courtesan. Thus, we fled under the cover of night." "What? The new emperor's ascension? How is that possible?" The Empress gasped, her heart sinking as she was struck with dread. "We do not know what is happening. It is rumored that the Empress has ceded the throne to the second prince, Xiaoyang, who is to ascend on the 3rd day of next month. If he is to ascend next month, that leaves only 7 days." The Empress's body stiffened. her heart filled with despair, and she collapsed straight to the ground. Fortunately, Gu Fei was quick to react, catching her in his arms. Hey, hey, wake up! The Empress's fainting shocked the two refugees, who thought, why is she fainting over someone ascending the throne? Thankfully, Yi Anlin instructed them to return to their line. Jiu Fei carried the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, back home, and Yi Anlin, upon noticing, hastily removed her mask and followed. Jiu Fei mused, "You are not the Empress. Why are you so agitated?" Yet, he considered that Yi Anlin's health might not be fully restored, especially after their late-night exertions, so her fainting was understandable. Thankfully, the carriage was not far away, and they soon returned home. In Chapter 22, I am good friends with the Empress. Gu Fei entered through the door, cradling the Empress, only to hear Diya exclaim, "Master, what has happened to the lady?" Diya's words nearly caused Yi Anlin, following behind, to faint as well. However, Gu Fei was oblivious, as the Empress had awakened but remained feeble. Diya quickly fetched some sugar water. Though the Empress felt dizzy, she could sense Gu Fei's genuine concern for her. Remembering the tribulations she had endured, tears began to stream down her face once more. She could no longer discern whether her tears stemmed from her grievances or from hearing the news of Xiao Yang's conspiracy for the throne. Jiu Fei effortlessly carried her to the bed where they had slept the previous night. Gently laying her down, looking at the tearful Xiao Lingshuang, he softly said, Your health is still delicate. You should refrain from going out with me." Yi Anlin, witnessing his tender treatment of Xiao Lingshuang, turned away in anger. The words of Diya and the others had deeply pierced her heart. She was stung that he had referred to Xiao Lingshuang as the lady and had placed her on his bed. With so many rooms in this vast house, was there truly no other place for her? At that moment, she regretted not having moved in when Gu Fei had invited her, having stubbornly held onto her grievances. Now, a woman who had only arrived 2 days ago had seized her opportunity. As she stepped outside, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Inside, Diya returned with the sugar water. Jiu Fei promptly took it and said to the Empress, "Drink some sugar water first to warm yourself." The Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, shook her head, refusing to drink. Jiu Fei's expression turned cold. "Regardless of your reasons, you must drink. Otherwise, given your condition, I will not take you back, lest you perish on the way." Indeed, those words held more power than anything else. Xiao Lingshuang opened her mouth, and within minutes, the bowl of sugar water was consumed, her complexion visibly improving. As Gu Fei set the bowl down, the Empress suddenly grasped his hand, saying, "Gu Fei, can you take me back now? I will grant you any request. Have you lost your mind? Just look at your current state. Did we not agree that I would escort you back to the capital the day after tomorrow?" "No, it's too late." The Empress's tears began to flow once more. "If that Xiao Yang ascends the throne, then Beiheng will truly be doomed." Jiu Fei said irritably, "You are not the Empress, so why are you in such a hurry? It is the Empress who should be anxious. Besides, did those two not just say that the Empress voluntarily abdicated in favor of the second prince? No, it is not like that. The Empress would never cede the throne to that ambitious Xiao Yang." Gu Fei seemed to catch a whiff of a conspiracy in Long Lingshuang's words. "Are you suggesting that they are coercing the Empress to abdicate?" Yes, precisely. Therefore, I must return to the capital to seek out Duke Julu and Duke Zhao Tuoba, urging them to send troops to rescue the Empress. "Oh, you think a mere girl like you can command them? Why would they listen to you?" Gu Fei's face was filled with skepticism. The Empress was momentarily at a loss, her heart brimming with anxiety. What should she do if this stubborn bandit refuses to take her back? If they hurried, they might still have time to prevent that traitor from ascending the throne. As long as she appears, Xiao Yang could forget about becoming emperor for the rest of his life. Most crucially, the sudden demise of the crown prince could very well have been orchestrated by Xiao Yang. If he were to ascend the throne, the truth and her deep-seated vendetta would remain forever unavenged. Just as the Empress was about to resolutely reveal her identity to Gu Fei, he, in his misguided cleverness, remarked, "You have such a close relationship with the Empress. Could it be that you are good buddies?" "What does good buddies mean?" The Empress was taken aback, bewildered by his use of unfamiliar terms. It simply means good friends." "Yes, I am a good friend of the Empress, and moreover, I am her personal attendant." "Oh, why did you go about it in such a roundabout way? You could have just said so earlier. It's no wonder you claimed you could help me secure the official certification." Gu Fei suddenly felt invigorated. nearly bursting into laughter. If you promise me that you will seek an imperial decree from the Empress to assist me in obtaining the official certification in Shangya City, I will escort you back at dawn tomorrow. As for leaving now, that is out of the question. You know your own physical condition. Upon hearing this, the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, was frantically trying to process his words. His way of speaking was far too convoluted. Just as she was about to respond, Gu Fei added, "As long as you assist me with this matter, I assure you that you will arrive in the capital a day early." The Empress was uncertain why Gu Fei was so confident, but a premonition told her that he might actually be capable of fulfilling his promise. It was no longer a matter of whether to agree or not. She had just stated that as long as he would return her to the capital, she would comply with his requests. Hearing Gu Fei's guarantee, she unhesitatingly agreed. "I promise you, if you can take me to the capital a day early, I will do my utmost to help you resolve the matter in Shangyuan City." "A deal." Overjoyed, Gu Fei impulsively planted a kiss on the Empress's lips. The Empress was nearly driven to faint by his audacity. My apologies. I couldn't help myself just now. Shall I let you kiss me back?" Gu Fei said playfully. This completely extinguished the Empress's anger. She slumped down, cursing, "You insufferable bandit. You keep taking advantage of me. I will eventually put you to death. You are even more detestable than that traitor Xiao Yang." With that, tears streamed down her face once more. Seeing this, Gu Fei quickly wiped her cheeks, saying, "I'm sorry. If you dislike it, I won't touch you again." With that, he exited the room. He had to make arrangements for his meeting with the county magistrate of Shanxing, and the matter was thus set aside. For the journey to the capital, he must take Zhang Biao and others with him. The safety of the city would be entrusted to Yi Anlin and Wang Tengji. He descended the stairs and bellowed, "Bring forth everyone! Assemble at the yamen in half an hour for a meeting." The Empress, lying in bed, vaguely heard Gu Fei issuing orders. Although she remained angry with him, her heart was somewhat calmed. Perhaps Gu Fei truly could ensure her safe arrival in the capital. As long as they reached a day early, she would have ample confidence to send Xiao Yang to perdition. As for how to deal with Gu Fei, the Empress's heart was in turmoil. If Long Feng were to discover Gu Fei's behavior towards her, Gu Fei would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Long Feng had long harbored affections for her, and she had always treated him with kindness. Although many ministers in court wished to betroth their offspring to her, Long Feng was regarded as the most promising candidate, and he himself understood that he had the best odds among the elite suitors. Half an hour later, in the conference room of the Shangyuan County Yamen. Chapter 23. Preparations before departure. Hearing that Gu Fei intended to send someone to the capital, Yi Anlin was taken aback. Feeling both anger and astonishment, they had only known each other for 2 days, and yet he was already so generous. She had known him for years and had never experienced such treatment. The thought alone felt unjust. Thus, she spoke up, "Sir, I want to go with you to the capital." Gu Fei looked at the stubborn girl and snorted, "Are you out of your mind? Your family is large and relies on you few for defense. Besides, I am only taking Zhang Biao and 10 others, not a single extra person. As for the reason, I've already explained it to you. It's to secure an official identity for me in Shangyuan City. And Miss Long has connections. Otherwise, why on earth would I, your lord, run to the capital for no reason?" Yi Anlin's phoenix eyes scrutinized him up and down, clearly implying that he was foolish. Regardless, she felt that Gu Fei was using official matters for personal gain. "Captain Yi, please follow orders." Gu Fei's last statement was quite solemn. Enraged, Yi Anlin turned to leave. In the conference room, County Lieutenant Wang Tengji smiled at Gu Fei and said, "Rest assured, sir, I am here to look after things at home. If anyone dares to have designs on Shangyuan County, I will ensure they regret it." Yu Fei patted Wang Tengji's shoulder, saying, "You are reliable, Tengji. I can rest easy knowing you are in charge." Wang Tengji chuckled softly, "Sir, we are not blind. It is clear that Captain Yi is reluctant to part with you and is worried. After all these years, she is not a child anymore. You should treat her better. Why don't you just bring her along? Go away. You always want to matchmake me with Captain Yi." Gu Fei could sense the tension between Yi Anlin and Lung Lingshuang. If both were on the road together, it would be a disaster, and the one to suffer would undoubtedly be him. Beside him, Zhang Biao said with a grin, "Then, sir, can we bring along my little sister, Zhang Yao, to help take care of you and Miss Lung?" Upon hearing Zhang Biao mention that little firecracker, Gu Fei felt a headache coming on. It was indeed true that Zhang Biao had a point, but that little firecracker couldn't just run around. There were many matters in the city that needed her attention. After much deliberation, Gu Fei ultimately decided against bringing anyone along. Given his current relationship with Long Lingshuang, there was no longer a matter of convenience. They had already shared a bed. What else was there that could not be seen? You insufferable Zhang Biao. Do you want those female workers to rebel? Do you even realize how important your sister, Zhang Yao, is? She cannot leave at will. He then turned to Wang Tengji, saying, as for Captain Yi, I know she feels uncomfortable, but this is for the greater good. Please help me ease her mind privately and assure her that I will return soon. Wang Tengji added, Sir, do not worry. I will arrange for someone to take care of Captain Yi, and I will keep an eye on her mood to ensure everything in the city remains stable. Excellent. You all just wait for me to bring back good news from the capital, and then we shall celebrate in style. On the other hand, although Yi Anlin stormed out of the conference room in a huff, her heart was in turmoil. She was both angry with Gu Fei's lack of sensitivity and worried about his safety on this trip. Yet this infuriating fellow just wouldn't let her accompany him. Had it not been for her injured arm being used as an excuse by Gu Fei, she would never have agreed to this. Frustrated, she sought someone to confide in, ultimately deciding to head to the factory department to find her rival, Zhang Yao. Surely only Zhang Yao could understand her feelings at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao followed closely behind Gu Fei and whispered, Sir, should we bring along the fire guns for our journey? Gu Fei nodded. There would likely be dangers on this journey. Go to the storeroom and issue each person a gun, 2 packs of explosives, and other equipment. Also, bring along 2 of those triangular wings. Zhang Biao frowned. Sir, why do we need the triangular wings? Gu Fei explained. As we head to the capital, we must arrive as swiftly as possible. Additionally, the 2 large and small ridge mountains near the capital, along with the Milyang River in between, pose the greatest obstacle to our journey. If we are intercepted, using the triangular wings to fly directly over the Milyang River is the quickest way. Understood. I will get to it right away. After Gu Fei finished making arrangements, he returned home. The Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, saw him return and initially intended to avoid speaking with him, yet she was still anxious about whether they could set off for the capital on time the following morning. She hesitantly approached Gu Fei, softly asking, Hey, will we be able to set off for the capital tomorrow? The tone she used surprised even her. When had she ever spoken in such a manner? It gave her a sense of humiliation, akin to a tiger fallen to the ground being bullied by dogs. I am the dignified Empress. Xiao Lingshuang felt a bit of a breakdown. Ji Yufei turned to look at her, offering a wry smile. You could just call me husband instead of Heyu. You are not my real husband. The Empress was quite vexed. Recalling the time when she was deceived by Gu Fei into calling him her husband, she felt a surge of annoyance as she remembered how she had even taken the initiative to kiss him. The mere thought of that scene made her want to stomp her feet in frustration. Gu Fei continued to tease her, saying, But I have done what a true husband would do. Do you believe I could dismember you? Listening to his words, which lacked any real threat, he suddenly reached out and gently grazed her delicate nose. You re a young lady. Must you always resort to threats? Would it not be more ladylike? Besides, if I were to perish, would you still desire to return to the capital? Who told you to always bully me and take advantage of me? The Empress murmured defiantly. If the ministers were to witness her expression, their eyes would likely pop out in shock. Ji Yufei laughed heartily, leaning closer to the Empress and whispering, This is the bullying. It is affection. And if I don't take advantage of you, should I wait for others to do so? Upon hearing this, the Empress's cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe apple. She shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, You shameless scoundrel! You are truly a rogue. Upon returning to the capital, she vowed to make this shameless rogue kneel before her, begging for mercy. Having obtained the answer she sought from Gu Fei, she turned and found a stool to sit upon. Ignoring him, Ji Yufei, observing her sulking demeanor, felt a sense of triumph. He thought to himself, This is easy. I have you in the palm of my hand. Just as he prepared to tease the Empress once more, a commotion from outside caught his attention. Frowning, he approached the door and found Yanlin and Zhang Yao standing outside, both poised for a confrontation. Halt, ladies. What is this? Are you two about to come to blows? Gu Fei interjected. Why, Yanlin, fuming, replied. It's all because of her. She claims you didn't take me to the capital because I'm not as tall or as pretty as she is. I may be just half a finger shorter than her, but I am the most beautiful girl in Shangyuan County. Zhang Yao retorted, Humph, you're admitting you're shorter than me, And as for being the most beautiful, I simply didn't attend that day. Otherwise, you'd be second best. Gu Fei, bemused by the fiery exchange and noting Zhang Yao's alluring figure that rivaled Yi Anlin's, chuckled. What does my taking someone to the capital have to do with height or looks? I am going there for important matters. You two should refrain from causing chaos. In a way, both of us are going to the capital with you, they declared in unison, pouting at Gu Fei's explanation. In exasperation, Gu Fei resorted to his trump card. How about this? When I return from the capital, I'll bring you both gifts. Will that suffice? Upon hearing the mention of gifts, Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao's expressions brightened. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Zhang Yao asked, What kind of gifts do you plan to bring us? Ordinary gifts won't do. Weren't you both always eyeing the jewelry from Xiaolongxiang? How about I bring each of you a golden hairpin? Gu Fei suggested. The two exchanged glances of delight, with Zhang Yao exclaiming, Now that's more like it. They glared at each other before departing. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Fei shook his head and muttered, These two little girls are truly a headache. Upon returning indoors, he found the Empress staring at him coldly, causing an uneasy feeling to creep into his heart. Did you hear everything? He asked sheepishly. The Empress replied icily, Humph, I didn't realize that this shameless rogue was so well liked by the ladies. Jiu Fei, rubbing his forehead with self-satisfaction, declared, Of course, I am simply that handsome. With a dismissive huff, the Empress felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Suddenly, she chastised herself. How can I have such thoughts? This scoundrel has sullied my dignity. I must eliminate him, unbeknownst to Gu Fei. After parting ways, Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao quickly regrouped. Didn't we work well together? Yi Anlin smiled proudly, adding, If it weren't for our collaboration, we wouldn't be receiving gifts. But don't belittle me. Hey, you're not as pretty or as tall as I am. Remember, I am the first wife and you are the second, Zhang Yao declared. Outrageous. I am the first wife and you are the second. Let us see about that. They resumed their playful bickering. However, Zhang Yao suddenly paused, voicing her concern. Do you think that Gu Fei has some hidden relationship with that woman named Long? My brother mentioned last night that Gu Fei seems quite fond of her and even made her call him husband. Upon hearing Zhang Yao's words, Yi Anlin recalled witnessing the scene at Gu Fei's home, where both the elder and younger sisters addressed that woman as Madam. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion that after so many years with Gu Fei, a spark had not ignited between them while that woman could achieve it in merely 2 days. Feeling disheartened, she instructed, Zhang Yao, tell your brother to keep an eye on Gu Fei and prevent him from getting too close to that woman. Zhang Yao pinched her delicate nose, reassuring her, Don't worry. My brother knows what to do, but you're right. I'll remind him, if he dares ignore his sister's happiness, he'll regret it. Yi Anlin thought to herself that Zhang Yao was right. Zhang Biao would certainly care about his sister's future. Yet, she couldn't shake the discomfort of seeing Gu Fei with Long Ling Shuang, and the sight of the Gu family addressing her as Madam only deepened her anxiety. As night fell, the sky sparkled with countless stars, resembling deep blue gems. After finishing dinner, the Empress sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. She had been away from the capital for days and wondered how chaotic things had become. Could Duke Julu, Long Hongyi, withstand the pressure from Marquis Chongxin, Yuan Du, and the second prince? Sighing heavily, just then, Gu Fei approached, holding a cup of hot water. He placed it before the Empress with a smile. Asking why the sighs? Are you reluctant to leave here? The Empress shot him a glare. Not at all, just reminiscing about some matters. Drink some hot tea to warm yourself. We depart at dawn tomorrow. She accepted the cup. Feeling a slight chill, taking a sip of the fragrant hot water, her expression shifted to one of surprise. The aroma was intoxicating, and the sweetness lingered on her palate. She had never tasted such refreshing tea before. What have you infused this water with? It's so delightful. And why are we setting off so early? Seeing her pleased demeanor, Gu Fei felt a swell of pride. This is a local specialty called biluakun. We're leaving early to keep our movements discreet. I must not let anyone know I'm out of the city. The Empress, Xiaoling Shuang, nodded, thinking to herself that this cunning rogue was quite clever. The tea, biluakun, was rather unique in the capital. Common folk brewed tea with barley, goat milk, mare's milk, and salt, resulting in a greasy butter tea. The tea she was now drinking was invigorating and refreshing. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, Can I take some biluakun back with me? Gu Fei's heart swelled with triumph upon hearing her request for tea. This tea is precious. I wouldn't part with it for anyone else. But since you are my wife, of course, I'll prepare some for you. The Empress, exasperated, retorted, I can't be bothered with you. Then she asked, where will I be sleeping tonight? Gu Fei, grinning like a rogue, replied, naturally, you will be sleeping with me. After all, we are husband and wife. Do you dare to smash this teacup on my head? The Empress glared at him frostily. Gu Fei, feeling bored, sighed, this is any fun. There are plenty of rooms in the house. Choose one for yourself. With that, he downed the tea in one gulp and strode outside. He needed to inspect the defenses and arrangements in Shangyuan City. Chaos could not ensue in his absence, or he would be in serious trouble. In Shangyuan City, there was no curfew. Even at this late hour, the streets were bustling with activity. Many horse-drawn carriages were coming and going. But the guards at the city gate meticulously inspected all incoming vehicles to prevent any untoward incidents. Since its establishment, Shangyuan City had endured numerous battles, each fought with blood and sacrifice, so they remained ever vigilant. However, with advancements in weaponry, the tension among the populace gradually eased. As long as there weren't large-scale assaults involving tens of thousands of troops, the city had nothing to fear. Let them come. They will die in droves. Nevertheless, Gu Fei did not allow the guards to become lax. He maintained his rigorous checks on all people and goods entering the city. As dawn approached, a group of individuals quietly departed from Shangyuan City under the cover of night. Gu Fei chose not to employ the cumbersome mode of transportation that is a cart, but rather opted for each individual to ride a horse, thus ensuring a swift and convenient journey. A total of 12 horses galloped along the narrow paths of the forest. The Empress had not anticipated that Gu Fei would bring along 10 guards on this trip, which instilled a newfound confidence in her previously anxious heart. With 6 days remaining, if they did not rest excessively, they should indeed reach the capital in 5 days. Once there, it would suffice to locate Lord Long Hongyi and his loyal old ministers. However, it was imperative that Xiao Yang, Yuan Du, and Du Gu Xian observe Gu Fei's capabilities firsthand. Xiao Ling Shuang felt that she had been overly lenient towards certain individuals in the past, leading them to perceive her, a seemingly frail woman, as easy to bully. Unbeknownst to Gu Fei, shortly after their departure, Yuan Du's subordinate, Tianjing, also appeared on the road to Shangyuan City. Meanwhile, the magistrate of Shanqing County, Li Kai, was anxiously devising plans to capture Gu Fei and his companions at the tavern in Xinpan town that very day. Without Gu Fei, Shangyuan City would be akin to a headless dragon, allowing Li Kai to manipulate the situation as he pleased. Yet, he could never have anticipated that his schemes would come to naught, nor could he fathom that if Gu Fei were present today, it would mark Li Kai's downfall. The horses, laden with goods, swiftly arrived at the location where the Empress had once fallen into the water. Reminiscing about that day, she covertly glanced at Gu Fei, recalling the spot where she had been kissed by a man for the first time, albeit while she was unconscious. The mere thought of it ignited a sense of warmth and discomfort within her. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed beneath her, piquing the Empress's curiosity. She quietly edged her horse closer to Gu Fei and inquired, Gu Fei, have you wrapped something around the horse's hooves? Gu Fei smiled slightly. Of course, we have equipped all the horses destined for Shangyuan County with specialized iron horseshoes. Otherwise, how could they endure such a long journey without faltering? The Empress suddenly understood, yet she remained oblivious to the significance of horseshoes for an army. Had Lord Long Hongyi or Du Gu Xian known that iron shoes could be affixed to the horse's hooves, they would undoubtedly claim the credit for such an ingenious strategy. The greatest wear on military steeds comes from the degradation of their hooves. Once worn through, even the strongest and swiftest warhorse loses its utility. Throughout the journey, Gu Fei discreetly observed Xiao Ling Shuang, noting that her riding skills were quite adept. However, few could sustain such an intense pace for an extended period. The skin on the inner thighs would soon be unable to withstand the friction. Sure enough, after racing for 2 hours, they arrived at a small town, intending to rest briefly as Gu Fei dismounted. He noticed Xiao Ling Shuang's movements appeared somewhat stiff. Are you unwell? He asked with genuine concern. Although this woman often wore a cold demeanor, having received her body, she was, in a sense, his woman. He could not bring himself to dismiss her needs as a mere beast would. The Empress, upon hearing Gu Fei's caring words, felt a flutter in her heart, yet the discomfort in her inner thighs made her hesitant to express it. She could only muster the courage to reply. It's nothing. My legs are just a bit stiff. Jiu Fei, observing her unsteady posture, took her hand firmly and lifted her effortlessly into his arms. The Empress's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she pounded her fists against Gu Fei's chest, exclaiming, "You rogue! Who told you to carry me?" Nearby, Zhang Biao, witnessing their interaction, felt a twinge of discomfort. If his younger sister were to see this, she would undoubtedly be furious. I must put a stop to this flirtation, or my sister will surely have my head, he thought, advancing with a smirk. My lord, you should put down Miss Ling Shuang. Look at how red her face has become, Gu Fei, upon seeing Zhang Biao's interrupting figure, had the urge to kick him away. You rascal! You've embarrassed my lady. Hurry and fetch some food, he retorted. As he spoke, he carefully set the Empress back down. Zhang Biao, chastised, hurried off, satisfied that he could report to his sister later, claiming he had intervened to prevent further intimacy between Gu Fei and Ling Shuang. Yu Fei quietly observed the Empress, who seemed to be struggling, and softly asked, "Can you hold on? If not, you must tell me immediately." Xiao Ling Shuang, feigning strength, replied, "Who said I can't endure? I'm perfectly fine." Gu Fei thought to himself, such stubbornness in preserving her pride, and resolved, if you don't care, then neither shall I. After about half an hour, the group and their horses were well fed and ready to continue their journey. That day, they had traveled nearly 150 miles, reaching the limit of what the horses could endure. Were it not for the iron horseshoes, they would have scarcely made it halfway. Such a distance had already astonished the Empress, as they would soon enter the territory of Yunzhou. The price of such rapid travel had left her feeling as though her thighs were truly worn raw. She longed to find a private spot to inspect her skin, fearing the worst. Jiu Fei approached her horse, extending his hand. This time, she did not require his assistance. She willingly fell into his embrace. Unable to withstand the strain any longer, Zhang Biao, wishing to interject further, was deterred by the menacing glare from Gu Fei and wisely chose to remain silent. Jiu Fei remarked, after such a day, "It feels as though my thighs are nearly worn away." This was his way of offering the Empress a graceful exit. As expected, she nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "It hurts." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei took her hand and said, "Come, let us find a tailor to make us some cotton cushions. It will alleviate much of your discomfort." The Empress was about to shake off his hand when she overheard his following words. "This clever bandit is rather astute," she mused. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao and the others chimed in from behind. "My lord, our legs hurt too. We want some." Gu Fei laughed heartily. "You rascals, then let each of you have one." He then added, "Ah, I forgot to have Zhang Yao make a few for us in the city. Zhang Biao, that is your oversight. I shall inform Zhang Yao upon our return." Zhang Biao nearly sputtered blood at this, wanting to shout, "My lord, how shameless of you." He was certain that if Gu Fei complained to his sister, his fate would be sealed. That evening, they lodged at an inn, with the Empress occupying a separate room. After a day of exertion, her body was matted with sweat and dust, clinging to her like a swarm of ants. In the past, she had always been attended to while bathing, whether at Gu Fei's house or elsewhere, where maids had served her. Now, the thought of bathing alone among a group of men made her uneasy, yet she had no choice. Thus, she knocked on Gu Fei's door. Upon seeing her, Gu Fei's heart leaped with joy as he moved to pull her inside. But the Empress, having anticipated this, deftly evaded his hand. Jiu Fei frowned. "My lady, are you not here to sleep with me?" "Not at all." "What are you thinking?" The Empress's cheeks flushed deeper. It was indeed a misunderstanding to knock on a man's door at such an hour. "Then why have you come to knock?" Gu Fei asked quietly, aware that if Zhang Biao and the others saw this, it would lead to wild speculation. "I wish to bathe, but I am afraid." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. "How wonderful, my lady. Did you know I have a nickname?" "I don't know," she replied, looking at him with wide eyes. Not knowing is good. I am known as the Bathhouse Prince. My skills in massaging and pampering are unmatched, and I excel in all aspects of service." "You have truly found the right person to assist you with your bath," Gu Fei exclaimed excitedly, thinking to himself, "This girl appears serious, yet she enjoys indulging in pampering." The Empress was tempted to bite him in frustration, pondering how she could have possibly sought him out. "Get lost? I intended for you to guard the door with that." She returned to her room, confident that Gu Fei would not neglect her. Through their interactions over the past few days, she had gradually come to understand Gu Fei's character. He was a man of frivolous words, but displayed a commendable sense of responsibility when it mattered. Had it been another man, after their physical intimacy, he would have likely invaded her room to pester her throughout the night. In truth, she had spent the previous night fretting, fearing that Gu Fei might suddenly enter her chamber or sneak in while she slept. However, the night passed without incident, leaving her uncertain whether to chastise Gu Fei or to laud him instead. The lamp flickered in her room, casting shadows as steam rose from the bath, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. The Empress shyly disrobed and submerged herself in the tub, slowly caressing her skin. Yet, when she encountered the slightly oily texture of her body, she suddenly remembered the soap Gu Fei had at his home, smooth and slippery, producing a delightful lather. That had been the most pleasurable bath she had ever experienced. Damn it! How could I have forgotten to take this thing? The Empress, Lung Lingshuang, felt a profound regret for neglecting such a useful item. At that moment, there came a knock at the door. A sudden jolt coursed through her heart as she wondered why that foul mountain bandit had not knocked for her. She submerged herself entirely in the bath, then cautiously inquired, "Who is it?" The voice of Gu Fei came from outside. "I have brought the soap." Upon hearing Gu Fei's voice, the Empress felt a mix of anger and amusement. This despicable bandit had actually remembered to bring her soap. How infuriating it was that he hadn't done so sooner. "No, I don't need it." The words nearly escaped her lips but were halted just in time. Ever since using that soap, she had come to believe that if she did not bathe with it, her bath would be futile, leaving her feeling unclean. After some contemplation, she draped a garment over herself, emerged from the tub, and cautiously approached the door, carefully unlatching it. Extending her hand outside, she demanded, "Foul bandit, hurry up, Gu Fei." Noticing the delicate, damp hand that appeared, couldn't he help but smile slightly, thinking that no woman could resist the allure of soap. Without further ado, he handed it over. The Empress seized the soap, prepared to lock the door again, but unexpectedly slipped and fell backward, landing heavily on the floor. Gu Fei, hearing the thud, quickly pushed the door open, only to find Lung Lingshuang sprawled on the ground in a star shape, her hastily draped garment having come undone, and the soap lost to the ether. With no time to admire the scene he had longed to witness, Gu Fei rushed to lift her. "How could you be so careless?" The Empress, dazed from the fall, only realized she was in Gu Fei's embrace when he held her close. She gasped, about to shout, but he swiftly covered her mouth with his own in a moment of desperation. Her mind went blank. Never had she been kissed by a man while fully conscious. The previous encounters had been during moments of confusion. Unlike now. Moreover, this rascal's tongue was far too audacious. With all her might, she pushed him away, but Gu Fei quickly covered her mouth again, warning, "Do you want everyone at the inn to know you've fallen? You scoundrel!" At that moment, the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, found herself at a loss on how to confront Gu Fei. She felt embarrassed to call out, as he had already taken liberties with her. Just then, Gu Fei declared, "Let me clarify. I did not enter on purpose, nor did I intend to kiss you. I acted out of concern when I saw you fall," he continued. "You know how kind-hearted and pure I am. Many call me Gu Chunliang." With that, he adjusted her clothing and fled, leaving the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, in a state of disarray amidst the warm, steamy air. After a long moment, she finally stripped off her garments and sank back into the bath. She could not fathom how, in her 18 years of life, she had never been touched by another man. Yet in just 3 short days, this man had nearly violated her daily, even taking more than she had ever intended to give. Was he perhaps her nemesis from a past life? With this thought, the Empress furiously splashed the water in the tub. Outside the door, Gu Fei, listening to her agitated state, wore a smug grin. Such a composed woman. He was determined to claim her. Regardless of whether it was Yanlin or Zhang Yao had either encountered such a situation, it would have left him in a state of frustration. This was the primary reason Gu Fei had hesitated to become overly intimate with either Yanlin or Zhang Yao. Chapter 27. The considerate foul bandit. After her bath, the Empress lay on her bed, tracing her slender fingers over every inch of her skin. The sensation became increasingly intoxicating. Her skin felt remarkably smooth and soft, infused with a delightful osmanthus fragrance. She mused to herself that the soap was indeed an extraordinary item. Yet, she also felt a twinge of gratitude toward that foul bandit for his thoughtfulness in bringing it to her. A slight smile graced her lips, but it quickly vanished as she scolded herself. How could she allow herself to be moved by such trivial matters? She vowed to make him pay dearly. In that moment, she envisioned herself back on her throne, her resolve as unyielding as iron. She understood that she must not be swayed by emotions, or else it would complicate her endeavors. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery veil over the room. The Empress, troubled and restless, found sleep elusive as she contemplated how to deal with Gu Fei and how to eliminate the rebel Xiao Yang and his gang. She also pondered her relationship with Long Feng. If he discovered that this foul bandit had taken liberties with her, would he still remain loyal and obedient? As the night deepened, the Empress remained awake, and the hours slipped by. In the morning, she rose to find that Zhang Biao and the others had already fed the horses and ensured they were well watered. Awaiting her arrival, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She had finally managed to sleep, waking later than usual. During breakfast, Zhang Biao chuckled. "Cold miss, what were you and the lord up to last night, that you both rose so late? Impertinent Biao, what nonsense are you spouting?" The Empress shot him a glare. Zhang Biao burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you do resemble him." Fuming, the Empress retorted, "Resemble whom?" "Resemble my lord. Your tone is becoming increasingly like his. Have you been drinking too much of his water?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingshuang thrust her hand forward. "Impertinent Biao, how dare you? Enough already, just let it be." "He was only jesting," Gu Fei interjected timely. Xiao Lingshuang, utterly speechless, felt a sense of injustice. She was indeed an empress. Why should she pretend? She shot another disdainful glance at Gu Fei before resuming her meal. After breakfast, the group resumed their journey, but the road ahead grew increasingly treacherous. They needed to cover nearly 100 miles to find shelter in another town. Otherwise, they would have to camp outdoors, which was particularly inconvenient with a lady in their midst. Ji Yufei considered this predicament seriously. If it were just a few men, they could manage quite easily. The distance to Shangyuan County was less than 400 miles, but the terrain only became more challenging as they progressed. Particularly, the stretch through the Xiaodaling Mountains was notoriously difficult, where covering 50 miles in a day would be considered remarkable. Once they emerged from the mountain range, it would be smooth sailing straight to the capital. As they mounted their horses, the Empress hesitated. Her thighs ached considerably, making it difficult even to lift her legs. Gu Fei, having noticed this when he had carried Long Lingshuang the previous night, realized why she was struggling. The skin on her thighs had been chafed red from the horse's back, and it must be burning at this moment. Without further thought, he dismounted and approached her. "You seem to be having trouble mounting. Let me help you." He swept her into his arms. The Empress, anticipating this, feigned reluctance, saying, "Who needs your help, you foul bandit?" Gu Fei, treating her words as mere banter, knew that when a woman said she did not want something, it usually meant the opposite, especially with Long Lingshuang, whose intentions were quite clear. They continued north for another 20 miles. Intermittently entering the Xiaodaling mountain range, the path grew increasingly arduous, with some areas necessitating dismounting to lead the horses through. They traversed numerous small streams along the way. While the scenery was beautiful, they were too preoccupied with their journey to appreciate it. Throughout the ride, Gu Fei couldn't help but admire the graceful silhouette of the Empress atop her horse. Although he was already familiar with her form, he could never tire of it. Long Lingshuang seemed to sense his gaze upon her, particularly in the well-fitted attire crafted in Shangyuan City that accentuated her enviable curves. She appreciated the garment, but found it uncomfortable being scrutinized by a group of men. Consequently, she stayed close to Gu Fei's right side, preferring to be observed by just one person rather than many, especially since she was already well acquainted with him. However, as they ascended a small hill, an unexpected encounter occurred. "This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. Should you wish to pass this way, leave your woman behind." Had it not been the Tang dynasty, Gu Fei might have thought he was facing Cheng Yaojin. Before them stood over 30 bandits, brandishing knives, guns, and clubs, blocking their path. The sight of the Empress, so beautiful and elegantly alluring, ignited a fierce greed within their eyes. "Leave your belongings and women, and quickly roll out for Tiger Lord." Gu Fei, facing these ruffians, could hardly muster the energy to respond, while the Empress felt a surge of fear. She was uncertain whether Gu Fei would abandon her and flee, for they were not bound by familial ties. He had merely promised to escort her back to the capital, not to engage in battle with bandits. Yet, she heard a powerful proclamation that would linger in her memory for years to come. Those who dare to covet my woman shall die. Beside them, Zhang Biao and his companions, who had long been eagerly anticipating this moment, were ready for action. Brothers, let us see who can take down the most foes. The more we slay, the more meat we shall feast upon this noon. With that proclamation, he unsheathed his long blade from his horse and charged towards the bandits. Gu Fei gently dismounted the Empress, Xiaoling Shuang, placing her safely aside, his gaze calm as he observed Zhang Biao and the others as they descended upon the bandits like wolves among sheep, mercilessly striking down their foes. Stay put and do not move, he instructed before positioning himself defensively in front of the horse. The Empress nodded obediently, her heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of security at the sight of Gu Fei's resolute stature. She clenched her fists, wishing fervently for the safety of Zhang Biao and his men. After 2 days of companionship, the Empress had discerned that, despite their brashness, these men were fundamentally decent, though they numbered only 30 or 40. Zhang Biao and his comrades exhibited extraordinary bravery. Their teamwork was seamless, and they swiftly pushed the bandits into retreat. A piercing scream shattered the air as a bandit was struck by Zhang Biao's blade. Blood splattering, Tiger Lord, flee! We cannot withstand this onslaught. One bandit leader, sensing impending doom, turned to escape. Trying to run? Not so easily. Zhang Biao chuckled ominously, his bulk darting forward like a black bear, intercepting the fleeing bandit leader and cleaving him with a single stroke. The battle concluded swiftly, with the majority of the bandits falling beneath their blades. Only a few knelt in terror, gazing up at Zhang Biao and his crew. With those teeth of yours, did you dare to rob me? Biao? Do you not know I hail from a lineage of bandits myself? Zhang Biao grinned broadly. Spare me, and I shall reveal a secret. Gu Fei pressed his blade against the bandit's throat. Speak. What secret? The bandit hastily replied. Esteemed ancestor, we received a notice this morning to capture a woman. It must be her. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly instructed a team member. Xiao Yu, go check. Xiao Yu rummaged through the lifeless body of the bandit leader, retrieving not only some silver notes but also an image. Gu Fei took a look and realized it was none other than Longling Shuang. Eliminate them all, Gu Fei commanded decisively, to prevent any trace of their whereabouts from being discovered. Zhang Biao and the others swiftly executed the bandits, leaving no survivors. Upon seeing the image handed to her by Gu Fei, Xiaoling Shuang felt a shiver run down her spine. With the emergence of this image, she understood that the path ahead would be fraught with peril. Let us depart, Gu Fei's voice remained serene, as if the preceding battle had been a trivial affair. Unknown to Gu Fei, one bandit had miraculously survived, having been caught in a moment of misfortune. When he returned from his hasty retreat, the very Tiger Lord he idolized lay dead. Concealed in the grass on the hillside, he held his breath until Zhang Biao and his companions had finished looting the fallen bandits before he fled into the forest in a panic. The atmosphere among Zhang Biao and his group soon turned lively again, as if they had not just slain dozens of men. The Empress realized from Zhang Biao's words that they had indeed been bandits. It was evident that when she referred to Gu Fei as a bandit, he seemed entirely unfazed. She cast a discreet glance at Gu Fei once more. Observing him, she noted that apart from his formidable stature, he bore an unassuming and scholarly demeanor, almost delicate in appearance. This man hardly resembled a bandit leader, in stark contrast. The recently slain Tiger Lord had a rugged, seasoned presence that screamed of a rogue. Zhang Biao's mannerisms and speech were much more in line with that of a bandit. The Empress found herself perplexed. How could Gu Fei command such loyalty and devotion from Zhang Biao and his men? It was clear to her that Zhang Biao and the others were utterly devoted to Gu Fei, following his every command without question. Zhang Biao often found himself playfully kicked by Gu Fei, laughing heartily even after such antics. How could he exert such influence over these men, compelling them to follow him so faithfully? Xiaoling Shuang harbored not a shred of doubt. Should they encounter a cliff ahead and Gu Fei instructed them to leap, they would indeed plunge without hesitation. At that moment, Gu Fei spoke. From now on, Xiao Si and Xiao Suo, you two are responsible for scouting ahead. Report back immediately upon discovering anything unusual. Understood. The duo urged their horses onward. Galloping ahead up by midday, they had encountered no unusual happenings. As they approached another hilltop, Gu Fei observed the sky and declared, "We shall rest and dine at the foot of that mountain." Hearing this, Zhang Biao left a few men behind and rode ahead to scout for a suitable spot, wishing to find a place to eat and perhaps nap beneath the shade of a tree afterward. Soon, Zhang Biao discovered a perfect location by a small creek at the mountain's base, where clear, sweet water trickled down from afar. Nearby, several large stones and verdant trees provided ample shade, making it an ideal resting place. The group of 12, equipped with the unique provisions of Shangyuan City, prepared a simple meal by soaking their rations in hot water, which surprisingly expanded from the size of a palm to that of a basin. The taste was surprisingly delightful, with a hint of savory scallion pancake flavor. This was nothing short of miraculous. For 12 individuals, just 3 or 4 of these expanded rations sufficed, complemented by some fruit, easily resolving their lunch. The Empress inquired with curiosity, "This food tastes remarkably akin to the soaked bread. How is it made?" Zhang Biao chuckled. "You must ask the master. It was he who taught us how to prepare it." Gu Fei, noticing her inquisitive expression, explained, "It's quite simple. Just compress many pieces of bread together. We call it compressed biscuits. It's perfect for long journeys and military campaigns." Her eyes sparkled with interest. She wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Fei's insight. Such provisions would allow soldiers to carry their rations for days without needing a cook at their side. How convenient that would be. Just for presenting the method of making these compressed biscuits, Gu Fei could earn significant merit. She quietly asked, if given the chance, "Would you present this method to the court?" Gu Fei paused momentarily, perplexed. Why would I offer it to the court? Oh, to present it to them, only for them to turn around and attack me. His gaze was incredulous, as if viewing her as foolish, which exasperated the Empress. "Do you not wish to contribute to Beihong?" she pressed. "Contribute? Can contributions fill our bellies? Our Shangyuan city has a population of 70 to 80,000 relying on our provisions. What can the court do?" The Empress was left speechless by his retort. In frustration, she picked up a twig and began tossing the leaves into the creek, as if the flowing water could carry away her worries and anger. Gu Fei smiled gently at the fuming Xiaoling Shuang. "Do not be upset. You are not the Empress. Why burden yourself with such concerns? However, should you desire it, I could share it with you." But no one else. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the Empress felt a stir within her heart. She turned to him, her expression earnest. "Are you serious?" Gu Fei was momentarily taken aback by her intensity, thinking to himself that he had never seen her so genuinely concerned before. Yet, he clenched his teeth and replied, "Of course. Who wouldn't tea for my woman?" The first part of his statement brought her joy, but the latter earned him a sharp retort, unashamed. Their playful banter elicited muffled laughter from Zhang Biao and the others. Zhang Biao felt a twinge of envy, pondering why Gu Fei had taken such a liking to her. Wishing instead that his younger sister, Zhang Yao, could have garnered the same affection. At that moment, 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, approaching Gu Fei and his group with an air of familiarity. The woman, clad in a flowing blue dress, glanced at the Empress as she walked. "Ah, what a fortuitous meeting. We siblings have come to rest here as well." Gu Fei and Zhang Biao remained silent, observing the pair. They adhered to the convention of avoiding conversation with strangers to prevent unnecessary complications. Yet, as the two approached, Gu Fei felt a surge of caution. Their sudden appearance felt suspicious, as if they were hiding intentions beneath their polite facade. Gu Fei exchanged a discreet glance with Zhang Biao, who nodded imperceptibly in agreement. The woman then turned to the Empress, exclaiming, "Oh, what a stunning young lady. Might you be unwed? Allow me to introduce you to my brother." "He is quite the catch." Gu Fei scoffed. "Miss, you may be overstepping your bounds. Are you not aware that I am her husband?" The woman faltered. My apologies. It seems I was mistaken. Please forgive me, young sir." Gu Fei snorted dismissively, taking Xiaoling Shuang by the hand and leading her towards the thicket. "Madam, accompany me for a moment in the woods." The Empress was about to chastise Gu Fei for his audacity when she saw the look in his eyes and promptly nodded in agreement. The sight of Gu Fei pulling the Empress into the thicket left the man and woman momentarily stunned, wondering if they had indeed mistaken their target. The brigand mentioned earlier spoke of a group escorting a woman clad in a violet gown. The Empress was pulled into the woods by Gu Fei, who, upon her inquiry about the two women they had just encountered, chuckled as he removed his long robe, remarking, "It seems you are not as foolish as I thought." "Why are you undressing?" the Empress thought to herself, concerned that he might seize the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. To her surprise, Gu Fei disregarded her apprehensions and removed a thin, soft vest from his person, handing it to her. "It appears there are quite a few who desire your demise. This is a protective armor. Wear it beneath your clothing for safety." The Empress caressed the warm vest and heard his words. Waves of emotion surged within her. Could it be that this man truly cared for her well-being? Perhaps he genuinely harbored feelings for her. Observing the Empress lost in thought with his armor in hand, Gu Fei called out, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and put it on." After which, he turned his back. The Empress's lips quivered slightly as she whispered a soft thank you. Chapter 29. The situation at court at this moment. Xiao Ling Shuang was engulfed in profound contemplation. She never anticipated that a man she had known for only a few days would be so protective of her. Swiftly, she pushed aside her gown and donned the vest. Only to realize she could not fasten one of the buttons. In a moment of urgency, she exclaimed, "Hey, could you help me fasten this? I can't seem to manage it." Jiu Fei turned his head calmly to regard the somewhat awkward Ling Shuang. Chuckling softly, such a silly girl, unable to fasten a single button, he approached her and deftly secured it, even adjusting her garment. The Empress had seemingly built up a resistance to Gu Fei's presence. She no longer felt as anxious as before. Although a considerable amount of skin was exposed to him, she merely blushed slightly. Once dressed, the two emerged from the woods, only to find the two women still waiting. Upon seeing the Empress's flushed face, one woman teased, "Have you two been busy together for so long?" Gu Fei smirked and replied, "So what if we have? I adore my wife and wish for her at any moment." With that, he planted a kiss on the Empress's cheek. She playfully pushed him away, exclaiming, "You annoy me." This left the two women utterly bewildered. Could it be they had misjudged the situation? Was this woman not the target they intended to eliminate? As they pondered this, Gu Fei and his companions mounted their horses and departed. They observed Gu Fei kindly helping the woman onto her horse, who responded with a shy smile. It was evident they were a newlywed couple, still basking in the joys of their honeymoon. "Wind Gu, have we mistaken our target?" inquired one of the women. The one referred to as Wind Gu scratched his head, uncertain. "I really don't know. We have no idea what that woman looks like. Perhaps we should hurry and consult Lord Tianjing." After they spoke, the two vanished into the woods. Once Gu Fei and his group had traveled some distance, Zhang Biao remarked, "My lord, that pair of siblings did not follow us. Did we misjudge the situation?" Gu Fei replied nonchalantly, "Whether we misjudged or not, our movements are likely compromised. We must proceed with greater caution." Jiu Fei suspected that their trail might have been revealed, possibly by the brigands they had just encountered. However, given the complex terrain, it was not surprising that a few had managed to slip away unnoticed. Thus, they could only tread carefully onward. Jiu Fei had not anticipated that mere days into their journey, danger would arise. He covertly glanced at Ling Shuang, pondering whether she was truly a kin of the Duke of Julu. Lung Hongyi. He had also come to learn that the Marquis of Chongqing, Yu Wendu, was none other than the Chancellor of Beiheng. What a character! This man held a noble title and a high-ranking position, yet he remained discontented, engaging in underhanded schemes against his rivals, seemingly aspiring to the throne himself. The journey continued with heightened caution as ominous signs began to surface. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to catastrophe. In a courtyard by the banks of the Miluo River, Tianjing conspired with dozens of cloaked figures. Sitting firmly at the center, he surveyed the surrounding black-clad individuals, his gaze filled with palpable menace. Coldly, he declared, "According to the information relayed by Su Feng and Shan Ernyang, that woman is likely en route here. You must remain vigilant and ensure she does not escape. Should anyone jeopardize the Duke's plans, the consequences need not be stated. Rest assured, we know what is expected of us." The assassins affirmed, fully aware that failure would leave them with but one option: death. Once the group of cloaked figures departed, Tianjing turned to a nearby individual, instructing, "Inform the local authorities to scrutinize every route leading to the riverbank. Additionally, all ferries must be guarded. One of uncertain identity is to be permitted across." "Understood, my lord." The man departed promptly. Once alone, Tianjing retrieved a long sword from the table, carefully polishing it with cloth, a cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth. May this sword aid the Marquis of Chongqing in ascending to the throne. He mused. As for the second prince, Xiao Yong, what a fool he is. Were it not for that old witch supporting him from the shadows, he would not even be worthy of consideration for the throne. The old witch, in his disdainful words, was none other than the Empress Dowager Ji Yu of Beiheng, who was also Xiao Yang's maternal aunt. Xiao Yang's mother, Ji Qiu, and Ji Yu were identical twins, both having married the previous emperor, Xiao Jian. Unfortunately, Ji Yu had given birth to a daughter, Xiao Xian'er, while her sister Ji Qiu had borne a son, Xiao Yang. Xiao Lingshuang, the firstborn daughter of the esteemed Empress Qin Wanrong, who was wed to Emperor Xiao Jian, was born into a legacy of nobility. Qin Wanrong not only bore the crown prince, Xiao Qian, but also gifted the world with a daughter, Xiao Lingshuang. Alas, the crown prince met an untimely demise 2 years prior, plunging the North Han emperor into profound sorrow, from which he would not long survive. Yet, before his passing, Emperor Xiao Jian astoundingly bequeathed a decree to elevate his legitimate eldest daughter, Xiao Lingshuang, to the throne as the Empress of North Han. A decision that left onlookers utterly astounded. As the rightful heiress, Xiao Lingshuang naturally ascended as the first female sovereign of the North Han Kingdom. The royal lineage did not extinguish entirely, as aside from Xiao Yang, 3 other princes remained. Thus, the notion of a woman reigning as emperor was an affront to many royal bloodlines. This decision sparked a web of palace intrigues and conflicts. It remains uncertain whether Emperor Xiao Jian orchestrated this outcome with intent, or if it was merely a product of his ailing state. An enigma that eludes resolution. What is known is that in his final moments, he summoned only his daughter, Empress Xiao Lingshuang, and they engaged in a lengthy discourse. Time swiftly passed. Ji Yufei and his companions traversed the road for another 2 hours. This stretch of their journey unfolded without incident, but dusk was approaching, and they were still a dozen miles from their intended village. At that moment, the scouts, Xiao Shi and Xiao Suo, hastily returned from ahead. Their expressions graved. Ji Yufei, perceiving their demeanor, sensed trouble lay ahead. "What news do you bring?" he inquired. Xiao Shi replied, "My lord, a multitude of individuals has gathered at the village ahead, including officials. They are meticulously scrutinizing everyone who attempts to enter, particularly women," Xiao Suo added. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingshuang felt a pang of anxiety in her heart and asked, "What should we do?" Gu Fei stroked his chin in contemplation. "Since they are stopping travelers for inspection, we cannot proceed recklessly. It seems we must take an alternate route." "But my lord," Xiao Suo interjected, "if we change our path, we have no knowledge of the way." The Empress furrowed her brow. "Indeed, darkness will soon fall, making our journey perilous. If the number of foes in the village is not substantial, we can simply eliminate them." Her words caused Gu Fei to gasp in shock. It seemed Xiao Lingshuang harbored no fear of bloodshed. Previously, when confronting bandits, she remained utterly composed. Could it be that she truly inherited the resolute courage of the Cold family? Gu Fei hesitated, but this could lead to innocent casualties. Xiao Lingshuang cast a cold gaze upon him, smirking. "What a ridiculous notion. Are you truly afraid of mistakenly harming the innocent?" Her retort ignited Gu Fei's indignation. "I only strike down those who deserve it, never the blameless." Xiao Lingshuang scoffed. "Anyone who obstructs my path is guilty. They all deserve death. Do not worry. Should anyone seek to hold you accountable for taking lives, I shall intercede on your behalf." Her declaration left Gu Fei at a loss for words. He realized that her ruthlessness eclipsed his own. With her protection, the question of who deserved to die became inconsequential. Enlightened, Gu Fei felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "If we must kill, then let it be so." With a wave of my hand, "Let us embrace our fate. Let the gods of war and the Buddha fall before us. Onward, my companions." The Empress observed Gu Fei's immediate acquiescence to her plan, sighing inwardly. Under normal circumstances, she would not wish to slay those who were undeserving. However, the present situation was dire. Those who dared to obstruct their passage were traitorous rebels and deserved to perish. Thus, she felt no moral burden. Some matters inevitably demand sacrifice. Ji Yufei quietly queried her. "Are you concerned about returning to the capital in time, hence your chosen course of action?" The Empress remained silent but nodded. After a lengthy pause, she declared, "Gu Fei, from this moment forth, anyone who dares to obstruct our path shall be slain without hesitation." Should they choose to align with the second prince, Xiaoyang, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Your only duty is to ensure my safe passage to the capital. I will clarify all matters in front of the Empress. I assure you, she will not hold you accountable, she assured him. Jiu Fei smiled. Your words carry weight, my lady. You cannot be held liable for others' actions. Xiao Lingshuang offered him a faint smile. Jiu Fei grimaced inwardly, reflecting on how this woman, much like her surname, remained perpetually unyielding. Had it not been for their accidental encounter, he would have had no desire to assist her, as for her claim of being able to facilitate his standing with the official court. He remained skeptical. Such matters were not easily navigated, even for one as well-connected as she. As night fell, the small town ahead flickered with scattered lights, visible even from a distance. Zhang Biao produced a long telescope from his belongings and peered toward the distant glimmers. My lord, it appears there are approximately 10 individuals near the intersection up ahead. He passed the telescope to Gu Fei, who confirmed Zhang Biao's observation. Indeed, about 10 figures could be discerned, though it was uncertain if others lurked in the shadows. The Empress watched in astonishment as they wielded this slender instrument that allowed them to see for miles. What wondrous contraption is this, enabling such distant sight? She inquired incredulously. This is a specialty of our Shang County. Known as a monocular telescope. It allows one to see several miles away, Gu Fei explained. What? It can see several miles. Is this not akin to a magical eye? She exclaimed. May I mean, can I take a look? The Empress doubted Gu Fei's words. As he handed it to her, he cautioned, handle it with care. This item is quite precious, worth more than gold. Gu Fei spoke the truth. The craftsmanship involved in creating such a device was intricate and laborious. The glass required exceptional clarity and multiple rounds of refinement and polishing, a process far from simple. Fortunately, the glass factory in Shangyuan City made its production feasible, yet he would not disclose its ease of creation to outsiders, lest its value diminish once it became widely available. The Empress, taken aback by the telescope's potential, mused that if it truly offered such clarity, its worth exceeded even that of gold on the battlefield. Possessing such a device would provide a strategic advantage. Spotting enemies from afar would be invaluable. A treasure of this magnitude could easily command tenfold its weight in gold, and she would not hesitate to procure it. Under Gu Fei's guidance, the Empress adjusted the telescope, and through its lens, she beheld the faint lights of the intersection where a group of 10 stood. Her heart raced with excitement. This device was indeed extraordinary. Although visibility was limited in the dark, it represented a significant advantage in her strategic thinking. Jiu Fei and his companions could now calmly devise a plan while their adversaries remained oblivious. In an instant, she felt a strong desire to claim the telescope for herself. Can you give this to me? She asked, prompting both Gu Fei and Zhang Biao to stare in surprise. Jiu Fei coldly refused. This is a highly confidential item from Shangyuan County. No one is permitted to take it. The Empress was taken aback by his resolute denial, which only served to heighten her curiosity regarding its true worth. Once we reach the capital, I can offer gold in exchange, Gu Fei chuckled. I'm afraid this telescope is also known as the gold cannot exchange. You? The Empress seethed in frustration, her thoughts momentarily straying to the idea of eliminating Gu Fei and his companions upon reaching the capital. However, Gu Fei's subsequent words sparked a glimmer of hope within her. If you truly desire the telescope, it could be arranged. Once we meet your parents and become engaged, I shall gift it to you as a token of betrothal. Thus adhering to the regulations of Shangyuan County regarding the confidentiality of this item. Upon hearing Gu Fei mention meeting her parents, the Empress felt disheartened. This man truly harbored dreams of marrying her. She could never consider such a union, nor could she find her parents to facilitate his request. Would she seek them in the underworld? Xiao Lingshuang knew she lacked the power to do so. Determined to possess the telescope, the Empress resolved to acquire it once they reached the capital. Reluctantly, she returned the telescope to Gu Fei, who then handed it to Zhang Biao. Now, let us divide our forces. He instructed. Zhang Biao, form 2 groups, one in front and one behind. My lady and I will pose as a couple. We shall boldly approach. If we are not obstructed, there is no need for bloodshed. However, if they see through our disguise and seek our demise, we shall show no mercy, my lord. This plan is excellent. As long as they do not seek their own destruction, we need not strike first. In a matter of moments, they traversed the remaining distance, as anticipated. The sentinels at the roadblock observed that Zhang Biao's group included no women and readily permitted their entry into the town. In the distance, the Empress observed Zhang Biao being effortlessly ushered inside. She mused to herself that it was indeed as the foul mountain bandit had claimed. She and Gu Fei linked arms, carrying a small bundle, strolling towards the town's entrance as if they were a young couple returning to the bride's family. With each step, the Empress's heart quivered, for she was uncertain whether they would be stopped. Even if they were, the crux lay in whether the other party would believe her words. Jiu Fei seemed to notice her anxiety. As they neared the intersection, he comforted her, saying, "Do not be nervous. You are indeed my wife, and we are simply returning home." Upon hearing his double entendre, the Empress felt a pang of annoyance, yet she could not betray any displeasure on her face. Instead, she feigned a blush, for they were now only a few paces away from those who would impede their passage. "Halt!" called out a leader of the group, decisively stopping the two of them. Jiu Fei quickly donned a fawning smile and said, "Might I inquire what brings you to stop us, my lord?" At that moment, several men wielding long knives approached, torches in hand. Upon seeing the Empress, their faces revealed astonishment, thinking to themselves how remarkably beautiful she was. Noticing their gaze upon her, the Empress instinctively turned her face into Gu Fei's embrace. Jiu Fei thought to himself that her acting was commendable, and he discreetly retrieved a few silver coins from his pocket. Grinning as he said, "My lord, my wife and I have only recently wed, and she is still a bit shy. I hope you will forgive us." The man silently took the silver from Gu Fei's hand, acknowledging the young man's streetwise nature. Although he was surprised by the woman's beauty, he had no intention of making things difficult for the couple, especially since he had accepted a bribe. "Off you go." Gu Fei and the Empress felt a surge of relief, exclaiming, "Thank you for your kindness, my lord." "We shall take our leave, however." Just as they had taken a few steps, they heard the same man suddenly shout, "Halt!" Both Gu Fei and the Empress felt a jolt of fear, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Could it be that he had grown suspicious? This hurdle was proving insurmountable. Chapter 32. Deceived as Gu Fei positioned the Empress behind him, poised to take action, he heard the rogue chuckle and say, "Kid, since she is your wife, why not kiss her in front of us and show us?" Gu Fei, "Empress, what the hell?" Gu Fei reacted swiftly, without hesitation, cupping the Empress's face and leaning in for a kiss. The Empress offered no resistance, her expression one of bashful delight. "Hee hee, truly a pair of newlyweds, still shy even while kissing. If it were me, I would make sure to kiss your wife so thoroughly that her lips would swell. You, young man, are indeed fortunate to have married such a stunning lady. Now be off with you." The rogue felt a twinge of frustration. If not for his covert mission, he would not have let Gu Fei and his wife leave so easily. He would have insisted on having the beautiful wife share his bed for the night. Gu Fei, with the Empress in his arms, made his way into the town, unaware that the rogue had suddenly grown suspicious of them. However, upon witnessing their kiss, he mistakenly concluded that they were indeed a freshly married couple. Having received word to intercept a certain young lady from a top family in the capital, he was under the impression that such a lady would never allow herself to be kissed, let alone touched. After Gu Fei and the Empress kissed and entered the town with ease, the five-man team following them found it even simpler to follow suit. Once inside the town, the group found a secluded corner to gather and deliberate. Gu Fei felt the risk of staying overnight in this town was too high, suggesting they leave immediately and find a hidden spot to rest once they were outside. The others agreed, realizing that if the enemy suddenly caught on, they would be in dire straits. With 11 of them, breaking through should be manageable, but escorting Xiaoling Shuang would complicate matters immensely. Their mission was to protect her return to the capital. If they failed, their reputation would be tarnished. Seizing an opportune moment, they discreetly slipped out of the town. Just as they anticipated, shortly after their departure, Su Feng and Shan Ernyang, whom they had encountered earlier, arrived at the town entrance. As they approached, they saw a group still interrogating passers-by. Shan Ernyang stepped forward, inquiring, "Have you seen a group of 11 men accompanied by a woman passing through here?" The leader replied, "We have not seen them, Ernyang." Shan Ernyang frowned, "You truly haven't seen them? That's impossible. We've been searching all the way here. They must have stopped somewhere nearby." Shan Ernyang and Su Feng had only received news via carrier pigeon an hour earlier and were astonished upon seeing the images. Wasn't he that woman among the 12 they had encountered earlier? They were so frustrated they nearly pounded their thighs in exasperation. As they pursued, they finally reached the small town, only to find the fools claiming they had seen nothing. Under Shen Ernyang's stern questioning, one man scratched his head and said, "About an hour ago, 3 groups entered the town. Isn't that a total of 12 people?" The rogue thought to himself that this fool was being overly inquisitive. However, he had to admit that the count was accurate. 5 men each from 2 groups, plus the kissing couple, indeed made 12. His face darkened as he realized, Ernyang, if this fellow is right, those 3 groups must be them. 2 groups of 5 men, with a couple sandwiched in between. You imbeciles, you let them slip right under your noses while being none the wiser. Lord Tianjing will not let you off easily. Shin Ernyang and Su Feng were infuriated. How could these idiots let such a large group pass right under their very noses? Speak quickly, where did they go? The man scratched his head. How would I know? They should be resting in town. Su Feng drew his sword. What are you standing around for? Search every house until you find them. Instantly, chaos erupted in the small town as several other guards joined the search. Just as they were finishing, an old man tending cattle mentioned that he had seen 12 individuals riding 12 horses heading north. What the hell? Su Feng and Shen Ernyang nearly spat blood in frustration. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Fei and his group were already setting up tents in a secluded valley. They had chosen their location with care. Should anyone emerge from the town, they would be easily spotted. And the path below them was clear. Everyone quietly settled on the hillside, preparing to rest. The Empress noticed that the tents provided by Shangyuan County were unlike any she had seen before. They could be erected almost effortlessly and, though small, she felt 2 people could comfortably fit inside. Such equipment would be invaluable to any troop. She pondered why Shangyuan County, a place that seemingly engaged in no warfare, would possess such remarkably suited items. She lay in the tent contemplating the series of absurd events that had transpired. She suddenly heard Xiaoxi's voice. "My lady, there are people approaching from that small town, and quite a number of them." The Empress sprang up, startled, and peered into the distance, where she spotted a fiery dragon of torches rapidly advancing toward them. It appeared there were at least several dozen individuals. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, Zhang Biao, and the others were observing through binoculars, and she soon realized there was more than one pair of binoculars among the group. At least 3 were present. This realization deepened her frustration. Just then, Gu Fei's voice rang out, "Fortunately, we were cautious. Otherwise, we would have been caught unawares." Zhang Biao chuckled, "My lord, your foresight is unmatched, akin to the legendary Zhuge Liang himself." What in the world is this Zhuge Liang? While Shi Wudenti claimed to be a scholar, she was well read. Yet this term eluded her. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Biao's remark stemmed from Gu Fei's previous storytelling of the 3 kingdoms during idle moments. In Shangyuan County, many were familiar with these tales, as the town storytellers relayed riveting accounts to the townsfolk, drawn from Gu Fei's narratives. My lord, should we intercept and eliminate them? Enough. In the dark, it would be easy to inflict friendly fire. Gu Fei decisively abandoned the idea of ambushing the approaching group. The Empress, overhearing Zhang Biao's words, was taken aback, realizing how ruthless he was. Regardless of how many enemies there were, judging by the number of torches, there were certainly at least 30 men. The audacity to suggest an attack was astonishing. What kind of people did Gu Fei lead? Aside from being tall, strong, and somewhat handsome, she failed to see what other merits he possessed. Chapter 33. A true man spends the night as a saint. Approximately half a stick of incense later, the pursuing foes, brandishing torches like a dragon, passed directly beneath Gu Fei and his companions, who were concealed on the hillside. The elevation was merely a few dozen meters high. Had they looked up closely, they would have easily discerned the presence of the hidden group. Yet, these pursuers, eager to chase their quarry, galloped northward without a glance back. Once the group of adversaries had departed, Gu Fei remarked, "Tonight should be safe. Let us seize this opportunity to enjoy a good night's sleep, for tomorrow remains uncertain." The others nodded in agreement and returned to their respective tents. The Empress cast a glance before entering her own quarters. The moonlight spilled onto the ground like white frost, and just as the Empress was about to fasten the small entrance of her tent, she spotted a snake several feet long, 5 or 6 meters away, flicking its tongue menacingly, as if issuing a threat. Upon witnessing this, the Empress felt her entire body weaken. For some, The sight of a snake can induce an overwhelming sense of fatigue. She dared not scream, but instead dashed into Gu Fei's tent. At that moment, Gu Fei was preparing to secure the entrance when the Empress suddenly collided with him, knocking him to the ground. Had it not been for the lingering scent of soap on her, Gu Fei might have instinctively thrust a dagger into her chest. "There's a snake outside," the Empress exclaimed, her voice trembling, though she refrained from shouting. "Where is the snake?" Gu Fei quickly turned over. Intrigued, the Empress hid behind him, pointing outside. "It was right there, but now I don't know where it has gone. I dare not sleep." Gu Fei stepped outside, illuminated by the moonlight, and indeed found a snake over a meter long. Arrogantly raising its head in a swift motion, Gu Fei hurled his dagger, exclaiming, "Take that, you arrogant creature!" The snake was instantly severed in two, a testament to the sharpness of his blade. Upon closer inspection, Gu Fei realized it was a venomous snake and shouted to Zhang Biao and the others, "Apply some snake repellent on yourselves. This area is infested with poisonous snakes." They responded affirmatively, and Gu Fei returned to the tent, stating, "The snake has been dealt with. You may rest now." To his surprise, the Empress shook her head vigorously. "I refuse. Tonight, I want you to hold me. I am terrified of that snake." After saying this, she began to weep softly. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel amused at her words, thinking how he had long wished for her to seek his company. "Very well," he conceded. "I will fetch your bedding." Shortly thereafter, Gu Fei returned with her bedding. The atmosphere within the tent was somewhat awkward, yet the darkness concealed their mutual discomfort. Gu Fei reached out and touched the Empress's leg, prompting her to alertly exclaim, "You wretched bandit, what are you doing? I advise you to behave, or I shall not hold back." "Relax, I'm merely applying snake repellent," he replied. The Empress paused, then retorted with a huff, "You should have said so earlier." Gu Fei let out a cold snort. "Must you always be so frigid? Even if we are not friends, we are at least familiar strangers. I believe I have treated you well enough. Is your heart truly so impenetrable?" The Empress remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Gu Fei, too, fell silent, lying down beside her, though the tent could accommodate two. The closeness felt oddly uncomfortable at that moment. They could hear each other's breathing, even the faint rhythm of their heartbeats. The Empress sighed softly, murmuring, "Wretched bandit, my heart cannot allow warmth. Otherwise, I might have perished long ago." Gu Fei's expression twitched slightly at her words, wondering what kind of sentiment that was. Did she intend to remain cold for a lifetime, just like her surname? "Is that so?" he inquired, perplexed. "Yes, my fate is sealed. I cannot afford to be overly kind to anyone, even if I desire to. I must restrain myself, I said, because you are by the Empress's side. Must you learn to be as cold and ruthless as her, capable of killing without a second thought? Historically, emperors have often been heartless." Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the Empress, Xiaoling Shuang, felt a profound stir within her heart. This man was speaking the truth, yet his words were remarkably profound. "Perhaps you should resign from your post and return to Shangyuan County with me. I shall provide for you," she suggested playfully. "You haven't even returned to the capital yet, and you've already encountered several groups of enemies. Holding this position must be fraught with anxiety, especially since you are a woman. Warfare is a man's affair." The Empress fell silent, lamenting that if only she had a choice, as everyone else did. But she alone lacked even a sliver of opportunity. Tears silently welled in her eyes. Just then, an arm reached out and firmly embraced her, pulling her against his chest. The Empress feebly struggled a few times before surrendering, exclaiming, "Wretched bandit, what do you intend to do? If you dare to continue your lewdness, I would rather face the snake outside." Though she protested, Gu Fei's assertive actions and the warmth of his body enveloped her in a haze of confusion, a powerful sense of safety washing over her. She realized he was not groping or attempting to kiss her. He merely held her tightly. The unique scent emanating from him was both intoxicating and comforting, allowing her to feel secure enough to sleep, a sensation that was no longer unfamiliar. Noticing the girl in his arms trembling like a frightened fawn, Gu Fei spoke softly. "If one day you wish to leave the capital, simply tell me, and I shall come to fetch you. Or if anyone bullies you, I will stand up for you and help you reclaim your honor. But you can barely protect yourself. How could you assist me?" She retorted, "Enough of these grandiose claims. I am impervious to your charm. Loosen your grip a little, I wish to sleep. For reasons unknown, the Empress felt an overwhelming urge to sleep at that moment. Perhaps it was the relaxation of her body that ushered in a wave of fatigue. Ji Yufei was truly at a loss with this woman, who remained so emotionally distant. Despite their intimate proximity, they felt more like strangers than ever. Strangers at least exchanged polite smiles. Ji Yufei reflected that since their acquaintance, this cold Ling Shuang had never smiled at him, not even a hint of warmth. Soon after, the beauty in his arms began to breathe evenly, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Ji Yufei found himself both bemused and amused. How could she be so cold-hearted yet sleep so soundly in his embrace? Chapter 34. The intimate moments in the tent. The night passed swiftly. At dawn, the Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, quietly opened her eyes, having enjoyed an unusually restful sleep, as if all her fatigue from the past few days had dissipated. Her head rested snugly against Gu Fei's chest, her arms wrapped around his waist, and her legs ungraciously entangled with one of his. Upon waking, she was astonished to find herself so brazenly clinging to Gu Fei. In contrast, Gu Fei lay soundly asleep, resembling a sage, with one arm draped over her back. The Empress would never know that Gu Fei had wrestled with his own inner turmoil for quite some time before ultimately refraining from engaging in anything inappropriate with her. Choosing instead to play the role of a saint, he understood that a forced affection would not yield sweet fruit. True feelings must be mutual for genuine joy to blossom. Outside, Zhang Biao and the others had begun to stir. Xiao Ling Shuang, unwilling to linger, cautiously shifted her leg away and slowly withdrew her hand from beneath Gu Fei. Just then, Zhang Biao's voice rang out, "My lord, trouble." The cold lady has vanished. At the sound of Zhang Biao's words, the Empress's cheeks flushed crimson. If he were to discover her here, she would be utterly mortified. She was, after all, the Empress. Hurriedly, she nudged Gu Fei and softly urged, "Wake up." Gu Fei, roused from his slumber, glanced at her flushed face and smiled. "Did you sleep well last night?" The Empress nodded, then said, "Do not ask me that now. Zhang Biao is calling for you. If he finds out I'm here, how will I live?" "Oh, so that is your concern." "Fear not, it's simple. If you grant me a kiss, I shall help you out of this predicament." "Get lost? Why so stingy? I was a saint all night. You ought to have some compassion." Just then, Gu Fei suddenly cupped her face and pressed his lips against her alluring mouth for a full 5 seconds. As the Empress was about to erupt in anger, Gu Fei declared, "Zhang Biao, stop searching. The lady is with me." "What?" came Zhang Biao's astonished shout from outside. The Empress nearly exploded with rage at his words. After kissing her, how could he lack such integrity? As she prepared to retaliate against Gu Fei, he continued, "Oh, you lazy lot, the lady has been up for some time. She is helping me pack." "Oh, I see. It was a misunderstanding." Zhang Biao's foolish laughter echoed from outside, further driving the Empress to the brink of madness. How could she be so anxious, only to have this rascal deflect her distress with a single remark? Was this man even human? He had just kissed her for an extended period, even daring to invade her mouth. At that moment, the Empress was undeniably furious, having been so shamelessly kissed by this insufferable bandit. Ji Yufei remained outside for quite a while, allowing her to stealthily emerge from the tent for the belongings inside. She had no idea how to organize them. Perhaps Zhang Biao had long become immune to the peculiar behaviors between them, thus he did not dwell on it too much. Soon, Zhang Biao brought over 2 bowls of hot water with compressed biscuits for them to eat. While consuming the meal, he remarked, "My lord, I fear the journey today will not be pleasant, for those rascals chased us all night without success. They must have deduced that we are likely hiding somewhere along the way." Gu Fei nodded in agreement as he ate. "You are absolutely right, Zhang Biao. If my intuition serves me correctly, they must be lying in wait at some point along our route. We have tricked them twice. They are bound to make the same mistake a 3rd time. However, where exactly should they lie in ambush? This requires careful consideration. With still half a day's journey ahead, we shall soon arrive at the banks of the Milua River. It goes without saying that the river banks are surely heavily guarded. We should not only be wary of ambushes, but also recognize that making our way there now would be tantamount to walking into a trap." Gu Fei's predictions turned out to be accurate. At that moment, Su Feng and Shenyang, along with Tianjing, the foremost assassin under Yuan Du, were gathered together. "My lord, that woman is quite cunning. She has evaded our pursuit twice. Now that we have confirmed they have yet to cross the river, they must be hiding somewhere between these two locations. Tianjing, observing the two in front of him, revealed a chilling smile and slowly extended his hand to grip Shan and Yang's neck, menacingly stating, "Should you repeat the same mistake, prepare for your heads to roll." "Yes, yes." Su Feng nodded repeatedly. Tianjing forcefully shoved Shan and Yang away, barking, "Now get lost." The two fled in a panic. Once outside, Su Feng remarked, "And Yang, if we fail again, he truly will kill us." Shan and Yang understood that this was not the place for idle chatter and whispered, "Let us discuss this later. We must hurry and find them." As they exited the courtyard, Shan and Yang continued, "He has laid a trap along the riverbank. If that woman escapes again, it will not concern us much. We will merely do as he instructs." Su Feng inquired, "Whom exactly did Tianjing order us to kill?" Shan and Yang shook her head. "I do not know, but if Yuan Du has gone to such lengths to dispatch his top assassin, this woman must hold significant status, perhaps a princess or a noble lady. It matters little. We should simply proceed with our preparations. This time, we will lay multiple eyes along the route. I refuse to believe they can slip through our grasp once more." Although Su Feng spoke lightly, his eyes remained filled with worry, for he knew Tianjing was ruthless and not to be trifled with. After Gu Fei had walked with the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang for half an hour, he began to sense something amiss. Xiao Shi and Xiao Su, who had ventured out to scout ahead, had yet to return, causing Gu Fei concern. Each person in Shang'an City was invaluable, and any misfortune befalling them would weigh heavily on his heart. "Zhang Biao, let us hasten. I fear for the safety of Xiao Shi and Xiao Su." After walking for another 10 minutes, they heard the sounds of a struggle ahead. Without needing Gu Fei's command, Zhang Biao and the others rushed forward. At that moment, Xiao Shi and Xiao Su were already engaged in battle, surrounded by 6 or 7 assailants. Had it not been for their armor, they would have surely been slain on the spot. Zhang Biao was the first to call out, shouting from a distance, "Xiao Shi, hold your ground. Brother Biao is here. These scoundrels will meet their end today." With the arrival of Zhang Biao and his companions, the 6 or 7 attackers found themselves in dire straits, unable to escape as they were swiftly dispatched. Seeing Xiao Shi and Xiao Su, who were exhausted but uninjured, both Zhang Biao and Gu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, witnessing their unscathed condition, felt a sense of comfort. At the same time, she reflected on how each of Gu Fei's companions donned such lightweight armor. Indeed, it was extravagantly luxurious. Originally, she had thought only Gu Fei and Zhang Biao were equipped with armor, but to her surprise, everyone possessed such protection. "What is going on?" Gu Fei asked, his expression grave. "Why, Lord, we were inadvertently discovered." "There is another group ahead." "How many?" Gu Fei's brow furrowed. "Approximately a dozen." The corners of Gu Fei's mouth curled with coldness. "There would likely be even more behind them. In that case, let us eliminate these sentries." Chapter 35. Preparing to fly over at this moment, they had no choice but to respond to the situation as it unfolded. The banks of the Miluo River were undoubtedly heavily guarded. Gu Fei was compelled to devise the most perilous plan. They had initially brought 2 delta wings. At this point, they could only use the delta wings to traverse across the river. However, this meant they would have to temporarily separate the 12 of them. Once Gu Fei and his group found a high peak to take off from, they could wait 2 days for the guards to dwindle before safely crossing the river. Just as they swiftly eliminated the second wave of sentries, Zhang Biao declared, "It seems we must implement our backup plan. We shall fly over the Miluo River. Fly over the Miluo River. Is that not a method reserved for immortals?" The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang thought she was hearing things. Staring incredulously at Gu Fei, she inquired, "You just said we would fly over. Surely you jest." Gu Fei knew explaining would be futile, so he simply smiled and replied, "You will understand when the time comes." At this moment, the only one capable of evading these pursuers is me. Gu Fei. One must admit, your luck is remarkable to have encountered me. The Empress scoffed inwardly, "I would sit upon you and crush you. Encountering you is the worst luck I have had in 8 lifetimes, having lost my pure and virtuous self." Jiu Fei and his companions were quite familiar with the Miluo River, having visited several times before. He had long since mapped out where conditions would allow for the delta wings to take off. However, this meant they would need to climb to the highest Yunu peak, which was perfectly suited for launching the delta wings. Had it been a single individual, Gu Fei might not have needed such a high peak. Let us change our course. Yunu Peak earned its name because, from a distance, it resembled the graceful figure of a maiden standing by the river, seemingly gazing out and waiting for someone's return. Just as they entered the forest, a multitude of assassins arrived behind them, over 100 in number. These were the very individuals Shen and Yang and her group had brought. They had previously agreed to send one person back to the rear sentry every half hour to relay messages. When no one returned after waiting, they realized something was amiss, prompting them to rush forward. Upon discovering their comrades all slain, their expressions turned cold. The absence of any sign of their allies along the way indicated that the enemy must have concealed themselves in the nearby woods. Su Feng proposed, if they are hiding in the forest, they still need to cross the river. Why not split our forces? Half will search the mountain, while the other half scours the base. This way, we can coordinate our efforts. If we spot the enemy, we will signal with a call. Agreed. And Yang, you lead the search on the mountain, while I will pursue along the base and also dispatch someone to inform Lord Tianjing. Not long after, upon receiving the news at the riverside ferry, Tianjing's lips curled into a sinister grin. Within a radius of several dozen miles, there is only one boat here. I shall see how you intend to cross this river. Even if I cannot kill you, once the second prince ascends the throne in a few days, you will be finished, unless you can fly across. At that moment, Tianjing felt overwhelmingly confident. He coldly instructed his remaining subordinates. Leave 20 men here with me to guard this boat. The rest will pursue them up the mountain. With Tianjing's command, over 100 black-clad individuals surged toward Unipeaked. Ji Yufei and his companions continued their journey. Eventually finding a high vantage point, Zhang Biao pulled out a telescope to survey the area below. My lord, a large group is approaching, Gu Fei replied. Xiao Shi, you 8 take the horses and hide in the western mountains. Once these people have withdrawn, you can safely cross the river and meet us in the capital. At this point, they had to abandon their horses. Xiao Shi and the others quickly exchanged supplies before leading 12 horses away. Gu Fei decided to keep Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, who was Zhang Biao's cousin. The two of them worked well together and could easily operate a delta wing. However, Gu Fei found himself in a predicament with the inexperienced Xiao Lingshuang. If this young lady was timid, it would pose a significant challenge. Xiao Lingshuang, seeing Gu Fei instructing Xiao Shi and the others to leave, felt a surge of worry, for she had gathered from Gu Fei and Zhang Biao that the pursuers numbered at least 100. Meanwhile, in the capital at Yuan Du's residence, Xiao Yang and Du Gu Xian were growing increasingly anxious in the courtyard. They had received word from Tianjing the previous night that the Empress had been spotted en route. If she managed to cross the river, it would spell disaster, for Lord Long Hong Yi and his son Long Feng were also scouring for the Empress's whereabouts. Should they arrive in the capital on the day the second prince ascended, all would be lost. The second prince Xiao Yang fumed. If that wretched Xiao Ling Shuang returns to the capital, all our efforts will be in vain. We cannot allow her to live to make it back. Changxin Ho, you must devise a plan swiftly. Dio, you think we could possibly advance the ritual at the time, Yao? What do you say to scheduling it for tomorrow? Yuan Du gazed at him with an expression of incredulity. Your Highness? The second prince, do you not realize that such a decision would only intensify suspicion? Moreover, the ministers in the court would vehemently oppose it. They have only just begun to believe that the Empress died outside. If you act with such haste, the Duke of Julu will be the first to oppose, for he does not believe the Empress is dead at all. How could he not believe? I have already had Xiao Ling Shuang's personal maid. Xiao Rou, testify, Xiao Yang retorted, filled with a sense of accomplishment at having won over the Empress's maid. He had deceived Xiao Rou with promises of marrying her as a concubine once he ascended the throne. Ensuring her complete loyalty, he had even seduced the young maid, who now followed his every command without question. Yet, Long Hongyi had declared, we must see the body, or I shall not agree. Yuan Du snorted coldly to himself. Is it so difficult to procure a corpse? In a few days, it shall be done. Now that they are aware of the Empress's presence being traced to the banks of the Milua River, her body will soon be transported to the capital. I shall see how Long Hongyi responds then. As for the date set by High Priest Gu Yuer, it is absolutely non-negotiable. We can postpone the coronation, but if Xiao Yang cannot even wait a couple of days, it will only raise their suspicions. After all, half of the military power in Beiheng is in Long Hongyi's hands. Should a complete breakdown occur, who can say who will benefit? At present, the only strategy is to keep Long Hongyi placated. And once Xiao Yang ascends the throne, gradually strip Long Hongyi of his military authority. When that time comes, How to handle Long Hongyi will be entirely at Yuan Du's discretion. Chapter 36. Empress Dowager Ji Yu and her twin sister Ji Qiu within the Duke of Julu's estate. A cloud of despair loomed over all. Even the typically composed Long Hongyi felt as though the sky might collapse at any moment, should the Empress truly fail to return in these final days. And if Xiao Yang were to seize the throne, the Long family would be doomed. As a guerrilla general, Long Feng felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. If the Empress was indeed in peril, it would not only spell the end for the Long clan, but also shatter all his hopes and dreams. He harbored feelings for the Empress, sensing a unique bond between them. Although the Empress had yet to decree a marriage alliance with any clan, Long Feng believed he had the best chance. Father, I refuse to believe that Her Majesty would fall victim to bandits and leap off a cliff. It must be that scoundrel Xiao Yang who has sent someone to ambush her. He is desperate to ascend to the throne, and there must be foul play at hand. Long Feng declared. Rage etched across his face. A foreboding feeling settled in his heart, as if even the sky was darkening. Long Hongyi let out a cold huff. With the Empress's fate uncertain, we cannot pin any hopes on the old rogue Yuan Du without evidence. Those we sent to search for the Empress have yet to return with news. And her personal maid is now under Xiao Yang's control. I cannot even find anyone to inquire about the truth. Father, that maid Xiao Rou has been hidden away by Xiao Yang. I am currently seeking information regarding her whereabouts. If I discover where she is, I will do everything in my power to rescue her. At that moment, a steward rushed in holding a small piece of paper. Master, I have just received word that there are many people pursuing someone near the Milua River, and that Tianjing's figure has also been spotted there. Upon hearing this, Long Hongyi's face lit up with excitement. Bring it to me at once. The steward handed the note to Long Hongyi, while Long Feng leaned in eagerly. The contents of the note matched the steward's description perfectly, and Long Feng's expression turned to one of exhilaration. Father, it must mean that Her Majesty is still alive. And she is aware of Xiao Yang's treachery to seize power. They are surely plotting to harm her on the way to the capital. Long Hongyi found himself in agreement with Long Feng's assessment. Fenger, you must immediately gather troops and head toward the Milua River. Do whatever it takes to bring Her Majesty back. Understood. I will quickly assemble the forces and depart at once. As Long Feng turned to leave, Long Hongyi called after him, if you encounter Tianjing, kill him on the spot. Understood. Watching Long Feng rush away, Long Hongyi clasped his hands behind his back and murmured, Your Majesty, I hope the heavens watch over you. You must endure. Fenger is already on his way to meet you. As long as you can return safely, I guarantee the capital will remain in order. He too needed to make some preparations. Steward, go inform Xiao Wu and the others to come. I have tasks for them. The steward nodded but soon furrowed his brow and said softly, Master, it seems the young lady has gone to seek out Yuan Du's son. Yuan Bing, again today? Long Hongyi's brow furrowed, visibly struggling to contain his anger. Send someone to bring her back and keep her confined within the estate. She must not step outside again. Yes, master. The steward hurried off, while Long Hongyi slammed his fist against a nearby wooden pillar, splintering it, an indication of his fury. That girl, Long Aoshue, is utterly disobedient. Even at such a critical juncture, she still dallies with Yuan Bing. It is profoundly disappointing. Before long, a contingent of several hundred riders sped toward the Milua River. Such a significant movement naturally caught the attention of Yuan Du and others, including Dugu Xian. Yuan Du summoned Dugu Xian inside. It seems we have encountered a snag. Long Hongyi must have learned of the situation at the Milua River. Dugu Xian, I do not care what methods you employ. Ensure that woman does not return to the capital alive. Or we are both finished. Rest assured, my lord, I will handle it immediately. Dugu Xian bowed and exited. Yuan Du chuckled darkly. I did not expect your life to be so resilient. You survived such a high cliff. You are no cat after all, and I shall see if your life truly has 9 lives. Simultaneously, the old Prince Xiao Yinan and others at the Qinjun Palace received similar news. Old Prince Xiao Yinan's lips twitched slightly. It seems my foolish niece is still alive. That little rascal Xiao Yang must be losing his mind. Empress Dowager Ji Yu also received news and, upon hearing the report, snorted disdainfully. Yuan Du and Dugu Xian are both useless. At that moment, her sister, Ji Qiu, the biological mother of the second prince, hurried over, her face etched with urgency. Before she even arrived, her voice rang out, Sister, that little wench is apparently not dead yet. Jiyu looked at this foolish woman, pondering how, having barely been separated from their maternal bond for a short time, her sister's intellect could be so lacking, though you wish for the entire palace to hear you. Jiyu replied coldly, Sister, I am merely anxious. Anxiety will not help, sister. Jiqiu whined playfully. This woman was not very old, perhaps around 30. Both sisters were charming, distinguished only by a small red mole on their chests. How can I not be anxious? This concerns Yanger's grand ambitions. Furthermore, if he ascends to the throne, would not your position be even more secure? Enough. Do not raise your voice. I have already arranged for you and do to take care of it. What use is your worry here? You must keep a close eye on Yanger to ensure he does not falter at a critical moment. I am calling for Gu Yuer to see if the coronation ceremony can be advanced. Even if that woman is still alive, she will only be able to watch helplessly as the throne is claimed by Yanger. Upon hearing that her sister had summoned Gu Yuer, Jiqiu felt a wave of relief wash over her. If it could indeed be advanced, that would be splendid. She happily stood behind Jiyu, gently patting her back. Sister, with your words, I feel much more at ease. If this succeeds, you will be Yanger's true mother. Jiyu shot her a glance. What difference does it make? We are both born of the same womb, twins. There is no distinction. At the same time, she sighed deeply, lamenting, if only Xiener were a son. I would not have to endure such complications. Chapter 37. High Priest Gu Yuer, do not worry. Regardless of whether Xiaoling Shuang is alive or dead, I have already made plans. You should return now? Then I shall take my leave, sister. Empress Dowager Jiyu waved her hand. After Jiqiu departed, Jiyu sat in contemplation for a moment before rising. Chun Tao, summon Gu Yuer for me? Yes, I shall go at once. Chun Tao hurriedly trotted away. Jiyu gazed at a peach tree outside the door. A gust of wind blew, scattering the peach blossoms like impending change in the air. Bound by Yuandu? She knew she must navigate her position carefully. If Xiaoyang could ascend the throne in a few days, her status would be much more secure. Yuandu's intentions were clear to Jiyu. She touched her skin, as smooth as silk, and sighed, lamenting, how difficult it is to be so young and widowed. Before long, High Priest Gu Yuer was summoned. Jiyu Yuer, having returned from the celestial peaks of the western mountains, is a master of the art of divination, capable of perceiving the subtle movements of the wheel of fate. Well versed in the celestial paths, she can decipher the cryptic whispers of the stars that adorn the vast sky. This extraordinary ability renders her a resplendent jewel within the kingdom of Beiheng, naturally earning her the esteemed title of the Royal High Priestess, a position of immense reverence. I have had the honor of meeting Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Gu Yuer, the High Priestess from the western celestial mountains, possesses a breathtaking figure and unparalleled beauty. Her form is as graceful as a willow, each step exuding an ethereal elegance. Adorned in a black robe embroidered with golden clouds, it appears as though she treads upon the very clouds themselves, untouched by earthly dust. Her flawless proportions are barely concealed by the loose-fitting robe, which does little to hide her exquisite silhouette. Jiyu Yuer's beauty elicits envy from Jiyu. If she were of similar age and to descend into the mortal realm, Jiyu fears she would be eclipsed entirely. High Priestess, I have called upon you to inquire if the date of the ancestral temple's rituals might be advanced, perhaps to tomorrow. Upon hearing Jiyu's words, Gu Yuer furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating the veracity of the rumors circulating outside. It seems they are indeed intent on pushing their advantage. With a flick of her feather duster, she addressed the Empress Dowager, stating that she had already foreseen the celestial signs, and it is imperative that the date remain unchanged, lest it disrupt the nation's fortunes and the fates of all involved. Ji was taken aback. Oh, it would affect everyone's fortunes. She wondered if Gu Yuer was merely trying to intimidate her. Thus, she asked calmly, what kind of fortunes would be affected? Life expectancy could be shortened, or worse, one might meet their demise. Such severity startled Jiyu. In her prime beauty, the thought of an early death was truly terrifying. As this notion crossed her mind, she shivered involuntarily. Last night, I observed the celestial signs and noted the movement of the Ziwei star, fluctuating between brightness and darkness. There is much to interpret. I must return to make further calculations. If you have no additional commands, I shall take my leave. Jiyu, already frightened by Gu Yuer's words, waved her hand hastily. If the national master has matters to attend to, please proceed. I take my leave. Gu Yuer flicked her duster and made her way back to her temple. As she walked, she counted on her fingers, saying, "Yesterday, I performed a divination for Her Majesty the Empress and discovered that the star representing the Emperor, the Ziwei star, has suddenly brightened, albeit intermittently. Could it be that the Empress still lives? I must return and calculate diligently." With this thought, Gu Yuer quickened her pace. Meanwhile, far away atop Yunu Peak by the Miluo River, Gu Fei stood at the cliff's edge with Empress Xiao Lingxiang, the towering mountains behind them and the vast, turbulent waters before them, seemingly narrating centuries of vicissitudes and secrets. Ji Fei was imparting the final instructions for their flight. If they did not depart soon, the miraculous triangular wing would be discovered. He wished to demonstrate his ability to leap across the Miluo River to the pursuers behind them. Gripping Xiao Lingxiang's shoulders tightly, he implored, "Lingxiang, you must trust me today. You know I would never harm you, nor would I accompany you to your death." Xiao Lingxiang gazed down the sheer cliff, her legs trembling with fear as she stammered, "But I am afraid." Zhang Biao, behind them, lowered his binoculars and said, "My lord, we must leave at once, or we will be discovered." The Empress continued to tremble, the height of the cliff overwhelming her. It was a stark contrast to the cliffs near Shangwen City. She lacked the courage to leap. There was a chance of survival on the other side. But here, it meant certain death, as for Gu Fei's claim of flying her across the Miluo River. She could not fathom how they would achieve such a feat with this triangular contraption. While she was lost in thought, Gu Fei suddenly cupped her face and kissed her deeply. This kiss lasted at least a minute, prompting Zhang Biao to think, "It's over, little sister. I am utterly powerless to assist you." The Empress, caught off guard by Gu Fei's kiss, was momentarily dazed. Ji Fei lifted the triangular wing from the ground and said, "Now that we have kissed and embraced, if you seek vengeance, then hold on tight." At that moment, the Empress, like a marionette, clutched the horizontal bar of the wing. Ji Fei shouted, "Run with all your might, do not stop. If you stop, we will surely perish." 3, 2, 1, run. At Gu Fei's command, they dashed towards the cliff's edge like arrows released from a bow. The wind howled past their ears, and the ground beneath them receded swiftly. Time seemed to freeze. Xiao Lingxiang's scream echoed through the valley. But as she felt her body ascend with the triangular wing, all fear was replaced by an unprecedented sense of freedom and exhilaration. They soared like eagles through the clouds. Xiao Lingxiang opened her eyes to behold the world below. Lingxiang, at this moment, resembled a robot, strictly following Gu Fei's commands. Obediently, she opened her eyes and gazed down at the shimmering Miluo River below, the water sparkling in the sunlight, a breathtaking sight. She realized she was truly flying in the sky. Swiftly approaching the opposite bank of the Miluo River, at that moment, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Gu Fei, who was intently adjusting his posture, clearly experienced in such feats. Who on earth is this man? After a few breaths, Zhang Biao observed the triangular wing gliding steadily toward the opposite bank of the Miluo River. Zhang Biao called to his cousin Zhang Yong, "Brother, it is time for us to leave." He quickly ignited a few pine trees, and with Zhang Yong holding the triangular wing, they leaped swiftly toward the opposite shore. Ji Fei had instructed them to ignite trees on the mountaintop to obscure their movements, creating smoke to conceal them from their pursuers. Zhang Biao admired Gu Fei's quick thinking. Chapter 38. Leaping across the Miluo River. Under Gu Fei's control, the triangular wing glided smoothly toward the opposite bank. In truth, he felt quite anxious, fearing that Lingxiang's terror would hinder her cooperation, potentially leading to their demise from the towering cliffs of Yunu Peak. Ji Fei prevented Zhang Biao from taking Lingxiang across the Miluo River. Believing Zhang Biao's safety could not be guaranteed, he felt a sense of invincibility, believing fate would not swiftly claim his life. Yet, he remained anxious. After all, there were exceptions, and Wang Meng of the new dynasty had met a gruesome end. Losing his head in the process, as he observed Lingxiang's gradually relaxing expression, Gu Fei joked, "So, I said I would fly you, and here I am. Now you can fully trust me, right?" The Empress nodded earnestly while admiring the scenery above the river. Was there anything more insane than this? She, Xiao Lingxiang, was truly flying in the sky. Such feats belonged only in myth, yet this man beside her had made it a reality. How on earth did he accomplish this? If he were not so filled with bizarre theories and did not possess such a steadfast ambition to rebel, How advantageous it would be to have him on her side. Not only did he speak of treason, but he also shamelessly took advantage of her. This scoundrel dared to kiss her in front of Zhang Biao and his brother. It was intolerable. Upon reaching the capital, she would ensure he faced consequences. The thought of his audacity ignited her anger. As the rightful sovereign, she was the embodiment of authority and dignity, and this man repeatedly disrespected her. The memory of that prolonged kiss, especially in front of the two brothers, made her cheeks flush, even as the brisk wind failed to cool her heated face. The triangular wing flew swiftly above the river. The Empress had never imagined that not only could one fly, but they could do so at such speed. If they could maintain this pace, they would reach the capital in mere hours. This could mean arriving a day or even 2 days ahead of schedule. Scoundrel, can you carry me all the way to the capital like this? Gu Fei chuckled. Can you refrain from calling me a scoundrel? In the capital, the common folk would surely pelt me with eggs if they heard. Humph, you are indeed a bandit. I am not. I am the county magistrate. Moreover, we are about to descend, so prepare yourself. Ah, so soon? Xiao Lingxiang watched as she and Gu Fei effortlessly soared over the treacherous and tumultuous Miluo River. Racing toward the nearby peak like a shooting star, Jiu Fei grinned. If I weren't carrying you, I could probably fly over 3 mountain peaks. But now, we must find a way to land after crossing this one. Given a few more years to develop power, perhaps I could fly all the way from Shengyuan City to the capital without issue. This rascal truly has a backup plan. The Empress Xiao Lingxiang felt somewhat disheartened. The limitation to just one mountain peak meant they would need to traverse the mountains for another day. Would crossing the river ensure their safety? No. It would only bring greater peril. Smoke billowed from Yunu Peak on the opposite side of the river. Gu Fei's plan, orchestrated through Zhang Biao's ignition of a great fire before his departure, proved effective. The thick smoke even enveloped the river's surface, rendering them unseen as they soared to the opposite bank. Their speed was remarkable. On a relatively stable hilltop, Gu Fei, alongside the Empress, dove down the slope. Under Gu Fei's guidance and with the Empress's earnest cooperation, they finally landed safely. Upon touching the ground, Gu Fei swiftly drew his dagger, dismantled and folded the triangular wing, and concealed it in a location where it would go unnoticed. The Empress inquired, "Why are we not taking it with us?" Beyond the series of hills lay vast plains, where its utility would be minimal. The Empress, somewhat understanding yet perplexed, nodded, reflecting that if this device could consistently soar through the skies, it would indeed instill fear in people, as they tidied their belongings. Zhang Biao and his brother Zhang Yong also landed safely in Wai Lord. From here on, I shall have to rely on my legs. Gu Fei chuckled. If not on foot, do you intend to find me a few wild horses? If there were wild horses, they would only be spotted on the grasslands. My lord, you are not being fair to me. Enough chatter. Let us move. 2 hours later, Tianjing stood atop Yunu Peak, gazing at the deserted hilltop, his teeth gritting in frustration. The Empress had deliberately ignited a few pine trees atop Yunu Peak, perhaps intending to lure him here. The crucial question remained. Where had everyone vanished to? Observing the signs, it was evident that someone had been there. Yet where were they now? Tianjing could hardly believe that people could simply disappear without a trace. Through gritted teeth, he commanded, "Continue the search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. Find that woman." Su Feng and Shan Ernyang secretly pondered. This time, it cannot be blamed on us. It happened right beneath Lord Tian's nose. However, with such a wide river, all boats had been pushed to the northern bank, leaving the only vessel on the southern side under Tianjing's control. It seemed impossible for those individuals to cross the Miluo River, thus they must still be hiding in the mountains. Meanwhile, Gu Fei and his companions, to remain inconspicuous, had distanced themselves from Zhang Biao. They walked ahead, while the Zhang brothers trailed about 200 meters behind. Hand in hand, they traversed the mountain path, pretending to be a loving couple. Unbeknownst to them, they were on the verge of a fateful encounter with the forces sent by the solitary Dugu Xian. The mountain path was exceptionally treacherous, with many steep slopes that necessitated Gu Fei to assist the Empress in navigating. Many merchants opted to reach the capital by boat directly from the Miluo River. Had the Empress not been in a hurry, traveling by boat would have been a viable option. However, regardless of whether by boat or on foot, both were fraught with danger, and choosing to sail would delay their arrival by 2 additional days. And no matter how fast the boatmen worked, they could not match the speed of those on land. Moreover, Dugu Xian and his companions were certain that if the Empress were alive and wished to head towards the capital, she would not choose the waterways. By the time she returned to the capital, it would be too late. Once Xiaoyang ascended to the throne, the distinction between the Empress being alive or dead would be negligible. After traversing one mountain, with 2 more to go, a violent tremor was felt ahead. Those familiar with the sound recognized it immediately. A large number of horses were galloping rapidly towards them. Jiu Fei quickly pulled the Empress into a nearby thicket. At that moment, Tianjing, standing by the riverbank, suddenly spotted the peak of Yunu. Before long, a troop of over 100 cavalrymen charged past them. Observing their garb, the Empress's eyes filled with murderous intent as she exclaimed, "Those are Dugu Xian soldiers." Gu Fei, holding Xiao Ling Shuang's hand, could almost feel the intense bloodlust emanating from her. "Dio, you know them. Even if they were ashes, I would recognize their banners." Gu Fei suddenly understood. "Let us go. These individuals are rushing towards the riverbank. Could they have discovered our crossing? That seems improbable." Yet Gu Fei knew that from this point forward, each step must be taken with utmost caution. As night fell and they lacked a tent, Gu Fei found himself in a predicament. How would they manage in this desolate area where neither village nor inn was in sight? The temperature in the mountains was significantly colder than that of the plains. An hour later, Gu Fei noticed Xiao Ling Shuang visibly shivering, realizing she was likely freezing. The temperature difference between the mountains and the plains was at least a dozen degrees. He removed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders. The residual warmth from his clothing stirred something within Xiao Ling Shuang, prompting her to protest, "You should take your coat back." "I'm not cold." "Foolish girl, look at how you're trembling. Do you truly believe you aren't cold?" "Wear it. I, a robust man, can withstand the chill." Observing Gu Fei himself shivering, the Empress's icy heart felt a crack. "You are so kind to me. You will surely regret this in the future. Regardless, you are already mine. That fact cannot be altered. Is it not appropriate for me to treat you well?" The Empress turned her face away, unwilling to hear such words. She believed that her fate with him was doomed. At that moment, Gu Fei suddenly noticed a glimmer of light in the valley ahead. "Ling Shuang, look, there's a house up ahead. Let us seek shelter there." Just then, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong approached. "My lord, it may be too dangerous for you to go ahead. Allow Zhang Yong and me to scout first." Jiu Fei agreed. "Be cautious." As Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong ventured forth, the Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, felt envious of their bond. Zhang Biao was utterly devoted to Gu Fei, following orders without question, a loyalty that was steadfast. Meanwhile, as an empress, she found it nearly impossible to trust anyone, which filled her heart with desolation. "Gu Fei, why do they treat you so well?" In response to Xiao Ling Shuang's inquiry, Gu Fei chuckled, thinking how naive her question was. People reciprocate what they receive. If you treat them sincerely, they will likewise respond in kind. However, there is one exception. "Who?" Gu Fei gently brushed her nose. "Of course, it is you, Miss Long. Your heart is as impenetrable as eternal ice. No matter how I try, it cannot thaw." Listening to Gu Fei's words, Xiao Ling Shuang fell into silence. After a long pause, she finally replied, "I have my own difficulties. You cannot possibly understand." Hearing her words, Gu Fei's previously despondent heart felt somewhat lighter. He earnestly stated, "In this world, there are countless things I can achieve. It all depends on whether the person is worth my effort. If someone is truly deserving of my help, even if she wishes to become an empress, I would find a way to make it happen. This vile mountain bandit, why does he incessantly speak of rebellion?" Xiao Ling Shuang, instead of feeling moved, was filled with indignation. "Go on, keep boasting." A scornful smile crept upon her lips. "If insurrection were that easy, wouldn't everyone be able to become an emperor? Fine, just consider it my boasting," Gu Fei replied with a hint of melancholy. "Ling Shuang, do you have someone you like?" Gu Fei's abrupt question startled her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably as she recalled Long Feng's resolute visage, only to have it juxtaposed with the disheveled appearance of this mountain bandit. "Mind your own business," she snapped, feeling a chill at the thought of this persistent inquiry. Could this girl already have a suitor? Gu Fei suddenly felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. However, he quickly added, "It matters not if you do not speak. Should anyone lay a hand upon you, I shall ensure they meet a fate worse than death." Xiao Ling Shuang, recalling the stark contrast between Gu Fei and Long Feng, could not help but scoff, "Humph. As if you could." Just then, Zhang Biao appeared. "My lord, we can proceed ahead. I found out that it is a hunter's household. However, we shall not stay there. You two can find shelter with them for the night. Zhang Yong and I will find a windbreak and light a fire." "Very well, let us go." Beneath the moonlight, Gu Fei and Xiao Lingshuang stumbled their way to the hunter's dwelling. The hunter's family was at dinner when two unfamiliar faces suddenly intruded, causing them to become instantly alert. However, upon seeing Gu Fei and the beautiful maiden by his side, their demeanor softened, recognizing their noble bearing. They quickly relaxed, reasoning that these two must be fleeing from a marriage, or else they would not have ended up in such a remote village in such disarray. "My lord, my lady, what brings you here?" Gu Fei approached the young hunter and his wife, who appeared to be in their 20s with a young boy and girl in tow. "Good sir and madam, my wife and I were unable to return to the capital in time. Might we impose upon you for a night's lodging?" Hearing Gu Fei's request, the hunter, Changqing, mused, "Indeed, we all face hardships, since fate has brought us together. How could we refuse?" The young wife, hearing her husband's words, quickly urged, "Come inside, come inside." "Thank you, dear brother and sister-in-law." Gu Fei expressed his gratitude with utmost politeness. The Empress smiled at Changqing and his wife, softly whispering her thanks to them as well. Chunyo and Hua hurried to bring over stools for their uncle and aunt, observing their demeanor and surmising that they had yet to partake of dinner. Changqing inquired, to which Gu Fei nodded in affirmation. "Wife, please prepare some more dishes. It is a rare occasion to have guests, and I wish to share a drink with my young brother today." Gu Fei, observing the generous demeanor of the hunter, thought to himself that he would need to repay the kindness shown to him in the future. Even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. "Ah, how could I possibly impose? What do you go by, dear brother?" "You may call me Chang with the single character Qing. No. So you are Chang Qing, dear brother. I am Gu Fei, and this is my wife, Lung Lingshuang." "Ah, so it is Gu brother and Miss Long," Changqing responded while discreetly appraising Lung Lingshuang, pondering that there were not many with the surname Long in Beihang. Could this Miss Long be from the esteemed Long family of the capital? Gu Fei, too, scrutinized Changqing, wondering how such a delightful couple could reside in these remote mountains. It struck him as somewhat peculiar. Was it a cliché detail of a poor young man eloping with a noble lady? At that moment, Hunyo approached Long Lingshuang and exclaimed, "Auntie, you are so beautiful. Sister, your brother is handsome too." Hua chimed in with his childish voice. The innocent remarks from the two children elicited a smile from Xiao Lingshuang, a sight Gu Fei had never witnessed before. He realized that it was not that she could not smile, but rather that she simply chose not to smile at him. Chapter 40. You two wash your feet? It's time to sleep soon. 2 steaming platters of wild chicken and rabbit meat were served. Chunyo and Hua gazed at the dishes with eyes wide, nearly drooling. "Father, did you not say you would sell these in town tomorrow to buy clothes for mother?" "Nonsense. When did I say I would sell them? We have guests now, so why not enjoy them?" Changqing's cheeks flushed slightly. He had indeed mentioned selling the game, but now, upon overhearing their conversation, Gu Fei felt quite embarrassed. "Brother Chang, you are too generous. My wife and I truly feel undeserving." "Oh, Gu brother, what are you saying? Our meeting is fated, and even if it were tiger meat, I would still prepare it for you." The Empress Xiao Lingshuang, witnessing Changqing's sincerity, secretly admired his genuine nature. "A great kindness deserves no thanks, Brother Chang. If the opportunity arises, please do visit our home as a guest. If that is not feasible, my wife's family would also welcome you. Isn't that right, my dear wife?" Gu Fei nudged Xiao Lingshuang with his elbow. Though she wished to express her frustration, she merely nodded with a smile, as if to agree. At that moment, Changqing poured a warm cup of wine for Gu Fei and said, "Come, Gu brother, have a sip to warm yourself." "Thank you, Brother Chang." The wine was not particularly strong, but despite Changqing suggesting just a sip, Gu Fei downed the entire cup in one go, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I have enjoyed such merriment." Gu Fei could discern a person's character through their manner of speaking and drinking. Changqing's carefree nature marked him as a trustworthy companion. Thus, without hesitation, Gu Fei finished his cup in a single gulp. "Jiyu brother is indeed a straightforward man," Changqing remarked joyfully upon witnessing Gu Fei's boldness. However, Xiao Lingshuang subtly nudged Gu Fei, signaling him to moderate his drinking, as they still had a journey ahead. Changqing observed this exchange and said, "Ah, sister-in-law, Let me pour you a cup as well. No, no. Brother Chong, I do not drink. What is there to fear? Let Xiao come over and share a little with you to warm your body. It gets rather chilly in the mountains at night. Wife, pour a half cup for my sister. Chongqing declared decisively. Zhao Xiao, his wife, promptly stood, her smile radiant as she addressed the Empress Xiao Lingshuang. This wine is not strong. A little will do no harm. I sometimes share a large cup with my husband, and it is quite pleasant. Without waiting for a response, she poured a cup for the Empress, leaving her with no time to react. Truly, it seemed this couple was exceptionally hospitable. Jiu Fei smiled at the Empress. Encouraging, do have a sip. It will warm you. Faced with the couple's warm hospitality, the Empress, albeit reluctantly, nodded with a smile and began to sip delicately. The wine turned out to be rather enjoyable, and after a few sips, she felt her body warming up. The 4 adults and 2 children chatted and dined, spending nearly an hour in such conviviality. In the midst of this, Chongqing curiously inquired about Gu Fei's origin. Gu Fei explained that they had traveled from the vicinity of the Miluo River. Chongqing's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, the area around the Miluo River has been under military lockdown these past few days. How did you manage to cross the river? Realizing he had been careless, Gu Fei quickly replied, we actually arrived at this county several days ago, but my wife was unwell, which delayed us in the mountains. Chongqing appeared somewhat skeptical but did not press the matter further. Everyone has their own untold struggles, and his suspicion stemmed from the clear capital accent of Xiao Lingshuang, while Gu Fei's accent he could not place. It was evident that Gu Fei might be one of those young men eloping with a noble lady, much like himself. A chuckle escaped Gu Fei as he observed Chongqing's robust physique. Agile and muscular, he too had his doubts. Brother Chong, did you perhaps serve in the military? Upon being questioned, Chongqing's face stiffened momentarily, prompting Zhao Xiao to interject, Gu brother must have mistaken him. My husband is merely a humble hunter. Oh, Gu Fei, noting Chongqing's reaction, felt certain he had indeed been a soldier. The Empress was about to inquire why he had chosen not to continue in military service, but Gu Fei interrupted her. Brother Chong, the environment here is quite suitable. Were it not for our need to rush to the capital, I would love to build a home here and spend my life with my wife. Raising adorable children like Hu Wan and Hu Niu. That sounds wonderful. Whenever you wish to visit, feel free. We could even become neighbors. Chongqing laughed heartily. He then added, Xiao, please prepare a room for our young brother to stay in tonight. Gu Fei promptly rose. I apologize for the trouble, sister-in-law. Soon, the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. As they were led into the room by Gu Xiao, the Empress felt hesitant to share a room with Gu Fei. Torn between desire and discomfort, she felt apprehensive about being apart from him, yet uneasy in his presence. At that moment, Zhao Xiao brought in a basin of warm water and said, You too, soak your feet. It will help you sleep better. Gu Fei then pulled out a 100-tael silver note from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Xiao. Sister Xiao, please accept this. Zhao Xiao gasped in shock upon seeing the denomination. Heavens! 100 taels of silver could sustain their entire family for several years. With a serious expression, she insisted, Gu brother, this is far too much. I cannot accept. Please take it back, Gu Fei replied. Sister, please accept it. We have hit it off so well. Consider this a gift for Hu Wan and Hu Niu to buy clothes. Zhao Xiao was taken aback. It had been years since she had seen such a large sum. She called out, Qingge, come quickly. Chongqing entered the room to find Zhao Xiao holding a 100-tael silver note, and he too was stunned. Qingge, look, Gu brother has given me money. Chongqing took the note from Zhao Xiao's hand and immediately returned it to Gu Fei. Gu brother, you cannot do this. It would be a slap in my face. Please take it back, Brother Chong. Sister Xiao, this silver note is not for you. It is meant for Hu Wan and Hu Niu to buy clothes and sweets. They are still young and need nourishment to grow. Hu Niu, come and take this. Uncle Fei has bought you and your brother clothes. What am I to do now? Chongqing felt deeply moved, realizing Gu Fei's genuine intent. A single meal had exchanged for 100 taels of silver, more than he could sell in 2 years of hunting. Take it. My husband may not have many skills, but he can certainly earn money. This amount is nothing to him. At that moment, the Empress unexpectedly chimed in, likely wishing to assist Chongqing's family. After all, it would spare her from enduring the cold tonight. Yes, my wife speaks truth. We are not lacking in funds. If you ever face difficulties, come to the capital to seek me out. If I am not around, you may approach my wife. Her family is quite wealthy as well. Chongqing was overwhelmed, realizing this young couple were indeed affluent. How fortunate he was to have encountered such benefactors. Chapter 41. Fueled by wine, their enthusiasm ignites. Half an hour later, Zhang Biao and his brother observed the once bright room now shrouded in darkness. Pondering with a hint of worry, I wonder how the master will sleep tonight. Suddenly, one of them sat up, exclaiming, could it be that the young lady and the master are cuddling together in their sleep? How am I supposed to report this to Zhang Yao? Zhang Biao scratched his head, displaying an air of irritation. In the meantime, Gu Fei and the Empress lay silently on the bed, both still clothed. Although they had grown intimate over several nights, the Empress's heart raced uncontrollably. This was especially true after she had just consumed half a bowl of wine. Her cheeks now flushed crimson. Jiu Fei, lost in his own thoughts, contemplated whether he should embrace her as they slept or wait for her to make the first move. He had already played the sage for several nights. This girl harbored hostility and wariness towards him. Perhaps once they reached the capital, they would never see each other again. With this thought, Gu Fei's courage surged. After all, a kiss is still a kiss. Whether it be one or two, why squander such precious moments? Fueled by the alcohol, he wrapped his arms around the contemplative Empress and pulled her into a powerful embrace. Just as she intended to coldly ask, "What do you think you're doing?" Her lips were forcefully silenced by Gu Fei's kiss. Feeling his intensity, she succumbed to the moment, responding fervently to his kisses, her legs straightening as her body pressed firmly against him. Just when Gu Fei felt it was time to take things further, the Empress suddenly bit down on his tongue. Coldly, she declared, "If you make me pregnant, even if I do not kill you, you shall surely meet your demise, and the tens of thousands of citizens in Shangyuan City will suffer the same fate." The pain from her bite jolted Gu Fei back to a semblance of reality. And he replied, somewhat frustrated, "Do you not want it, or is it that you cannot?" "Neither," she retorted. "It's getting late. Please, just stop." Gu Fei found it hard to believe she didn't want it, yet the atmosphere had been shattered, and he lost the desire to continue. Thus, he kissed her forehead once more, holding her head gently. The Empress, filled with disdain for this rogue Gu Fei, felt utterly exasperated by his relentless advances. She resolved to keep her distance from him in the future, for in his presence, there remained no secrets about her. This thought filled her with shame. The only way to protect such secrets would be to eliminate him. It must be said that her murderous intent towards Gu Fei deepened with each of his bold, audacious gestures. After a prolonged moment, they parted suddenly, fearing that if they lingered any longer, they might suffocate. Finally, both closed their eyes and drifted into slumber. At this moment, the Empress no longer rejected Gu Fei. Instead, she nestled comfortably into his embrace, sinking into a peaceful sleep. However, just as they had settled into each other's arms for a couple of hours, a knock at the door pierced the stillness. Gu Fei instantly became alert. Chongqing was not the type to intrude on others' privacy. Glancing outside, he noted that dawn had not yet fully broken. He donned his coat and approached the door, whispering, "Chonggu?" "What is it?" Chongqing quickly replied, "You must leave at once. There are many soldiers quietly approaching." I discovered this while setting traps for game, so I hurried back to warn you. Quickly, you should also wake your wife and the children. They are already awake." Jiu Fei shook the Empress awake, exclaiming, "Ling Shuang, rise quickly. The enemy is here." The Empress, roused from a sweet dream, sprang into action upon hearing the news of danger, hastily feeling around in the dark for her clothes. Yet, the more flustered she became, the more difficult it was to dress. Seeing this, Gu Fei could only step in to assist her. At that moment, it seemed their relationship had drawn even closer. Just as they finished dressing and stepped outside, they heard Chongqing bark a sharp command. "Who goes there?" Gu Fei had already pulled back the bowstring. "It's us. Our master and mistress are inside your home," Zhang Biao hastily clarified. Chongqing then turned to Gu Fei, asking, "Brother Gu, do you recognize these two?" "Chonggu, indeed, I do. They are my family." "Phew. Since they're your family, why didn't you bring them along?" Gu Fei chuckled. "How could I impose?" Just then, Zhang Biao urged, "Master, we must leave quickly. Dozens of soldiers are making their way here. They must have received news." The message echoed Chongqing's warning. "Chonggu, we should leave together. These men are likely pursuing us, but if you do not flee as well, you might be implicated." Chongqing nodded, then returned inside, grabbing a quiver of arrows to strap to his back while leading 2 robust yellow dogs. He lifted Hunyeo, saying, "Let us go. I will take you through the shortcut to the capital." Chongqing's decisiveness impressed Gu Fei anew. Without gathering anything from the house, he merely took a bucket of arrows, leading Gu Fei to believe Chongqing must have exceptional archery skills. "Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong, you two carry the children." Gu Fei observed that Chongqing, while carrying Hunyeo, was somewhat encumbered, so he directed Zhang Biao and his brother to take the children. It would be impossible for Zhao Xiuxiu to carry the child while on the run. Her physique was even frilier than the Empress's. Chongqing had not anticipated that Gu Fei had 2 guards hidden nearby, pondering who these 2 might be, generous in spirit and straightforward in demeanor. Chongqing sensed that Gu Fei and the Empress bore them no ill will, which was why he had unreservedly welcomed them into his home for a meal and a night's rest. And now was guiding them to the capital. He understood well that this group, sneaking back, would undoubtedly harbor ill intentions. True to his suspicions, mere moments after they departed, flames engulfed Chongqing's home. Zhao Xiuxiu gazed sorrowfully at the blaze, tears streaming down her face. Although the place was dilapidated and drafty, she had cherished it, for it was the happy little abode she shared with Chongqing. Now, it was reduced to ashes in a fit of rage. Chongqing struck a nearby sturdy tree with his fist, causing leaves to rain down. Revealing the force of his blow, he cursed, "These wretches are as vile as ever." This outburst revealed his ties to the military. The Empress's eyes blazed with fury. These people were utterly lawless. Yu Fei spoke. "Chonggu, I am truly sorry that your home has been lost, but you and your wife need not worry. I will provide you with a new house. Just choose one in Beiheng." Chongqing remained silent. No other dwelling could replace what had been lost. His and Zhao Xiuxiu's cherished little nest, though modest and drafty, it held all their sweet memories as a family of 4. The 1,000 households have fled. Before the blazing inferno that had once been Chongqing's house, soldiers stood in rows, a general on a black horse wearing a twisted expression of anger. "You useless fools, why haven't you gone after them yet?" This 1,000 households was Yao Chonghu, a trusted subordinate of Dugu Xian. While investigating near the river, an old herbalist informed them that he had seen 2 large birds flying down from Yuna Peak, each carrying a person. Upon hearing this, Yao Chonghu realized the gravity of the situation. The Empress must have been one of them. How they arrived there on the birds was still a mystery, but it was clear she had crossed the Miluo River. This was a serious predicament. Chapter 42. Fleeing into the mountains, Yao Chonghu gazed into the distance, where the mountains were shrouded in thick fog. Feeling quite troubled, capturing them at this moment would be exceedingly difficult. His frustration caused his arms to tremble. If he lost track of them, he would face dire consequences upon returning. It was all that dog Tianjing's fault. So many people had failed to keep watch, allowing the Empress to slip away undetected to the opposite bank. He had already sent a boat across the river to notify Tianjing. That scoundrel must also be fearing punishment at this hour. The family's bedding was still warm, clearly indicating they had just escaped. His eyes seemed to penetrate the trees and mountains, commanding, "Everyone scatter and search north." Additionally, inform Tianjing to send his men to join the search. Dispatch others to block all the routes north of the mountains. Yao Chonghu raised his palm, fingers splayed upward, then slowly brought them together. Commanding, "I will encircle these mountains. I refuse to believe that woman can escape from my grasp." Meanwhile, amidst the towering flames, Long Feng, son of the Duke of Julu, caught sight of the distant fire illuminating the sky. One of his subordinates pointed towards the blaze, saying, "General, how could a fire spontaneously ignite? There must be something amiss. Immediately send men to investigate." Another group hurried to the riverbank, while the remainder accompanied him to search for Dugu Xian's people. Long Feng regarded the crimson flames with mixed emotions. If Dugu Xian's men were still searching, it would mean the Empress was still alive. Now both sides were on the hunt, and it was a race to see who would find her first. Whomever located the Empress first would tip the scales of victory in their favor. Approximately an hour later, the first rays of sunlight began to creep over the mountain tops in Beiheng. As if bestowing warmth upon all that this moment, Tianjing had arrived by Yao Chonghu's side. As the sun climbed higher, the search parties had yet to catch even a glimpse of the Empress and her companions, causing a growing sense of urgency within them. He cast a glance at the somber-faced Yao Chonghu, saying, "Do you think your information might be erroneous? How could the Empress possibly fly over here? Are there such enormous birds in this world? Perhaps that old herbalist is merely fabricating tales. Upon hearing this, Yao Changhu thought to himself that this fellow still wished to evade responsibility. With a roll of his eyes, he retorted, "In this vast world, there are countless wonders. The grasslands abound with eagles capable of snatching away children and goats. Thus, it is not inconceivable that a bird could carry a fully grown adult. However, what perplexed me was how this hunter could have discovered our whereabouts in advance. Could there be a traitor among us?" Yao Changhu's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze darting around like a venomous serpent, causing the soldiers nearby to feel their hearts racing in trepidation. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and plunged it into the chest of the nearest soldier without warning. Coldly, he declared, "I have long harbored suspicions about you. I am not—" The soldier, on the brink of death, desperately protested, but he soon found himself devoid of any further opportunities for defense. At that moment, a pack of ferocious, barking hunting dogs was brought over by 6 or 7 soldiers. "Bring me the culprit. If you fail to find them, you shall share his fate." The soldiers leading the dogs were filled with dread upon seeing the lifeless form of their comrade. General Yao Changhu was notorious for his bloodthirsty nature and his ruthless character. They had no doubt that if they did not locate their target, they too would meet the same grim end. The soldiers, now resolute, followed the dogs in a frenzied pursuit. As they caught the scent, their search radius rapidly narrowed. Yao Changhu turned to the capricious Tianjing and sneered, "Tianjing, should I capture that woman? You will have much to answer for before the Lord, especially since she was sent over from your side." Hearing this, Tianjing tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, surreptitiously applying pressure, yearning to sever Yao Changhu's head from his shoulders. What an opportune moment, yet you still seek to take credit. Though Yao Changhu was boisterous and overbearing, he remained vigilant to Tianjing's subtle movements. Ignoring him, Tianjing snorted coldly and led a score of men in pursuit of the scent left by the dog. "What good is speed if you dare not draw your sword? Draw it, and you shall meet your demise." Yao Changhu regarded Tianjing's retreating figure with contempt, viewing him merely as a dog of the Changxin Ho family, no different from the hounds racing ahead. Unlike himself, who was a genuine Qinhu with an army of over 1,000 soldiers at his command, capable of extinguishing Tianjing's life at a whim. Changqing, accompanied by Gu Fei and the Empress, paused for a brief respite after traversing a small stream for nearly an hour. Gu Fei dipped his hand into the stream, discovering the water to be refreshingly sweet and delicious. Meanwhile, Changqing scattered a handful of powder along the bank of the stream. "Brother Chang, what are you doing?" Zhang Biao inquired, observing Changqing's unceasing activity while the others rested. "I'm sprinkling some medicinal powder to mask our scent. I concocted this powder while hunting beasts, fearing they may have dogs, so it was to evade the dog's pursuit." Zhang Biao admired Changqing's meticulousness, while Gu Fei pondered how such a composed and experienced figure could have ended up in the depths of the mountains. Was it truly because he had eloped with Zhao Xiuxiu? The Empress also contemplated Changqing's identity, realizing that had it not been for him, even crossing the Miluo River would not have spared them from Dugu Xian's relentless pursuit. Gu Fei, noticing the fine beads of sweat on the Empress's forehead, gently asked, "Are you tired?" Feeling the concern in Gu Fei's voice, the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, replied, "I am a bit fatigued, but I can persevere." Meanwhile, the innocent eyes of Hua and Huniu scanned the group, and upon spotting Changqing returning, they exclaimed, "Father, we are both very hungry." Changqing affectionately ruffled Hua's hair, smiling as he reassured, "Hua, Huniu, bear with me a little longer. I promise to prepare a feast for you by noon." "Yay!" At that moment, Zhang Biao produced a small piece of compressed biscuit, slicing it into several smaller portions with a dagger and offering them to Hua and Huniu. "Uncle Zhang's biscuits are truly delightful." Gu Fei interjected, "You scoundrel! Don't you think to soak it in water before giving it to the children? What if they choke?" Changqing took a piece of the biscuit, sniffing it and discovering its pleasant aroma. Reminiscent of scallion pancakes, then questioned, "Just a tiny piece. Can it really fill the children?" "Indeed, this is compressed biscuit. Do not underestimate it. Once soaked, it can swell up to fill a small basin," Zhang Biao replied proudly. "What? A piece no larger than a fist can swell into a basin's worth?" Chapter 43. The Empress nearly loses her composure. Changqing was taken aback. Not only he, but even his wife, Zhao Xiuxiu, wore expressions of disbelief. This seemingly inconspicuous yellow biscuit could expand to such an extent it appeared as enchanting as the clouds in the distance, yet remained untouchable. However, this biscuit lay right before him, and Chongqing clearly found it hard to accept. Brother Gu, I find it difficult to believe this biscuit can swell so much. Chongqing voiced his skepticism candidly. Zhang Biao splashed some water from his water pouch onto the biscuit. Since words could not clarify the matter, he decided to demonstrate the reality to Chongqing and his family. Hearing Gu Fei's comment, Zhang Biao took another small piece, placed it in his palm, and poured water over it, submerging the biscuit. Chongqing's eyes were fixated on Zhang Biao's palm, unwilling to miss a single detail. The small piece of compressed biscuit in Zhang Biao's hand began to expand before his very eyes, growing 4 to 5 times its original size, akin to a magic trick. Chongqing's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting as he struggled to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the transformation. Heavens, it can truly swell to such proportions. Seeing Chongqing's astonished expression, Zhang Biao felt a swell of pride. Taste it and see how it fares. Without hesitation, Chongqing seized the now enlarged biscuit and placed it in his mouth. It was savory and fragrant, with hints of meat flavor dancing on his palate. As Chongqing savored it, he found himself overwhelmed by the multitude of flavors, realizing this was an extraordinary delicacy. Had I possessed 10 of these back then, my comrades, sigh. Chongqing's eyes suddenly filled with bloodshot veins, reminiscent of painful memories. Let us proceed. Chongqing led the way, grasping the leashes of 2 yellow dogs as he ventured into the woods. Zhao Xiuxiu watched her husband with a sigh, well aware of the burdensome past he carried. The time when he helplessly witnessed his brothers perish from starvation on the battlefield, only to return to the capital, only to be ruthlessly betrayed by Dugu Xian. Yu Fei held the Empress's hand, bringing up the rear. They both felt a pang of empathy for Chongqing, realizing he was no ordinary man. The Empress resolved that if she could safely return to the palace, she would certainly reward him. His loyalty and intelligence far surpassed those soldiers who relied on flattery and boastfulness. With Zhang Biao's biscuits satiating Hua and Huniu, the 2 children ceased their cries of hunger. After another hour of travel, Gu Fei instructed Zhang Biao to distribute all the remaining biscuits. If they did not consume something soon, not only would the children struggle, but they themselves would also suffer, having ascended 2 hills without a morsel of food since breakfast. When Zhang Biao handed half a piece of compressed biscuit to Chongqing, his expression remained pained. Brother Chong, please eat. In the future, should you desire this biscuit, my family possesses an abundance. You may have as many as you wish. Chongqing nodded, understanding that lamenting would be futile at this juncture. I must learn how to make this compressed biscuit when I have the chance. It's merely a matter of a few words. Zhang Biao finished his piece in several bites, drank some water, and then selected a tree to climb. He pulled out a monocular and began to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted numerous heads emerging atop a nearby hill. Alarmed, he shouted, "Young master, the enemy is pursuing us. Just over that hill." Chongqing gazed toward the hill several hundred meters away, seeing nothing, and then turned his attention to the object in Zhang Biao's hand. Can that thing in your hand allow you to see the enemy on the opposite hill? Zhang Biao offered no explanation, simply beckoning him, "Come and see for yourself." Without hesitation, Chongqing moved with the agility of a monkey. Swiftly reaching Zhang Biao's side, Zhang Biao handed him the somewhat hefty bronze monocular, indicating the direction. Chongqing received the binoculars and emulated Zhang Biao's actions, peering at the opposite hill, upon spotting several hundred soldiers. His astonishment surpassed even that of encountering a hillside filled with unclad maidens. He quickly withdrew the binoculars and found the view before him obscured. After repeating the process 4 or 5 times, he turned to Zhang Biao, his face awash with disbelief. Such a miraculous device exists in the world. Zhang Biao chuckled. Indeed, it can rightfully be termed a miraculous device, an eye that sees 1,000 miles. Chongqing, filled with excitement, swiftly descended from the tree and approached Gu Fei, fervently exclaiming, "Do you still have that item? If so, might I trouble you for one?" Gu Fei, observing the exhilaration radiating from Chongqing, responded with a faint smile. "This item is exceedingly difficult to craft." The Empress, seated beside him, couldn't help but smirk inwardly at Chongqing's words, which were surprisingly similar to her own. Surely the next phrase would be, This item is priceless. However, the subsequent statement nearly sent the Empress into a fit of rage. Ji Yufei continued, nevertheless, although it is not easily made, when you visit my home in the future, I shall present you with one. Oh, how very kind of you! Chongqing exclaimed, gratitude spilling from his lips. Ji Yufei patted Chongqing on the shoulder, saying, there is no need for thanks. You truly deserve to possess such a formidable weapon, whether hunting fierce beasts or vanquishing foes. It is indeed a rare treasure. To Gu Fei's surprise, Chongqing did not argue but instead nodded earnestly. The Empress, listening to Gu Fei's words, felt a surge of ire. The audacious bandit was implying that she was unworthy of such a treasure. Very well. Once we reach the capital, the very first thing I shall do is seize it from you. I am eager to see how you will respond at that moment. Tianjing had already arrived with a pack of dogs at the small stream where Gu Fei and the others had previously lingered. Observing the dogs that had come to a halt, he scoffed, a pack of foolish mutts, barking incessantly. The humans must be across the stream. Follow me through the water. His subordinates dared not disobey, leading the dogs across to the opposite bank. Yet upon arrival, the dogs lost their target and continued to bark loudly, thinking, where is the scent? Where has that damned aroma gone? Tianjing, seeing the dogs bark wildly after crossing the stream, was incensed and drew his sword. Contemplating beheading one of the dogs, however, he quickly reconsidered. His sword was one of the renowned Changhong blades of Beiheng, and slaying a worthless old dog would tarnish its honor. Hurry and find them. They must be nearby. The soldiers, fearing to delay, quickly dispersed. Meanwhile, Gu Fei and his companions resumed their journey after a brief pause. Once they crested the mountain, they would find a clear path straight to the capital. The mountains appeared calm and serene, with birds chirping melodiously, yet beneath the surface, turmoil brewed, and danger lurked at every turn. After half an hour of travel, Gu Fei abruptly halted, as if he had heard a sound. This is bad. The enemy is encircling us from the north. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the group plummeted. Chapter 44. I never abandon women. As Gu Fei's words echoed, the two large yellow dogs beside Chongqing seemed to sense impending danger and began to howl. Chongqing's expression shifted. Ji Yufei then said, Brother Chong, you have already aided me thus far. Let us part ways here. They are merely searching for us. The Empress, her expression grave, added, indeed, you have your wife and 2 children. We cannot allow you to face further peril. Hearing their words, Chongqing fell into contemplation, realizing their truth. With the enemy drawing near, his wife and children were his greatest vulnerabilities. He glanced at his beloved wife and 2 adorable children. Finally gritting his teeth and nodding, it is not that I, Chongqing, am unwilling to assist you. Rather, my wife and children cannot be put in danger. Upon hearing Chongqing's declaration, Gu Fei felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thinking that this was the mark of a rational man, faced with such a choice, he knew his decision would mirror Chongqing's. He would never expose his family to danger. However, Gu Fei soon realized he had misjudged. For Chongqing continued, once I ensure that Xiuxiu, Huniu, and Huai are settled, I will come seek you. Brother Chong, there is truly no need for you to worry about Huniu and Huai. Simply take care of your wife. We shall handle the rest. Chongqing nodded in response. Ji Yufei then produced a silver note from his pocket and handed it to Chongqing, saying, take this. Should any misfortune befall us, please travel south to Shang'an City and inform the local constable Yi Anlin and the county deputy Wang Tongji of what has transpired here. Chongqing, without hesitation, scooped up Huniu and departed. At that moment, Zhang Biao presented a pair of binoculars to him, saying, this is a token of our acquaintance. Take it. I do not wish to lose your trust. This is my promise to you. Chongqing nodded, his eyes reddening as he patted Zhang Biao's shoulder and wished him well. He then vanished into the woods to the west with his family. The Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, gazed at the disappearing Chongqing family and let out a long sigh. A hint of sorrow crossed her face as she smiled at Gu Fei, saying, they are coming for me. You should leave as well, you filthy bandit. How dare you? When have I, Gu Fei, ever forsaken a woman? Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, no one shall harm you, not even a hair on your head. Every word from Gu Fei resonated deeply within the Empress's heart, shattering the once unyielding fortress of her emotions. Tears glistened in her eyes as she smiled gently at Gu Fei, saying, you will come to regret this. You filthy bandit, in my dictionary, there is no such word as regret. Gu Fei declared. The people of Shangyuan City are not cowards. Cold maiden, my master speaks the truth. Once we make a promise in Shangyuan City, we do not break it. A mere few hundred men are nothing to fear. Shall we signal to Xiao Shi and the others? Gu Fei shook his head, deciding it was too late for any rescue. They would wait until the last moment to signal. He knew that Xiao Shi and Xiao Suzi were not fools. Upon seeing the enemy retreat across the river, they would swiftly cross over. By then, it would either be their doom or their chance at escape. Holding Xiao Lingshuang's hand, Gu Fei smiled. Are you afraid? I have already died once. Do you think I would still fear? Xiao Lingshuang finally regarded Gu Fei. Realizing that the man who remained steadfast by her side was none other than him. Perhaps it was fate. At least she would not die alone. A cool breeze swept through the woods, bringing an unsettling chill that seemed to whisper of danger lurking nearby. After a brief moment, the first enemy appeared. It was a soldier from the north who had spotted them. They moved more swiftly than those from the south. However, this unfortunate soul had yet to sound the alarm before Zhang Biao swiftly silenced him. Seeing the enemy struggle in Zhang Biao's grasp, the Empress recognized her precarious situation. Their survival hinged on fate and Gu Fei's trio. With the first enemy's appearance, the second soon followed, and this time, foes emerged. Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, fiercely valiant brothers, showed no fear in the face of the four subordinates of Dugu Xian. Instead, they charged forth like ravenous wolves, in a swift motion. Zhang Yong plunged his dark dagger through a soldier's armor, piercing his chest. Another soldier, seizing the opportunity, attempted to strike Zhang Yong from behind, only to find his blow ineffective. Merely tearing his robe in a quick turn, Zhang Yong retaliated, driving his dagger into the enemy's chest. Zhang Biao, far more formidable, dispatched two soldiers before they could even touch him. Afterward, he teased Zhang Yong, "You're too slow. If there were three, you'd be wounded." Meanwhile, Gu Fei, witnessing Zhang Biao's banter amidst the chaos, chided, "You fool, hurry and flee before more arrive." The Empress also found Zhang Biao's jest inappropriate. Zhang Yong had already exerted himself greatly, and without his armor, he might have been struck down. She glanced at Gu Fei beside her, thinking how he remained so nonchalant even at such a perilous moment. Jiu Fei observed the approaching enemy and instructed, "We must break through to the north. As long as they could shatter this encirclement, the enemy would believe they remained hidden in the mountains, ensuring their safety." Soon, the body Zhang Biao and the others had dispatched drew the attention of Dugu Xian's men, and a cacophony of howls erupted. The commotion alerted Tianjing and Yao Changhu to Gu Fei's approximate location. Concurrently, Long Feng received the news. Upon hearing the cries from the southern hill, joy illuminated his face, confirming that the person he had longed for was still alive. His body trembled involuntarily. The Empress must have had someone protecting her, or else Dugu Xian's men would not have sounded the alarm. He bellowed to his troops, "Everyone, follow me into the fray. If you encounter any resistance, kill without mercy." At his command, Gu Fei felt his skin crawl as soldiers swarmed toward them from all sides. He turned to Xiao Lingshuang, urgently instructing, "Remember, no matter what, do not leave my side." Xiao Lingshuang understood they had reached their most dangerous moment. Their chances of breaking the encirclement now depended on this very instant. After running a few hundred paces, they were confronted by a dozen soldiers. Chapter 45. An old friend among the enemy facing the soldiers. Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong shouted, "Lord, take care of yourself." Cold maiden, and without hesitation, they charged into the throng. Both brothers carried rifles. They would not draw them unless absolutely necessary, for ammunition was a precious commodity. Moreover, should such a formidable artifact appear beyond the confines of Shangyuan City, compounded by the demise of Gu Fei in the outside world, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the 70 to 80,000 citizens of Shangyuan City. County Lieutenant Wang Tongji would undoubtedly resist. Yet everyone is acutely aware that Gu Fei is the very backbone and soul of Shangyuan City. Without him, the city cannot withstand much longer. A few soldiers, upon witnessing Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong embroiled in a fierce battle, hastened toward Gu Fei. The Empress, upon seeing the soldiers advancing menacingly towards herself and Gu Fei, quickly exclaimed, "Hurry, hurry! Those rascals are coming." At such a moment, she dared not reveal her identity, fearing that exposure would lead to her swift demise. For each individual, revealing her identity would be a capital offense. It would be astonishing if they allowed her to leave unscathed. As the enemy closed in, Gu Fei grasped his dagger firmly, prepared to eliminate the encroaching soldiers. In truth, the most formidable warrior among them was not Zhang Biao, but Gu Fei himself, which emboldened Zhang Biao to recklessly charge and slay the foes. Just as Gu Fei was about to strike, a swift sound pierced the air. A projectile arrow. One soldier was struck in the chest and collapsed to the ground. Before the others could react, a second arrow whizzed through the air, piercing another soldier's heart. Gu Fei recognized the arrows. They belonged to Chongqing, who had just escorted his wife and child away. The Empress also recognized him, a flicker of joy lighting her face as she exclaimed, "It's Chongqing!" In a brief moment, Chongqing loosed 5 arrows, claiming the lives of 5 soldiers. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao and his brother had nearly dispatched the remaining foes. Covered in blood, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong appeared as fearsome as the king of hell. Observing Chongqing approaching, Gu Fei said gravely, "Did I not instruct you to take your wife and child away? Why have you returned?" Chongqing replied with a smile, "They are currently in a very safe place. I, Chongqing, am a man of my word. The money you provided earlier is sufficient for them to live without worry until the child grows up. What have I to fear?" Zhang Biao, having slain the last enemy, approached with a hearty laugh and punched Chongqing on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, if we survive this, let us become sworn brothers, feasting and drinking to our heart's content every day." Agreed. Chongqing and Zhang Biao exchanged a fist bump. At that moment, however, Zhang Biao suddenly glanced at Zhang Yong's left arm, his eyes narrowing. "You rascal, are you injured?" Zhang Yong, with blood smeared across his face, grinned foolishly, revealing his blood-stained teeth. "It's nothing. I won't die." The Empress, witnessing this, leaned her head against Gu Fei's chest. At that moment, a pang of sorrow washed over her. These men had come to fulfill their promises for the sake of mere words. She whispered to Gu Fei, "It's all my fault. I allowed the enemy to seize the opportunity." Gu Fei sighed deeply. There was no point in lamenting the situation now. Chongqing hastily retrieved arrows from the fallen foes, assessing their surroundings before declaring, "The enemy is fewer over there. We should proceed in that direction." Gu Fei, acknowledging that his survival skills in the mountains could not match Chongqing's, chose to follow him in their escape. Indeed, the path Chongqing selected had fewer soldiers. Normally, there would be 1 or 2 soldiers at points, yet each was dispatched by Chongqing's arrows, leading Gu Fei to silently acknowledge the advantage of ranged attacks. However, it appeared that their good fortune was about to run out. As they scaled a stone wall 2 men high, they unexpectedly encountered a squad of 10. Both sides stared at one another, momentarily stunned. Just as Zhang Biao braced for another bloody battle, Chongqing suddenly shouted, "Zhang Biao, stand down." At that moment, one of the men in the squad, seizing the opportunity, drew a blade and violently thrust it towards a nearby soldier. The soldier clutched his abdomen, bitterness in his eyes as he pointed accusingly at the assailant. "Wu Ziki, how dare you kill me?" Gu Fei, Zhang Biao, and the Empress were equally taken aback, wondering what was transpiring. At that moment, the man who had just wielded the blade looked tearfully at Chongqing. "General, is it truly you? We thought you were dead." Chongqing, his eyes brimming with tears, choked out a smile. "Xiao Wu, I never imagined I would encounter you all again in this lifetime." The remaining 9 quickly surrounded Chongqing, each embracing him tightly, fearful that this was merely a dream. "General, it is truly wonderful to see you alive." This heartwarming scene left the Empress and Gu Fei in a state of astonishment. Once more, no wonder Chongqing was so formidable. He was a general, and clearly beloved, suggesting he must be an excellent commander. "Xiao Wu, under whose command are you now?" Chongqing, filled with excitement, inquired. Wu Ziki replied, "General, all your former subordinates have been taken over by that scoundrel Yao Changhu." Upon hearing Yao Changhu's name, Chongqing scoffed. "I owe my survival to that man. He was the one who pushed me off the cliff when I was unguarded." Wu Ziki seethed. "That bastard Yao Changhu dared to deceive us, claiming you fell by accident." Chongqing sneered, "Without witnesses to the death, he can say whatever he pleases. So, it is he who is leading the charge now. Indeed, it is this man." Wu Ziki's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. "General, let us return and settle the score with him. Avenging our fallen brothers." A flicker of guilt crossed Chongqing's face as he then smiled wryly. "I fear I cannot aid my brothers in this vengeance. My capabilities are limited," he added. "Moreover, I will never serve under Dugu Xian again." At that moment, Gu Fei interjected. Seeking revenge is not difficult. My wife can help you with that. If you escort her to the capital, you can have the Marquis Long Hongyi reinstate your military service. Ah, that would be splendid. Then we will follow you, General. Chongqing continued to shake his head. Xiao Wu, I fear I would disappoint my brothers. To command thousands of men again is just too daunting. The excitement in Xiao Wu and the others' eyes gradually faded as they realized that the once-admired General Chongqing had become like this. Brother Chongqing, if you truly wish to avenge your brothers, there will surely be opportunities. If you wish to kill that Yao Changhu, I can guarantee he will be dead within a year, and Dugu Exine will not escape my wrath either. Is that true? Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, Chongqing's demeanor shifted from despair to exhilaration. Rest assured, I have 100 ways to ensure their demise. But first, we must safely reach the capital. Chapter 46. The first signal fire in history. Wu Ziki and the others, whose hearts had just begun to extinguish, were instantaneously reignited by Gu Fei's words. They exchanged astonished glances, looking from Gu Fei to Chongqing. General, who is this? Chongqing, listening to Gu Fei, was equally puzzled. How could he possess the ability to eliminate Dugu Exine and Yao Changhu? Seeing Wu Ziki inquire about Gu Fei's identity, Chongqing responded, he is my friend, Gu Fei. These two are brothers, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. This is Gu Fei's wife, Miss Long. Wu Ziki glanced at Gu Fei, and then at the Empress, saying, Miss Long, since we have already slain Yao Changhu's men, it is naturally impossible for us to follow him now. We would like to know if you can ensure the safety of our brothers once we reach the capital. If you cannot protect us, we will have no choice but to roam the world alongside General Chong. Upon hearing Wu Ziki's concerns, the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, smiled slightly. Gaining 9 additional allies for no reason was a fortunate turn of events. As the Empress of Beihong, ensuring the safety of these individuals was merely a matter of words. With that thought, confidence radiated from her face. By abandoning the shadows and embracing the light. If you escort me to the capital, I will personally petition Her Majesty the Empress to plead for your special consideration. Upon hearing the Empress Xiao Lingshuang's strong assurance, Wu Ziki and the others exhaled a long breath of relief, smiling broadly. With Miss Long's word, we 9 can rest easy. They now understood that this woman named Long must be of significant importance. Otherwise, Yao Changhu would not have gone to such lengths to pursue her. With their worries alleviated, smiles spread across Wu Ziki and his companions' faces. General, we know which area has the fewest enemies. We shall charge forth. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, General Long Feng, the eldest son of the Duke of Julu, is also on his way here. We have already clashed several times, and many lives have been lost on both sides. The Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, was suddenly filled with elation upon hearing Long Feng's name. Quickly tell me, where is Long Feng located? Excitement surged within her. She was certain that Long Feng would not disappoint her. Gu Fei, observing Xiao Lingshuang's reaction upon hearing Long Feng's name, wondered if Long Feng was her brother. They should be over there. Wu Ziki pointed towards the northwest. What are we waiting for? Quickly take me to join them. The Empress, eager to return, wore an expression of impatience as if she could already see Long Feng. As long as she reached Long Feng's side, she would be entirely safe. Wu Ziki, witnessing the Empress's enthusiasm, felt pleased with his accurate judgment. With the support of the Long family, Yao Changhu found himself at an impasse with his companions. Moreover, this woman had just promised them that she would personally plead with Her Majesty the Empress upon arriving in the metropolis, which made their plan all the more secure. Once the Empress issued a decree of pardon, their troubles would be resolved. With these 9 individuals leading the way, the journey ahead became considerably easier. Occasionally encountering soldiers on patrol, they would deftly evade them, quietly maneuvering around with Gu Fei in tow. However, it wasn't long before someone noticed their anomalous behavior. While everyone else was scouring the mountainside, this group was inexplicably descending. The most critical issue was that one soldier in this squad had familial ties to the captain killed by Wu Ziki. This fellow frequently crossed paths with Wu Ziki and instantly recognized that his relative was absent from the group. Hey, where's my brother Peng Zhong? Wu Ziki had not anticipated running into this troublesome individual and could only muster a stiff response. Captain Peng Zhong was summoned by the general. Oh, is that so? Then why are you walking in the opposite direction instead of searching the mountain? This man clearly did not believe Wu Ziki's words. It was absurd for a small squad to have no captain present. Be honest, where has my brother really gone? Upon hearing this, the members of Wu Ziki's squad became alert. Sensing the dire situation, Wu Ziki forced a smile and said, "I'll only tell you one person. This is a secret that cannot be overheard." Little did he know, this fellow was highly vigilant and immediately drew his long knife, commanding fiercely, "There's nothing you can't say. Just stand there and speak. If you can't clarify things today, you won't be leaving." Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Quick, someone come. We found a spy here." Damn it. Wu Ziki could not allow him to continue shouting and rushed to attack first. Observing the deteriorating situation from the back, Gu Fei immediately urged Zhang Biao, "Get up there and help. Otherwise, more people will come." The sudden appearance of 3 individuals from behind the rocks only intensified the commotion. Even with Chongqing's exceptional archery skills, it was impossible to shoot down 10 men simultaneously. Ji Yufei felt his heart sink as more soldiers converged on them. Suddenly, he recalled that Long Feng was not far to the north. He shouted to Zhang Biao, "To Biaozi, throw me the signal flare." Zhang Biao retrieved a specially crafted firework from his waist and tossed it to Gu Fei. The Empress observed as Zhang Biao threw a bronze tube, about the thickness of a child's arm and half a foot long, wondering what it was. What kind of signal flare was this? She then saw Gu Fei swiftly ignite a gray line at the base of the bronze tube with a flint. Holding the tube aloft, Gu Fei addressed Xiao Lingshuang. "As the enemy grows in number, it will depend on whether Long Feng is wise enough. If he is, he will surely deduce our location." Hearing Gu Fei's doubt regarding Long Feng's intelligence, Xiao Lingshuang scoffed inwardly, thinking that if Long Feng were not clever, there would be few wise individuals left in the world. As long as the signal was sent out, even a fool should be able to discern it. Yet, she wondered what exactly this so-called signal flare was. Shouldn't signaling involve igniting a thick smoke? This was absurd. The sparks at the bottom of the bronze tube sputtered and burned rapidly. After about 2 breaths, a loud bang echoed, and a red light soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. Its dazzling red hue traced a brilliant arc across the azure sky, and then it abruptly exploded, transforming into a fiery rain that scattered like countless stars. Empress Xiao Lingshuang was momentarily stunned, witnessing the commotion generated by the small object in Gu Fei's hands. How could something so seemingly trivial create such a significant uproar? This fellow seemed to possess an array of items she had never seen or heard of before, each proving incredibly useful on the battlefield. With both light and sound, such a spectacle would be impossible to ignore. If they failed to notice this signal, they would truly be blind and deaf, for after the first shot, there would be a second and a third. 3 massive fireworks erupted in the sky, each emitting a grand red glow accompanied by continuous cries. Almost everyone noticed this extraordinarily beautiful phenomenon. Many halted in their tracks, gazing up at the sky, and even the soldiers engaged in battle paused momentarily, allowing Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong to swiftly dispatch 2 soldiers. Tianjing, Shenernyang, Su Feng, and others, upon witnessing the 3 fireworks, expressed surprise but wasted no time in sprinting towards the source of the signal. They understood that this sudden appearance of red fireworks carried significant meaning. Hundreds of meters away, Long Feng observed the vanishing fireworks and immediately commanded, "All troops, heed my orders. Move towards that red light." Chapter 47. The Empress is wounded. 3 brilliantly vibrant fireworks exploded in the sky, akin to an extraordinarily powerful magnet, drawing soldiers from all directions. At that moment, an arrow, slicing through the air, shot towards Gu Fei's back. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He instinctively threw himself on top of the Empress. Before she could comprehend the situation, an arrow thudded into the tree where she had been hiding. Quivering violently, "We must proceed with utmost caution." Xiao Lingshuang nodded in agreement. Ji Yufei grasped her small hand, urgently leading her towards a less populated area. Over there, 10 adversaries had already been eliminated by Chongqing and Zhang Biao. They raced towards the outskirts before being surrounded by Yao Chenghu's M.E. Yu Fei held the Empress's hand tightly, even as perspiration formed in her palm. He would not let go. Suddenly, a collective roar echoed from 500 or 600 meters below. "The Long family army is here. Who dares to provoke us? We will kill without mercy." The synchronized shouts reverberated across the hillside, filling Gu Fei and the others with elation, realizing that Long Feng was not foolish and had provided them with direction. Upon hearing the unified cries, Empress Xiao Lingshuang's long eyelashes fluttered, and her expression appeared considerably more relaxed. Suddenly, Gu Fei's hand slipped to her waist, inching toward her backside. "Hurry up!" Her expression turned icy as she attempted to break free from his grasp. Sensing her shift in demeanor, Gu Fei retorted, "If you don't move quickly, another fierce battle will ensue." Perhaps she was reluctant to let him hold her hand, eager to reunite with her family. But he stubbornly thought, "I want the Long family to see that it was I, Gu Fei, who rescued their child. Surely they owe me a significant debt of gratitude." Xiao Lingshuang had no retort to Gu Fei's words, realizing that this was indeed the most perilous moment. The closer they got to the end, the more critical it was to avoid any missteps. Just then, Tianjing, Shun Ernyang, and the others spotted Gu Fei's group swiftly descending the slope. Tianjing, seeing the impending escape of the Empress, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. "Lord Tian, we one team make it." At that moment, Yao Changhu unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, exclaiming, "What do you mean we one team make it? No one leaves my side alive. Bring me my bow." A nearby soldier promptly handed him a standard 2-stone longbow. Yao Changhu possessed exceptional archery skills, nearly never missing his target. He simultaneously drew 2 arrows from the quiver and knocked them on the bowstring. Preparing to unleash his wrath at this moment, the normally unyielding 2-stone longbow was effortlessly drawn by him. The Empress was now less than 10 meters away from Long Feng. Suddenly, casting a glance upward, a chill of dread surged through him, for he beheld none other than Yao Changhu, renowned for his archery skills, preparing to shoot. "Quick, take cover. There's an archer." As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 arrows sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at the Empress. Jiu Fei, caught off guard, instinctively sought to shield Xiao Lingshuang by throwing himself over her. To his astonishment, Xiao Lingshuang abruptly turned and positioned herself behind him. Whoosh! The 2 arrows struck the Empress simultaneously in the chest. From his vantage point on the mountain, Yao Changhu witnessed the Empress fall into that man's embrace, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips. No one could survive being hit by 2 arrows at once. Even if she did survive, it would not impede the second prince's ascension to the throne. Task accomplished, relay the orders to retreat swiftly. He feared Long Feng would come after him recklessly. Xiao Lingshuang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Jiu Fei," tears streamed down his face. "Why are you so foolish?" Xiao Lingshuang managed a sorrowful smile. "You have forgotten that your protection lies with me." At this moment, the Empress felt as if her chest had been struck by a heavy stone, the excruciating pain rendering her breathless, nearly causing her to faint. Gradually, she closed her eyes. "Lingshuang," Gu Fei cried out desperately. Long Feng had already reached the Empress's side, and upon hearing Gu Fei call her name so intimately, he was filled with rage and kicked Gu Fei aside. "Bastard! I'll kill you!" Long Feng, believing the Empress had succumbed to her wounds, was on the brink of madness. Zhang Biao attempted to rush over but, upon seeing Gu Fei's expression, suppressed his overwhelming fury. Gu Fei, however, marked this act of aggression in his mind, vowing to repay it 100-fold in the future. He had once thought Long Feng to be a formidable figure, but now realized he was merely reckless and indiscriminate. Chongqing and the others also witnessed Long Feng's behavior, their perception of the Long family diminishing significantly. Just as Long Feng bent down to examine the Empress's injuries, she suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 48. The cunning Empress. Their gazes locked, and as Long Feng's sorrowful, furious eyes met the Empress's, her heart inexplicably stirred. She could not comprehend why, in the moments before seeing him, she longed for his presence. Yet now hesitated, feeling a peculiar sense of safety beside Gu Fei, while Long Feng's concern felt insincere. "Long Feng, I am fine. Your Majesty." Just as Long Feng was about to call out to the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang quickly silenced him with a look, discarding the arrows she held. "General Long, do not worry." When Long Feng witnessed the Empress cast aside the 2 arrows lodged in her chest, he was nearly propelled into the air by sheer astonishment. "What the hell? What the hell? The Empress wasn't hit. She must have protective armor." The Empress cast a sly glance at Gu Fei, who had already risen to his feet. "If I do not feign injury, those people will not retreat so quickly. Help me up, Gu Fei. Come assist me." Long Feng's outstretched hand froze midair as Gu Fei shoved him aside. "Let me do it. You are not fit to assist her." "Long Feng." Long Feng's jealousy flared once more. "Find me a soldier's uniform to wear. You all act as if I am dead from an arrow." The Empress, aware of Long Feng's affections, did not allow him time to ponder. Before meeting him, she had wished for Long Feng to take Gu Fei and turn him into minced meat. Yet now, upon seeing Long Feng, all those previous thoughts vanished, especially when she was struck. And Gu Fei's anguished cries echoed her name. She hesitated. When Gu Fei helped her up, she realized she should not have allowed him to do so, thinking to herself, I must still be adjusting. Long Feng's expression darkened. He was perplexed by Gu Fei's true identity and the peculiar attire of those around him. After the Empress donned a soldier's uniform with Gu Fei's assistance, Chongqing approached, saying, Gu Fei, brother, and Miss Long, you are now safe. I must return to find Xiuxiu, Huniu, and Huai. Xiao Lingshuang felt her cheeks flush slightly upon being referred to as Miss Long. Go ahead, find them, and upon your arrival at the Julu Marquis' residence, just seek out Long Feng. Chongqing nodded and clasped his hands together. Then I shall take my leave. At that moment, Wu Ziki and his companions chimed in, General, we will accompany you to fetch the sister-in-law. Chongqing hesitated, glancing at them as if making a significant decision, then replied, Since you wish to come, then come along. Before leaving, Wu Ziki turned to Xiao Lingshuang, saying, Miss Long, you promised us. Do help me plead with the Empress later. The Empress nodded. Jiu Fei furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Chongqing would not be accompanying them. He called out, Brother Chong, wait. I have something to discuss. They stepped aside, and Gu Fei whispered, Are you not planning to join us in the capital? Chongqing snorted coldly, Brother Gu. I am a few years your senior. Let me give you a warning. Be cautious. I sense that Long Feng is not to be trifled with, so I shall not go. Gu Fei's brow furrowed deeper, realizing Chongqing had indeed seen through the situation. Brother Chong, if you have nowhere to go, you must head to a certain place. Travel south along the Miluo River. Do you recall me mentioning Shanggong City? I am the county magistrate there. Everything will be under my command, including any grievances you wish to settle. Chongqing's brow tightened, puzzled. How come I've never heard of this before? Yet he could tell that Gu Fei was not deceiving him, especially since Gu Fei had previously handed him a stash of silver notes amounting to over 10,000 taels. Very well, once I find Xiuxiu and Huniu, I shall consider it, though not deliberate. Heed my words and go directly. I assure you, this will be the best decision of your life. Hurry. Chongqing nodded. Meanwhile, the Empress was conversing quietly with Long Feng. Long Feng, remember, I do not wish to reveal my identity. I am now Long Lingshuang. We shall discuss everything once we reach the capital. Then who is he? Long Feng glared at the approaching Gu Fei, his tone hostile. The Empress, caught off guard by the query about Gu Fei, felt a whirlwind of confusion. He is naturally my escort. General Long need not speculate further. I shall inform you what you need to know. Long Feng regarded Gu Fei with a complex expression, pondering what manner of person he was that even the Empress kept secrets from him. With this thought, Long Feng's regard for Gu Fei plummeted from 0 to -10. He dared not express open hostility, as his role was merely that of a guerrilla general, not one chosen by the Empress. His duty was solely to ensure her safety, and whatever the Empress intended was of no concern to him. Should she ever choose him, he would not let Gu Fei off the hook. Even so, Long Feng's animosity towards Gu Fei intensified, particularly when the Empress chose not to lean on him for support down the mountain, but instead allowed Gu Fei to assist her, shattering his heart with jealousy. He longed to unsheath his blade and cleave Gu Fei in two. Jiu Fei, meanwhile, sensed Long Feng's hostility, pondering what it meant for him to oppose his relationship with Long Lingshuang. Damn, we haven't even entered the Long household, and this is the attitude. Who knows what it would be like once we do? The capital was merely a few hours away. The Empress, unexpectedly returning 2 days ahead of schedule before Xiao Yang's ascension, now had ample time to orchestrate her plans, determined to ensnare Xiao Yang and his cohorts. Though her chest still ached, it no longer hindered her ability to ride. Several hours later, at the Marquis of Chongqing's residence in the capital, which also served as Prime Minister Yuan Du's estate, Tianjing and Yao Changhu stood among the gathered, their faces aglow with joy, especially the second Prince Xiao Yang, who was nearly bursting with excitement. Yao Changhu, I owe you a great debt. Without you, I could not ascend the throne in 2 days. I shall reward you handsomely. Your servant thanks your majesty. Even before the coronation, the two were already addressing one another as sovereign and subject. A rather shameless display. Yuan Du and Dugu Exine exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that the second prince seemed somewhat carried away with pride. Cough, cough, cough. Yao Changhu, I must inquire, Are you certain your 2 arrows struck that woman's chest? Upon hearing the prime minister question his archery skills, Yao Chenghu felt a twinge of irritation. Lord Chongqing, my prowess lies in archery. This is beyond doubt. If you doubt me, you may ask Tianjing, who was present at the time. Yuan Du turned to Tianjing, who nodded silently, reassuring him. Order everyone to be on guard. We must prevent Long Hongyi and his men from acting recklessly out of desperation. We must maintain our composure over the next 2 days. Only when the second prince has paid his respects at the ancestral temple and formally announced it to the world can we relax. Understood. The group departed swiftly. They were prepared to await the desperate struggle of the Long family. Chapter 49. Everyone knows the Empress is dead. The capital city. All the centers of power in Beiheng are concentrated here. At the hour of the dog, the gates of the capital swung wide open. A contingent of soldiers swiftly entered the city, dragging a horse-drawn cart, led by the solemn and grave General Long Feng, whose demeanor suggested that something significant had occurred. As expected, it was not long after Long Feng and his company entered the capital that Chongqing Marquis Yuan Du received the news. Even the Dowager Empress Ji Yu and her sister Ji Qiu, residing in the imperial palace, were informed. Ji Qiu, brimming with excitement, rushed to Kuanning Palace, her face radiant with an uncontainable smile. Before she even crossed the threshold, she exclaimed loudly, "Sister, what tremendous news! That little wretch is finally dead." It is said that Long Feng, with a face as dark as a funeral, brought the wretch's corpse into the city. Ji Yu, seated on the couch with a teacup in hand, shot her a disapproving glance. When will you learn to be more composed? Is this the sort of thing to shout about? Do you think those ancient relics don't already know? Receiving such a scolding from the Dowager Empress, Ji Qiu twisted her slim waist and approached her, wrapping her arms around Ji Yu's sister. I am just so delighted. Younger is almost certain to ascend. Shouldn't I be allowed to rejoice? Xiaoyang is already 15, and you are 30. When will you amend your impetuous nature? Until we witness Xiaoyang's ascension, everything remains uncertain. Do not forget, he is not without rivals. The third prince, Xiao Ding, and the fourth prince, Xiao Wan, who is held as a hostage in Dahua, will they willingly allow Xiaoyang to become emperor? You must realize they are all of the same age as Xiaoyang. Sister, why fear? In terms of seniority, it is Xiaoyang's turn. Why should Xiao Ding or Xiao Wan have any claim? How utterly foolish. Then why did the throne pass directly to that girl Xiao Ling Shuang instead of your Xiaoyang? Was it not because the late emperor deemed him unfit for the throne? Sister, why should we fear Xiao Wan? He is still far away in Dahua. And what of Xiao Ding? I have heard he has been quite active lately, reaching out to numerous influential courtiers. Sister, what shall we do about that? Ji Yu scoffed. What? Now you are fearful. Go back. Tell Xiaoyang to remain calm, especially tomorrow. He is to stay in the palace and not venture out. As for Xiao Ding, I shall have a word with him shortly. Upon hearing this, Ji Qiu felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself that with her sister's words, her son Xiaoyang was surely secure. Then I shall take my leave. Watching Ji Qiu depart, Ji Yu instructed a nearby maid. Chun Tao, summon Yuan Du and Du Gu Xian to me. Yes. Just then, Xiao Xian'er skipped into the room. Mother, I wish to leave the palace tomorrow for some fun. May I have your permission? Ji Yu, seeing her dear daughter Xiao Xian'er, felt overwhelmed. Xian'er, you are no longer a child. How about I arrange a marriage for you? The third prince of Dahua, Li Ji, will be visiting soon. Why not meet him? Ah, mother, are you so eager to marry me off? If I wed into Dahua, who will look after you? I refuse. Alas, it is not that I have a choice. If you were a son, how much easier it would be. Otherwise, the throne will surely be yours in the near future. Mother, I have no desire to be emperor. I have seen my sister Ling Shuang weep for the affairs of the court multiple times. Being emperor is far too arduous. And what if Xiaoyang does not wish to be emperor? What if Ling Shuang returns? Oh, mind your own business. It is best if I do not meddle. Thus, I shall leave the palace tomorrow. Go then, go. Xiao Xian'er, blissfully unaware, remained innocent and naive, oblivious to her mother's true thoughts. Meanwhile, at the residence of Long Hongyi, Gu Fei had just entered when he was apprehended by Long Feng, who confined the three of them to a small courtyard. Seeking to exit required Long Feng's permission. This Long family is truly insufferable. After battling through blood and chaos to deliver the person, shouldn't we at least be treated to a feast? Zhang Biao grumbled angrily. Less complaining, Zhang Biao. This is a good opportunity to freshen up. Perhaps someone will arrive shortly, though Gu Fei voiced agreement. He too felt disgruntled, pondering Long Ling Shuang's intentions. Just as Zhang Biao had said, he risked everything to deliver her, only to be treated this way. Unbeknownst to them, in the Long family's secret chamber, Long Hongyi knelt before the Empress, overwhelmed. Your servant pays his respects to your majesty. I feared you had met with misfortune. There is no need for such formalities, Duke Zhu Lu. Rise, had it not been for my great fortune, I would indeed have met with calamity. Long Hongyi stood and continued. You and Du, Xiao Yang, and Dugu Xian harbor ambitions for power, relentlessly pursuing your majesty, yet they have repeatedly failed. Truly a testament to heaven's justice. Indeed, heaven is watching. At that moment, Long Feng interjected. Your majesty, who exactly is Gu Fei? Why would he willingly risk his life to protect you? Upon hearing Gu Fei's name, Xiao Ling Shuang's mind conjured his somewhat mischievous and devious visage. How could she possibly explain this to Long Feng? Should she admit she exchanged her body for his protection? As these thoughts plagued her, she became increasingly agitated. Originally, she had planned to eliminate Gu Fei upon reaching the capital to ensure her secret remained undisclosed. Him? Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. For these few days, take good care of him on my behalf. He holds significant value for me. Do not allow him to leave the capital until I have dealt with Xiao Yang, after which I shall speak with him. Long Feng, frustrated by the lack of clarity, felt a growing madness. What sort of person was Gu Fei that the Empress intended to consult him soon? Was she to discuss feelings with him? Long Feng suddenly sensed a distance between himself and the Empress. Normally, she would greet him with joy, yet now her smile had faded almost entirely. Could it be his imagination? Fine, if you will not speak. I shall inquire with Gu Fei myself. I refuse to believe he will remain silent. Resolute, Long Feng strode towards Gu Fei's small courtyard. Just then, Gu Fei and his companions had just finished freshening up and were exchanging light banter in the courtyard. Chapter 50. Long Feng is severely beaten. Just as Zhang Biao remarked, this capital city is rather unimpressive, shrouded in darkness. Long Feng pushed open the courtyard door, entering with a scowl. He arrogantly positioned himself before Gu Fei. Eyeing him coldly, you are Gu Fei, correct? Upon seeing Long Feng's perpetually sour expression, Gu Fei inwardly scoffed. Indeed, like attracts like. This fellow is even gloomier than Long Ling Shuang. Did General Long truly possess such a poor memory? My name had been mentioned at least 8 times during our journey. Gu Fei's tone dripped with dissatisfaction. Smack! Long Feng slammed his palm on the stone table. You dare speak back to me? Answer my questions straightforwardly. Do not think that saving someone grants you the right to demand favors. Demand favors? We do not engage in such things, unlike some who repay kindness with malice. Zhang Biao interjected before Gu Fei could respond, nearly provoking Long Feng to fury. Gu Fei stifled a laugh at Zhang Biao's unrelenting tongue. It was rather amusing. Smack! Long Feng struck the stone table again, his eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Zhang Biao, as if he wished to drag him out and execute him. What do you mean? Are you implying I am ungrateful and repay kindness with malice? Some individuals are well aware of their own actions. Brat, am I speaking to you? Long Feng, now visibly enraged, refused to acknowledge Zhang Biao any longer and turned his gaze to Gu Fei. Tell me, how did you come to know Ling Shuang? Gu Fei was perplexed. What was the intent behind this inquiry? Should he reveal that he had rescued her from the water and performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? He chuckled. How I came to know Ling Shuang? Did she not inform you? You should ask her. Some matters require her consent before I can divulge. Since Long Ling Shuang had abandoned them, Gu Fei felt no obligation to take the blame. You handle it yourself, Long Feng. Caught off guard by Gu Fei's audacity, found him even more infuriating than Zhang Biao, especially since he dared to invoke the Empress's name. This was intolerable. Gu Fei, I warn you, the name Ling Shuang is not one you are worthy to utter. How I say it is none of your concern. I have uttered her name countless times on our journey. Long Feng, furious, stood abruptly. You truly seek to provoke me. Do not blame me for being merciless. Gu Fei remained unfazed, as Zhang Biao had already positioned himself beside him. So, General Long intends to solidify the notion of repaying kindness with malice. Had it not been for your residence, I, Zhang Biao, would have already reduced you, an ungrateful wretch who repays kindness with enmity, to a state of scattered teeth. Upon uttering these words, The pent-up fury within Long Feng erupted like a volcano. He bellowed. What right do you, a mere scoundrel, have to challenge me, General? Zhang Biao had long harbored disdain for him. The worthiness of a fight was evident. I haven't even considered you worthy of my contempt. Just a paltry guerrilla general, perhaps even one who benefits from his ancestors' influence. Zhang Biao felt that the three of them stood on the moral high ground, convinced that the Long family would not dare to lose face. He thought to himself, let them fight. Every word I utter is intended to provoke you, to seize the opportunity to deliver a thorough beating. His words were akin to tossing a torch into a powder keg, igniting Long Feng's wrath in an instant. He loathed the insinuation that his title of guerrilla general was bestowed by his father. It was not merely an affront, but a blatant humiliation without warning. A punch was thrown toward Zhang Biao. Having anticipated this treacherous move, Zhang Biao reacted swiftly, and their fists collided with a resounding thud. Zhang Biao staggered back 2 steps before steadying himself, while Long Feng was forced back 3. Ha! With such skills, you dare raise your voice here? Today, let Uncle Zhang Biao teach you your place. Zhang Biao's tone dripped with mockery, inciting Long Feng's rage to the brink of explosion. Meanwhile, Gu Fei remained motionless. Having discerned that Long Feng was no match for Zhang Biao, rather than intervene, he leisurely sipped his tea, propping his leg up as if he were a spectator at a grand performance. Impossible, utterly impossible. I must have underestimated him. The two resumed their fierce exchange, fists and palms clashing, their figures darting about. Zhang Biao's close combat techniques were personally instructed by Gu Fei in mere moments. Zhang Biao had knocked Long Feng down several times. At that moment, a young girl entered the courtyard. It was Long Hongyi's daughter, Long Aoshue. Having just passed the front hall, she had heard the sounds of battle. Upon seeing her brother, Long Feng, engaged in combat with a stranger, she rushed in, pushing aside the guards. Stop this at once. Yet, the two men were too engrossed in their brawl, with Long Feng suffering losses. There was no chance they would cease. Long Aoshue shot a glare at Gu Fei, who was still leisurely sipping tea. Why don't you intervene? Gu Fei, taken aback by the beauty of this young girl from the Long family, chuckled and replied, Intervene. Someone needs a lesson. Just as he finished speaking, Long Feng received another blow from Zhang Biao. Seeing her brother in distress, Long Aoshue protested, realizing that it was indeed her elder brother being punished. I command you to stop. Can you hear me? Zhang Biao, reveling in the chaos, only escalated the noise today. He intended to bring shame upon these ungrateful members of the Long family. Long Feng, now metaphorically gagged, was filled with bitterness. It was he who had instigated this conflict. To admit defeat would mean facing the ridicule of these three, yet he knew that continuing would only result in more punishment, as the techniques of his opponent were peculiar and unfathomable, making it impossible for him to predict the next move. To make matters worse, another fellow named Zhang Yong taunted from the sidelines, with such skill, even I could defeat you. Long Feng nearly spat blood in frustration. Just as he was seeing stars from the blows, a sharp voice rang out, Stop this at once. Without needing to look, Gu Fei recognized the voice as belonging to Long Lingshuang. Zhang Biao, cease at once. If you injure him, we won't be able to leave today. As he spoke, Gu Fei slowly set his teacup down on the stone bench. The Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, entered with a stern expression alongside Long Hongyi. Upon seeing her son, now resembling a battered pig, she gasped in shock. She was aware of Long Feng's martial prowess and could not fathom that he had been bested by Zhang Biao. What is the meaning of this? Gu Fei stood up, explaining, General Long entered the courtyard accusing us of harboring grudges. To which Zhang Biao retorted with a claim of ingratitude, and thus the fight ensued. General Long, I haven't embellished the story, nor did I mention that we were unworthy to contend with him. Silence! The Empress's presence now bore an entirely different weight than before. She could hardly believe that Long Feng would stoop so low. Although Gu Fei's words were blunt, he had conveyed the necessary details. The Empress snorted inwardly. This fellow had always been obstinate. Observing Long Feng's silence, she deduced that Gu Fei's account must be truthful. Sighing, she realized that she still needed Long Hongyi's support to solidify her reign and could not afford to criticize Long Feng too harshly. A sense of frustration welled within her. Fenger, how could you act so recklessly? Long Hongyi's face flushed with embarrassment upon witnessing his son's disgrace. After all, I am from a military family. What a travesty. Chapter 51. Gu Fei's disillusionment. Gu Fei encountered Long Hongyi for the first time in his 40s. He stood at the zenith of his life, his posture as upright as a pine tree, exuding an air of calm yet formidable presence. His countenance was resolute, eyes shimmering with wisdom and composure, as if he could see into the hearts of men. However, upon witnessing his son in such a pitiful state, he felt a fire brewing within, though he could only cast a vague, piercing gaze at Gu Fei and the others. The Empress had not even informed him of Gu Fei's identity. His son had dared to provoke them. How foolish now! It seemed that Feng Er's actions might have offended the Empress, exposing him as a man of impatience. With this thought, he hastened forward. I am Long Hongyi, Marquis of Julu. I extend my gratitude to the brave gentlemen for their protection along the way. My son, in his youthful exuberance, has inadvertently offended you three esteemed guests, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. He even feigned a slight bow. It was exceedingly rare for a marquis to offer an apology. Given that they had inflicted harm, the Long family could no longer remain at ease. Gu Fei chuckled, assuring the marquis that there was no offense taken, as they were merely young men expressing their feelings, which was of no grave consequence, merely a sparring match. Then, he turned to Long Lingshuang, stating, Long Lingshuang, I have safely delivered you to the Long residence. I hope you will honor your previous words. It is inconvenient for us to stay at the Marquis's residence. We should find an inn in the city to rest instead. I will await you at the inn for 3 days. After that, we shall return, if you choose not to fulfill your promise. You need not come. The matter of 100,000 taels of silver and the prospect of marriage seemed to have evaporated upon their arrival at the Long household, leaving only the paramount objective, to secure official recognition for Shangyuan City. If that too was not forthcoming, it would matter little. He could always establish his own title. At that point, he would sever ties with Beiheng. Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong, gather your belongings. We are leaving. With that, Gu Fei disregarded the others and strode out. The actions of the Long family had indeed left him disheartened, yet it was Long Lingshuang who truly pierced his heart. This moment, she seemed like a stranger, exuding an aura of unattainability that filled him with a profound sense of unfamiliarity. You, the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, watched Gu Fei leave without a backward glance, her face pale as she uttered a single word. In that instant, she felt as though a piece of her heart was missing, a sensation of discomfort washing over her. After Gu Fei departed the courtyard, Xiao Lingshuang shot a displeased glance at Long Feng before sweeping out of the room. Left behind, Long Hongyi delivered a sharp slap. Fool! What time is it, and you still bicker over trivial matters? Not only are you squabbling, but you also let yourself be beaten in your own home. How do you expect the Empress to view you? Father, I just find that Gu Fei to be exceedingly irksome, and yet you still speak. Long Hongyi raised his hand once more. I acknowledge my error. Long Feng quickly admitted his fault. With a grunt, Long Hongyi's expression shifted as he hurried after the Empress. Nearby, Long Aoshue approached her brother, asking, Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. My face is swollen. Hurry and fetch me some medicine. Long Feng's eyes glinted with a fierce desire for vengeance. Gu Fei, just you wait. If I cannot deal with you in my own home, then this stay at an inn provides me with the perfect opportunity. By the end of his thought, Long Feng's face had twisted into a grimace. Startling Long Aoshue, brother, just lay low for a few days. Father looked quite furious earlier, and he once let me leave the house. Otherwise, I would have sought out Yuan Bing to help you reclaim your dignity. Mention of Yuan Bing ignited a fire in Long Feng, but then an idea struck him. Aoshue, if you truly wish to help me seek revenge, it is not impossible. You cannot go out, but you can send the servants in the manor to notify Yuan Bing and his crew. Oh, my dear brother, how could I have forgotten that, indeed? I shall remain here while Xiao Dai seeks out Yuan Bing. Rest assured, since it is inconvenient for you to take action, allow me, your sister, to assist you in exacting revenge. At this moment, Long Feng was resorting to every conceivable tactic, fully aware that Yuan Bing had been entangled with Long Aoshue. If Yuan Bing were to intervene, no one would suspect him. The two were, in essence, entirely unrelated. Contemplating this, Long Feng couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Despite the fiery pain on his face, he envisioned Gu Fei being beaten to a pulp by Yuan Bing. Hemph, daring to challenge me, Long Feng? I shall ensure you perish without even knowing how. As Gu Fei and his two companions stepped out of the Long residence, they surveyed their surroundings, pondering where to find an inn. Although he hadn't disclosed to Long Lingshuang where he was staying, the Long family's resources would certainly lead them to him. Zhang Biao, filled with indignation, spat on the ground at the entrance of the Long family estate, nearly provoking the guards to confront him. Finally escaping, Zhang Biao exclaimed, "There isn't a single decent person in the Long family. Master, where shall we go now?" Gu Fei replied, "Naturally, we shall seek a tavern, indulge in a hearty meal, and then find a respectable inn to enjoy a good night's rest." Zhang Biao queried, "And if Miss Long does not come to find us in 3 days? Then we shall return home," Gu Fei said casually. However, beneath his nonchalant exterior, he felt far from at ease. After all, Long Lingshuang had shared an intimate bond with him, having spent several nights together. If she did not arrive within 3 days, it would indicate her complete indifference. In that case, he would have no lingering attachments and would erase her from his memory. Why should he continue to present his warm visage to her cold indifference? Returning to Shangyi Wanqing to live freely as a county magistrate, and amusing himself with Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao, wouldn't that be quite delightful? Fortunately, the trio had bathed and donned fresh garments while at the Long residence. Otherwise, with Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong appearing so bloodied, they would undoubtedly attract the authorities. Which tavern would dare to serve them? Gu Fei led his 2 brothers, who were fueled by thoughts of vengeance, into a sizable tavern named Lai Fu. Before they even reached the entrance, a waiter approached them. "Esteemed guests, will you be needing lodging or a meal?" Zhang Biao barked. "We require both. Bring us the finest dishes you have, and arrange for 2 superior rooms." Chapter 52. The peasants, looked down upon at this hour. Most patrons had already finished their evening meals, so the dishes at Lai Fu Tavern arrived promptly. Even though Zhang Biao had insisted on the finest cuisine, they were served only 3 vegetable dishes and 3 meat dishes, 6 large bowls in total. Observing the meager offerings, Zhang Biao furrowed his brow. Setting aside the 3 vegetable dishes, 2 of the meat dishes consisted of fish and shrimp, while the last was of an unidentifiable meat. He hastily grabbed the waiter. "Hey, didn't I ask for the best dishes? Why have you brought us this rubbish?" The waiter smiled wryly. "Esteemed guests, please make do with what you have. Soon, there may be nothing left to eat at all." Zhang Biao, incredulous, exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting, lad?" The waiter continued, "You are unaware, esteemed guests. Winter is approaching, and the time to pay the annual tribute to the Great Hua Kingdom is nearly upon us. Who would dare to serve all the good food now? If the envoys from the Great Hua discover we are feasting so well, they will demand an increase in the tribute, and we of Beihong shall be tightening our belts for the new year." Gu Fei, having spent many years here, heard of the Great Hua Kingdom for the first time. So, Beihong has been a vassal state all along. How utterly infuriating. No wonder chaos reigns. It's one thing for the mountainous regions to be isolated, but to lack information to such an extent is astonishing. How has no one mentioned this to me? Gu Fei suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of those rural folk in the deep mountains. A century had passed since the fall of the Qing dynasty, yet here were people still dressed in Qing attire, and even Ming attire. Just how cut off from the world could they be? The waiter, observing their astonished expressions, couldn't help but inquire, "You 3 are from the countryside, aren't you? Who are you calling a peasant?" Zhang Biao nearly exploded, wishing to slap the waiter across the face. "Quickly bring us some wine." Reluctantly, the waiter went to fetch the wine. Meanwhile, Gu Fei pondered the location of this Great Hua Kingdom. Damn it, he had just been belittled by the waiter. Even if there were questions, he couldn't inquire of this lad. After all, what could a mere waiter possibly know? As the waiter departed, Zhang Biao muttered, "Master, this is the first time I've ever heard of a Great Hua Kingdom." Gu Fei chuckled wryly, "Not just you. This is the first I've heard as well. We truly have been sitting in a well, unaware of the vast world beyond. I knew the world was grand, but I never anticipated that Beihong was merely a vassal state." Contemplating this, Gu Fei felt a surge of dissatisfaction, akin to being ridden upon while someone defecated on his head, feeling utterly voiceless. Once the waiter returned with the wine, the 3 began to eat vigorously. Having gone nearly the entire day without food and enduring a series of fierce battles, they were now on the brink of starvation. In mere moments, half of the food on the table had vanished, prompting another waiter lurking in the corner to cast a disdainful glance, confirming that they truly were country bumpkins. Had it not been for Gu Fei reserving 2 fine rooms, The waiter would have approached them for payment, fearing they might dine and dash without settling their bill. Just as they were finishing their meal, another table of 4 entered, their mouths running with complaints. Damn it, this mission from Prime Minister Yuan has worn us out. In such a short time, we've been tasked to summon all the noble families for the second prince's coronation. Our legs are nearly broken. Suddenly, one of them whispered, "Did you hear what they said at the city gate? The Empress is confirmed dead. Now the second prince can rest easy." "Shuh, are you trying to get us killed?" "Speak quietly," to which the loudmouth replied, "Why bother? Soon, Prime Minister Yuan will hold power, and who in Beihong would dare challenge us? Hey, you at the next table, do you dare to provoke us?" Zhang Biao feigned a sorrowful expression. "You are formidable. We do not dare to challenge you." Foolish creatures, Zhang Biao thought, if we weren't in the capital, I could easily send you flying 10 feet away with a single slap. Full of contempt, he observed the pretentiousness of those in the capital, including the waiter and these scoundrels. Since they were so brazen, Gu Fei decided to seize the opportunity to ingratiate himself. "Gentlemen, you just mentioned the Empress has passed. Is that true?" The group was taken aback by Gu Fei's abrupt inquiry, their expressions instantly cold. "Mind your business and eat your meal. This matter does not concern you." These scoundrels were rather cunning. If they chose silence, so be it. However, the news they brought was rather disheartening. If the Empress had truly died, then obtaining official recognition in Shangyuanqing would be futile. Had he escorted Long Lingshuang for naught? Facing danger along the way? Sigh. Suddenly recalling that he had enjoyed the company of Long Lingshuang's graceful form, he felt somewhat consoled. Since he could not glean any useful information, Gu Fei downed his cup of wine in one go and called for the bill. As he slapped a 100-tael silver note into the waiter's hands, the lad was left utterly dumbfounded, as if he had just eaten a fried rice dish and slapped 1,000,000 coins on the table. Shouting for the bill. "What the hell? These 3 fellows are wealthy country folk." The waiter was utterly flustered. Zhang Biao chuckled. "Add in the expenses for 3 days of food and lodging, and bring the change to our room." "Very well, esteemed sirs." The waiter finally wiped the disdain from his face and hurried off to find the manager. This silver note was worth more than he could earn in 10 years of labor. The other patrons at the table were equally astonished. They had never expected someone to casually drop 100 taels of silver when their annual salary barely reached 20 or 30. This single note could sustain them for an entire year. As they exchanged glances, it was clear they understood each other's intentions. Yes, they were preparing to concoct an excuse to rob Gu Fei and his companions. One of them, displaying remarkable synchrony, stood from his chair and sauntered over to Zhang Biao. Placing a hand on his shoulder, "Brother, you seem unfamiliar. Since you're so wealthy, would you be so kind as to treat us to a night at the Baihua Tower?" Zhang Biao stood, brushing off the hand. "We don't have time for that. No time is no issue. Just part with some of the silver you're carrying." Zhang Biao was about to explode in anger when he noticed Gu Fei rising with a smile. "Since my brothers wish to enjoy the Baihua Tower, we have not been there ourselves. Why not join us for some lively entertainment?" Upon hearing their master's words, Zhang Biao's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, when has their master ever suffered a loss? Chapter 53. Let me kick this scoundrel to death in this place. They do not dare to brazenly rob, but once they venture into the narrow alleys outside, it becomes the domain of the 4 of them. Initially, these 4 did not possess the audacity to engage in such thievery, yet as the tides of change approach, who would concern themselves with such trivial matters? Thus, both parties harbored ulterior motives, each seeking to lure the other into a dark, deserted alley. It was not long before they found themselves within the alley's confines. Upon encountering these individuals, brothers Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong felt immense delight. Particularly Zhang Biao, who feigned terror, stammering, A few esteemed brothers, were you not supposed to escort us to Baihua Tower? This does not quite resemble it." As the 4 turned around, their fangs were finally revealed. "Look at you, so burly yet not dim-witted. This is certainly not Baihua Tower, and if we were to go, it would be us 4 brothers. You need not accompany us." One of them spoke menacingly. "The path of the Buddha is wide, yet you chose not to tread it. Lad, empty your pockets of silver notes, and we might grant you 3 a chance to live tonight." Zhang Biao crossed his arms. Feigning shock, "Ah, so you are indeed robbers. How frightening. Fear is precisely the right sentiment." The adversary's tone revealed a hint of excitement. They had witnessed Zhang Biao pay earlier, a stack of silver notes that must have amounted to over 1,000 taels. Zhang Biao, observing the arrogance of his foes, nearly burst into laughter. However, he quickly composed himself, stating, "Indeed, I am afraid. But should it not be you who are terrified?" He then turned to Lord Gu Fei in the alley, suggesting, "Shall we stretch our muscles a bit?" Gu Fei, filled with pent-up frustration, delighted at the arrival of these 4 punching bags. In the darkness, Gu Fei revealed a charming smile. "Zhang Yong, your arm is injured, so do not engage." With that, he and Zhang Biao simultaneously swung their fists at the insolent speaker. The alley was immediately filled with the sounds of punches, kicks, and anguished cries. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gu Fei, satisfied, led Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong back to Laifu Tavern. The alley was left with 4 still-warm corpses. Had they not been minions of Yuan Du, perhaps Gu Fei might have spared their lives. After all, they were responsible for the death of the Empress, causing his plans to unravel completely. Thus they could not be allowed to live, especially since these 4 sought to silence the 3 of them. From their mouths, it was confirmed that the Empress had indeed perished, seemingly murdered outside the palace, leaving Gu Fei speechless. Upon returning to Laifu Tavern, he buried himself in sleep, planning to wait 3 days for Long Lingshuang. If she did not come to find him after that, he would leave without hesitation. As the 3 of them drifted into slumber, the capital was already rife with tumult and danger. Just that night, Yuan Du and Long Hongyi had claimed more than a dozen lives. The next day, as noon approached, Gu Fei quietly awoke, utterly exhausted from the continuous journey. After the 3 had their lunch, they decided to stroll through the streets, as it would be a waste not to explore since they had come all this way, besides having promised to buy gifts for Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao. Just as they stepped out of the tavern, they encountered a rowdy group wielding clubs, storming into the tavern, proclaiming loudly, "Innkeeper, are there 3 individuals residing here, one of whom is named Gu Fei?" Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's pupils narrowed. Their intent was unmistakably targeted. Likely sent by the Long family, either Long Feng or Long Hongyi. No matter how wicked Long Lingshuang might be, she should not stoop to such depths. "Sir," Zhang Biao whispered beside him. Yu Fei hushed him. "Let them search. We shall change inns." In 3 days he intended to evade them. He did not wish for matters to spiral out of control, merely desiring to depart the capital with dignity. If Long Lingshuang arrived in 3 days and both sides had become irreconcilable, it would only add to their troubles. These 3 days would serve as a leisurely visit to the capital. A throng of people rushed up to the 2nd floor of the tavern. While Gu Fei chuckled, "Come, I have found a delightful place to enjoy." "What enticing place have you found, my lord?" "Naturally, it is Baihua Tower, a venue where one can drink, revel, and indulge in pleasures. What could be better?" "No way!" Zhang Biao exclaimed joyously. However, he suddenly remembered his younger sister. "Zhang Yao, my lord, shall we just go for drinks and avoid seeking women?" "If Zhang Yao finds out," Gu Fei raised an eyebrow, "if you do not seek, then you shall be fine, my lord. It's not that I do not wish for you to seek." Zhang Biao appeared somewhat embarrassed. "You scoundrel, if you do not mention it, I do not mention it." "Who would know?" Gu Fei kicked him, exasperated by his constant desire to marry his younger sister. "My lord, I am only looking out for your best interest. Just think, if you have children with my sister, how would it be if they discover their uncle and father frequented brothels together?" "Zhang Yong, seize this scoundrel. I wish to kick him to death." Ji Yufei was thoroughly entertained, finding joy in the absurdity of their bickering before even entering. Was Zhang Yao truly that fearsome? Gu Fei did not think so. Yi Anlin was the one who dared to confront him, knowing full well she could not win yet still attempting to intimidate him. Now he found himself missing both of them. Ji Yufei felt a twinge of self-reproach. Baihua Tower was likely not the most prestigious establishment in the capital. Nestled by a lake, its environment was quite pleasant, serene and refined, making it convenient for men to seek clandestine encounters. The grand courtyard was dominated by a 3-story wooden main building, with a garden and rockeries behind it, encircled by 2 layers of lower houses. As Gu Fei, accompanied by the burden-laden Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, made their appearance, they were immediately drawn in by a throng of young ladies. Facing the eager women, Zhang Biao turned to Gu Fei and said, "Innkeeper, I assure you, this is not where I intended to be." Simultaneously, Empress Jiyu's daughter, Xiao Xianer, disguised and accompanied by a palace maid, slipped in, Chapter 54. Xiao Xian'er visits the brothel princess. If the Empress finds out we are here, the consequences would be dire. What are you afraid of? We are merely here to take a look, not to engage in any wrongdoing. I just wish to understand why these filthy men are so drawn to this place. But princess, we should not choose this location, the disguised maid said, nearly shrieking as a flamboyant woman pinched her cheek. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Xiao Xian'er dashed into the main hall, thinking to herself, if I were to go to the Piao Miao Fong, I might just run into someone from the palace. Being recognized would spell disaster. Surely mother would confine me for 3 months as punishment. The hall was already bustling with people, a cacophony of voices. The lively atmosphere of Baihua Tower signaled the official commencement of its operations, which would continue until midnight, although those who chose to stay overnight were a different matter altogether. At this moment, Zhang Biao and Gu Fei had been led to a private room on the second floor by 3 captivating women. The location was excellent, as the balcony of the room overlooked the stage where the performers on the first floor showcased their talents. To their right, at the center, was the private room of Lu Monru, the pillar of Baihua Tower, Diu Fei, in a generous spirit, arranged for Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong to each have a companion. The women of Baihua Tower relied on these services for their livelihood, and Gu Fei intended to treat them well, allowing them to experience the affection from Shangyuan City, which boasted a population of 70 to 80,000 yet lacked such establishments. This was precisely why Zhang Biao was so excited upon hearing they would visit. The 3 women attending Gu Fei were named Xiao Taohong, Caixia, and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was responsible for keeping Gu Fei company while Xiao Taohong accompanied Zhang Biao. Among the 3, Xiao Yu was slightly more alluring. Though young, they were seasoned in the arts of seduction. After a drink or two, they began to grow more familiar and bold in their touches. However, Gu Fei and his companions were not the type to indulge in such behavior. They preferred a more subdued interaction. Xiao Yu, today you shall simply accompany us for conversation and drinks. Gu Fei gently removed her hand that had wandered to his thigh. Yu Lang, are you dissatisfied with me? A withered flower, and thus reluctant to be intimate, Xiao Yu, fearing her performance would result in punishment if the brothel's matron learned of any dissatisfaction, paled at the thought. Moreover, Xiao Yu observed that Gu Fei was exceedingly handsome. Even without monetary inducement, she would willingly offer herself as a companion. Such thoughts were far from her intention. Ha ha, come, pour the wine. Seeing that Gu Fei appeared unperturbed, her heart felt a slight reprieve. Gu Fei cast a glance at Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, noting their eager demeanor, and chuckled. You 2 rascals, if you can't contain yourselves, take them away swiftly. Zhang Biao, grinning, retorted, as for the younger one, just settle the bill, my lord, now, be off. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong promptly escorted Xiao Taohong towards the second floor of the rear courtyard. While such pursuits were scarce in Shangyuan City, neighboring Shanxing County boasted several establishments of ill repute, which Zhang Biao and his companions would clandestinely visit once or twice a year. After all, they were adults without wives, and in their youthful exuberance, they needed a venue to relieve their pent-up desires. Thus, even though Gu Fei was aware, he chose to turn a blind eye, as long as they remained healthy. Xiao Yu, witnessing Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong take Xiao Taohong away, felt a twinge of envy, reflecting that she should have chosen a different suitor than Gu Gongzi. Jiu Fei seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts. Xiao Yu, as long as you accompany me in drinking fine wine, my generosity will match that of the 2. Is that so? Then I am most grateful to you, Gu Gongzi. Although further intimacy was not on the table, indulging in the flirtations of Gu Fei was certainly permissible. With only the 2 of them in the room, Xiao Yu felt emboldened, nearly pressing herself against Gu Fei. Lacking the presence of Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, Gu Fei relaxed a bit. After all, no one was as virtuous as Lu Xiaohui. A man's natural response often resembled that of a thief. Jiu Lang, allow me to pour you some wine. Just as Xiao Yu leaned over to pour wine into his mouth, the door was suddenly flung open. Xiao Xian'er burst in, accompanied by a young maid. She immediately spotted Xiao Yu nestled in Gu Fei's embrace, her posture exuding a certain provocative charm. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly exclaimed, I apologize. I apologize. We are in urgent need of refuge. Please allow us to hide for a moment. Gu Fei discerned at once that the 2 strikingly beautiful youths were girls in disguise. Ah, which young lady is this, sneaking around a brothel? How amusing. With Zhang Biao and his companion having departed, the atmosphere felt somewhat dull. No worries, take a seat. Xiao Yu poured wine for the newcomers. Xiao Xian'er quickly waved her hand, saying, "No, no, I can't drink." "How curious. You cannot drink yet you venture into a brothel," Gu Fei remarked, his gaze filled with playful mockery. These two girls were truly enchanting, particularly one with an ethereal grace, fair-skinned and beautiful. With red lips and white teeth, her large, lively eyes sparkling with mischief, and her modest bosom already beginning to take shape. Perhaps they were oblivious to how poorly their disguise fared. Even Xiao Yu stifled a giggle. Fully aware that Gu Fei had certainly noticed, "Jiulang, do not tease these young ladies any further." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Gu Fei burst into laughter. "Pray tell, how is it that two young ladies find themselves in such a place?" Xiao Xian'er and her maid, Chun Yan, exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing Gu Fei and Xiao Yu's comments. "You figured out that we're girls in disguise." Gu Fei's eyes sparkled with mirth as he chuckled. "How could it be otherwise? Chun Yan, look at the trouble you've caused. We've been discovered. Miss, I. Chun Yan stumbled over her words, feeling quite masculine in her attire, save for the absence of a false beard. Xiao Xian'er experienced a wave of mortification. "How embarrassing. Woe is me. You must not laugh at me, or I shall bite you. No, I shall kill you." Gu Fei had never encountered such an adorably charming young lady. With her demeanor, she must surely hail from a well-to-do family. Since the ruse had been uncovered, there was no point in lamenting. After all, did they intend to return? Indeed, I shall not return again. What do I have to fear? Xiao Xian'er felt Gu Fei's remarks were astutely correct, stealing an additional glance at him, realizing how remarkably handsome he was to him. "Would you allow us to hide here a while longer?" Gu Fei inquired. "Why?" Xiao Xian'er, her face flushed with embarrassment, confessed, "Because my cousins are downstairs." Chapter 55. This young master paints, the best in the world. Observing the mischievous Xiao Xian'er, Gu Fei chuckled. "I see now. You fear being spotted by acquaintances. Then do sit and wait until your cousins leave before you depart." "I can sit, but I will not drink with you." Xiao Xian'er regarded Gu Fei warily. "I know you intend to intoxicate me and then plot against me. Well, your vigilance is commendable," Gu Fei thought. "Humph, as if I would be so familiar with you. I wouldn't even invite you for a drink. Just wait, I shall turn the tables on you, ensuring your delight." As anticipated, upon hearing Gu Fei's words, Xiao Xian'er's face flushed crimson, and she huffed indignantly. Just then, a voice called out from below, "Everyone, please keep it down. Let us welcome our esteemed Lu Monru as she performs a delightful tune for you." A soft, melodious female voice drifted through the wall. "Today, this humble girl shall present a song titled Breezes by the Willow Bank. I hope all of you will provide your esteemed critiques before long." Gu Fei was entranced by the harmonious sounds of Guqin, Xiao, Shang, and Dizzy, blending beautifully to create a captivating piece he had never heard before. Such authentic classical music was indeed a pleasure to the ears. As the prelude concluded, Lu Monru began to sing. Breezes by the willow bank gently caressed the face, while rippling waves reflect the clear blue sky. Distant mountains shroud in misty clouds, a melodious tune lingers in the heart. It must be said, Lu Monru's voice was exceptionally sweet. Had she lived in a later era, she would undoubtedly be a top-tier singing star. Her voice was unique, clear and resonant. As the song concluded, applause erupted from all around. Ji Yufei turned to look at Xiao Xian'er, finding her gazing dreamily out the window, seemingly deeply moved by the song. "This Lu Monru possesses some talent," Gu Fei remarked softly. Xiao Xian'er, upon hearing this, returned her gaze to Gu Fei, a smile playing at her lips. "Indeed, to find such a beautiful tune in this bustling world is truly rare. You appear quite young yet possess a way with words." Xiao Xian'er, seldom receiving compliments, puffed out her chest with pride. "Naturally, how could one not recognize my worth, having been taught by numerous esteemed gentlemen?" Suddenly, she fell silent, fearing that further elaboration might expose her ruse. Little did she know, Gu Fei was entirely unconcerned. This left Xiao Xian'er feeling somewhat mocked. "By the way, young lady, what is your name?" "Xiao Xian'er," she replied immediately. "Why should I tell you? You may call me Xian'er." "Ah, a delightful name that bears the character for a mortal. Quite intriguing. Hee. It is indeed lovely." Xiao Xian'er beamed with pride. Playfully tilting her head, she added with a smile, "Why should I disclose it? You may call me Xian'er." Gu Fei, upon hearing this, smiled in appreciation, his eyes reflecting admiration. Ah, a name that carries the essence of immortality. Certainly, it must have a story behind it. Xiao Xian'er laughed proudly, her eyes sparkling. He, it truly is lovely. I have heard that on the day I was born, a wandering monk passed by my home. Upon seeing me, he proclaimed that I was destined for greatness, blessed with a celestial fate. To commemorate this special connection, he named me Xian'er, signifying that I would one day possess an extraordinary temperament and destiny. Goodness, you actually believe the words of that old monk? Xian'er, do you have any hobbies? Xiao Xian'er paused, then replied with a smile. As for me, I enjoy wandering about, soaking in the liveliness, and occasionally dabbling in painting. However, my works are hardly noteworthy. Oh, you can paint? Really? Gu Fei seemed a bit skeptical. Xiao Xian'er huffed. Do you look down upon me? Let me tell you, my paintings have been praised by my teacher as being among the rarest talents in all of Beiheng. Yes, that's so. Coincidentally, I also dabble in painting. My teacher claims my work is unparalleled in the world. Gu Fei mused that although Xiao Xian'er appeared to lack guile, it would indeed be a pleasant experience to visit her home, as it would surely be better than the meager fare offered at inns. Gu Fei had not anticipated that all taverns and inns in the capital, including the Baihua Tower, were simultaneously tightening their belts and lamenting their plight. It was rather disheartening to have arrived in the capital without savoring any fine delicacies. He assumed that upon hearing his words, Xiao Xian'er would be taken aback and would eagerly request his guidance, leading to a natural invitation to her home for a meal. However, Xiao Xian'er remained silent. And suddenly a chorus of mocking voices erupted from the next room. Damn it, in this day and age, there are all sorts of people. How dare someone boast that their painting is the best in the world? Lu Dejia, do you not find this amusing? I have gathered this ancient score for you from elsewhere, hoping it will please you. Young Master Ji, where did you acquire such a marvelous ancient score? It is truly splendid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian'er instinctively recoiled. It was her cousin's voice. Oh, who would have thought that there was a sycophant next door, fervently praising a woman? Xiao Xian'er nearly succumbed to laughter at Gu Fei's words. Had it not been her cousin next door, she would have burst into uncontrollable laughter. She never anticipated that Gu Fei could articulate such an astonishingly novel phrase. His voice was far from quiet, prompting amusement from those next door. One individual pointed at Ji Yuan and erupted into laughter. Ji Yuan, someone has labeled you a sycophant. Haha, what a refreshingly new term. However, Wang feels it suits you perfectly. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the mocking voices from next door, Gu Fei thought to himself, my, what a crowd. It seems they are all jealous rivals. Wang Qing, are you seeking trouble? How dare you insult me? Ji Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. To be publicly called a sycophant was infuriating. Even Ji Yuan himself found the term to be quite accurate. However, the one who uttered those words was truly a scoundrel. Attacking someone's dignity in front of so many was beyond the pale. Could this young master tolerate such an affront? That scoundrel next door, did you not claim to be the best artist in the world? If you have the audacity, come over and paint in front of everyone. You expect me to paint upon request? How shameful. Fortunately, Ji Yuan possessed remarkable composure and did not wish to lose face in front of the beauty. He managed to suppress his anger and retorted, you little brat next door, do not think I will let this slide. Dio, you want me to come over and drag you here to paint? Gu Fei chuckled. By all means, do come. Xiao Xian'er was instantly terrified at the notion of him approaching. Please, do not let him come. Gu Fei raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Xian'er. Since you insist he does not come, how about you help me paint a piece right here? Xiao Xian'er wrinkled her nose. This trouble is of your making. Why should I bear the burden? Not a chance. Oh, since you refuse to assist me, I shall summon them over. You? Very well, you are forcing my hand. If it comes to that, we shall all face the consequences together. Xiao Xian'er was left speechless by Gu Fei's provocation. Suddenly, she pinched her nose and shouted toward next door. Young Master Ji Yuan, our master has declared he wishes to personally paint a portrait for Lu Dejia. You all better prepare your brushes and ink, for my master's artwork is worth a fortune. Ji Fei thought to himself. This little girl is determined to burn her bridges. Chapter 56. The annoying fellow named Gu Fei upon hearing Xiao Xian'er's proclamation. Ji Yuan and Lu Manru exchanged incredulous glances, pondering whether the young man next door truly dared to make a fool of himself. It was utterly unbelievable. Lu Manru glanced at her maid. Xiao Huan, go fetch the brushes and ink. She too was curious to witness whether this individual was indeed all talk. Never had she encountered someone who frequented brothels with a maid. This person was truly peculiar. Not only did she wish to see the painting, but she was also eager to discern what kind of character the guest next door possessed, as he seemed capable of uttering such innovative and absurd phrases. Lu Monru was certain that the term sycophant would soon echo throughout the land. Shortly, Xiao Huan returned with brushes and ink, setting them upon the table. Lu Monru cast a fleeting glance next door. "Young master, you may come over. We have prepared the materials for you." Within the room, Gu Fei chuckled. "Siener, since you've set me up, why not serve as my maid for a moment?" Xiao Siener protested. "If I go, my cousin will find out and I will be doomed, and I beg you. Spare me." Gu Fei rummaged through Zhang Biao's bundle for quite some time before finally extracting a half-length carbon pin. He thought to himself, how fortunate. Had this scoundrel not packed a pin, it would have been troublesome. Xiao Siener, seeing Gu Fei retrieve a stick the size of a pinky finger, looked at him in confusion. "What do you intend to do with that half-stick?" "Oh, are you unaware? This is my brush," Gu Fei replied with confidence in his figure-drawing skills. Xiao Siener looked at him as if he were simple-minded. "Why not just say your fingers are your brushes? You truly have no skill in painting. I hope my cousin does not beat you back." She bore a gloating expression. "My painting skills are such that even the contemporary masters would kneel before me as their teacher." In a distant Eastern nation, Gu Fei had acquired numerous artistic skills, including singing, dancing, painting, and playing musical instruments, especially in the essential skill of figure sketching. "Are you really not coming with me?" Xiao Siener shook her head vigorously. Not going. Absolutely not. Well, do not regret your decision." Gu Fei took the carbon pin and exited the room, eager to witness what Lu Monru truly looked like to have attracted such a throng of sycophants. The private room was just next door. Gu Fei arrived within mere seconds. When Lu Monru, Ji Yuan, and Wang Qing beheld a tall, robust figure filled with charisma approach, their expressions momentarily froze. With each step Gu Fei took, he radiated an air of supreme confidence. "I am Gu Fei. It is a pleasure to meet you all." Gu Fei bowed with a commanding presence. "So this annoying fellow is named Gu Fei?" Xiao Siener murmured softly. Yuan's expression darkened as he regarded Gu Fei. This was the same fellow who had just called him a sycophant. Damn. If it were not for his impressive stature, I would have dealt with him myself. Ji Yuan calculated that he and his servant might not even be a match for Gu Fei. How fortunate he had refrained from recklessly storming into the neighboring room. "If you can produce a painting that satisfies everyone, nay, that pleases Lu Dejia, I may consider forgiving your earlier insult." At this moment, Gu Fei meticulously examined Lu Monru, discovering that she bore a striking resemblance to the Hong Kong and Taiwan star Zhou Huanmin. Particularly her pair of lively, expressive eyes, akin to a pool of autumn water gazing back at him. "Dear Gu Gongzi, the brushes and ink have been prepared for you. Please allow me to witness your artistic prowess." Gu Fei glanced at the yellowed, coarse paper on the desk and nodded. He then addressed Lu Monru. "Today, within the span of a half-incense stick, I shall render a portrait of the esteemed Lu Monru." "What? You wish to paint a portrait of me?" Lu Monru looked at Gu Fei, astonished. She had anticipated he would either paint a landscape or depict flowers, birds, or animals. The prospect of him painting her portrait was unprecedented and filled her with immense joy. Ji Yuan, observing Lu Monru's excitement, thought to himself, "Oh no, this fellow is even more adept at flattery than I am. Had I known she adored portraits so much, I could have painted her myself instead of spending a fortune seeking out that ancient score." Ji Yuan was infuriated to the point of wanting to stomp his feet. However, he had already resolved that should Gu Fei's work not surpass his own, he would present one of his own creations on the spot. Suddenly, Ji Yuan recalled a saying. "Wait a moment. This fellow mentioned he could complete a painting within the span of half an incense stick. Is that even feasible?" It seemed he had found a way to humiliate Gu Fei. Thinking this, a triumphant smile crept across his face. "Gu Fei, did I just hear you claim you would complete a painting for Lu Dejia within half an incense stick? Surely, you jest." Gu Fei chuckled. Ji Yuan did not appear so unbearable. In fact, he was somewhat handsome. How unfortunate he was wasting his potential in sycophancy. "What is it, brother Ji Yuan? Do you not believe I can accomplish this? Shall we make a small wager?" Gu Fei mused that since Siener was so frightened, he might as well assist her. If he were to fail, perhaps Ji Yuan could keep it a secret. Gu Fei was merely seeking something to occupy his time. Otherwise, he would not have been bored enough to come and paint for Lu Manru. Unlike Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, who could casually embrace the likes of Xiao Taohong to indulge in their pleasures. Let us wager a promise. Ji Yuan regarded Gu Fei warily, thinking a promise was a trivial matter. If he were to ask for a loan of 100,000 taels, it would spell disaster for him. A promise? Perhaps we should choose another wager. This fellow appeared rather timid, clearly intimidated. Do not worry. It is merely a matter of a single sentence. I assure you it will not put you in a difficult position. A mere sentence, and it won't be troublesome for me? Ji Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Wang Qing, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Is that all the courage you possess? If Lu Dejia looks down on you, I certainly will as well." What nonsense, you can't even risk a small wager. They say it is just a sentence that won't trouble you. Ji Yuan glanced at Lu Manru, noticing a hint of displeasure on her face. And his heart sank. This would make Lu Manru think of him as someone unable to take a risk. Realizing this, he quickly patted his chest. Who said I cannot take a risk? I merely needed to consider it. Very well, it is just a matter of a sentence. I accept your wager. Quickly take up your brush and begin painting. If it does not resemble Lu Dejia in the slightest, you shall lose. Lu Manru, overhearing Ji Yuan's words, could not help but smile. This fellow seemed to have forgotten to ask Gu Fei what the stakes would be if he lost, observing him in such a confident demeanor. He likely would not lose. Then everyone heard Gu Fei addressing Xiao Huan, saying, "Excuse me, young lady, please take away the ink and brush to avoid staining the paper." Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the crowd immediately lost their composure. Chapter 57. Lu Manru's words shatter the hearts of many men. Ha ha ha, I reckon this lad has come merely to fool us. Let us ask everyone, how can one paint without a brush? Are you truly suggesting using your fingertips? Gu Fei cast a sidelong glance at Lu Manru. Lu Manru turned to the rather pleased Ji Yuan and calmly remarked, "Young Master Ji, please remain patient. Perhaps young Master Gu has his own methods." "Indeed, Miss Manru is quite astute," Gu Fei proclaimed, as he produced a half-carbon pin from his sleeve. "Brother Ji, observe closely. Since I am the world's foremost painting master, it would be beneath me to employ your ordinary techniques." With that, Gu Fei pulled up a stool, a subtle smile gracing his face. "Miss Manru, please remain seated over there without moving. It will only take the time of half an incense stick." Although Lu Manru harbored doubts upon seeing the half-stick of wood in his hand, her cultivated demeanor prevented her from expressing any mockery or skepticism like Ji Yuan. Instead, she smiled gently and nodded. "I shall patiently await young Master Gu's magnificent creation." Beside them, Wang Qing was no fool. He gazed at the carbon pin in Gu Fei's hand with a puzzled expression. Could it be that this twig-like object is also a brush? "Brother Wang, you are indeed perceptive. This item is truly a carbon pin for drawing and writing." "Oh, I see now. Then please, Brother Gu, do commence your work. I can hardly contain my eagerness to behold your artistry." Gu Fei's face radiated confidence, a proud smile emerging. "Let us see how I shall portray Miss Manru." He then swiftly drew several lines on the yellowed rough paper with his remarkably nimble hands. Ji Yuan and Wang Qing gasped in astonishment. What is this? Such a peculiar brush. It truly can create lines. But what is this jumble of chaotic lines? I have never seen painting done in such a manner. Gu Fei abruptly halted his pen. "Brother Ji, please refrain from incessantly chattering and disturbing my work. If you do not wish to watch, you may as well seek the privy." "You?" Ji Yuan flung his sleeve in anger, his face turning a shade of green, infuriated by Gu Fei's unexpected retort. Wang Qing added fuel to the fire. "Indeed, how can you behave like a petulant child, devoid of composure? Wang Qing, you are courting disaster." Lu Manru frowned at Ji Yuan. "If you persist in this manner, I shall have no choice but to ask you to leave." Just as they spoke, several more individuals entered the room, curious to witness someone painting without a brush. Fortunately, the spacious room, akin to a stage, lacked complete walls at the back, allowing these people entry with ease, albeit quietly. They all understood that although Lu Manru resided in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, she was a genuine songstress who sold her art. Not her body. It was certain that she would eventually marry into a noble family, hence most young masters dared not offend her. Otherwise, with a mere word from her, Ji Yuan and Wang Qing would be quick to escort them away. Yet, as the onlookers beheld Gu Fei's hands deftly crossing back and forth, creating line after line, their eyes widened in disbelief. With each passing second, the once chaotic lines began to take form, gradually revealing the graceful and enchanting visage of Lu Manru. Ji Yuan, gazing at Lu Manru, felt as if she had come to life from the paper, and could not help but exclaim, How? How is this possible? It appears as though Miss Lu is alive on this paper. Leading the charge, Ji Yuan noticed Gu Fei remained silent, yet a triumphant smile graced his lips. The crowd erupted in exclamations of awe. This vividly lifelike sketch completely overturned their preconceived notions of painting. They were witnessing for the first time that art could be created in such a manner. It was truly astonishing. Lu Manru, taken aback by the spectators' reactions, felt her heart ablaze with excitement, while she herself remained unseen amidst the throng. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian'er, unable to suppress her curiosity, had stealthily joined the crowd. Upon seeing Lu Manru's portrait, nearly indistinguishable from her true self, she gasped, Heavens, such a realistic painting. I have never seen anything like it. It is known that in their perception, traditional ink paintings merely captured the spirit, allowing viewers to recognize the subject. Oh, that is Lu Manru, without delving into details. But this was different. It seemed as though Lu Manru had stepped forth from the painting. What a miraculous skill! I have never encountered such extraordinary artistry in my life. This young Master Gu is truly the preeminent master of our time, far surpassing the renowned painter Wu Daozi of the Great Hua Kingdom. Many young masters felt a pang of envy, their eyes glimmering with ambition, envisioning that receiving guidance from Gu Fei could make wooing a lady an effortless endeavor. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian'er lamented, this rascal Gu Fei was indeed telling the truth. I never imagined he could paint so beautifully. With each precise stroke Gu Fei laid upon the canvas, Lu Manru's portrait grew increasingly lifelike. These onlookers had never witnessed a painting that could capture every strand of hair, every eyelash, and even the reflections in her eyes. And why heavens! This is a level of mastery I could never hope to attain in this lifetime. And he continues to paint, each stroke akin to the finishing touch of a dragon. I must say, young Master Gu has not exaggerated. This painting is worth far more than a mere fortune. It is priceless. At that moment, even Yi Hui, the proprietor of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, could not resist approaching. Upon seeing the painting, she exclaimed, Miss Lu, we must display this masterpiece in the hall for public admiration for a few days. Shall we? Yi Hui understood that this astonishing artwork would bring astronomical profits to her establishment. She also declared that Gu Fei's expenses at the 100 Flowers Pavilion today would be entirely waived. Gu Fei, taken aback, had not anticipated that a simple painting would create such a stir. Little did he know, his unique style had already become a mandatory lesson for children in Shangyuan City. Alas, the channels of communication are truly inefficient. The time it took to complete Lu Manru's portrait exceeded his expectations by a fraction. However, no one dared to voice complaints about the duration. They wished fervently for Gu Fei to continue painting indefinitely. When the artwork was finally presented to Lu Manru, her joy knew no bounds. With tears of elation glistening in her eyes, she gazed intently at Gu Fei, her admiration for him evident. Young Master Gu, I have never received such a precious gift in my life. How can I repay you? If you do not mind, I would be honored to serve you this evening. The crowd collectively gasped in shock. For Lu Manru was known to be proud and aloof. Previously, she had turned down numerous invitations from Piaomiao Pavilion to act as their star performer. She was well aware that such engagements would connect her with influential nobles. Yet she steadfastly refused, demonstrating her lofty self-regard. Ji Yuan and Wang Qing, among the privileged young masters, had followed her here from Piaomiao Pavilion. They never anticipated that Lu Manru would be so moved as to offer herself so readily. Leaving Ji Yuan and his companions heartbroken. Chapter 58. What of Gu Fei being my master? However, an even more astonishing turn of events occurred. Ji Fei, to everyone's disbelief, rejected Lu Manru's proposition. The onlookers were nearly driven to madness. Wondering if this lad had lost his senses, Lu Manru's face was etched with shock and humiliation. She had never imagined that her courageous step would be met with such a callous refusal. It felt as though her dignity had been stripped away publicly, and if there were a crevice in the ground, she would gladly have plunged into it, never to emerge again. Countless nobles yearned for her. Yet they could never attain her. Young Master Gu, why do you refuse me? Do you think me unworthy? Lu Monru's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, the humiliation and sorrow intertwining to nearly suffocate her. I swear, my body has never been touched by another man. Observing Lu Monru's heart-wrenching sorrow, Gu Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his rejection would wound her so deeply, looking at her in distress. He spoke earnestly, I admire your ability to remain untainted, like a lotus in murky waters. However, it is not that I do not wish to spend a delightful evening with you, engaging in frivolous pursuits. It is simply that I adhere to a principle. The woman I choose must be someone with whom I share profound feelings. Only then will intimacy come naturally. Moreover, I would advise you, Miss Monru, to cherish your body and not to offer it so readily out of admiration or infatuation. In my eyes, the status of women should be equal to that of men, not something that can be casually taken or discarded. These words struck like a stone cast into a still lake, instantly creating tumultuous waves within the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Countless women were profoundly moved by Gu Fei's words. They had never imagined that there existed men in this world who would hold such respect for them and advocate for gender equality. In their realm, women were often regarded as mere appendages to men, discarded or gifted as casually as one would toss aside clothing. How astonishing it was that this man possessed such insight and sentiment. Xiao Xian'er fixated her beautiful gaze on Gu Fei, her heart brimming with shock and admiration. She couldn't help but think of her elder sister, the Empress Xiao Lingshuang, feeling a tumult of emotions. Could it be that women could truly stand on equal footing with men? If that were indeed the case, how could her sister have met such a fate? The faction opposing her did so solely because she was a woman. Had she been a man, who would dare to defy her? At that moment, Xiao Xian'er felt utterly conflicted. Lu Monru trembled as she spoke, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Gu Fei. In the 2 years of my performing, I have encountered countless individuals, each one eager to possess my body at once. Yet, young Master Gu, you, out of respect for me, resolutely rejected my advances, leaving me utterly ashamed. This has made me acutely aware that there are indeed men in this world who understand how to respect and cherish women. I, Lu Monru, feel fortunate to have met you in this lifetime. I hereby vow that my body will belong only to you, young Master Gu. Should I break this vow, may heaven strike me down. Oh dear, this is disastrous. Ji Yuan's face was ashen, and countless men felt a sense of despair. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian'er exclaimed with glee, Hooray! Hooray! Gu Fei, bewildered by the turn of events, thought to himself, what is this? Lu Monru has decided to cling to me. What on earth should I do? With a mix of laughter and tears, he replied, Miss Monru, you must retract your vow. This jest is not to be taken lightly. Lu Monru offered him a sad smile. Since you, young Master Gu, value the respect of women so highly, why not allow me the choice to see for myself whether such men truly exist? Alas, what a well-thrown boomerang, striking me with 1,000 wounds, Gu Fei mused, rendered speechless. Fine, do as you wish. After all, I shall escape in 3 days' time, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Ji Yuan spotted Xiao Xian'er. Gaping at the sight of her disguised as a man, he exclaimed, Xian'er, you? What are you doing here? Xiao Xian'er quickly hooked her arm through Gu Fei's, declaring, What do you mean, you? I came with my master. If you dare to report me, I will cry for you. Gu Fei nearly fainted. When had he become her master? Master, you just lost to him. Hurry and tell him to be quiet. Enough, enough Ji Yuan, the little wager we discussed before is simply this. Gu Fei replied, utterly at a loss. Ha ha, master. I knew you cared for me dearly, Xiao Xian'er said, clinging to Gu Fei's arm, seemingly oblivious to how her modest bosom affected him. Gazing into her pitiful eyes, Gu Fei felt a pang of compassion and gently pinched her cheek, admonishing, You insisted on following me, and now your cousin has found out, oh dear. I merely wished to follow you and learn to paint. She replied. The two displayed a deep master-disciple bond, leaving those present utterly bewildered, pondering how this master could be so composed while visiting a brothel with a female disciple. This man had even turned down Lu's generous offer. What on earth was he doing here? Despite their disdain for Gu Fei, many extended olive branches, seeking to win him over. Several young scions from prominent families invited Gu Fei, including Ji Yuan, who thought how wonderful it would be to have Gu Fei paint a portrait of his mother. To Gu Fei's surprise, Wang Qing, son of the Minister of War Wang Chongling, also invited him to his home. Ji Yufei was well aware of their ulterior motives. With the Empress deceased, he had no inclination to assist them with their artistic endeavors. Even if Long Lingshuang were unwilling to help, securing an official identity through Wang Chongling would not be insurmountable. Thus, he declined all their invitations. To his astonishment, his refusals only heightened the admiration for Gu Fei among the crowd. Observing the chaotic hall, Lu Monru felt overwhelmed. She stood up to dismiss everyone, leaving only Gu Fei and Xiao Xianer behind. "Young Master Gu, I wish to invite you and your disciple to my room for a private discussion. I hope this isn't too abrupt." In truth, Lu Monru longed to invite Gu Fei alone, but having his disciple accompany them would help conceal their true intentions, assuring others they were not merely seeking carnal pleasure. Noticing that Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong had yet to return, Gu Fei thought it prudent to converse. He had no plans to return home tonight. He would arrange for a room for the three of them with Yi Hui later. Staying in an inn would make it too easy for Long Feng's lackeys to find him, leading to unnecessary trouble. It was wiser to remain here, hidden from prying eyes. "Very well, let us find a quiet place to talk." Gu Fei instructed Xiao Yu to return to their room while he led Xiao Xianer and Lu Monru to hers. Chapter 59. Revenge unsuccessful in the Cold Duke's manor, Long Feng glared ominously at Long Aoshue. His mood was exceedingly foul. Aoshue had instructed Yuan Bing to send someone to deal with Gu Fei, yet not only had they failed to confront him, they couldn't even locate him. "Aoshue, what do you mean by this? Did Yuan Bing heed your words and send someone to find Gu Fei, brother? What do you imply?" "Of course, I sent someone, moreover." Xiao Dai personally accompanied Yuan Bing's men to Gu Fei's lodgings. However, when they arrived at the Coming Fortune Tavern, Gu Fei had already departed. But fret not. They reportedly paid for 3 days' accommodation and will surely return tonight. "Brother, you needn't rush. Be patient." Long Feng recalled the Empress's words before her departure, his face darkening as if he might ignite in fury. "Long Feng, I once deemed you broad-minded, a person worthy of great responsibility. How could you have become so narrow-minded after just a few days? You have truly disappointed me." He knew the Empress had never spoken to him so sternly before. He surmised that the root of his troubles lay with Gu Fei. "No, send Xiao Dai again to check if Gu Fei has returned. Until I see him receive his due punishment, I cannot swallow this bitter pill." "Brother, please calm down. Father has repeatedly cautioned against any rash actions over the next couple of days. If you jeopardize the Empress's grand plans, you will end up in dire straits. But she never once considered me. I have tirelessly searched for her, yet received not a word of praise, and instead was reprimanded." Long Feng refused to accept this. Seeing her brother so agitated, Long Aoshue felt a twinge of sympathy and had to soften her tone. "Brother, you are her subject. You ought to serve her with utmost devotion." "Ha! Such noble sentiments. Had it not been for my family's protection and my timely intervention, she would have long been usurped by Xiao Yang and perished in the Great and Small Ridge Mountains. What right does she have to scold me?" "Brother, you are courting disaster. Stop talking. Remember, she is the sovereign, and you are her subject." Long Aoshue felt she could no longer endure her brother's rants. The words he uttered were increasingly outrageous. If anyone outside heard him, it would be a death sentence. "You, a subject, dare to shout at the Empress? You must have a death wish. Oh, I wonder how things are outside. Father forbids me from going out, which is exceedingly vexing. If only I could take a look." The gates of the Cold Manor were heavily guarded by Long Hongyi soldiers. Ever since he and the Empress left in secret, no one was allowed to enter or exit. Consequently, even Xiao Dai was trapped within. Unbeknownst to them, the Cold family had imposed similar restrictions, and the Longxin Marquis Manor under Yuan Du had also implemented a lockdown. Yuan Bing's lackeys were unable to relay any news to Long Feng, who was confined within the manor. These lackeys were not from his own household, but rather local ruffians, at this moment. Even they were barred from loitering at the manor's entrance. Anyone with connections in the capital knew that the new emperor was set to ascend the throne the following day. Gil maintained stability in the imperial city. All of its gates had been shut tight, allowing egress but no ingress. On a hill behind the capital's palace stood the Qingfeng Daoist temple, where Gu Yuer was meditating on a cushion, forming hand seals in the air. Suddenly, her expression shifted slightly, and she murmured, "This divination seems off." The Z-Way star appears to have realigned. Is this a sign of the new Emperor's success, or does the Empress's fate still linger? Gu Yuer quickly resumed her calculations, only to find herself increasingly bewildered. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was enjoying a pleasant conversation with Lu Monru at the Baihua Tower, having already sent Xiaoxianer away. Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong had completed their tasks and returned to the room, whereupon they learned from Xiao Yu that Gu Fei had been invited to Lu Monru's quarters. Instantly, their expressions shifted to one of enlightenment. So that's it. Truly, the master is indeed a master. How could he possibly be attracted to an ordinary woman? The adults have commanded us to wait here, so let us, brothers, remain here as well. After all, we have food, drink, and the delightful company of Xiao Taohong and her friends. What could be more enjoyable, however? Regarding the matter of finding Lu Monru, Zhang Biao has already resolved to keep it to himself, ensuring that Zhang Yao remains oblivious. Otherwise, Zhang Yao would undoubtedly take a knife to him. In Lu Monru's chambers, Gu Fei learned of her background. To his surprise, Lu Monru was originally of noble birth. Her father was once a provincial official, but he lost his life due to a certain incident that embroiled him, leaving her mother unable to bear the grief and passing shortly after. She also had an elder brother named Lu Sheng, whose whereabouts remain unknown. The reason she found herself at the Baihua Tower was twofold: to make a living and to search for her missing brother. Lu Sheng, as Gu Fei contemplated her tumultuous fate, he felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Life is indeed fraught with challenges, and everyone has their own story. Yet, some stories are woven with joy, while others are steeped in sorrow. Suddenly, Lu Monru inquired, "Gu Gongzi, from where do you hail? Your accent suggests you are not a local of the capital." Gu Fei replied with a smile, "Indeed, I am not from here." "Why do you inquire so thoroughly, Miss Lu? What is your intent? Are you afraid that I might cling to you?" she retorted. "Rest assured, I am not one to behave so shamelessly." Lu Monru's tone was laced with irritation. Clearly vexed. Observing her displeasure, Gu Fei leisurely sipped his tea and finally remarked, "It is not that I do not wish to share, but rather that you may not comprehend even if I do." Lu Monru looked at him earnestly. "Before I arrived at Baihua Tower, I have traveled to many places. Pray tell, Gu Gongzi, have I ever been to the places you mention? Have you heard of Shangyuan County?" Gu Fei's eyes glimmered with both anticipation and a hint of jest. If she knew of it, it would signify that Shangyuan County had gained notoriety. If not, it would surely render Lu Monru somewhat embarrassed. As expected, upon hearing the name, her brows knitted together in confusion. After much contemplation, she shyly admitted, "Forgive my ignorance, but I truly do not know where Shangyuan County is located." Gu Fei sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. It seems the unscrupulous merchants who frequently procure goods from Shangyuan County have effectively concealed it from others. Otherwise, given the Baihua Tower's reputation for information, it would be inconceivable for Lu Monru to be unaware of Shangyuan's renown. Chapter 60. My loyalty until death. Gu Fei chuckled merrily. "See, I told you, you were unaware." As Lu Monru poured him more tea, she lamented, "I am but a simple woman with long hair and limited knowledge. I humbly ask you to guide me. Do you truly wish to know? Indeed, I yearn to understand what place could give rise to a man as noble as Gu Gongzi, who respects women. In Shangyuan County, equality is simply a fundamental principle, yet you of the capital perceive it as something extraordinary. Should you ever have the chance to visit, you would discover that my words hold truth." Upon hearing Gu Fei's nonchalant remarks, Lu Monru felt a profound astonishment. She had not anticipated the existence of such an idyllic paradise within Beiheng Kingdom. "I beseech you, Gu Gongzi, how might I reach it?" "I shall certainly endeavor to see it for myself. If you genuinely wish to go, I shall disclose the way. Travel south from the capital, pass through Daoxian, cross the Miluo River, and in about 10 to 15 days, you shall arrive. With a horse, it could be expedited to around 6 or 7 days." Lu Monru was taken aback. So near. In the utmost, it would take half a month to reach. I must certainly visit. With her hands propping her chin, her eyes seemed intent on etching Gu Fei into her memory. Only when Gu Fei's gaze faltered did she smile sweetly, revealing a hint of triumph. "If I truly go, would Gu Gongzi welcome me?" Cough, cough. Gu Fei's face flushed. "Is it not said that guests are to be welcomed? Naturally, I would be delighted to receive someone as talented as Miss Lu." "Very well, then it is settled." Gu Fei nodded reluctantly, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. As their eyes met, Neither knew what to say next, creating a subtly uncomfortable atmosphere. Jiu Gongzi, when do you plan to depart from Baihua Tower? Lu Monru finally broke the silence. As for me, I do not intend to leave today. I plan to stay here. Lu Monru's heart jolted at his words, and she inwardly scoffed, thinking, men are truly untrustworthy. Previously, he feigned decorum, claiming he would not stay, yet now he intends to remain. Noticing her peculiar expression, Gu Fei inquired with a smile, what troubles you, Miss Lu? Do you seem displeased by my decision to stay? It appears I have misjudged you, Gu Gongzi. You are no different from those lecherous men, Lu Monru retorted indignantly. Gu Fei, understanding her misunderstanding, chuckled. I believe you are mistaken. My intention to stay does not imply I wish to remain in your company. Nor would I ask you to share my bed. It is merely that the capital is currently tumultuous. I prefer to stay here for a couple of nights with my brothers before departing. Is there truly no accommodation for guests at Baihua Tower? Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, Lu Monru's face turned crimson. She stammered softly, I apologize, Gu Gongzi, I misunderstood you earlier. If you wish to punish me, I shall accept it. Seeing the pitiful woman before him, Gu Fei thought, what punishment? Shall I ask you to disrobe or dance? It would hardly be a punishment. We are merely strangers who have crossed paths. With an air of nonchalance, Gu Fei's demeanor only deepened Lu Monru's sense of disappointment. So I am, but an ordinary encounter in his eyes. Do I hold no allure for him? This thought filled her with melancholy. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, with the panicked voice of Yi Hui and an enraged man's voice following closely. Why, Yi Hui, get out of the way, today. I shall make her accompany me to bed. What is this pretense of purity? She has reserved herself for that man alone. Today, I shall claim her first, and I shall see what can be done. Lu Gongzi, please, remain calm. Monru is not like the others. She sells her art, not her body. Humph. Get out of my way. Hearing Yi Hui's desperate pleas, Lu Monru's face turned pale. This is bad. Gu Gongzi, the second son of the Duke of the State, Lu Jingxing, is here. What shall I do? Without Lu Monru needing to speak, Gu Fei had already understood the exchange outside. He grasped the gist of it. This man had likely learned of Lu Monru's public declaration to keep herself for him. And now this frustrated suitor sought to claim her by force. In comparison, he was far less forthright than Ji Yuan or Wang Qing. However, this predicament was indeed troublesome. He found himself in Lu Monru's chambers at that very moment. And a confrontation seemed inevitable. Yu Gongzi, I have sworn my body belongs to you alone. If this scion were to ruin my virtue, I may as well not live, Lu Monru proclaimed with a determined stance. Gu Fei was uncertain how sincere her words were. Are you truly willing to offer yourself to me rather than this Lu Xiaojia? Gu Xiao, my loyalty is unwavering. In that case, it seemed they had to act with urgency, lest he return to harass her in the future. He needed to deal with this matter once and for all. Just as Lu Monru pondered the meaning behind his words, Gu Fei swiftly swept her into his arms, crossing the screen and hastening to the bed. Lu Monru was still in a daze when her clothing was stripped away, leaving her in nothing but her undergarments. Gu Fei quickly removed his own garments, and the two swiftly nestled beneath the covers. At that moment, the door was violently kicked open. Liu Xiaojia barged in, disregarding all obstacles, and approached the bed, where he immediately spotted Lu Monru, her delicate shoulder exposed and held tightly by a man. Ah! Lu Monru shrieked, unsure if her cry was due to Gu Fei's embrace or Liu Xiaojia's intrusion. Regardless, it was a timely response, and she buried her head into Gu Fei's chest. Gu Fei bellowed, who dares to disturb my peace? Upon witnessing their entangled forms, Liu Xiaojia erupted in rage, laughing maniacally. You have the audacity to touch what belongs to me. What do you mean, yours? Has she wed you? Or have you paid a betrothal gift? Now, get out. Liu Xiaojia seethed with fury, wishing he could cleave Gu Fei in two, yet, at that moment, he could only suppress his rage, fearing it might jeopardize his father's ambitions. His interest in Lu Monru had waned, and he glared at Gu Fei, seething, enjoy your moment, but mark my words, come tomorrow, I shall turn you two into mincemeat. Chapter 61. All set. Yi Hui stood by the bedside, observing the alluring scene before her, her brows furrowing in concern. She thought to herself, are you feeling satisfied now? Comfortable, perhaps? However, I fear that misfortune is soon to befall you. Lu Shaojia, notorious for his treachery in the capital, had ruined countless women, some even losing their lives at his hands, all under the guise of his noble lineage. With this in mind, she could not help but utter a warning. Gu Xiao, since Lu Dejia has chosen to follow you, perhaps it would be wise for you to leave tonight. Yu Shaojia is not a man to be trifled with. He means what he says. Upon hearing Yi Hui's words, Gu Fei felt a jolt of realization. Lu Shaojia was indeed no ordinary villain. Rest assured, Yi Boss and Lu Dejia, as long as Lu Shaojia keeps his distance, there is no trouble, but should he provoke me, he will soon learn the true meaning of despair. Yi Hui recognized the fierce determination in Gu Fei's words, realizing that good counsel often falls on deaf ears when confronting a foolhardy spirit. Very well, she retorted. If you insist on your reckless path, do not place the blame on me should calamity strike. With an indignant huff, Yi Hui departed. After she left, Lu Monru clung to Gu Fei, her warm body pressing against him, causing a rush of heat to surge through him. Diu Xiao, I am frightened. Lu Shaojia is truly a formidable adversary. Fear not, Lu Dai, as long as Lu Shaojia remains unprovoked. All will be well, but should he dare to challenge me, I assure you, he will regret ever being born. Trust me, if anything goes awry, I will take you to Shangyuan City. It is 100 times better than here. The capital is merely a bustling place, lacking the charm of our homeland. Lu Monru held onto him tighter, her heart racing ever faster. Jiu Fei, however, knew that this was not the time for such entanglements. It appears we are quite alone now, Lu Dejia. You may release me to Jiu Xiao. I am uncertain whether I will live to see another day. Perhaps you should claim me for yourself, so I may keep my word. Gu Fei gently patted her flushed cheek, smiling reassuringly. Fear not, I will protect you as promised. I shall not go back on my word. We can discuss this further when the time comes. Should you still wish to fulfill your vow then? We may explore it together. Lu Monru, perplexed by Gu Fei's intentions, felt a mixture of hope and frustration. She knew he was a man of virtue, yet he seemed reluctant to embrace their budding connection. Could it be that such a paragon of virtue truly existed? She planted a fleeting kiss on his lips before releasing her grip, allowing herself to fall gracefully onto the bed. Your character, Gu Xiao, commands my utmost respect. I shall no longer doubt your words. If you claim you can handle Lu Shaojia, I shall believe you. Should anything go awry, I will only blame my ill fortune. I am no longer afraid. Gu Xiao, please step behind the screen. I must rise. Gu Fei, surprised by Lu Monru's sudden resolve, exhaled with relief. He had no desire to court too many women, especially with Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao already occupying his thoughts. Cold Ling Shuang had wounded him deeply. He had never encountered someone so unfeeling. Lu Monru fumbled behind the screen as she dressed, her hands trembling, struggling to tie her garments properly. She had resolved to accompany Gu Fei to Shangyuan City, eager to witness the place he described as 100 times better than the capital. Go follow a man of such caliber would be a dream come true for any woman, for she believed he would treat his partner with kindness. What did a woman seek in life if not a man who cherished her, one who would not treat her as mere property to be exchanged? In both Beihang and Dehua, women were hardly valued in the eyes of men. Only wives were spared such treatment, while concubines faced the constant threat of being discarded. Some men even grew weary of their concubines, trading them amongst each other. In essence, women held little standing, especially those with talents, who were often deemed mere playthings. With a blush on her cheeks, Lu Monru emerged from behind the screen, softly declaring, I shall arrange accommodations for you. Gu Xiao, how many rooms would you require? Gu Fei smiled gently. 2 will suffice. One should be larger, for I wish for you to stay over tonight. Lu Monru's heart raced at the implication, her mind racing with thoughts. Wait, are you changing your mind? No, I simply fear for your safety at night. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I shall sleep on the bed while you take the floor. Her cheeks flushed anew with embarrassment as she regretted her earlier thoughts. How could she have doubted such a virtuous man? With a flustered expression, Lu Monru hurried out to arrange the rooms, leaving Gu Fei to savor his tea, contemplating strategies to deal with Lu Shaojia. He pondered whether he might exploit this situation to his advantage against Long Feng or perhaps Long Lingshuang. Meanwhile, Long Lingshuang was in a clandestine chamber, conferring with several individuals about a significant plot. They planned to strike a decisive blow against Xiaoyang the following day, aiming to uncover evidence of his treachery. Empress Xiao Lingshuang turned her gaze toward Long Hongyi. My lord, have the soldiers been positioned for entry into the city? Your Majesty, they were arranged well before your return, he replied. Pleased, Xiao Lingshuang then addressed the Minister of War, Wang Chongling. And how go your preparations, Minister Wang? Wang Chongling nodded. All has been arranged for the Imperial Guards and the Royal Army. I assure you that except for a few leaders of Dugu Xian, all remaining guards will be our loyal men. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingshuang's eyes drifted toward the door, as though envisioning the events set to unfold the next day. After a long pause, she declared, we must ensure that we capture those treasonous scoundrels in one fell swoop. We shall comply with your command. Chapter 62. The Empress still lives in the blink of an eye. Time rushed forth, and the first rays of dawn gently cascaded upon the ancient and solemn Taimiao of the Beiheng dynasty. This hallowed ground, steeped in countless historical memories and royal sacrifices, appeared even more sacred and inviolable in the morning light. In the square, thousands of soldiers donned in polished armor stood like an impenetrable fortress, their silhouettes elongated in the early sunlight, exuding an air of formidable authority. Their expressions were grave, eyes filled with reverence, as if every nerve were taut with the utmost respect, guarding the impending ancestral ceremony with unwavering dedication. Before them lay a 100-step staircase, flanked by 3 platforms. At the pinnacle of the Taimiao, the high priestess Gu Yuer was engaged in a fervent prayer, performing various rituals, sometimes wielding a sword, other times chanting incantations, and occasionally striking peculiar poses. Only when her actions concluded would the ancestral worship formally commence. Amidst the solemn and resonant sounds of bells and drums, the second prince Xiaoyang, clad in resplendent ceremonial attire, strode forward, leading a contingent of royal family members and esteemed ministers, steadily ascending the staircase until he reached the second tier. There, he stood at the center, flanked by Yuan Du and Minister of War Wang Chongling, as well as Long Hongyi, their confidence evident in their proud demeanor. Many ministers observed the high priestess Gu Yuer, still engaged in her rituals upon the altar, their minds racing with apprehension. For once the ceremony concluded, their fates would be sealed. Some would ascend to glory, while others might face dire consequences. Suddenly, a massive flame erupted from the altar. Followed by the resounding toll of a bell, Gu Yuer's piercing voice rang out, "The auspicious hour has arrived." The ceremonial eunuch promptly announced, "The auspicious hour has indeed arrived." He called out thrice, continuing, "If we delay the reading of the sacrificial text, it may be deemed disrespectful to the late emperor." At this moment, Wang Chongling stepped forward calmly. "Your Majesty has yet to arrive. The ceremony cannot commence without her presence." Xiaoyang glared at Wang Chongling, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Don't neglect such a significant matter as the ceremony for the late emperor's memorial demonstrates Xiao Lingshuang's lack of filial piety and virtue. How can she face the ancestors of the Xiao family? Meanwhile, the ministers led by Long Hongyi exchanged knowing smirks, relishing the impending misfortune awaiting these jesters. Oblivious to the fate that loomed ahead, Yuan Du, stroking his 2-inch goatee, let out a hearty laugh. He proclaimed, "The second prince speaks most truly. In such a momentous occasion, His Majesty has not graced us with his presence in advance. I beseech the second prince to read the sacrificial text, lest we delay the auspicious hour." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a surge of secret delight within, recognizing that the era belonging to his sister, Xiao Lingshuang, had finally passed. Nevertheless, he decided to feign reluctance to appease the fickle ministers. "Alas, it is difficult to silence the whispers of the world when I am not in my rightful position." The ministers, led by Dugu Xian, clasped their hands and bowed, as if rehearsed, declaring loudly, "It is the collective wish of us all that the second prince read the sacrificial text." Xiaoyang observed the reactions of the crowd, feeling a sense of triumph, and with a disingenuous smile, he remarked, "In that case, I shall graciously accept the honor." "How audacious, Xiaoyang! Do you truly believe you are worthy to read the sacrificial text?" Suddenly, a voice, frigid and piercing, emanated from the steps below. Startled, Xiaoyang nearly collapsed upon hearing the emotionless reprimand. All eyes turned to the lower tier, where Xiao Lingshuang, adorned in a black dragon robe embroidered with 5-clawed golden dragons, ascended the steps with an air of authority. Gasps filled the air as the ministers murmured, "Your Majesty still lives, Xiao Lingshuang." her demeanor icy and formidable, strode directly to Xiaoyang, snatching the sacrificial text from his hands. Turning to face the assembly, she spoke from a position of dominance. I am the one destined by heaven. Who dares to speak in my stead? Xiaoyang, Yuan Du, Dugu Xian? How bold you are to attempt the sacrificial rites without my consent. Her words cut through the air like shards of ice, instilling a profound pressure upon all present. Her gaze seemed to pierce through layers of deceit and betrayal. Many felt as if the Empress had transformed into a stranger, no longer the one who sought Yuan Du's approval before speaking. Xiao Yang's complexion drained of color, his body trembling as he struggled to articulate a response, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. Why Yuan Du's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze upon Dugu Xian. His eyes resembling those of a venomous serpent, it was as if he silently accused Dugu Xian of betrayal. Under the intensity of Yuan Du's glare, Dugu Xian nearly faltered. Equally bewildered. You cannot be serious. Is there no one to vouch for me? Besides, isn't Tianjing present? With Xiao Ling Shuang's sudden appearance, their plans evaporated in an instant. Your Majesty, we meant no offense. We merely... Yuan Du attempted to justify, but his voice faltered under the weight of Xiao Ling Shuang's authority. Merely what? Merely harboring treacherous intentions to usurp the throne? Xiao Ling Shuang's tone was as frigid as winter frost, each word resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. Bring Dugu Xian to me. Wang Chongling, having anticipated this moment, nodded to the imperial guards. Immediately, two soldiers seized Dugu Xian by the shoulders. No, no. She is an impostor, surely a stand-in sent by Long Hong Yi. Do not believe her. I have witnesses. In a moment of madness, Xiao Yang blurted out this nonsensical claim. Xiao Rou, hurry here. Xiao Rou quickly appeared before the Empress. Xiao Rou, declare her an impostor. Seeing the Empress standing before her, she nearly swooned. Second Prince? She? In that instant, all her dreams crumbled. Just as she was about to risk it all and accuse the Empress, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Xiao Ling Shuang struck Xiao Rou across the face. You wretched maid, conspiring with outsiders against me. Take her away, Your Majesty. Spare me. It was all the Second Prince's doing. At that moment, Xiao Yang lunged forward, drawing a knife from the imperial guardess' waist and thrusting it forward. You deceitful wretch! How dare you betray me? The guard swiftly wrested the blade from him. Collapsing to the ground in fear. Your Majesty, forgive me. Xiao Ling Shuang coldly scoffed, then remove these traitors at once. Yes, yes, Xiao Yang hastily replied, ingratiatingly declaring, Your Highness, I too was nearly deceived by this wretch. Let me assist you in executing her. Xiao Ling Shuang glared at him frostily. What of my authenticity? Am I not truly your Empress? Indeed, he stammered. Just then, a swift slap from Xiao Ling Shuang landed upon Xiao Yang. The second Prince Xiao Yang, in defiance of the law, has committed murder. Take him away as well. Wait. Who dares? The Empress Dowager Ji Qiu, supported by her sister, the Empress Dowager Ji Yu, slowly descended the steps. Chapter 63. A new wave arises. Release the second prince at once. Are you all plotting rebellion, mother? Xiao Ling Shuang exclaimed, exasperated, addressing Ji Yu. Your Majesty, it has been nearly a month since we last met. Xiao Yang's actions are for the good of Bei Hong. I ask you, what crime has he committed for the sake of Bei Hong? Yet you, without a word, vanished for such an extended period, shirking your responsibilities as a ruler. The Empress Dowager Ji Yu, supported by her sister, confronted Xiao Ling Shuang, leaving her speechless. Wang Chongling, recognizing the arrival of the Empress Dowager, realized there would likely be no resolution today. He felt a pang of sorrow for the Empress. She could not execute Xiao Yang without a shred of evidence. Ultimately, time was against them, and gathering proof was no easy task. For the Empress to return safely to the throne was a significant victory, preserving their lives and families. The remaining matters would have to be addressed gradually in the future. Your Majesty, you should promptly recite the sacrificial text so we can return to the pressing affairs of state. The documents in your study are piling up. Xiao Yang, assist me back to the palace. Xiao Yang quickly extricated himself from the grasp of the imperial guards and affectionately supported Ji Yu's arm, casting a glance of disdain at Xiao Ling Shuang before descending the steps. Ji Yu's sudden entrance incensed Xiao Ling Shuang. Your Majesty, please hasten to recite the text. The auspicious hour approaches. Yuan Du interjected with a sly grin. Xiao Ling Shuang, upon hearing this, scoffed and began to recite the sacrificial text. Yuan Du, observing the Empress reading aloud, thought to himself, "You believe this is the end? The third Prince Li Ji of Dehua is on his way. I wonder what tribute you will offer this year." Meanwhile, Gu Fei, Zhang Biao, and Zhang Yong, who had been staying at the Baihua Tower, were just awakening from their slumber. Yu Fei smiled as he looked at the sleeping Lu Monru on the floor. Last night, she had concocted a feeble excuse about the cold floor to share the bed with him, a proposal he had firmly declined. As he quietly rose from the bed, he mused that significant events were afoot. Once Xiaoyang ascended the throne, he would undoubtedly target the Long family and their allies. The only question was whether he would act immediately. If so, Gu Fei would have narrowly escaped a calamity by leaving the Long family. He pondered whether he should vacate Baihua Tower and find a safer refuge. After much contemplation, he concluded that remaining here would make conflict with Lu Xiaojia inconvenient. A better escape route would certainly be advantageous. Just then, Lu Monru awoke. "Oh, Gu Gongzi, you're up so early?" Gu Fei chuckled, "Unlike you, who resembles a little lazy pig." Lu Monru's cheeks flushed slightly. I usually don't behave this way. It's your fault for not letting me sleep in the bed, causing me to toss and turn before finally falling asleep." Lu Monru felt a sense of camaraderie with Gu Fei, as they were now bound together in fortune and misfortune, allowing her to speak more freely than before. "If you had come over, how could I have resisted? I am always at your service." "Better not. We'll squeeze in one more night, and we should leave the capital first thing in the morning. In that case, I will get up and tidy myself." Upon hearing Gu Fei mention their return to Shangwen City, Lu Monru was instantly invigorated, her sleepiness vanishing. Staying in the capital held no allure any longer. Especially with the looming threat of Lu Xiaojia, it was best to depart sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, no word had come from the palace, leaving Gu Fei increasingly agitated. Would Xiao Ling Shuang truly come seeking him? 2 hours later, within the Grand Hall of the Beihang Imperial Palace, civil and military officials stood in formation. Xiao Ling Shuang, her face ashen, glared at the ministers, with Yuan Du leading the charge and pleading for Du Guxian. Yet the Empress resolutely rejected their appeals. "On my journey back, I encountered 2 individuals named Tianjing and Yao Changhu who ambushed me. I ask you, whose subordinates are they?" The Empress's fury was palpable as she scrutinized Yuan Du and his faction, her eyes fierce enough to slay them 1,000 times over if looks could kill. "I demand an answer. Who commands these 2? The hall fell into a suffocating silence. The Empress, aware that without eliminating Du Guxian, all her suffering would be in vain, declared, "Anyone still wishing to plead on Du Guxian's behalf, step forward. I can arrange for you to share a cell with him, so you may understand the situation better. Your Majesty, this matter requires further evidence. Others may refrain from speaking, but Yuan Du dares to voice his thoughts. Should he fail to champion his subordinates, there will be no one willing to follow him in the future. Chancellor, why is it that my words do not constitute evidence?" The Empress was inexplicably furious. "This scoundrel still dares to oppose me. Your Majesty, it is not that I do not believe your words, but rather, how will the world perceive this? I am concerned for your authority. Otherwise, how will the people of Beihang view you? It would be detrimental for them to claim that you unjustly slay the innocent without proof." Yuan Du, if you seek evidence, where is Lu Wanzhong, the Minister of Justice?" Lu Wanzhong promptly stepped forward. "I now command you to swiftly apprehend Yao Changhu, the subordinate of Du Guxian." Lu Wanzhong stood up, a look of distress upon his face as he addressed the Empress. "Your Majesty, capturing Yao Changhu may take considerable time, for I do not currently know his whereabouts." Upon hearing this, the Empress slammed her palm upon the dragon table in frustration. "Lu Minister, if you are unable to carry out this task, then you may as well retire. I will hasten to bring Yao Changhu before you. Your Majesty, since Lu Minister appears to be in such a predicament, I suggest we spare him the trouble. I am most familiar with the military camp. Allow me to take on the task of capturing Tianjing and Yao Changhu." At this moment, Long Hongyi stepped forward. "Agreed?" Lu Wanzhong pointed at Long Hongyi, stammering in disbelief. Long Hongyi scoffed. "Lu Minister may as well retire, as he can hardly articulate a coherent thought." "What do you all think, esteemed officials?" Laughter erupted among the assembly. Just then, Yuan Du coldly interjected once more. "Since Duke Zhu Lu is responsible for the apprehension, we may consider the matter settled. However, Your Majesty, The third princely Ji of Dehua will arrive in the capital tomorrow to demand the annual tribute. I wonder if your majesty is prepared. Chapter 64. He is named Gu Fei. Why Yuan, Chancellor? What do you mean by this? Was it not your responsibility alongside the Minister of Revenue in previous years to manage the tribute? Yet here you are, questioning me. You are not fulfilling your duties as Chancellor. The Empress spoke unapologetically. Your Majesty, you do me an injustice. I am well aware that this matter falls under my purview and that of Minister Zhao. However, the treasury now holds but a mere 10,000 taels of silver, leaving us powerless. We too are mere cooks unable to prepare a meal without rice. We assumed your lengthy absence was to gather the tribute. Instead, it appears you were off enjoying the scenic views. Why Yuan? You are quite bold to dare to frame me. I do not dare. I am merely fulfilling my duty in reminding your Majesty to prepare early. Last year, the envoy from Dehua expressed interest in the city of Yonghe to our south. If we fail to pay the tribute this year, I cannot guarantee they will not press us to cede that city. Xiao Lingshuang was incensed by Yuan's words, her chest heaving with agitation. That moment, she wished to twist Yuan's head off and kick it like a ball. She glanced at the chief eunuch Lu Jing beside her, who immediately declared, "Court dismissed." In the imperial study, Xiao Lingshuang swept all the memorials off the table in a fit of rage. "It infuriates me, Yuan. I shall ensure you meet a most unfortunate end." Exhausted, she slumped into the dragon chair, contemplating how to respond to the impending arrival of the third princely Ji from Dehua demanding tribute. Yuan and Minister of Revenue Zhao Tianqing had emptied the treasury. What could they possibly offer? Sigh. Why must I exert myself so? Were it not for my desire to uncover the truth behind my brother and father's deaths. If Xiao Yang desires the throne, he may take it freely. What am I to do? What to do? The thoughts swirled chaotically in Xiao Lingshuang's mind. Just then, Xiao Xian'er came bouncing in. The chief eunuch at the door, aware of the Empress's foul mood, hastily blocked her path. "Princess Yonghe, please hold. The Empress is in a foul temper." Eunuch Lu Jing raised his hand to stop Xiao Xian'er. "Ah, your Majesty, sister? It's me, Xian'er." Lu Jing allowed her entry. Xiao Lingshuang's voice called out. For among all in the palace, perhaps the most innocent was indeed Xiao Xian'er. Xiao Xian'er rushed into the imperial study. Throwing herself into Xiao Lingshuang's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, everyone said something had happened to you. I never believed it. I am so relieved to see you." Looking at the pure-hearted Xiao Xian'er, Xiao Lingshuang gently wiped her tears and asked, "While I was away, did anyone bully you?" "No one bullied Xian'er. I just worried for your safety." Suddenly, Xiao Xian'er seemed to recall something. "Sister, I have wonderful news. I have found a most extraordinary master. His painting skills surpass even the renowned Wu Daozi of Dehua. Who could possibly be so remarkable to earn your admiration?" The Empress pondered. Is there truly anyone greater than the painting sage Wu Daozi? It cannot be. This girl must have been deceived by those wandering sorcerers she so favors, with her mood already soured. Xiao Lingshuang was now curious to see just whom Xiao Xian'er had fallen for. Is this person truly so exceptional? Sister, he is unparalleled in painting women. His works are so lifelike. Unlike ordinary painters whose lines are coarse, his are as delicate as hair. The figures appear as if they could step right out of the mirror. Even the eyelashes are rendered with such precision. Alas, that priceless painting has already been claimed by another, and they refuse to sell it. Otherwise, I would have certainly acquired it to admire daily. Xiao Lingshuang listened to Xiao Xian'er's account with skepticism. Could such a painting truly exist? Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Xian'er proclaimed proudly, puffing out her still-developing chest with a look of satisfaction. I shall go find him again and insist he take me as his disciple. Ah, he has yet to accept you as a disciple. Xiao Lingshuang felt a bit disoriented, realizing Xiao Xian'er was merely indulging in her own fantasies. Having some knowledge of painting, Xiao Lingshuang had never heard of this person. Could it be that Beihang has produced another remarkable artist? Although Xiao Xian'er's skills were passable, for her to idolize this artist left Xiao Lingshuang feeling uncertain. If this individual truly hails from Beihang, it would indeed be beneficial to have him paint for the palace annually. Xian'er, is this person from Beihang? Xiao Xian'er raised her head confidently. He should be from Beihang. But his accent is certainly not that of someone from the capital. What is his name, and where is he now? Oh, his name is Gu Fei. and he should still be at Baihua Tower. With a sudden jolt, Xiao Ling Shuang nearly stumbled. A name she had almost forgotten rushed back to her mind. The roguish scoundrel with the sly grin, who had so presumptuously claimed he would wait for her for 3 days. What? His name is Gu Fei. How old is he? Ah, sister, don't underestimate him. He is only a few years older than I, but his painting is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Ling Shuang had a premonition that this Gu Fei must be the insufferable rogue she despised. No, did you say he was seen at Baihua Tower? Xiao Xianair, how dare you venture into such a place? Upon hearing the Empress's words, Xiao Xianair hastily shook her head. Sister, I merely peeked out of curiosity. Please do not tell mother. Humph. The dignified Princess Yonghe dares to visit a brothel. If those ministers were to find out, you would be in serious trouble. The Empress felt an inexplicable surge of anger. That scoundrel had the audacity to wait for her there. Xiao Ling Shuang felt insulted by this rogue. Very well, if it truly is you, I shall ensure you are dealt with appropriately. Xiao Xianair, noticing the Empress's furious expression, was genuinely frightened. Sister, I did not go there intentionally. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Ling Shuang inquired further about Gu Fei, now entirely convinced that the ruffian at Baihua Tower was indeed Gu Fei. She waved her hand. Xianair, you may go and play. I have many memorials to review. Xiao Xianair, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, dashed away, thinking she had never seen her sister so enraged. It seems that place is off limits from now on. Alas, what about my master? If I can't see him, how can I become his disciple? Meanwhile, Empress Xiao Ling Shuang summoned Lu Jing to her side and whispered a few words into his ear. Lu Jing's expression shifted slightly. Your Majesty, are you certain you wish to summon this person into the palace? Xiao Ling Shuang nodded. Chapter 65 Big Brawny Man. Hit harder. The Empress watched as Lu Jing hurried away. A cold smile gracing her lips. Some matters must be resolved. Otherwise, I shall remain troubled as though a thorn is lodged in my throat. Be why now. The day was drawing to a close. Gu Fei, Zhang Biao, and Zhang Yong had not ventured anywhere, yet Gu Fei found himself in an unexpectedly intriguing situation. 18 noon. Guests in the hall animatedly exclaimed that the second prince, Xiao Yang, had failed to ascend the throne. As the Empress had unexpectedly emerged at a critical moment, it turned out she was not dead. This revelation was quite profound, and it made one wonder if the spirited girl, Long Lingshuang, was about to fulfill her promise. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt a glimmer of hope. Indeed, those who could claim the throne were not simple characters. Yet, he pondered whether Long Lingshuang would come seeking him. For the convenience of the 70 to 80,000 citizens of the city in accessing every corner of Beiheng. He contemplated whether he should make an effort. Of course, an eccentric idea struck him. To see if the Beiheng kingdom would be willing to sell that piece of land outright, allowing his Shangyuan city to no longer be under Beiheng's jurisdiction. Given Shangyuan city's current strength, establishing a small kingdom and living freely was not beyond the realm of possibility. Just as he was chatting with Lu Monru, Yi Hui rushed over, her expression frantic. Gu Gongzi, Lu Dejia, you two must leave immediately. My people have spotted Lu Xiaojia approaching the Baihua building with a group. Upon hearing this, Lu Monru was instantly alarmed, turning to Gu Fei with a face full of fear. Gu Gongzi, what should we do? Gu Fei was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Xiaojia to dare come looking for trouble. Previously, he might have feared him somewhat, but now that the Long family had established a foothold in this contest, he was no longer intimidated by Lu Xiaojia. It was time to bring out the names of Long Hongyi and Long Feng as shields. Otherwise, it remained uncertain whether Long Lingshuang would reappear. Do not worry, we shall surely navigate this situation safely, Gu Fei assured Lu Monru with a reassuring glance. Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong, follow me to the entrance to see what Lu Xiaojia is up to. Since we are residing in the Baihua building, we certainly cannot damage their property. Hearing this, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong grinned widely, displaying their pearly whites as they laughed. After spending these past few days here, listening to the same tunes had grown tiresome. It was indeed time to stretch their limbs. Yi Hui, standing nearby, quickly interjected, Gu Gongzi, there are 7 of them in Lu Xiaojia's group. Do you think you can handle them? Yi Zhanggue, there is no need for concern. Ji Fei then rose and led the way toward the entrance of the Baihua building, whispering to Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, just say we are guests of the Long family. If Lu Xiaojia dares to act, we shall make him regret it. Zhang Biao nodded vigorously, whispering back, understood. My lord. As fate would have it, just as Gu Fei and the Zhang brothers reached the entrance, they unexpectedly collided with Lu Xiaojie. Upon seeing Gu Fei, Lu Xiaojie's face twisted into a sinister grin, clearly indicating he was no good at all. It seems someone has tipped you off. You thought you could play with the woman I had reserved and then escape. Do you think I, Lu Xiaojie, speak idly? You remember I said I would turn you into minced meat last night, don't you? Gu Fei regarded the arrogant Lu Xiaojie with an impassive expression. Beside him, Zhang Biao burst into laughter. My lord, how unfortunate to encounter a few rabid dogs as soon as we step out. Lu Xiaojie was nearly driven to madness by Zhang Biao's words. This scoundrel had the audacity to liken him to a dog. However, unexpectedly, Lu Xiaojie also had 2 burly bodyguards. Nevertheless, he barked, "Go, break their limbs first, and then take them away. I want to feed them to the dogs." Zhang Biao quickly retorted, "I dare any of you to try. We are honored guests of the giant deer marquis, the Lung family. Every coin spent here is from Lung Feng." Heh, I wondered who was so arrogant. Turns out to be people from Lung Feng. How amusing. I, Lu Xiaojie, fear no one in the capital, not even Lung Feng. Beat them to a pulp, and if anything goes wrong, I will take the blame. Lu Xiaojie thought to himself, my father is a duke of the state. Do I fear a mere few guests from the giant deer marquis' residence? If it were Lung Feng himself, perhaps he would show some deference. In fact, in recent years, the prestige of the giant deer marquis' residence had gradually eclipsed that of the duke of the state. A stark contrast to when the late emperor was in power. Back then, anyone who provoked the duke of the state would understand the significance of the Lu family to Beiheng. It was at that moment that Gu Fei coldly scoffed. Since you refuse to show respect to the giant deer marquis' residence, do not blame us for not respecting the duke of the state. Zhang Biao, show no mercy. Instantly, both sides plunged into a chaotic melee. Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong acted swiftly, quickly taking down 2 of Lu Xiaojie's henchmen, shocking Lu Xiaojie. He had not anticipated Gu Fei's 2 subordinates to be so formidable. One of them seemed to have an injury on his arm. This was unexpected. It was well known that the guards of the Duke of the State were not weak. Yet they were swiftly bested by these 2. In the blink of an eye, 2 more fell. Just then, Lung Aoshue and Yuanbing appeared not far away. Its them. Yuanbing exclaimed. Look, these are the 3 I asked you to find. Ah, excellent. It seems I have stumbled upon them at last. They must have been hiding in the Baihua building all along. TSK, Lu Xiaojie's subordinates are utterly useless. Why? Yuanbing glanced at his group of subordinates. Ade? You and your crew go help Lu Xiaojie. As you command. Ada was one of Yuanbing's subordinates who had previously failed to capture the targets at Lai Fu restaurant. Seeing the people he had been searching for 2 days right before him, he could no longer hold back. The 4 of them rushed toward Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had already reached Lu Xiaojie's front, delivering a resounding slap. With that foolish demeanor, do you dare to act so brazenly before me? The Long family is not someone you can provoke. After saying this, he delivered another slap, leaving Yi Hui and Lu Monru at the entrance in stunned silence. They had not expected Gu Fei's subordinates to be so fierce, let alone Gu Fei himself, who dared to strike Lu Xiaojie. Lu Dijia, why do I feel a bit uneasy? Lu Monru remarked, placing a hand on her ample chest, her heart racing with trepidation. Lu Xiaojie has been struck. This is troubling. Gu Gongzi is far too reckless. It seems this will not end well. Suddenly, Zhang Biao shouted, my lord, be careful. They have reinforcements. Gu Fei turned to see Lung Aoshue and a young man with crossed arms standing not far away. The incoming group was indeed the ones who had gone to Lai Fu restaurant to provoke them. Ji Yufei was immediately incensed, instructing Zhang Biao, fight harder. Show no mercy. The Lung family truly has no shame. Chapter 66. Caught unawares with a loud slap, Gu Fei struck Lu Xiaojie's cheek with all his might. He held Lu Xiaojie tightly, who found himself unable to break free. His bodyguards attempted to rescue him but were swiftly taken down by Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. Just as they subdued Lu Xiaojie's 6 subordinates, Ada and his 3 companions charged at Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. Zhang Biao quickly realized that these 4 were significantly stronger than Lu Xiaojie's men. Moreover, Zhang Yong's arm was still injured, leaving the 2 brothers to contend with their 4 opponents on equal footing. Lu Xiaojie finally spotted Yuanbing and cried out, Yuanbing, you bastard, why are you just watching me get beaten? Get over here and help. Upon hearing Lu Xiaojie call out to him, Gu Fei felt a twinge of alertness. Could this scoundrel be related to the chancellor, Yuandu? Yuanbing snorted coldly. Lu Xiaojie, are you blind? Can't you see my men are already fighting them? Then save me. Aren't you supposed to be skilled? Hurry up, I'm about to be beaten to death by this scoundrel. To Lu Xiaojie's surprise, Yuanbing suddenly burst into laughter. If you want me to save you, it won't come cheap. 10,000 taels of silver for one rescue. Deal. Lu Xiaojie agreed without hesitation. Why Yuanbing stepped forward. Boy, let go of Lu Xiaojie immediately, or I will be forced to intervene. Gu Fei scoffed, and who are you? What if I refuse? He thought to himself, if you dare to intervene, I will make sure to turn you into a pig's head right in front of Long Aoshue. Fine, since you refuse my kindness, don't blame me for being rude. Just as Yuanbing was about to take action against Gu Fei, a sharp and commanding voice rang out. Who dares to brawl in the streets? Stop this at once. Both Gu Fei and Yuanbing turned to find a middle-aged eunuch, accompanied by a group of younger eunuchs, hurrying towards them. From his demeanor and manner of walking, Gu Fei could tell that this man was no ordinary eunuch. Otherwise, how could Yuanbing be silenced by a single command? Master Lu, what brings you here? Lu Jing coldly replied, am I not allowed to come here? Lu Jing was a person of the late emperor and also the Empress's chief eunuch. During the Empress's absence, he had nearly been killed by Yuan Du and his faction, which naturally fueled his disdain for Yuanbing. Oh, isn't this the second young Master Lu? What happened to you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojie's face turned crimson, and he pointed an accusing finger at Gu Fei. Master Lu, it was this scoundrel, Gu Fei, who assaulted me in public. Yuanbing is assisting me in apprehending this villain. Ah, how audacious! This scoundrel intends to turn the tables. It is evident just how shameless Lu Xiaojie truly is. Jiu Fei, you are indeed the esteemed Gu Fei. Lu Gonggong, it is I. Ah, how splendid! It appears my task was accomplished with little effort. Young Master Gu, may I have a moment of your time? Gu Fei mused to himself, why would a eunuch seek him out? Could it be that Long Lingshuang spoke of him to the Empress? Meanwhile, Yuanbing and Lu Xiaojie could only watch as Lu Jing discreetly led Gu Fei to the side, engaging in hushed whispers. Young Master Gu, I have come specifically to find you. You have sought me out for a particular reason. May I inquire what it is? Gu Fei regarded the smiling Lu Jing and thought to himself that this eunuch was quite agreeable. Miss Long Lingshuang, do you recall? It was she who sent me to invite you to the palace tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Is that so? This is the token for your entry to the palace tomorrow. Once you present it at the palace gates, someone will escort you to your designated location. Additionally, be wary of Yuanbing. He is the son of Prime Minister Yuan. Gu Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yuanbing was the offspring of Yuan Du. A prominent figure indeed. Thank you for the warning, esteemed Gonggong. I shall be sure to heed your advice. Gu Fei promptly produced a 100-tael silver note from his pocket, discreetly slipping it into Lu Jing's hand. Lu Jing thought to himself, this Gu Fei certainly knows how to navigate these matters. Otherwise, how could the Empress have specifically requested to see him? Lu Jing, maintaining his composure, announced that he would return to report back. Young Master Gu, do remember to arrive early in the morning. Lu Jing then approached Lu Xiaojie and Yuanbing, coldly suggesting, I hope the two of you will let this matter rest. You must understand that the Empress is currently in a foul mood. So do not provoke her. Yuanbing cast a glance at Gu Fei, seemingly unbothered, while Lu Xiaojie, having been soundly slapped by Gu Fei, felt an undeniable sense of indignation. However, he was keenly aware that if he dared to retort, the Empress would certainly be informed. Frustrated, he huffed and turned away. Hiding at the entrance, Yi Hui and Lu Monru were watching. They realized just how significant Gu Fei's connections were to have a eunuch from the palace personally seek him out. Goodness! Yi Hui suddenly turned to Lu Monru and exclaimed, Lu Dajia, it seems you are destined for a prosperous life. Who would have thought that young Master Gu had such an impressive background? Even Yuanbing and Lu Xiaojie, having been humiliated, could not regain their dignity, which speaks volumes of Gu Fei's formidable support. Goodness! Who is capable of bringing such misfortune to the son of the Prime Minister and the son of the Duke of Zheng? Lu Monru, unlike Yi Hui, wore a troubled expression, her brow slightly furrowed. A bitter feeling welled up within her. With such connections, it was no wonder he was reluctant to associate with me. She heard Yi Hui speaking to her with a forced smile. She could only return the gesture, swallowing her own bitterness. Who exactly is Aoshue? Yuanbing glared at Long Aoshue, feeling quite dissatisfied. He thought to himself how close he had come to being harmed by this Long Aoshue. Though Long Aoshue shared a good relationship with Yuan Bing, she was not foolish enough to divulge everything to him. She merely whispered, "I don't know who he is. My brother should know." He was also struck by him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Bing felt a jolt, realizing he had been used for revenge against her brother. "Aoshue, can we not clarify things next time?" Yuan Bing had a strong desire to take advantage of Long Aoshue, to irritate Long Hongyi in the process. Thus, he was almost always amenable to her requests. Alas, at that time, I was confined at home by my father, so I couldn't explain clearly. Besides, I still don't know who he is. His subordinates attacked my brother, and then my father even had to apologize to him. Goodness. Fortunately, we did not end up fighting today. Otherwise, if I had been beaten, would that mean my father would have to apologize? Could he be associated with the third prince of the Great Hua? Who knows? Long Aoshue scoffed inwardly, wondering just how capable he was to earn the Empress's favor to such an extent. That evening, Yi Hui's demeanor towards Gu Fei noticeably warmed. This man was not only skilled in painting, but could also make Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojie suffer. His status must be extraordinary. Although Lu Monru felt somewhat anxious, she was still pleased. After all, Gu Fei treated her no differently. She even inquired privately if she could accompany him to Shangyuan City, to which he replied, "Why not? It is 100 times better than here." This further elevated her opinion of Gu Fei's character. He did not appear to look down on others just because of his elevated status. Surely, he was serious about his ideals of gender equality. Lu Xiaojie dared not show his face again, leaving Lu Monru feeling regretful, for she could not share a room with Gu Fei that night. Well, in the same room, at least. Chapter 67. The third prince of the Great Hua, Li Ji. The next morning, Gu Fei set out with Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong towards the palace gates. Just as they arrived, they encountered Long Hongyi, who was on his way to court. "Young Master Gu, you have come as well." Long Hongyi's face radiated a smile, leaving one uncertain of his true intentions. Gu Fei could only nod in acknowledgement, having met the Duke of Julu. "Shall we enter together?" Long Hongyi smiled, whether intentionally or unintentionally, yet Gu Fei felt it was all a facade. "Duke of Julu, please attend to your matters. I am waiting for Lu Jing Gonggong to arrange for my escort. Then I shall go in first." Gu Fei stood there for a short while before he spied a dozen or so individuals hastily making their way into the palace. These were strangers to him, just as he was to them. However, Gu Fei understood that those arriving at this hour were undoubtedly central figures of power in Beiheng Kingdom. Before long, a young eunuch approached from within, calling out loudly, "Who is Gu Fei?" I am." At that moment, a tall middle-aged man approached with a stern expression, disdainfully uttering, "So you are Gu Fei." Gu Fei was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "Who is this fellow? I do not know you. What is your intention?" The approaching eunuch quickly ingratiated himself, saying, "Young Master Gue has met the Duke of Zhonggua." This man huffed and, with a flick of his sleeve, strode away. It was then that Gu Fei realized that this hostile individual was none other than Lu Xiaojie's father. No wonder. The young eunuch, seeing that the Duke of Zhonggua did not bother with him, turned to Gu Fei and stated matter-of-factly, "You may enter alone. The others shall wait outside the palace." Gu Fei promptly instructed Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, "You two should head back. I do not know how long I will be inside. Take care, my lord." We shall take our leave. After ensuring everything was settled, Gu Fei followed the eunuch named Xiao Gue into the palace. Along the way, Gu Fei discreetly slipped a silver note to Xiao Gue. Indeed, with the silver, Xiao Gue's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Gazing at the generous 100-tael note, Xiao Gue felt as if sweetness had been smeared over his heart. No wonder, this person could receive a private summons from the Empress. He truly knows how to handle matters. "Young Master Gu, how can I be so presumptuous?" Xiao Gue exclaimed with a beaming smile. "Oh, do not trouble yourself, my dear Gue Gonggong. It is merely a small token of appreciation. I ask that you take good care of me, of course. Young Master Gu, we have some matters to discuss. Please do not forget, once we arrive, do not wander about, and should you encounter any nobles within the palace, avoid making direct eye contact. Thank you for the reminder, Gue Gonggong. May I ask who it is I am to meet?" Xiao Gue quickly replied, "Young Master Gu, it is someone who wishes to meet you. Lu Jing Gonggong specifically instructed us not to reveal anything beforehand." "Someone wishes to meet me? That sounds rather peculiar." Before long, Gu Fei was led to a small courtyard. "Young Master Gu, Please make yourself comfortable here. I must go report back. With that, Xiao Gui left Gu Fei alone in the small courtyard. Sitting on the stone bench, Gu Fei surveyed his surroundings. It seemed quite pleasant, resembling a small garden. After a brief period of idleness, he grew bored and stood up, walking over to a vividly blooming flower. Leaning down to inhale its fragrant aroma, he found it quite delightful. Just as he was about to lose himself in the moment, he suddenly sensed someone behind him. He swiftly turned around to find Long Lingshuang standing there, having appeared unbeknownst to him. Embracing her, he exclaimed, "Lingshuang, I knew you would not break your promise to me." Gu Fei's sudden action nearly caused Lu Jing, who was trailing behind, to lose his composure. Good heavens, the Empress has been embraced by this fellow. Xiao Lingshuang, feeling the familiar sensation, momentarily panicked but quickly regained her composure. "What are you doing? Release me at once. If someone sees, you will be in grave trouble." Just then, Lu Jing coughed discreetly from behind. Gu Fei realized the impropriety of the situation, especially upon noticing Lu Jing standing behind Long Lingshuang. He awkwardly released her. Long Lingshuang huffed, "I hear you have been residing in Baihua Tower these past few days, and have been quite close with a woman named Lu Monru?" "Ah, Lingshuang, let me explain. It was that scoundrel Long Feng who privately sought out Yuan Bing and the others to create trouble for me. Had I not been hiding there, you would have likely been unable to see me. Do you not believe me?" asked Lu Gonggong. "If he had not come to my rescue yesterday, I would have been beaten to death by Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojia." Lu Gonggong observed Gu Fei as he reported to the Empress, feeling a sense of incredulity that it was actually he who had been pressing down on the other party. Furthermore, the Empress had been embraced by him. Yet she displayed no signs of fury, her spirit seemingly on the verge of fleeing in terror. This was indeed a colossal secret. If the Empress wished to keep it hidden, then Lu would be doomed. His legs felt as though they might give way beneath him. The Empress let out another cold huff, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, the news of Gu Fei's visit to the 100 Flowers Pavilion caused her heart to ache with a desire to eliminate him. Little did she expect that the cold blade behind him would be so treacherous. "You stay here," she commanded. "I have matters to attend to, and remember, do not wander off," without granting him a chance to respond. She departed, fearful that further conversation would reveal too much. Jiu Fei, watching Long Lingshuang leave after barely exchanging a few words, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, wondering if she too was heading to court. In the Tai Xian Hall, the Empress Xiao Lingshuang sat regally upon the dragon throne, the 12 tassels of the imperial crown cascading down her cheeks, concealing her expression entirely. She gazed quietly at the Chancellor Yuan Du, who stood proudly at the forefront of the ministers, feeling a deep sense of regret and pondering how to ensure this old fool would lose his position and perhaps his life. The Minister of War led a group of military officials, headed by Long Hongyi, standing to the right, all bearing grim expressions, lost in their thoughts. Yao Changhu, a subordinate of Dugu Xian, had seemingly vanished without a trace. Despite Long Hongyi's relentless search, suspicion arose that Yuan Du might have silenced him. The Empress's gaze finally fell upon the defiant countenance of Xiao Yang, and she let out a cold snort before turning her attention to Lu Jing. Chief Eunuch Lu Jing announced the proceedings. "If there are matters to discuss, please speak. If not, you may leave. Your Majesty, I have something to report," Lu Jing interjected. With a wave of her hand, Xiao Lingshuang dismissed him. Yuan Du noted a notable firmness in the Empress's tone today, but he merely smiled cunningly. "Your Majesty, since Duke Zhu has searched for 2 days without finding the criminal Yao Changhu, and given that evidence remains elusive, might I suggest that General Dugu Xian be released? Yuan Chancellor, why the haste? Are you perhaps in league with Dugu Xian?" The Empress's voice was icy, causing a collective gasp among the assembly. Yuan Du feigned terror. Clasping his hands, "Your Majesty sees clearly. I could never be associated with Dugu Xian." Though he appeared fearful, he smirked inwardly, anticipating how the third prince of Dehua, Li Ji, would handle the situation. "Yuan Chancellor, if that is the case, refrain from further discourse. Until Dugu Xian's name is cleared, he remains a suspect. I shall not wrong an innocent, nor shall I let a guilty party go unpunished. Should it later be proven that Dugu Xian is blameless, I shall personally convey my apologies to him. Do you understand my intent, Yuan Chancellor? Is there anything else?" At this juncture, the Minister of Rights, Bao Longtu, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the third prince of Dehua, accompanied by a group of envoys, is presently waiting outside the hall. Upon hearing this, the Empress mused, what must come will eventually arrive. I am eager to see how audacious they will be this year. Allow them to enter. Announce. The envoys of Dehua present themselves. Chapter 68. The Empress, driven to fury as the third prince of Dehua made his haughty approach to the Taishan Hall, Gu Fei found himself momentarily bewildered by the exuberant presence of Xiao Xianer, who bounced joyfully before him. Xianer, what brings you here? How dare you speak the name of the Princess Yonghe so casually? Exclaimed a eunuch beside her. Xiao Xianer's expression darkened. You insolent wretch, if you wish to perish, then do not hesitate to leave. He is my master. The eunuch, taken aback by her words, quickly retreated to a safe distance. Xiao Xianer approached Gu Fei, linking her arm with his master. How did you find yourself here? Gu Fei hastily pushed her away and circled her. Well, the Princess Yonghe visiting a brothel. How intriguing indeed. He emphasized the last few words heavily. Please, master, do not mention this. If my mother hears of it, I will surely be doomed. Having said this, she attempted to cling to his arm once more. Stop. I cannot bear the title of your master, Gu Fei insisted, distancing himself further. This girl is far too frightening. No, today, I am determined to be your master, as I have already informed my sister, the Empress, that you are my master. Xiao Xianer paid no mind to his protests and wrapped her arms around him. If you do not agree today, I shall not let go, and then I shall accuse you of attempting to take advantage of me. Good grief. This girl is truly unreasonable. Help, someone, Gu Fei exclaimed, quickly covering Xiao Xianer's mouth. At that moment, the small eunuch, having overheard Xiao Xianer, stepped cautiously into the doorway, only to witness her tightly embracing Gu Fei, who was covering her mouth. Leave, Xiao Xianer exclaimed just as the eunuch was about to retreat. Terrified. Get out of here, Gu Fei shouted, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. I will not, unless you agree. Xiao Xianer clung stubbornly to him, driving him to the brink of madness. Fine, just let go for now. Upon hearing Gu Fei's reluctant consent, Xiao Xianer released her grip and smiled sweetly. Disciple greets master. Xiao Xianer had never encountered anyone so entertaining. Others would cower before her royal status, yet he was completely unafraid and even dared to raise his voice. It was exhilarating, master. You still haven't told me how you ended up here. Gu Fei returned to his stone bench. Pour some tea, right? Xiao Xianer, undeterred, hurried to fetch tea. The small eunuch, peeking from the doorway, was once again astounded to see the beloved princess serving tea to Gu Fei. His perception of their relationship radically altered. He thought to himself that this Gu Fei was not someone to be trifled with. The princess was like a docile kitten in his presence. Xiao Xianer was known for her fiery temperament among the princesses, and those who displeased her often found themselves in unfortunate circumstances. Master's affairs are not for you to pry into. Oh dear. Master, how can you say that? As your disciple, we are practically family. At that moment, the third prince of Dehua, accompanied by a group of 6 individuals, both male and female, entered the Taishan Hall. Li Ji, though of average appearance, had a tall and sturdy build. Striding boldly into the hall, he exuded an air of arrogance. Upon reaching the center of the ministers, he halted beside Yuan Du and clasped his hands. This is Prince Li Ji, greeting the Emperor of Beihang. His lack of respect in the salutation infuriated Long Hongyi and the others. The Empress Xiao Lingshuang could easily discern the haughty demeanor of the third Prince Li Ji. However, she remained unperturbed, acknowledging that his nation was far more powerful than Beihang, and no need for formalities. Prince, she replied in a flat, emotionless tone, which made Li Ji feel uncomfortable, thinking to himself that he had come here out of respect. May I inquire what brings the third prince of Dehua to our humble Beihang today? Li Ji laughed heartily. Your Majesty feigns ignorance. I have come to urge the payment of tribute. You owe Dehua nearly 2 million taels from last year. Along with this year's 500,000 taels, shouldn't the full amount, with interest, be repaid? I apologize, but this year Beihang has suffered widespread drought, and our treasury is completely empty. The third prince may be disappointed once again. Oh, is that so? If this is the case, then the city of Yonghe in your southern region shall belong to Dehua. Impudent! How could you simply relinquish a city belonging to the kingdom of Beihang? Moreover, that city is the fief of our Princess Yonghe. The Minister of War, Wang Chongling, true to his military background, was quick to anger at such provocation. "Oh, you wish to take our money and land. Are you seeking to rebel against De Hua?" Li Ji turned sharply to glare at Wang Chongling, his eyes cold and unsettling. "Third Prince, Beiheng is in dire straits already. How can you expect us to comply?" Wang Chongling retorted. Li Ji let out a cold snort, turning his gaze back to the Empress. "Your Majesty, you must know that without the protection of De Hua, your city would have long been taken by the kingdom of Qing to your west. Rather than surrender it to them, why not grant it to De Hua? We could exempt you from tribute for 3 years. What do you think, Your Majesty? We in Beiheng might consider this proposal." Yuan Du interjected, adopting a treacherous demeanor. Xiao Qingxian was incensed, pointing at him. "Yuan Du, how can you, as the Chancellor of Beiheng, display such a lack of integrity?" Xiao Yang echoed her sentiment. "What is wrong with trading a city for 3 years of peace? You betray the Xia family lineage." "I speak only the truth." Xiao Lingshuang, witnessing Xiao Yang and Yuan Du's behavior, felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the items on the imperial table at these two rascals. Just then, another voice chimed in. "Ha ha, you two princes are indeed correct. Our kingdom of Qing has long coveted the city of Yonghe." "Who are you?" Wang Chongling glared at the speaker. This scoundrel was from the kingdom of Qing. The Empress felt a surge of indignation, thinking this was an utter disregard for her authority. The scoundrel followed Li Ji here. Yet he didn't even announce his title. "I am Jia Qingfeng, the National Master of the Kingdom of Qing." "National Master Jia, you come to the Taishan Hall to pay your respects, yet you fail to even greet us. Is this not a considerable breach of etiquette?" Cold Hongyi exclaimed. "Prestige is something one must earn for oneself. It is not bestowed by others. Our kingdom of Qing has always revered the strong. Those weaker than us have no right to speak of prestige." This was stated by a woman beside Jia Qingfeng. "There is no need to inquire. This is undoubtedly another person from the kingdom of Qing. Such audacity! Dare to rampage in my domain. Do you not believe that I will drag you out and execute you?" Even the most composed Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, could not suppress her fury. Little did she know, this woman held no fear. "Your Majesty, while you may drag me out and kill me, you cannot deny that in the next moment, not only will Yonghe City be lost to you, but even Beiheng will fall into our hands." Li Ji laughed heartily. "Your Majesty, you see, the kingdom of Qing is quite envious of you. What do you propose regarding the annual tribute?" "I shall offer you 3 options. First, you of Beiheng must immediately pay the tribute. Second, you must cede your cities. Or third." Li Ji's gaze turned lecherous as he looked at Xiao Lingshuang. Xiao Lingshuang coldly scoffed. "What is the third option? You, Xiao Lingshuang, must marry me. This way, we shall become one family, and the tribute shall no longer be necessary." "Scoundrel!" Xiao Lingshuang slammed her hand on the table. Chapter 69. The bullying arrives at the door. Lig. You are the third prince of the great Hua kingdom, but you are truly unworthy, no matter how dire the circumstances for Beiheng. I am not someone you can covet. If need be, we shall perish together. Who fears whom? The emperor spoke well. We, your subjects, would rather die on the battlefield than live as cowards, except for a group of silent civil officials. The military generals, possessing even a shred of valor, could no longer contain their anger. The Duke of State, Lu Jingsheng, glared at Li Ji and the others with a face full of murderous intent, as if he were ready to slay them in the grand hall. "Since you of the great Hua kingdom and the kingdom of Qing are so aggressive, let us gamble, as long as you are prepared to bear the heavy price." At this moment, the national master of Qing, Jia Qingfeng, spoke up. "Third Prince, you see the Empress is furious. Perhaps we should consider an alternative approach, one that everyone can accept." Lig glanced at the furious Xiao Qingxian, secretly delighted, thinking that one day he would have her kneeling beside his bed. The wicked smile crept across his lips as he looked at Jia Qingfeng. "National Master Jia, do you have a good method to ensure I can collect the annual tribute from Beiheng? If successful, this prince shall reward you with half of the tribute." "Ha, then the foreign ministers thanked the third prince immensely. "I indeed have an idea that should be acceptable to all. Why don't we let our people gamble against Beiheng?" "Oh, this idea is quite intriguing." Li Ji and Jia Qingfeng were in perfect harmony. Jia Qingfeng arrogantly addressed the Empress. "Your Majesty, how about we gamble right here in this grand hall? This way? It cannot be said that we are bullying you." Empress Xiao Lingshuang coldly scoffed. "What do you intend to wager?" we propose a contest of wisdom and strategy. Jia Qingfeng smirked slyly, his eyes glinting with calculation. Having heard that Bei Hong produces talents in abundance, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, not inferior to our great Hua or Qing kingdoms. Let us begin our first wager with a painting contest. Painting, himph, how shameless of you. Who does not know that your great Hua's Wu Daozi is the contemporary saint of painting, and many disciples of the kingdom of Qing study under him? Even the civil officials of Bei Hong could not stand by idly. With the Minister of Personnel, Yu Shernan, jumping forth. Such an obvious act of bullying, how utterly shameless, at that moment. Yuan Du sneered sarcastically. Surely this gambling match cannot consist of just this. Indeed, Minister Yuan. We plan to wager 3 rounds, adopting a best-of-3 format. Whoever wins 2 rounds shall be declared the victor. What, then, are the other 2 rounds? Yuan Du, playing the role of the jester, incited the ire of the military officials present in Bei Hong. The other 2 rounds are not difficult. One will be a martial contest, and the other an intellectual challenge, of course. If the Emperor of Bei Hong has his own preferred methods of competition, he is welcome to propose them. We shall accept all, Your Majesty. I believe this contest is rather fair. Even if we lose, we have 2 more chances. Before the Empress could speak, Wang Chongling interjected. I have seen elbows bending outward, but never have I seen a minister of Yuan so twisted. Do you still deserve to be the minister of Bei Hong? Yuan Du huffed, bowing to the Empress. Your Majesty, I merely spoke a word of fairness. Yuan Du, you know your own thoughts well. Xiao Lingshuang showed him no mercy. Why Yuan Du could only force a smile. Secretly reveling in his thoughts, do you think that losing the first round means you will win the second and third? In any round, Bei Hong cannot win. Suddenly, the Empress spoke. Minister Yuan, why don't we wager again? Yuan Du was momentarily taken aback, thinking, what does this mean? You wish to wager against me. You are as good as defeated, yet you wish to gamble with me. The third prince has privately promised that if Bei Hong fails, I, Yuan Du, shall receive a reward of 1,000,000 taels. Furthermore, when the great Hua and Qing kingdoms swallow Bei Hong, I shall still enjoy high office and wealth. The kingdom of Qing has even promised me the next minister position. With this in mind, Yuan Du displayed a scheming smile, unaware of what the Empress intended to bet. I wish to wager your position as minister. Should Bei Hong win, I shall reclaim this ministerial position. Why Yuan Du's expression shifted instantly, his smile freezing upon his face. A violent turmoil surged within him. He had not anticipated that Empress Xiao Lingshuang would dare wager his ministerial role. Your Majesty, Yuan Du forcibly suppressed his inner fury, managing to retain a semblance of a smile. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Will you wager or not? Xiao Lingshuang coldly gazed at him. Yuan Du's heart raced. Though he felt a twinge of anxiety, he maintained his composure. Very well, since Your Majesty insists, I shall agree. However, Your Majesty must remember, I will not lose. Humph, this scoundrel is already certain that Bei Hong will inevitably lose. Wang Chongling and the others had long since begun to curse in their hearts. Even the neutral elder prince, Xiao Yinan, could no longer bear to watch. He snorted. Minister Yuan, you clearly have no faith in us Bei Hong. Yuan Du also scoffed lightly. This is Your Majesty's insistence on gambling. There is no need for you to be angry. What if Bei Hong wins? Xiao Yinan cast a heavy glance at Yuan Du. I am not blind. Minister Yuan knows his own heart. At that moment, the Empress suddenly addressed the third prince. Li Ji, why not let us make a grand wager? Let us settle the victory with a single round. If our Bei Hong artists can outshine your great Hua or Qing painters, then we will be deemed the victors. Li Ji laughed heartily, as if he had misheard. Your Majesty, are you conceding? Or do you intend to offer Bei Hong as a dowry to me? If that is the case, then this prince shall gladly accept. Little did they know, hidden among the crowd was the painting saint. Wu Daozi, amidst the throng, scoffed. Is Bei Hong truly so deluded? Who in this world is capable of competing with me? They are simply overestimating themselves. Meanwhile, Yuan Du chuckled lightly. I did not expect Your Majesty to be jesting with me. The Empress coldly retorted. I speak only the truth and never jest. Lu Jing, fetch the ink and brush. Today I intend to make a grand wager. If heaven does not wish for Bei Hong's downfall, it shall protect us. I want to sign a written agreement with you, lest anyone resort to trickery later. Li Ji laughed heartily. How delightful! I fear the Empress may regret her words in court. Among the crowd, the third princess of the kingdom of Qing, Zhao Wan, could not contain her glee, for she was also a disciple of Wu Daozi. She thought to herself, who in this world can rival my master? Especially with him present today? The Empress then summoned Lu Jing to her side and whispered a few words to him. Lu Jing hurriedly departed. The Empress watched him leave, silently pondering. You wretched mountain bandit. Let us see if you can turn the tide this time. No one knew that the Empress had already personally seen the painting Gu Fei had created for Lu Monru last night. Unable to sleep, she had sent Lu Jing to Baihua Tower to retrieve that painting. She wished to see what Lu Monru truly looked like. Upon seeing the painting Gu Fei had crafted for Lu Monru, she felt as if a bottle of vinegar had been overturned within her. This wretched mountain bandit had painted such a stunning piece for a courtesan. The description given to her by Xiao Xian'er fell woefully short of capturing even a fraction of its brilliance. The unique technique employed was nothing short of miraculous, and even Wu Daozi could not compare. Chapter 70. My master is the greatest in the world. What, Lu Gonggong? The Empress commanded me to compete in painting? Gu Fei was somewhat bewildered, wondering what this meant. Lu Jing did not beat around the bush. Young Master Gu, the Empress stated that if you win against the painter from the Great Hua, she will advocate for you regarding the matter of Shangyuan City. Is that so? Just one painting will suffice? Lu Jing smiled wryly, nodding vigorously. Young Master Gu, this time our Beiheng relies entirely on you. If we were to be defeated by the painter from the Great Hua, our northern Han kingdom would suffer the loss of both Yonghe and Yongyuan cities. What? The Great Hua intends to seize my fiefdom? Xiao Xian'er was instantly enraged. Master, please help Xian'er. We must defeat that painter from the Great Hua. Xiao Xian'er hurriedly ran to one side and clutched Gu Fei's arm, shaking it fervently at this moment. Could Gu Fei still refuse? He rose to his feet, contemplating that merely painting a picture seemed a trivial loss. Lu Gonggong, please send someone to the 100 Flowers Pavilion to fetch that brush for me. The painting of Lu Monru displayed in the hall of the 100 Flowers Pavilion was personally acquired by Lu Jing from Yi Huid. He knew that Gu Fei's brush was unlike any other. Upon hearing Gu Fei's agreement to paint, Lu Jing hastily dispatched someone to urgently find the Zhang brothers, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yongde. Jiyu Gongzi, let us proceed to the Taishan Hall. Gu Fei nodded. Surprised at how quickly he would meet the Empress, beside him, Xiao Xian'er exclaimed, I want to go too. I want to see my master press that Great Hua painter down and rub him into the ground. Usually, Xiao Xian'er would be unable to enter the Grand Hall, but today was different. The Great Hua and Qing Kingdom were causing a ruckus. Lu Jing did not stop her from attending. The northern Han Palace was not as grand as Gu Fei had imagined. It could hardly compare to the palace built by Zhu Di in later years. Jiu Fei estimated it to be only 1/5 the size. Alas, it was merely a small nation, and now it was being bullied at its own doorstep. This nation was indeed unfortunate. As a vassal state, it was ironic that its suzerain was leading the charge against it. One could only wonder how weak this country had become. Jiu Fei sighed for the Empress, who was beset by both internal and external troubles. What good was it to be such an emperor? Meanwhile, in the Taishan Hall, Li Ji and others were becoming impatient. Your Majesty, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Who will you send to compete? Our Great Hua's painting sage is present, and you are fortunate to witness him. Suddenly, an elderly man in his 50s stepped forward, proudly addressing the crowd. I am Wu Daozi. Esteemed to meet you all. Wu Daozi's demeanor was strikingly similar to that of Li Ji, radiating a haughty air as if he regarded everyone else with disdain. What? The painting sage is here. Many ministers from northern Han were unsettled. Was this not a certain loss? They had anticipated that either a disciple of Wu Daozi or someone from the Great Hua or Qing Kingdom would step forward. But it turned out that the painting sage himself was present. Even the old prince, Xiaoinan, was momentarily speechless. He had initially thought that the Empress would send the royal painter, Lan Qing, to duel with the Great Hua representatives. For Lan Qing was one of the most renowned painters among these nations. But with Wu Daozi himself here, was there even a need for a competition? Xiao Yang smugly remarked, Your Highness, do we still need to compete? With the painting sage here, how could we possibly win against Lan Qing? The Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, coldly snorted. I did not expect the Great Hua and Qing Kingdom to go to such lengths to obtain our two cities. Since your painting sage is present, Let us begin the painting. Why people are still on their way. Perhaps they will arrive before you finish. The Empress's tone seemed calm, betraying no sign of anxiety, which left many perplexed. They wondered why she appeared so unfazed in the face of imminent defeat. Was she really resigned to her fate? Humph, merely a ruse, since your people are still en route. I shall wait for him, lest you accuse me of winning unfairly. Standing in the center of the hall, Wu Daozi's gaze was piercing, as if he had seen through all of Northern Heng's hidden cards. His presence was formidable. Despite his advancing age, the aura he exuded in the realm of painting was unparalleled. Who dares to be so arrogant, believing Northern Hong has no one to rival me? What is merely a painting to me? Gu Fei's eyes scanned the room, seeking to catch a glimpse of Long Lingshuang. However, after searching for a while, he felt a sense of profound disappointment at not finding her. He then furtively glanced at the Empress, only to discover that her features were obscured by the 12 tassels cascading down. Judging solely by her figure, she seemed quite attractive, and Gu Fei momentarily forgot the warning from Xiao Gui not to gaze at the court's nobility. Especially the Empress. Nonetheless, no one seemed to mind his scrutiny at that moment. Instead, they began to speculate about his identity. Who was this person? Nearly 100 eyes in the hall turned simultaneously toward Gu Fei, who walked in behind Lu Jing with an air of nonchalance. The Empress, upon seeing Gu Fei's brazen entrance, felt her eyes redden slightly. This audacious bandit never knew how to temper himself. If you cannot defeat Wu Daozi, I shall not spare you. The Duke of Julu, Long Hongyi, and the Duke of Zhenghua, Lu Jingsheng, exchanged glances. It was him. I in the hall, apart from the Empress. Only they recognized Gu Fei. Why Yuan Du's eyes glimmered like a serpent as he scrutinized Gu Fei, who appeared indifferent. Who does this brat think he is, speaking so arrogantly? He truly does not know the gravity of his situation. If I were to find someone of Wu Daozi's age, perhaps I would feel a modicum of fear. But this young, reckless fellow? He dreams if he thinks he can best Wu Daozi. Xiao Yang laughed heartily. Your Highness, how could you bring such a person here? Surely, you do not intend to surrender like this. Just then, a cold voice rang out from the Empress Dowager. Gu. Your Majesty, I have just learned of your absurd decision to gamble with the Great Hua over paintings to determine the fate of cities. Are you not aware that their nation possesses Wu Daozi? This is may I inquire about the name of this young gentleman? I am the Grand Scholar of Guozijian, Kai Shuekuan, also known as Kai Shukuan. Do you, by any chance, possess the ability to play basketball? Gu Fei gazed at the elderly gentleman on his left, pondering how he seemed utterly unfit for such a sport. Suddenly, Gu Fei recalled that since entering the Grand Hall, he had yet to greet the Empress. He had indeed encountered Her Majesty. Upon hearing this, the Empress cleared her throat and altered her tone. Ahem, Gu Aiqing, please rise and swiftly vanquish them. Gu Fei recognized this as an opportune moment to make his request. Your Majesty? Might I inquire if Miss Long has mentioned my request to you? The Empress coughed lightly. I am aware. In that case, should I assist your Majesty in defeating this old man, it would be tantamount to safeguarding 2 cities for Beiheng. Will your Majesty grant me my request? If you triumph over the painting sage Wu Daozi, I shall grant your wish. Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond. We are all witnesses to this. Gu Fei turned with a proud smile towards Li Ji and the others. Painting a person or an object, will you present the topic, or shall I? Wu Daozi, upon encountering this excessively youthful Gu Fei, thought to himself, could this lad be a prodigy in painting? Knowing that he was recognized as the current painting sage, he felt compelled to tread cautiously, fearing that Gu Fei might select a subject in which he was woefully inept. He retorted coldly, though I am far your senior, it is only fitting that you choose the topic first. However, given the extraordinary nature of this matter, let us paint a figure. This would not disadvantage anyone, as painting figures is a fundamental skill for every artist. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei chuckled, thinking, while I may not excel in other forms of art, figure sketching is my forte. Old man, you are doomed. Since that is settled, why don't we paint a portrait of the Empress together? This way, everyone can witness the outcome clearly. Upon hearing Gu Fei's intention to paint the Empress, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Yet, being an Empress, and with Wu Daozi foolishly competing with Gu Fei in figure painting, she felt reassured. She had initially feared that Wu Daozi would select a challenging subject, but to her surprise, he chose to paint a figure. She suddenly felt a sense of calm. As long as this scoundrel could replicate a portrait like Lu Monru's, victory was assured. No. With merely half his strength, this rogue would undoubtedly prevail. Gu Fei bowed to the Empress Ji. Might I trouble your highness to procure a stool for us to paint a portrait? Ji was taken aback by Gu Fei's choice. Realizing that Wu Daozi seldom painted for others, she had previously sought a portrait from him, but he had haughtily declined, leaving her quite vexed for some time. This lad certainly knows how to curry favor. Even if he loses, at least he will leave her with a genuine work from Wu Daozi, allowing her to recoup some returns. However, Ji would not let Gu Fei off easily. As she slowly sat on the chair Lu Jing had brought. Her tone turned frigid. I care not for your dealings with the emperor, but listen well, should you lose, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Gu Fei had never encountered such shamelessness. Here he was, competing on behalf of Beiheng against foreign foes, and she threatened him. He thought to himself that she deserved to be stripped bare and chastised with a whip, and should I, by chance, triumph? He queried. Ji Yu's strikingly beautiful eyes narrowed as she gazed intently at Gu Fei. If you truly defeat the painting sage, I shall grant you the honor of having Xiener formally become your disciple. Gu Fei found himself at a loss for words. If he could defeat Wu Daozi, would he truly care for such a title? Empress, actually, enough. Hurry and paint your portrait. Cease this pointless chatter. Ji was quite displeased with Gu Fei's glib demeanor. Yuan Du and Xiaoyang observed Gu Fei being reprimanded with glee. Xiaoyang mockingly added, Indeed. What are you stalling for? Get on with it. Wu Daozi cast a casual glance at Gu Fei, then calmly retrieved a scroll from his belongings, instructing a nearby servant to bring ink and brushes, preparing to commence his artwork. Observing this, Xiao Xiener hurriedly approached Gu Fei, cheerfully offering, Master, allow Xiener to assist you. Gu Fei dared not command Xiao Xiener in front of her mother. He might risk a sound thrashing in private, but not in this setting. He addressed her. Princess Yonghe, do not jest, Lu Gonggong. Please fetch me a wooden board of this size. Lu Jing paused momentarily. The Empress then spoke in a low voice. Lu Jing, do as he says. This servant obeys. Lu Jing hurriedly departed, while Wu Daozi had already begun to put brush to paper. His technique was both adept and graceful, as he wielded the ink with an almost ethereal quality, capturing the onlooker's gaze with each stroke. Each line and mark seemed to narrate a silent tale. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew increasingly tense, as all held their breath, refraining from interrupting the painting sage at work. Meanwhile, Gu Fei busied himself with requests for wooden boards and bricks. Xiaoyang and Yuan Du chimed in. You're just putting on a show. You can't possibly know how to paint. If you lose the contest, I shall be the first to claim your life. Hearing this, Gu Fei was not inclined to let them off lightly. Since you are so confident, why don't you give it a try? Xiaoyang, we wouldn't know how to paint anything of worth. Gu Fei suddenly scoffed. If you know nothing, then be quiet. This is already embarrassing enough. His assertiveness surprised Li Ji and Princess Zhao Wan of Qinghua. In fact, even the Empress Xiao Lingshuang was taken aback. Thinking this audacious fellow showed no regard for the imperial authority, he truly had no fear. Suddenly recalling that she had been intimate with him, she wondered if there was anything this rogue would shy away from. The 2-foot square wooden board Gu Fei requested was soon brought by Lu Jing. Ji Yufei accepted the board, then dragged over a chair and positioned the board against the backrest, propping it up with 2 bricks. He then secured the paper to the board. Onlookers were astonished to see him merely tilting the paper. Many officials skilled in calligraphy and painting expressed their disbelief, questioning whether he was not concerned about the ink running everywhere. However, Xiao Xiener chuckled, who said one must use a brush to paint. Everyone, open your eyes and watch how my master paints today. You are in for a treat. Chapter 72. Painting Sage, you have lost amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Gu Fei did not adhere to convention by picking up a brush. Instead, he retrieved a pencil from his sleeve. This action instantly sparked hushed murmurs throughout the grand hall, as astonished faces turned towards him. What is he holding? Does he not intend to use a brush? Someone gasped. Yu Fei smirked slightly, glanced at Empress Ji Yu, then gently touched the paper with the pencil, beginning to sketch the image of Ji Yu he had committed to memory. Stroke by stroke, the pencil danced fluidly between his fingers, gliding across the paper, swiftly outlining the general shape of Empress Ji Yu. His hand moved with such speed that the spectators could only stare in awe. Wu Daozi and the others were momentarily taken aback, puzzled, thinking, This person dares to paint without a brush, using such a rudimentary tool. Is he merely posturing? Yet Gu Fei paid no mind to the gazes upon him. His focus was so intense that it seemed to suspend the very air in the grand hall. The Empress had never witnessed Gu Fei so earnest before, realizing that when he applied himself, he possessed a certain gravitas. In truth, Gu Fei was determined to create a worthy portrait, especially with the painting sage Wu Daozi before him. He felt the pressure. In a different era, his work might not even be worthy of being a mere footnote to Wu Daozi's. However, the times were different, and he was banking on their lack of understanding. Xiaoyang and Yuan Du observed Gu Fei initially scribbling various lines haphazardly on the paper. Xiaoyang burst into laughter, brandishing a broken stick. You think you can create art like that? I could eat it. Second brother, if you wish to eat that, think again. Perhaps you should try this brick instead. It seems quite suitable for you. Xiao Xian'er offered, not sparing her second brother. Xian'er, why are you siding with an outsider? She retorted playfully. Ji Yufei is my master. How can he be considered an outsider? You, on the other hand, not only fail to support my master but also join forces with the likes of De Hua and Qinghua to mock him now. That makes you the true outsider, Grand Scholar Kai Shuekuan observed Gu Fei's seemingly random doodles but began to discern a method to his madness. The young man was logically progressing through each step. Though it appeared chaotic, there was a certain underlying order. As time passed, the disdain of the officials beside Kai Shuekuan transformed into surprise, then curiosity, as they began to murmur, oh, this can indeed be done. Each stroke Gu Fei made took them by surprise. Heavens, at my age, I have never witnessed such a miraculous painting technique, exclaimed Wang Chongling, the Minister of War, his face alight with excitement. They watched as Gu Fei alternated between gentle strokes and bold lines, quickly outlining Ji Yu's visage. The majesty and beauty captured within the delicate strokes of the painting seemed to leap off the page, each line appearing to breathe life into the artwork. As the image gradually took shape, the crowd found themselves engulfed by a wave of astonishment. After approximately 10 minutes, a vividly lifelike portrait began to emerge, the lines precise and fluid, with shadows and highlights creating a striking depth. Even the subtly aloof expression of Ji Yu was masterfully captured. Xiao Xian'er, her eyes sparkling with excitement, could not suppress her exclamation. Master, you are truly remarkable. This is simply lifelike. Conversely, the atmosphere among the De Hua delegation grew increasingly tense. Princess Zhao Wan of the Qing Kingdom and Prince Li Ji of De Hua gazed in awe at Gu Fei's painting, their hearts stirred by an overwhelming sense of shock. Zhao Wan whispered to Li Ji, he can wield such techniques? It's utterly unprecedented. Li Ji's previously disdainful demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, a tempest brewing within him. He understood that Gu Fei, having come to challenge Wu Daozi, must be an extraordinary painter. Yet he never anticipated the extraordinary methodology he employed, nor the astonishing results it yielded. This painting appeared almost as if it were a living person. Xiao Xian'er observed how each stroke Gu Fei made seemed to possess an enchanting quality, her face brimming with pride as she whispered, Did you see? This is my master's unparalleled skill, unmatched in the world. As Gu Fei completed the final stroke, he gently set down his pencil and revealed the artwork to the audience. The figure of Ji Yu on the paper bore an air of cold dignity and grace, her calm gaze seemingly locking eyes with each spectator. The ministers in the grand hall stood momentarily stunned. Their whispers of admiration filling the it was as if the Empress Dowager herself were seated before them. An elder statesman could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Grand Scholar Kai Shuekuan, trembling slightly as he stroked his beard, remarked, This is undeniably a living portrayal of the Empress Dowager. In all my years, I have never encountered such a realistic and vivid piece. Empress Xiao Lingshuang, seated upon her dragon throne, felt a stir of emotion within her. She mused, How does this fellow manage to astonish me anew each time? Were it not for my own eyes having witnessed his talent, I might have been compelled to rush down to see for myself. The Empress Dowager Ji Yu, posing regally in her chair, could also perceive the astonishment reflected in the eyes of her ministers. She thought to herself, could this young man truly aspire to surpass the world's foremost painter? Wu Daozi? Meanwhile, Wu Daozi, engrossed in his own painting, stole glances at the unfolding scene. The distance between them prevented him from discerning how Gu Fei executed his technique, Yet he could hear the ministers of Beihang murmuring in awe. Each remark infused with astonishment. He scoffed inwardly, recognizing their sentiments as mere encouragement for their own artist. Soon enough, he would demonstrate the prowess of the current master painter, as his brush moved once more. The previously rigid composition began to pulse with vitality. The characters' gazes deepened, and intricate details sprang to life. After another 10 minutes, Gu Fei's brush came to a halt, unveiling a strikingly lifelike portrait of Jiyu before the gathered assembly. Her eyes twinkled with a hint of a smile, yet emanated an air of profound authority. Her lips curved slightly, hinting at an undercurrent of tenderness. It was as if she were about to speak any moment now. Then, with a commanding voice, he declared, "Your Majesty, I have completed the portrait. My heavens! It resembles her so closely, Gu Fei. You forgot to leave your signature." "Oh, thank you, Grand Scholar Caid." Jiyu Fei picked up his pencil and swiftly inscribed, "Portrait of Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager of Beihang, painted on the 6th day of the 10th month in the 10th year of Deqing, at the Taishan Hall. Quick, let me see how that rascal has depicted me," exclaimed the impatient Lu Jing, who could no longer contain his excitement. He seized the painting and presented it directly to the perspiring Wu Daozi in a piercing tone. He declared, "Master Painter, you have lost." Wu Daozi looked up, beholding the lifelike representation of the Empress Dowager Jiyu, and felt a jolt of disbelief. This is impossible. Is it truly feasible to create such an exquisite likeness? He could even discern reflections within Jiyu's eyes. Beside him, Princess Zhao Wan of the Qing Kingdom lamented, "Teacher, you have indeed lost to him. His painting is so lifelike it seems as though the subject lives within it." The Dehua delegation found it hard to believe that such a masterpiece could emanate from the hands of one so young. Lu Jing waved the painting in front of Wu Daozi before promptly presenting it to Empress Dowager Jiyu. "Your Majesty, please take a look." Upon witnessing such a strikingly realistic portrayal of herself, Jiyu, usually as cold as ice, could not help but feel a flicker of emotion. "Jiyu Fei, your painting is indeed beyond my expectations." A smile of uncontainable joy graced her face as she examined the artwork further. She had not anticipated that she could appear so beautiful. "Master Painter, no need for further discussion. You have lost." Listening to the Empress Dowager Jiyu's words, Wu Daozi, despite his reluctance to admit defeat, could only respond with a bittersweet expression, "I have indeed lost." Heartbroken, he reflected on how he had spent a lifetime basking in the praises of many, never once encountering a rival until now. Gu Fei's painting was so strikingly realistic that even the most discerning eye could not dismiss it. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the actual subject. He pondered how one could achieve such depth and lifelikeness with a mere brush. The disparity between their styles was stark, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Lig's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. He had never anticipated that his advantageous position would crumble so spectacularly. How could he explain this debacle upon returning? Not only had he lost the wager for this year and the next, but also absolved last year's debts. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Fearing the scorn of the elder statesman upon his return, as he had unwittingly become a laughingstock for Dehua and many surrounding nations, at that moment, Empress Xiao Lingshuang cleared her throat. Her gaze fixed intently on Gu Fei in that instant. All resentment she had harbored toward him dissipated. This scoundrel had repeatedly rescued her from peril, and now, not only had he won 3 years' tribute, but he had also safeguarded 2 cities. Such extraordinary merit had not been matched by anyone present, save for Duke Lu Jingxing, who had achieved similar glory 2 decades prior. The Empress's heart raced with excitement. "Prince, you have lost. What more is there to say?" "No, I refuse to accept this. We must compete again." "Yes, I too refuse to concede." Yuan Du stepped forward defiantly. "What? Do you Dehua wish to renege?" The words of Yuan Du pierced the hearts of many Beihang ministers like a needle. "Why, Yuan Du? Do you not possess a shred of dignity? You have already signed and sealed the agreement." Old Prince Xiao Yinan interjected, unable to contain his indignation. "Indeed, I have seen shamelessness, but this is beyond the pale," Gu Fei added. "Why, Yuan Du? Your position as Chancellor will now be temporarily assumed by Prince Xiao Yinan." Empress Xiao Lingshuang declared coldly, leaving no room for Yuan Du to contest. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was not something she could let slip away. She would not be Xiao Lingshuang if she did. Li Ji was momentarily rendered speechless by the Empress's retort, feeling a flush of embarrassment wash over him. If this were to spread, it would surely tarnish his reputation. He turned to Empress Xiao Lingshuang. The previous wager stands, but I simply wish to wager once more. Ha! Does the third prince still harbor hopes of reclaiming his bet? Moreover, do you possess any chips left to wager? Cold Hongi scoffed. A look of derision plastered across his face. Had this man not embarrassed himself enough? Not to win it back. Rather, Li Ji awkwardly countered. Just then, Princess Zhao once spoke up. What the third prince means is that Gu Fei. Your artistry is indeed remarkable, but would you dare wager against our Qing kingdom? Li Ji cast a grateful glance at Zhao Wan. Appreciating her timely assistance, he awkwardly added, Yes, that is precisely my intention. Upon hearing Li Ji acknowledge the previous wager, Empress Xiao Lingshuang felt a slight sense of relief. However, as she observed the Qing delegation and Li Ji directing their attention toward Gu Fei, she couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Did they intend to seek revenge on Gu Fei? What do you wish to compete in? Speak clearly so I may assess its appropriateness. Upon hearing the Empress's inquiry, Gu Fei experienced a sense of deja vu, yet the distance rendered it impossible to discern her expression. Nevertheless, he felt a growing disappointment as she had not been present to witness his remarkable performance. This time, we shall not engage in painting or martial contests. Instead, we will compete in intellect. As long as your arithmetic can solve the problems proposed by this princess, you shall be deemed the victor. How utterly shameless! Gu Fei had already surpassed the current master painter. We are already in awe of his skills, yet they wanted to challenge him in arithmetic. Gu Fei's expression reflected his incredulity as he appeared visibly apprehensive at the prospect of competing in calculations. This very demeanor prompted Princess Zhao Wan and Prince Li Ji to perceive an opportunity. This fellow seemed to lack proficiency in mathematics. Prince Li Ji and Zhao Wan exchanged glances, both convinced that this scheme was indeed feasible. Gu Fei feigned a look of fear, causing Xiao Lingshuang's heart to skip a beat. The scoundrel did not seem adept at arithmetic, so perhaps it would be best to postpone this matter. After all, victory had already been secured. What did it matter if I refused to participate in this contest? How about it? I am an exceptionally skilled artist, and my mathematical abilities are not to be underestimated. Just look at my teacher. His arithmetic skills are quite commendable. Gu Fei, you wouldn't be so cowardly as to back down, would you? Zhao Wan taunted Gu Fei, hoping to provoke him into a rash decision. Unexpectedly, the Empress Xiao Lingshuang spoke up. Gu Fei, if you refuse, they cannot do anything about it. This is merely an additional wager. It matters not whether you accept or decline, for we of Beihong have already triumphed. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei thought to himself that this empress was indeed concerned for his well-being. Far surpassing that cold Lingshuang, he pretended to be enlightened, addressing her as Your Majesty. However, Li Ji smiled slightly. Is that fear I detect? Do you not wish to hear what the third princess's wager entails? What is the third princess's wager? Zhao Wan, seeing that this fellow finally displayed curiosity, thought to seize the moment. If you defeat this princess, I shall reward you with 500,000 taels of silver. Gu Fei was taken aback. Such a substantial sum of silver stirred his heart. If he could bring that back to Shang City, it would suffice for a lavish lifestyle for quite some time. Even Empress Xiao Lingshuang felt a jolt in her heart. 500,000 taels was no small fortune for her at present. It would certainly allow her a period of stability. Oh, 500,000 taels. This is quite intriguing. 500,000 taels. How intriguing indeed. Do you have any idea how large a pile that would be? The old Lord Xiao Yinan nearly wished to crack Gu Fei's head open to discern his thoughts. Gu Fei then scoffed coldly. Your wager is 500,000 taels. What about our stake in Beihong? You cannot simply add the previous wager to this one. Zhao Wan smirked at Gu Fei. If you are willing, my princess would have no objections. However, I shall require your wager, which is quite simple. What sort of simplicity do you speak of? Your life? Zhao Wan's gaze was as venomous as that of a serpent as she looked at Gu Fei. Should you lose, your life will become mine. At this declaration, gasps filled the hall. This celebration country actually sought Gu Fei's life. Indeed, they were utterly unwilling to allow Gu Fei to triumph over Li Ziechat. Why Yuan Du and Xiaoyang exchanged smiles. Thinking to themselves, you scoundrel, hurry up and agree. I too wish to see you perish. Xiao Lingshuang's pupils constricted sharply, and a murderous intent enveloped her. This vile woman Zhao Wan intended to kill the scoundrel. Though she found him somewhat disagreeable, he should not fall to Zhao Wan's hand. Yu Fei, upon hearing this, curled his lips in disdain. He had not anticipated that this wretched woman had gone to such lengths merely to claim his life. Was this a vendetta against Li Ji for his earlier loss? Gu Fei chuckled coldly to himself, but then a thought struck him. Chapter 74. No money, no bet, since the silver acquired through wagering one's life would rightfully belong to oneself. What do you say? Are you willing to gamble? If you win, you shall receive 500 taels of silver, and should you lose, merely your worthless life. By wagering against the third princess, should you win, you could claim 500,000 taels of silver. Should you lose, it would only cost you a life. What a grand opportunity! Xiaoyang interjected sarcastically from the side. Xiaoyang, if you dare speak such nonsense again, believe me, I shall tear your mouth apart. Xiao Ling Shuang's anger flared once more. Sooner or later, she would find a way to eliminate him. That moment, Gu Fei clasped his hands together in salute to the Empress. Your Majesty? If I win that 500,000, may I take it back with me? No. Gu Fei rolled his eyes at this response. In that case, I shall not participate in this wager. Winning would yield no reward, and losing would cost me my life. Whoever wishes to gamble may do so. Second Prince, would you care to join? Xiaoyang immediately ducked behind Yuan Du, thinking, you scoundrel Gu Fei, they specifically called you to wager. Not me. Why drag me into this? Lord Yuan, how about you? Gu Fei disregarded even the Prime Minister, prompting Yuan Du to huff and ignore him. Yu Fei spread his hands, addressing Zhao Wan and Li Ji. You both see and hear. It is not that I do not wish to gamble, but rather that it is unnecessary. Otherwise, defeating you would be trivial. Alas, it is truly regrettable. Yu Fei's expression was utterly contemptuous. You are simply too cowardly to dare wager. Zhao Wan fumed. This fellow continually sought to elevate his own worth, yet remained adamant about not gambling. The Empress let out a cold snort, then declared with imposing authority. Today, Gu Fei has rendered a monumental service to our Beiheng, allowing us to not only reduce our tribute for nearly 3 years, but also extinguishing the ambitions of Dehua and Qinghua to annex our cities of Yonghe and Yongyuan. Esteemed ministers, assist me in deliberating how best to reward him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Du scoffed disdainfully. Is it merely a painting? What great merit can that entail? Xiaoyang, equally unconvinced, added. Indeed, Chancellor Yuan speaks truly. It is but a single painting. The Empress, incensed by their words, struck the imperial table with a resounding clap and commanded, guards, expel Yuan Du and Xiaoyang from the Taishan Hall. They are not to return without my summons. Chapter 75. The reward is bestowed. The Empress cleverly used her political acumen to oust Yuan Du and Xiaoyang from the Taishan Hall, leaving their faction in a state of hushed trepidation. The atmosphere among them shifted palpably. They sensed the Empress's temperament had drastically altered, no longer cautious or deferential, but rather resolute and commanding. Those within the hall were acutely aware that Yuan Du had become excessively arrogant. Openly siding with Dehua and Qinghua was truly disgraceful for a chancellor to betray his sovereign for personal gain. However, they understood that had Gu Fei not appeared today, presenting an extraordinary portrait to turn the tide, they would likely be wearing expressions of despair, save for Yuan Du and his few supporters. As the Empress observed the guards forcibly expelling Yuan Du and Xiaoyang, her gaze shifted to certain ministers who typically enjoyed a close rapport with Yuan Du. With a frigid tone, she inquired, are there any among you who wish to plead on behalf of Yuan Du and Xiaoyang? The Dowager Empress, Ji opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent, unable to defend the actions of Yuan Du and Xiaoyang. With the Dowager's silence, Yuan Du's allies dared not voice a word, knowing the Empress was in a furious state, and none wished to be the scapegoat. After a brief pause, the Empress noted how the ministers, who often echoed Yuan Du's sentiments, now bowed their heads, avoiding her gaze, and she inwardly reveled in their discomfort. Yet, the Empress was unwilling to let one particular censor, Zhang Jie, escape her scrutiny. This individual was notoriously bothersome, always ready to argue against her decisions, and was closely aligned with Yuan Du. Zhang Jie? Do you believe my decision to expel Yuan Du and Xiaoyang from the Taishan Hall was just? The Empress queried, her voice laced with icy disdain. Taken aback by the sudden interrogation, Zhang Jie felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite his trepidation, he stepped forward, realizing the gravity of the situation had utterly surprised him, especially given Gu Fei's astonishing painting that had altered the entire landscape. After a moment's contemplation, his complexion paled slightly as he cleared his throat and replied, "Your Majesty, this old minister believes the Chancellor and the second prince have indeed overstepped. However, given the Chancellor's long-standing contributions, a harsh response might destabilize the court and incite unnecessary fears. I beseech your Majesty to reconsider." As soon as he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, all eyes fixed on Zhang Jie. His audacity was remarkable. He dared to exonerate Yuan Du and Xiaoyang. The onlookers, both neutral and aligned with the Empress, were eager to see if he would be the next to be banished from the Taishan Hall. They understood that Zhang Jie was a figure whom many despised, which only intensified the scrutiny upon him. The Empress let out a cold laugh, her eyes narrowing like a blade upon Zhang Jie. "Zhang Jie, I ask you, what constitutes the role of a chancellor? What defines the loyalty of a minister? Do you believe it is acceptable for a chancellor to openly defend our enemies? Is that loyalty or treachery?" Zhang Jie faltered, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He recognized the fury beneath the Empress's words, which brooked no argument. Filled with apprehension, he lowered his gaze and murmured, "I meant no defense of the Chancellor. Your Majesty, I only wish to avoid turmoil within the court." At that moment, any further argument would likely lead to his own punishment, for he could sense the Empress's growing impatience. Xiaoling Shuang interjected with a huff, "In Beiheng, I could easily find 5 individuals capable of serving as Chancellor. Yuan Du is but a trifling matter. Would our realm truly descend into chaos without him? Such a minister, one who brings disaster upon the state, deserves only dismissal, a mercy granted in light of his past merits." Xiaoling Shuang continued to survey the assembly of ministers, her tone icy. "Should any minister follow in Yuan Du's footsteps, disregarding the stability of our Beiheng, I shall show no mercy. This incident serves as a warning. Your Majesty is wise," the old lord and new chancellor, Xiao Yinan, promptly affirmed, witnessing the old lord's endorsement of the Empress's actions. The crowd echoed in unison, "Your Majesty is wise." Xiaoling Shuang had never witnessed such unity before. Straightening her posture slightly, she continued, "Let us now discuss how to reward Gu Fei. However, I had previously promised him something. Gu Fei led thousands of citizens in establishing a new city in Qingzhou, named Shangyuan City. I intend to formally incorporate this city into the court's jurisdiction and appoint him as its county magistrate." As soon as the Empress's words left her lips, Censor Zhang Jie immediately interjected, his profession compelling him to speak. "Your Majesty, this is unwise. How can we casually designate a new city without knowing its size or the complexities of its populace? If it is filled with bandits and rogues, would your Majesty not be aiding them?" At his remark, a flicker of displeasure crossed the Empress Xiaoling Shuang's features. She raised her hand slightly, signaling Zhang Jie to cease, and coldly retorted, "Zhang Censor, do you believe I am ignorant of the circumstances surrounding Shangyuan City? Or do you think my decisions are rash?" Zhang Jie felt the weight of her gaze, forcing a strained smile as he replied, "Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. I merely wish to ensure all is in order, lest we inadvertently invite calamity." The Empress's countenance remained unchanged, though her tone grew increasingly firm. Shangyuan City was established by Gu Fei, with citizens voluntarily relocating there. Its order is well maintained, and commerce is thriving. Without Gu Fei's noble intentions, how could such prosperity and tranquility exist? The court has permitted him to build this city. It is only right to formally reward him, instilling confidence in the populace and fostering its development. Should the court impede the common people's pursuit of a peaceful life? Zhang Jie felt the pressure of the Empress's veiled fury bearing down upon him, perspiration beading on his brow, yet he remained obstinate. "Your Majesty, should we not conduct a thorough investigation before bestowing such rewards? What if he were a villain in disguise or a threat to the court?" The Empress coldly scoffed. "Did you not wish to know where I have been hiding during these days of pursuit? I can now reveal that I took refuge in Shangyuan City. Furthermore, Gu Fei has saved my life on multiple occasions during my journey back to the capital. What merit do you believe he deserves for such deeds?" Zhang Jie was left speechless, realizing the extent of Yuan Du and Xiaoyang's machinations against the Empress. The reason she had survived was that she had been in Shangyuan City all along. He understood that if he dared to utter another word of defiance, he would surely become the next to be expelled from the Taishan Hall. With this thought in mind, he clasped his hands and bowed. Your servant has no further objections. Upon hearing this, the Empress let out a cold huff, dismissing Zhang Jie from her thoughts as she turned her gaze back to the other ministers. Though Gu Fei comes from humble origins, his accomplishments merit this gracious reward. I hereby decree that Shangyuan City is officially recognized as a territory of the court, with Gu Fei appointed as its county magistrate, and he shall be granted the title of Baron of Shangyuan to signify this honor. At this moment, the old Lord Xiao Yinan interjected. Your Majesty, this decision indeed reflects your keen discernment. Gu Fei, as a commoner, has safeguarded the peace of this region. Such loyalty is precisely the talent our dynasty requires. The other ministers, witnessing this, quickly chimed in. Your Majesty is wise. Gu Fei's contributions are significant and deserving of ample reward. Seeing the ministers' enthusiastic responses, the Empress's expression softened with satisfaction as she nodded. Very well, it is settled. Let this matter be concluded. She straightened her posture slightly and declared, Today's session is adjourned. You may all retire. Meanwhile, the Dowager Empress Jiyu seethed with resentment, realizing it was Gu Fei who had thwarted her grand schemes. The seeds of vengeance began to take root within her heart. Chapter 76, Brother, how are you so formidable? An hour later, in the small courtyard where Gu Fei and Xiao Xian'er were conversing animatedly, Xiao Xian'er was engrossed in her tales when she suddenly sensed someone behind her. Turning around, she was greeted by Lu Jing's obsequious smile. Princess Yonghe, the Emperor summons you. Xiao Xian'er, without a hint of suspicion, quickly informed Gu Fei. Master, please wait for me. I will return shortly. Gu Fei nodded with a smile, his heart racing with anticipation. Lu Jing must be bearing a decree regarding his reward. His eyes sparkled with hope as he thought, after all the effort he had expended, he might finally receive some recognition. Unlike that cold-hearted Ling Shuang, Lu Gonggong, you hold the imperial edict. It must be a summons from the Empress. Lu Gonggong regarded the audacious individual who had embraced the Empress without eliciting her ire. His thoughts clear as day. If not for the necessity of following protocol, the edict might have been unnecessary altogether. Lu Jing, with a face full of obsequiousness, said in a rather contemptible manner, Young Master Gu? Regarding this imperial edict, well, we'll discuss it later. Please take a seat here for now. After uttering these words, this old rascal actually fled with the edict in hand. Damn it, is this truly a reward? At least inform me beforehand. Gu Fei was quite inclined to seize Lu Jing and give him a thrashing, just as he was about to return to his seat for a drink. Xiao Lingshuang appeared once more at the doorway. What is this? Are you growing impatient? Gu Fei glanced up to see the coldly elegant Lingshuang entering, and he let out a cold snort internally. What brings you here now? You missed my splendid performance at the Taishan Hall just moments ago. The Empress, observing Gu Fei's demeanor akin to a slighted lover, nearly burst into laughter. Ahem. I was preoccupied with some matters. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei expressed his disappointment. Alas, in such a glorious moment for this magistrate, you were absent. It is indeed a pity. Do you realize that I defeated the current foremost painter, thereby exempting Beiheng from tributes for 3 years? If it weren't for the Empress's stinginess, I would have secured 500,000 taels of silver. Greed, indeed, is a terrible vice. Even if she had suggested we split it down the middle, she offered me nothing at all. Why should I have to toil for such little reward? The Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, felt a pang of regret and thought, had I known, I might have agreed to your proposition of splitting it. Did you truly believe you would win? I have heard that should you lose, your very life would be at stake. The Empress feigned disbelief. Humph, in this world, no one has yet been born who can best me, regardless of the riddle posed by Zhao Wan of the kingdom of Qing. Any test of intellect is mere child's play for me. Heh, the attendees of the Grand Hall wouldn't presume that painting is my forte, would they? To tell you the truth, the knowledge residing in my mind is my greatest strength. Xiao Lingshuang felt a sudden jolt, as if she had missed out on a fortune. This rogue, painting is not even his strongest skill. What could possibly be his true strength? Watching Lingshuang stand there in a daze, Gu Fei quickly inquired, Hey, has the Empress agreed to assist me? The Empress has indeed agreed. Truly, she has consented to grant me an official identity in Shangyuan City. Yes, not only did she grant you an official identity, but she also bestowed upon you the title of Baron of Shangyuan County. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei was overjoyed. The Empress was indeed generous, having even secured him a noble title. Henceforth, would he not be known as Baron Gu? Ha ha! Such happiness came rather unexpectedly. No wonder that old eunuch Lu Jing had worn such a fawning expression earlier. Suddenly, Gu Fei embraced the Empress and pressed a kiss against her delicate lips. At that moment, Lu Jing stealthily peeked through the door. The next instant, his eyes widened in shock. Good heavens! Not only did he embrace the Empress, but she seemed to relish it as well. Lu Jing, horrified, retreated while pounding his chest in disbelief. You audacious fool! The Empress responded with a couple of playful nudges before abruptly regaining her composure and forcefully breaking free from his embrace, her face flushed with a vibrant hue that nearly tempted Gu Fei to kiss her again. After all, this might very well be the last time he could do so. Just as Gu Fei contemplated this, the Empress suddenly called out, Lu Jing, come in to announce the edict. Gu Fei felt quite disgruntled. Had he not just been enjoying himself? How could her demeanor change so swiftly? He then observed Lu Jing, now donned with a serious expression, hastily entering the room. It was evident from his solemnity that he was up to no good. Lu Jing, holding the imperial edict, stood in the courtyard and cleared his throat. Lord Gu, please receive the edict. I shall receive it, he replied. Lu Jing then proclaimed loudly, by the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees. In recognition of your meritorious service, Gu Fei is hereby granted the title of Baron of Shangyuan County, assuming the position of county magistrate and overseeing the governance of Shangyuan County. So it is decreed. Gu Fei's expression momentarily faltered. This must surely be the briefest imperial edict ever. Lu Jing chuckled. Lord Gu, I ascend everything you need to know contained within. We aim for brevity and clarity. Ahem. Well, if not for being in the palace, Gu Fei would have questioned the authenticity of this edict. Lu Jing was indeed a eunuch of the Empress. Regardless, this visit was not entirely in vain. A gleam of joy sparkled in Gu Fei's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he clasped his hands in gratitude, casting a playful glance toward the Empress, who feigned displeasure. Gu Fei, this reward is not a reason for you to become complacent. Although Shangyuan County has been integrated into the court's administration, it is rife with challenges. If you cannot govern it well, do not blame me for seeking the Emperor to reclaim it. Hey, why must you always undermine me? Is Shangyuan City not 100 times more sophisticated than this place? You've been here before. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, Lu Jing let out a cold snort, appearing suddenly from the shadows. In his heart, he thought, brother, how bold you are to address the Empress so casually. Gu Fei, unfazed, declared, with me overseeing Shangyuan County, within 3 years, it shall be revitalized. His tone was filled with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, the Empress's chest heaved violently, as though she might explode at any moment. Incensed that this scoundrel had the audacity to call her that woman, Lu Jing, this is no business of yours, the Empress coldly retorted. Lu Jing hastily thrust the edict into Gu Fei's hands and scurried away. The Empress, unable to contain herself any longer, reached out and pinched him. Are you seeking death, calling me that woman? Who are you calling that woman? Lu Jing, outside the door, heard Gu Fei's lamenting cries and thought, this Lord Gu still does not realize that the person before him is the Empress? How curious, the Empress is so fond of him. Why does she not wish to reveal her identity? Perhaps she wishes to protect him. Gu Fei, however, was in no mood to endure her pinching any longer. He tossed the edict onto the stone table and swiftly embraced the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, as she found herself tightly held in his arms. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Staring blankly at Gu Fei, she thought, after this separation, who knows when we shall meet again? For reasons unknown, the Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, suddenly felt a pang of reluctance toward Gu Fei. Rogue, let go of me. If I do not embrace you now, I may never have the chance again. Lingshuang, will you miss me when I depart? I do not know. Release me quickly. If anyone sees, you shall be in dire straits. The flustered Empress, caught in Gu Fei's tight embrace, felt herself weakening. Today, I have been elevated in rank. Do you not intend to congratulate me? Perhaps join me for a couple of drinks? Gu Fei did not wish to press her too hard. Then, you must let me go first. The moment Gu Fei released her, Xiao Lingshuang regained her stance, the blush on her cheeks unabated, her shyness evident. After steadying herself, she slightly turned her body, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. Her eyes glinting with a teasing sparkle as she softly warned, "Rogue, do not overreach. Also, you must leave the 100 Flowers Pavilion tonight. That place is not suitable for you." Gu Fei, upon hearing this, smirked, "Are you jealous? What do you think?" With that, she turned and slowly departed, leaving behind a lingering echo. "Take care of yourself." Ji Fei gazed at her retreating figure. "Hey, are you really not going to join me for a meal?" "I will consider it. You should leave the palace now and remember my words. Come out of the 100 Flowers Pavilion immediately." Chapter 77. The Empress falls in the bathhouse. Gu Fei pouted. This woman seemed less cold than before. "Let us see if you will indeed join me for dinner later. If you do, it will prove you still possess a modicum of conscience." Thus, they parted amicably. Gu Fei having obtained what he desired, while Xiao Lingshuang was safely escorted back to the capital. From that moment onward, they owed each other nothing. After Xiao Lingshuang's departure, Gu Fei lowered his head and walked toward the palace exit. Just as he passed through 2 gates, a palace maid blocked his path. "Lord Gu, please wait," Gu Fei thought. "What now? I only know Xiao Lingshuang. I am unfamiliar with anyone else here, judging by the maid's attire." She appeared to be a female official. "May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed official?" Gu Fei's tone was brimming with ruggedness, eliciting a giggle from Chun Tao as she covered her mouth. "Lord Gu, how forgetful you are. I am Chun Tao, a maidservant by the side of the Empress. We met previously in the Grand Hall, and your painting was truly breathtaking." Gazing at the beautiful Chun Tao before him, Gu Fei wondered if she had come to request a painting from him. "Chun Tao, what is it that you seek from me?" Chun Tao smiled radiantly, looking as charming as a young bride. "It is not I who seeks you, but the Empress." Gu Fei raised an eyebrow. "The Empress seeks me? What could this possibly mean? Surely she does not want me to paint for her." "Come, Lord Gu, the Empress is awaiting you." Without waiting for Gu Fei's reply, Chun Tao continued on her way. Gu Fei had no choice but to follow along. Observing Chun Tao's gait from behind, he concluded that she had likely lost her virginity. However, considering her age, which must be at least 27 or 28, it was understandable, as for who had taken her. She likely knew best. As I walked along the path, my gaze was captured by the alluring silhouette of Chun Tao. Her enticing figure presenting a unique charm, I couldn't help but wonder if she sensed Gu Fei's discreet glances from behind. With each step, she quickened her pace, and Gu Fei, following her, felt an increasing sense of tension. It was as if he had stumbled into a harem. Along the way, they encountered several groups of noblewomen, leading Gu Fei to a place known as Jin Hua Dian. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Gu Fei did not halt his steps but rather trailed behind Chun Tao, weaving through the space until they arrived at a building at the back of the hall. It was then that Chun Tao turned to him and smiled gently, saying, "Lord Gu, the Empress Dowager awaits you inside. Please, do go in. I have other matters to attend to." Ji Fei couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. What if this was a trap filled with assassins? Yet, since he was already here, he decided to investigate. As he stepped into the room, he was greeted by a dense fog and a delightful fragrance enveloping him. Looking around, he wondered where the Empress Dowager Ji was. Spotting a door nearby, he pushed it open, only to discover what appeared to be a lady's boudoir. In his distraction, he accidentally bumped into a stool, causing a loud crack. The mist within the room thickened, and the scent intensified. Ji Fei even heard the sound of water splashing, as if someone was bathing. "Is that you, Lord Gu?" Ji Yu's voice suddenly called from within, startling him. "What the? She truly is bathing." "Your Majesty, it is indeed I," he replied. "Oh, then please wait there a moment. I shall be with you shortly." Gu Fei felt utterly perplexed. Why summon him here if she was bathing? He stood there, his mind racing with wild imaginations at the thought of the beautiful Empress Dowager just behind the screen, her flawless skin and alluring figure occupying his thoughts. Just as he was lost in reverie, a loud thud echoed from within, followed by Ji Yu's exclamation of distress. "Your Majesty, what happened?" Gu Fei's brow furrowed with concern. "Lord Gu, I have fallen. Could you assist me?" "Ah, are there no maidens to help you?" Gu Fei queried, his mind filled with dark thoughts. "No, they were just sent away on an errand," Ji Yu's pained voice responded, clearly in distress. "Your Majesty, are you certain you need my assistance?" "Yes. Please come help me." With a resigned sigh, Gu Fei steeled himself, thinking that if he were to offend her, he could only hope for leniency. He entered the room, which was laid out like a lavish hot spring, with a steaming pool at its center. To his astonishment, he found Jiyu sprawled on the floor, resembling a delicate egg. Her skin as pale and tender as porcelain. Without hesitation, he rushed to her side, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon." He lifted her gently in his arms, the sensation of her bare skin sending a jolt through him. Jiyu, in pain, cried out, "Gu Fei, it hurts terribly. Please carry me to the bed." Tears streamed down her cheeks, indicating her genuine distress. "Where is the bed?" he inquired. "Just through that door," she pointed weakly. "Please hold on a moment," he replied, cradling her with surprising ease, and within moments, they arrived at her chamber. There, he spotted an opulent bed made of rosewood. He carefully laid her down and tenderly covered her with a quilt. All the while feeling her gaze fixed upon him die in that instant, Jiyu's long-guarded heart seemed to waver, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of emotion. Gu Fei, strikingly handsome with his crimson lips and white teeth, stirred something within her that had lain dormant for years. Just as he finished tucking her in, Jiyu grasped his hand unexpectedly, her voice softening with desire. "Lord Gu, my knee still aches. Could you massage it for me? There's a medicinal wine on that small table. Please retrieve it." With a mix of bemusement and intrigue, Gu Fei obliged. Realizing that this was not an insurmountable task, but rather a fantasy many men would envy, he gently tended to her injured leg. Jiyu's eyes fluttered shut, the pain evident upon her face. However, as he applied the medicinal wine, her soft gasps became a siren's call, igniting a conflict within him. "How can a young man like me resist such temptations?" he thought, as he continued his ministrations. Time slipped away, and before long, Jiyu appeared rejuvenated, her burdens lifted. "When will you return to Shangyuan City?" she inquired. "Tomorrow morning," Gu Fei sighed, realizing he had unwittingly become entangled in a web of unforeseen circumstances. Just then, the sound of Xiao Xian'er calling for her mother echoed through the room, jolting Gu Fei into a panic as he scrambled to dress. Jiyu chuckled, "Quickly, escape through the window," with a nod and a smile. He leaped out, just as Xiao Xian'er entered the room, concern etched on her face. "Mother, are you unwell?" "No, I merely stumbled while bathing," Jiyu reassured her as Gu Fei stealthily made his way away from the palace. He couldn't help but reflect on the bizarre and inexplicable encounter he had just experienced with the enchanting Empress Dowager. He was grateful that the old emperor had long since passed. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits for such a transgression. Navigating through the palace, Gu Fei finally reached the front hall, only to be met unexpectedly by Jiyu, who approached him with a smile. "Why are you here? Is your knee better?" Before he could respond, he found himself enveloped in her embrace, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss until she pushed him away. "Until we meet again," he declared, bolting away just as Jiyu stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the whirlwind of events. "Who dares kiss me?" she mused, her thoughts racing as she pieced together the encounter. Realizing that the man she had just kissed must have mistaken her for her sister, she hastened to find Jiyu, determined to uncover the truth behind the unexpected intrusion. Upon hearing this revelation, Jiyu immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a smile, she remarked, "That clumsy fool left shortly after arriving. Both I and Xian'er have yet to exchange even a couple of words with him. Is that so?" Jiqiu continued to savor the lingering warmth of the man's presence. A sensation she had not experienced in many years. "Jiyu Fei, is it? I shall not let you escape unscathed for this," she mused. "Since he is Xian'er's master, I suppose I shall let it slide." Jiyu inquired, "What brings you here in such a hurry, sister?" "I have just learned that the little vixen has managed to escape danger multiple times, thanks to a man named Gu Fei. I must ensure this man pays dearly," Jiqiu exclaimed. "Wait a moment, Gu Fei, Xian'er. What did you just say your master's name was?" At this juncture, Jiqiu felt as though her mind was on the verge of overheating. Abruptly halting mid-sentence, "Jiyu Fei, Gu Fei. Ah, so it is he who has thwarted my son's grand ambitions. I shall have him torn asunder." As Jiqiu prepared to storm out, Jiyu interjected with a huff. "Qiu'er, why must you always be so reckless? Gu Fei has already been scolded by me. He merely rescued that little vixen by chance. Sister, why do you defend him? Jiqiu nearly choked on Jiyu's words. What do you mean I am defending him? I had every intention of tearing him to shreds. Who could have anticipated that he would, by sheer coincidence, become Xiener's master? What am I to do now but summon him to scold him? You don't believe me? Xiener was present. Indeed. Mother was rather fierce in her reprimand just now. It nearly brought the master to tears. Xiao Xiener chimed in, providing support for Jiyu. With a long sigh, Jiyu finally remarked, he must have been irked after colliding with you, perhaps venting his frustration. Upon hearing this, Jiqiu felt a wave of vexation, in a wonder that man had seized her for a fervent kiss before fleeing. It must have been an emotional release. Humph, regardless, I shall quietly seek him out for retribution. How dare he jeopardize my son's throne? Chapter 79. A confrontation. At this moment, Jiqiu was engulfed in inner turmoil. Never had she encountered someone so audacious as to kiss her. Gu Fei's boldness seemed to awaken every cell in her body. Alas, she had not taken a proper look at his appearance. Merely a fleeting impression, yet he seemed rather handsome. Xiao Xiener too lamented Gu Fei's departure. Mother, I shall go find my master, she declared. Rising to pursue him, I forbid it. Remain here to keep me company. Jiyu replied, her expression tinged with complexity. Frustrated, Xiao Xiener plopped back onto the bed. Jiqiu, noticing her sister lounging so early in the day, asked, Sister, what ails you? Jiyu's face flushed again. Ah, I simply took a tumble and injured my knee. Oh, let me see, Jiqiu exclaimed, reaching for the blanket, only to be swiftly halted by Jiyu. No need for that. Thoughts raced through Jiyu's mind. She wore not a stitch beneath the covers. Should she be exposed, her secrets would be laid bare. Sister, how peculiar. I merely wish to show concern for you. Both of you, depart. I wish to sleep, Jiyu commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Though reluctant, both Jiqiu and Xiao Xiener obeyed. After dismissing them, Jiyu felt her long-neglected muscles ache from the sudden exertion and, after a brief moment, succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had just stepped out of the palace gates. Upon exiting, he spotted Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, the two brothers, anxiously awaiting him. Seeing their distressed expressions, he furrowed his brow. What troubles you, sir? It's bad news. Miss Monru has been taken away by Lu Xiaojie and Yuanbing. What? Gu Fei's eyes blazed with fury. If not for his interference, Lu Monru would not have found herself in such peril. Where have they taken her? To Piamiao Fong. For how long? Gu Fei inquired coldly. Over half an hour. They are just ahead. Let us go rescue her, Gu Fei sighed, hoping that in the span of half an hour, nothing disastrous had transpired in the imperial palace. The Empress heard Lu Jing's report and abruptly halted her brush, allowing the vermilion ink to drip onto the document. Her brows furrowed slightly. What? He has been summoned by the Empress Dowager for an hour. Today he has offended many. Send someone to keep watch over him. Ensure he does not come to harm. Yes, Your Majesty. After Lu Jing departed, the Empress Xiao Lingshuang pondered, what could Mother want with him? Is it concerning Xiener? With that thought, she returned to her paperwork at that moment. The entrance to Piamiao Fong was bustling with activity, as it was lunchtime, with carriages arriving and departing in a steady stream. The opulence of the carriages suggested that their occupants were individuals of considerable stature. Piamiao Fong was one of the premier establishments for revelry in Beihang. The scale and decor of its architecture clearly indicated it was of a far superior caliber compared to Baihua Lu. Gu Fei, accompanied by his two rugged bodyguards, exuded an aura that commanded respect. As they approached, the welcoming attendants and a throng of charming courtesans eagerly greeted them. Young master, please, come inside. Where can I find you, Wanbing and Lu Xiaojie? Ah, you seek young master Yu and second young master Lu? They are in the emperor's suite on the third floor. Upon hearing that Gu Fei sought Yuanbing, the attendant's smile grew even wider. A voluptuous woman with a serpentine waist stepped forward, smiling coyly. Allow me to escort you upstairs. Jiyu Fei replied coldly, no need. We can find our own way. Nonsense. I insist on guiding you, she insisted, likely fearful of offending Yuanbing. Gu Fei relented, allowing her to lead the way. Upon entering the lavish hall of Piamiao Fong, Gu Fei noticed a resemblance to Baihua Lu, albeit grander and more extravagant. The atmosphere inside was already vibrant. With scantily clad dancers energetically performing sultry routines on the stage, their exposed thighs eliciting the salivation of the onlookers. Nearby, courtesans sang softly, their melodies a mere whisper compared to the dissonance of the instruments, which would have constituted a visual feast had it been in modern times. Inside the private room, the atmosphere was tense. Lu Monru sat on a soft couch, her gaze aflame with indignation, bound and seething. Her fingers dug into her palms, her eyes wide with fury directed at Lu Xiaojie and Yu Wanbing. You insolent wretches! You dare to toy with me, a mere woman? You think I would bow to you? Even in this predicament, I, Lu Monru, shall never submit to you. Lu Xiaojie's expression darkened as he forcefully shoved Lu Monru onto the couch, his words dripping with malice. Stubborn, are we? Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. Soon enough, you will be begging for mercy. Lu Monru trembled with rage, yet stifled her tears, gritting her teeth as she silently prayed for Gu Fei's timely arrival, yet dreaded his coming. The room was thick with anticipation, waiting for Gu Fei's entrance. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, and Gu Fei, flanked by Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, stormed in with an overwhelming presence. In an instant, Lu Monru's eyes sparkled with hope. Instinctively, she rose, only to feel a wave of panic wash over her. Jiu Gongzi, flee. They are luring you here on purpose. Lu Xiaojie and Yu Wanbing were momentarily stunned by Gu Fei's arrival. Their anger erupting like a volcano, Lu Xiaojie stood, his face darkening as he pointed at Gu Fei, coldly declaring, "You dare show your face? It seems you are tired of living. Today, I shall teach you a lesson about overstepping your bounds." Gu Fei's gaze swept over them like a sharp blade, unwavering as he replied, "Yu Wanbing, Lu Xiaojie, if you dare to lay a hand on my people, you are courting death. Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong, unleash your fury upon them." Without hesitation, Gu Fei lunged at Lu Xiaojie, intent on delivering swift retribution. No1 leaves today. Chapter 80. A Reckoning. With a resounding thud, Lu Xiaojie was sent flying by Gu Fei's kick, crashing into the wall of the private room. The wooden wall creaked ominously under the tremendous force, as though it might splinter at any moment. After Lu Xiaojie collided with the wall, his limbs sprawled weakly, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Gu Fei's kick nearly rendered him unconscious. He gazed at Gu Fei, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief, clearly taken aback that Gu Fei would truly strike him, and with such force. The woman with the serpentine waist who had accompanied Gu Fei upstairs realized her blunder and screamed as she rushed down the stairs, causing chaos to erupt in the Miao Miao Fong. The patrons had never anticipated that Yu Wanbing, the foremost son of the capital, and Lu Xiaojie would be assaulted. Such an occurrence was indeed rare. They were usually the ones inflicting violence. Coincidentally, at that moment, Long Feng and Long Aoxue entered. Upon hearing the commotion above, a hint of disdain crossed Long Feng's face, as he thought Yu Wanbing and Lu Xiaojie were merely bullies relying on their status. However, as he listened further, he realized it was not they who were attacking, but rather, they were the victims. The siblings were instantly shocked, wondering who had the audacity to strike Yu Wanbing and Lu Xiaojie. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong continued to fight against Yu Wanbing's subordinates. Why Yu Wanbing, witnessing Gu Fei effortlessly kick Lu Xiaojie aside, turned ashen with shock and fury. Lu Xiaojie's status was not to be underestimated, and the ease with which Gu Fei had dispatched him filled Yu Wanbing with a profound rage. With murder in his eyes, he declared, "Yesterday, due to the presence of palace officials, this brat escaped a calamity. Today, on my territory, you shall die." "Kill him," Gu Fei coldly retorted. "The officials of Shangyun City are here to apprehend the assailants. Who dares to obstruct us shall be met with no mercy." "Yes, my lord." Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong responded promptly, already aware that Shangyun City had been officially recognized by the Empress. At this moment, they were indeed acting as officials. With their master's orders, they would not hold back. Although Yu Wanbing's subordinates were formidable, the Zhang brothers showed no signs of cowardice. When their lives were threatened, they would draw their guns and shoot without hesitation. Thus, rather than fear, they grew more emboldened in battle. Lu Monru stood beside Gu Fei, her eyes wide with an unmistakable shock. She had never imagined Gu Fei to be an official of Shangyun City. No wonder he insisted she go there. She had also never witnessed this fierce side of Gu Fei. The power behind that kick was simply astonishing. A wave of trepidation washed over her, realizing that today could not end peacefully. "Yu Wanbing, I advise you to be sensible and command your subordinates to cease at once. Otherwise, you shall face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Yu Fei's voice was low and menacing, in a fit of rage. Yu Wanbing drew the sword hanging on the wall, its blade glinting coldly as he lunged at Gu Fei. Just a mere unknown local official? Today, I shall see you dead here. Gu Fei's eyes gleamed with a cold smile as he swiftly moved, closing the distance to Yu Wanbing in an instant. With a reverse strike, his fist crashed into Yu Wanbing's chest like thunder. A loud clang echoed as Yu Wanbing's sword clattered to the ground, and he was sent flying, crashing into a round table in the room, shattering it to pieces. Yu Wanbing's face turned pale as he felt as though he had been struck by a bull, the pain causing him to involuntarily groan, his body collapsing like a marionette. Behind him lay Lu Xiaojia, who had just caught his breath, now crushed beneath him, nearly spitting blood again. Yu Wanbing's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. You people are truly self-righteous. Yu Fei scoffed coldly before turning to Lu Monru and freeing her from her bindings. Lu Monru stared blankly at Gu Fei, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. She had never imagined Gu Fei possessed such immense strength. At that moment, her fear and worry seemed to dissipate significantly, replaced by an inexplicable sense of safety. She knew that today, no matter what, she would no longer endure the humiliation from these people. "Do you wish to continue?" Gu Fei spoke indifferently. Yu Wanbing and Lu Xiaojia lay on the ground, looking at each other with terror in their eyes. "Tianjing, this young master is nearly beaten to death. What are you waiting for? Go and deal with him," Yu Wanbing shouted toward the outside. Just as his words fell, a figure in white darted in from the door like a wraith. Lunging at Gu Fei with a sword, Yu Fei instinctively felt a jolt of horror. He had not anticipated that anyone could move so swiftly. In that fleeting moment, he felt enveloped by death. Acting on reflex, he dodged back just in time to evade the vicious strike. The sword tip grazed closely past his chest. Cold sweat trickled down Gu Fei's forehead, followed by a wave of shock. This person was undoubtedly a master. Tianjing, clad in white, observed Gu Fei with surprise and sneered, "Few can evade my sword in this world. It seems you possess some skill. Let us see if you can escape this strike." With that, he lunged again, attacking Gu Fei from an exceedingly peculiar angle. Just when Gu Fei felt it would be nearly impossible to evade this blow, a gunshot rang out. Zhang Biao had timely fired, hitting Tianjing's arm. Their master was unprotected. Had Tianjing's strike landed, it would have resulted in severe injury or death. With no time for hesitation, Zhang Biao drew his gun and fired. "How dare you attempt to harm my lord? I will take your life." Tianjing's figure was swift. Almost instantaneously after being shot, he fled toward the door. "What kind of hidden weapon is that?" he exclaimed, clutching his arm, staring at Zhang Biao, who held a gleaming black firearm. The weapon emitted a faint wisp of smoke from its darkened barrel. "This is to take your life 3,000 times over," Zhang Biao retorted, leveling his gun. Another gunshot rang out. Simultaneously, Tianjing, despite his injured arm, swung his sword rapidly, attempting to deflect Zhang Biao's bullet. However, it was futile. No matter how fast he was, Zhang Biao's shot struck his shoulder once more. It must be said that this fellow had remarkably quick reflexes, as Zhang Biao had failed to hit his chest. After being hit a second time, Tianjing executed a backward leap, jumping from the third floor. Yet, even so, the sight sent Yu Wanbing and Lu Xiaojia into a panic. While others may not have known Tianjing's prowess, they did. He was the first swordsman of Beiheng. The fact that he had been forced to flee without a fight was truly astonishing. Those familiar with Tianjing, like Long Feng and others, were equally shocked by his hasty retreat. What on earth happened up there? After hearing 2 gunshots, why did Tianjing flee like a scared dog? It's utterly inconceivable. Just as everyone pondered, Yu Wanbing and Lu Xiaojia, along with their entourage, were unceremoniously kicked down the stairs. They did not walk down. They were forcefully propelled from the 3rd floor. Upon seeing Gu Fei and the Zhang brothers as the ones responsible for this, Long Feng's face darkened. "Brother, how could it be them?" Long Feng scoffed. "Having beaten Yu Wanbing to this extent, they likely won't survive the night. That saves me the trouble of intervening." Chapter 81. This official does not intend to reason anymore, as if to validate Long Feng's words. No sooner had he finished speaking than over 20 thugs from Miao Miao Fong charged out from below. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Yu Wanbing, with a face twisted in rage, bellowed, "Kill those 3 for me. I will bear the consequences along with Lu Xiaojie." Yu Wanbing had never experienced such humiliation. Miao Miao Fong was his stronghold, and to be beaten into a pulp on his own turf was utterly disgraceful, tarnishing his reputation as the foremost son of the capital. Faced with the onslaught of thugs, Gu Fei remained remarkably composed, gently patting Lu Manru's shoulder to reassure her. Meeting Gu Fei's eyes, filled with a sense of security, Lu Manru felt a further surge of confidence, declaring to herself that she feared nothing. "Why, Lord Zhang Yong, ensure Miss Lu's safety," Zhang Biao said casually, stepping forward to confront the thugs. "Humph, a mere handful of thugs dares to flaunt their authority before us?" Zhang Biao scoffed, his gun already chambered and ready to fire. The newcomers, having never witnessed the power of a firearm, showed no fear, growing increasingly arrogant as they advanced. "Do you dare obstruct an official of Shangyuan City in carrying out his duties? Do you know that's a death sentence?" Zhang Biao stood firm, unconcerned, knowing that only 2 could ascend the stairs at a time. He was confident he could swiftly deal with the first 2 adversaries. Just then, a thug shouted, "You lot, charge at me!" However, just as they were about to act, Zhang Biao suddenly shifted, delivering a hook punch that sent one thug flying. "What?" The thugs displayed looks of astonishment. They had never witnessed such rapid prowess. Zhang Biao did not pause, the wind from his punches howling as he struck each thug, sending them sprawling. Yu Wanbing's eyes flashed with terror. He never expected Gu Fei's subordinates to be so formidable, outmatching even the carefully trained thugs of Miao Miao Fong. Moreover, Tianjing had also fallen victim to his concealed weapon. This realization filled him with renewed fear. He and Lu Xiaojie exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of fear in the other's eyes. Lu Xiaojie whispered, "Perhaps I should make a run for it. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in dire straits." Yu Wanbing thought to himself that if he fled now, he would become the laughingstock of the capital. What sort of place was this Shangyuan City that its inhabitants were so formidable? It was one thing for that fellow to be strong, but to resort to underhanded tactics like hidden weapons was both despicable and shameless. Just then, as Zhang Biao fought his way down the stairs to the hall on the first floor, the sound of clanking armor echoed from outside. A voice shouted, "The city defense troops are here." Upon hearing this, Yu Wanbing and Lu Xiaojie reacted as if they had just seen their own father. Moreover, the commander leading the troops was from their own Yuan faction, a man named Du Yu. When Long Feng and Long Aoshues saw Du Yu arrive with his men, a gleeful expression spread across their faces. "Hee, brother, it seems the real spectacle is about to unfold. This Gu Fei is doomed this time. Once they take him to the city defense camp, how will he ever make it out alive?" A fierce, murderous intent flickered across Long Feng's face as he thought that even if Yu Wanbing and Lu Xiaojie refrained from taking action, he, Long Feng, would find a way to eliminate Gu Fei and his companions. After all, at least half of the personnel in the city defense camp belonged to the Long family. It should be far easier to dispose of Gu Fei than it would be for Yu Wanbing. "Do you quickly apprehend that villain? Do you?" Leading a small squad of 12, had just entered when he was drawn to the sound of Yu Wanbing's voice. Upon hearing the commotion and seeing Yu Wanbing and Lu Xiaojie, he nearly burst into laughter. Struggling to contain himself, he managed to stifle a chuckle. "Young Master Yuan, young Master Lu, what brings you to such a state?" Yuan Du pointed a venomous finger at Zhang Biao and Gu Fei. "It must be those 4 ruffians. They maliciously harmed others. Seize them." However, Du was not lacking in intelligence. Although his father was affiliated with the Yuan faction, Du himself was a top-tier dandy. Albeit less renowned than Yuan Du and his associates, he scanned Gu Fei and his companions, mentally assessing their strength. Although he had not witnessed Zhang Biao's combat prowess firsthand, the sight of the fallen thugs and the dire condition of Yu Wanbing and Lu Xiaojie indicated that these 4 were no ordinary foes. Yet Du felt little fear. In the capital, no one dared attack the city defense troops. Once they closed the city gates, it mattered not how many people were present, escape would be impossible. Grasping the hilt of his sword, Du approached Gu Fei and his companions. "Gentlemen, since you have injured someone here, this becomes a matter for our city defense camp. Come with me for a visit." Gu Fei scoffed. "Is your city defense camp truly this unreasonable? Do you not intend to understand the circumstances first? If they were taken to the city defense camp, how could there be any hope for a favorable outcome? I, the general, grant you the opportunity to explain, but it will be at the city defense camp. If you are justified, I shall certainly release you. This is Piaomiao Square, a place of business. We cannot disturb their operations. Can we? Gu Fei found Du Yu's words to be meticulously evasive, a fine example of not wanting to disrupt commerce. However, Gu Fei was no fool. General Du, that will not be necessary. One sentence suffices to clarify the matter. I am the magistrate of Shangyuan County, and this is my constable, Zhang Biao. This gentleman Liu is a citizen of Shangyuan City. Liu was forcibly taken from Baihua Tower by Liu Xiaojie, and Yuanbing I was merely rescuing my county's citizen. Conversely, General Du, could you assist me in apprehending those two ruffians who brazenly abducted a virtuous woman in broad daylight? Upon saying this, Gu Fei pointed at Yuanbing and Liu Xiaojie. Little did he know that upon hearing Gu Fei claim to be the magistrate of Shangyuan City, Yuanbing cursed under his breath. Damn it, who do I think I am? Just a mere county magistrate. Do you? Why are you still dawdling? Do you require my father to personally come and request your assistance before you take action? Do you found this amusing? A mere county magistrate daring to act so brazenly in the capital. Ironically, his father was the vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, overseeing officials like Bei Hong. Without further ado, he waved his hand decisively. City Defense Brothers, charge! Apprehend these four ruffians. At Du Yu's command, the 12 soldiers from the city defense camp rushed forward, encircling Gu Fei and his companions. Ji Yufei was taken aback. He had not anticipated such rampant arrogance among the officials, offspring in the capital. It seemed that today would not end well, and he might have to face the Empress again. Only by severely beating these individuals could he hope to attract the Empress's attention. Once he was before her, given his performance today, he was certain he would emerge unscathed. With this thought, he cast a cool glance at Du Yu, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. General Du, are you truly prepared to confront us without discerning right from wrong? Do not forget, we are officials from Shangyuan City. If you obstruct us in our duties, have you considered how you will explain this? Upon hearing this, Du Yu's brows furrowed deeply. Explain? My father is the vice minister, tasked with overseeing you. Moreover, whether your claims are true remains to be seen. All soldiers, heed my command. Seize them for me. Is there still a law? Ha! In the capital, the Yuan family is the true law. Yuanbing coldly snorted. Kid, today you are as good as dead. If that is the case, then do not blame me for being unreasonable. Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong, take action. Chapter 82. Who dares to touch Lord Gu? Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, clad in protective armor, were utterly unfazed by Du Yu and his men, especially in an indoor setting. The weapons could hardly be wielded effectively, and given that Du Yu's men had never encountered anyone daring enough to confront them in the streets, they relied on sheer numbers for intimidation. In truth, their combat prowess was inferior to even Yuanbing's subordinates. Du Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, Quick, capture them. The soldiers of the city defense camp found themselves outmatched by the fierce onslaught of Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. Accustomed to bullying others, they had never experienced real combat. Consequently, they quickly fell into a defensive position against the counterattacks from Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. Wai Yuanbing, witnessing Du Yu's predicament, felt a surge of anger rising within him. He had not anticipated that Gu Fei would be audacious enough to strike at the city defense troops. At that moment, Lung Aoshue whispered to Long Feng, brother, did you send someone to assist them? Will the city defense troops arrive in time? Long Feng, grinning ominously, replied, do not worry. They will not escape. When the time comes for them to flee, you and I shall hold them back. However, what Long Feng did not expect was that Gu Fei and his companions had no intention of leaving. Instead, they settled onto a few chairs in the hall, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Lu Jing, upon hearing the report from the young eunuch Xiao Gizi regarding Gu Fei, turned pale with fright. The emperor's man, if he suffers a loss in the capital, what shall we do? He hurriedly made his way to the empress's study. Upon hearing that Gu Fei had ventured to Piaomiao Square and clashed with Yuan Du and Lu Jingqing's son, the empress's teeth clenched in frustration. Does he take my words lightly, Your Majesty? It seems that Lord Gu has not yet returned to Baihua Tower. He received word that Lu Monru was abducted by Yuanbing and Liu Xiaojie and taken to Piaomiao Square. Lord Gu went there to rescue Lu Monru. Lu Jing felt that having accepted 100 taels from Gu Fei, it would be inappropriate not to speak a word in his favor. Moreover, Gu Fei was the Empress's man. He had witnessed Gu Fei courting the Empress himself. Humph, let him perish. The Empress, seething, slammed her brush onto the desk. Lu Jing chuckled and said, So you don't care about Lord Gu? Pretending to walk out, the Empress stomped her foot. Lu Jing, take some men and protect him. Also, arrange a place for him to stay, so he doesn't wander off. Tonight, I plan to dine with him. He must return to Shangha City promptly. How vexing, Lu Jing chuckled. I knew your majesty couldn't bear to part with Lord Gu. Go. You insolent eunuch. Speak of such nonsense again, and I shall have your head. Lu Jing scurried away in the study. The Empress furrowed her brows. Do I truly care for him? Yet this scoundrel fails to bring in any wealth for me. Reflecting on the loss of 500,000 taels from Qinghua, she stamped her foot in anger. Suddenly, she felt the treasure armor beneath her dragon robe, and the memory of that day resurfaced, as if the armor still carried Gu Fei's warmth. That rascal, to let me wear such fine armor. Risking everything, sighing, the Empress's expression turned melancholy. After a brief absence, her mind was filled with thoughts of that scoundrel. Once he returned to Shanghan City, what excuse could she use to summon him back to the capital? Or perhaps she could visit him there? The Empress found herself caught in a whirlwind of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Lu Jing had summoned the leader of the Imperial Guards, Xiong and hastily led a small squad toward Piamiao Square. If anyone dared to bully Gu Fei, Lu Jing knew not what chaos would ensue in the palace. A shrewd man, he was aware that although the Empress claimed to despise Gu Fei, she was secretly concerned for him. After all, he was the future consort of the Empress, and he must be well catered to. Moreover, this Gu Fei is certainly not merely a minor county magistrate. One must wonder how the Empress could possibly allow him to remain in such a desolate place. Sooner or later, she will find an excuse to summon him to her side. At this moment, a contingent of over 100 city defense troops, led by an individual named Yu Ping, arrived at Piamiaofeng. This man is a direct descendant of the Long family. Meanwhile, those inside Piamiaofeng became aware of the commotion outside, as the soldiers, all clad in armor, had emerged from the military camp and shouted a rallying cry upon reaching the entrance. Upon hearing the noise, Yu Wanbing and Lu Xiaojia were instantly invigorated, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of victory. Du Yu, on the other hand, secretly rejoiced, believing he had finally found an excuse to extricate himself from an awkward situation. Humph, Gu Fei, did you hear that? You won't be able to fly away this time, Yu Wanbing declared triumphantly. Yet, Gu Fei displayed no sign of panic, merely smiling faintly. Oh, is it true that a higher-ranking official has arrived? That's splendid. I too wish to inquire why he permits his subordinates to act with such impunity. As soon as he finished speaking, a well-equipped unit swiftly stormed in from outside, half remaining at the entrance while the other half surrounded Gu Fei and his companions in the hall. Yu Ping strode in with an imposing demeanor and exchanged a discreet glance with Long Feng. Who are you, daring to cause trouble in the capital? You must be wishing for death. Seize them. Yu Ping glared fiercely at Gu Fei and the others, exuding an air of authority. Gu Fei mused internally about this new arrival, pondering who he was, yet noting that his first action was to lock eyes with Long Feng, who had clearly noticed him. He thought, this scoundrel can't possibly have been sent by Long Feng. How delightful it is that both factions have been drawn into enmity. Perhaps in the eyes of the Empress, Duke Zhu Lu is her staunch ally, but to Gu Fei, they are all the same. Whether it's Yu Wanbing or Long Hongyi, he harbored no interest in either of them. This esteemed general, I am the magistrate of Shangyuan County. What transpired today is a matter of safeguarding the well-being of the citizens of Shangyuan. Should you apprehend me without understanding the facts, you may find it difficult to justify to the public. Upon hearing this, Lord Long furrowed his brows. Humph, as a county magistrate, you are aware of the law yet choose to violate it. What more is there to discuss? Seize him. We shall explain everything to you once we reach the city defense camp. Gu Fei, realizing this fellow intended to take him to the city defense camp yet again, snorted coldly. You have repeatedly sought to drag me and my companions to the city defense camp. Your intentions are all too clear. Long Feng, suddenly named by Gu Fei, was taken aback but quickly recovered. Gu Fei, this is your mess, not mine. Gu Fei scoffed. Are these people not summoned by you? Realizing that Gu Fei had seen through him, Long Feng decided to drop the pretense. Why Yu Ping? Why waste words with him? Seize him at once. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Today, we shall see who dares to harm Lord Gu. Everyone turned to the entrance to find several eunuchs leading a formidable group of imperial guards marching in with great fervor. When Long Feng spotted the leading eunuch, Lu Jing, his expression darkened. As Gu Fei observed Lu Jing rushing in with a squad of imperial guards, he couldn't help but smile. Lu Jing was quite capable. It seemed he ought to be rewarded in the future. Upon Lu Jing's arrival, even Yu Ping from the city defense camp changed his expression, surprised that the chief eunuch, a trusted aide of the Empress, had come on behalf of this young man. Meanwhile, Long Feng's ire only intensified upon seeing Lu Jing. It was evident that the Empress was protecting Gu Fei. Frustratingly, since the Empress's return, she had summoned him not once, as if he had been forgotten entirely. Upon entering the hall, Lu Jing clasped his hands behind his back. Seeing the fallen assailant strewn across the floor, his expression turned cold. Lord Gu, are these individuals all attackers? Gu Fei nodded. Lu Jing then turned to Xiong. Thanks for your efforts, General Xiong. Bring them all in and deliver them to the capital's magistrate to await judgment. Wai Yuanbing and Lu Xiaojia were once again taken aback, realizing that Lu Jing seemed to be everywhere. Could he be a mere lackey of Gu Fei? Lu Gonggong, Yuanbing began, visibly displeased. Lu Jing interrupted with a cold snort. Young Master Yu, young Master Lu, you too shall also accompany them to the capital's magistrate. You have assaulted Lord Gu, yet you remain unaware that he is a hero of Beihong. He has just defeated the third prince of Dehua, Li Ji, and the third princess of Qinghua, Zhao Wan, in Taishan Hall, safeguarding 2 cities and saving countless silver taels for Beihong. Yet you fools, emboldened by the protection of your fathers, continue to provoke Lord Gu. Lu Jing continued, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Lord Gu, do you find my handling of this matter to your liking? Gu Fei responded, quite well, though I do feel inclined to slap a few of them as a form of punishment. My mood would greatly improve after doing so. Do you Fei? You dare? Gu Fei merely snorted. Xiong General, restrain them. Xiong nodded to his subordinates, and 4 imperial guards promptly subdued Yuanbing and Lu Xiaojia, leaving them pale and shocked. Wai Yuanbing, his face twisted in rage, shouted, Gu Fei, you wish for death. My father is the current prime minister. Do you dare strike me? Gu Fei scoffed. You can see whether I dare or not. However, to everyone's astonishment, Gu Fei then turned to Xiong Ping and said, Please, General Xiong, restrain this Long Feng as well, since so many behind him were summoned by this treacherous fellow. If I do not strike him, I will feel a deep frustration in my heart. Gu Fei, you dare? Long Feng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Jiu Fei, do not presume upon the Empress's support. You are overstepping. Gu Fei's gaze turned icy. If you continue to shout, I shall strike you as well. Xiong hesitated, not wishing to apprehend Long Feng. After all, he was associated with Long Hongyi, a faction aligned with the Empress. Realizing Xiong reluctance, Gu Fei snorted, General Xiong, should anything happen, I shall personally explain it to Her Majesty. Even Lu Jing's expression shifted to one of bitter amusement as he quietly said, Lord Gu, he is the son of Duke Zhu Lu. Gu Fei responded coldly, It is precisely because I know he is Duke Zhu Lu's son that I strike him. Lu Jing's heart skipped a beat, recognizing that Gu Fei was indeed a formidable character, unafraid to offend both sides. If this were to be reported in the court, he would be left with no allies to speak for him. Gu Fei was well aware of their thoughts. He turned to Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, saying, If you do not dare, then I shall. Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong, restrain him. Long Feng could not bear the humiliation any longer and barked at Yu Ping. Yu Ping, I care not who he is. Kill him, and I shall take full responsibility. Yu Ping, a staunch supporter of the Long family, drew his sword and lunged at Gu Fei with lethal intent. Should this strike connect, Gu Fei would surely be gravely injured. Even Lu Jing and Xiong were stunned, unable to comprehend Long Feng's madness. Lu Jing barely had time to shout for him to stop when a loud bang reverberated through the hall. To everyone's amazement, Yu Ping's sword suddenly recoiled, falling to the ground with a clatter, while a round hole appeared in his forehead. His eyes remained filled with murderous intent, yet this was the last image he would ever see. His body thudded heavily to the floor, bouncing slightly. The people in the hall reacted with a collective gasp, Unbelievable. Our master was willing to spare you, yet you persist in seeking his demise, truly thinking him made of clay. Zhang Biao said this with a languid demeanor, aiming his still-smoking firearm at Long Feng. Wai Yuanbing and Lu Xiaojia stood frozen in shock, realizing the weapon's immense power. Long Feng, you dare to have someone kill my master? Today, I shall sentence you to death. As he spoke, he prepared to fire. Cold Ao Xue, terrified, began to weep and hid behind Long Feng. Lu Jing rushed forward to intervene. Young Master Gu, you must not, if you kill him. The Empress, Lu Jing's expression was almost tearful, as if he might kneel to plead with Gu Fei. Gu Fei's face darkened, and he scoffed. Why are you all still standing around? Restrain this scoundrel, Lu Jing. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from Gu Fei, felt a chill run down his spine. He had an instinct that Gu Fei truly could kill Long Feng. After all, Long Feng had just threatened Gu Fei in front of him and the leader of the Imperial Guards. He quickly turned to Xiong Lai and urged, General Xiong, why are you still hesitating? Xiong Lai, momentarily stunned by Zhang Biao's weapon, had heard of Yu Ping's formidable strength and was astonished that this fellow had dispatched him effortlessly. The weapon was indeed extraordinary. If someone wielded it against him or the Empress, no one could withstand it. Why heavens, this was the dream artifact of every soldier. Yet, there was no time for further thoughts. He nodded to his subordinates again, and they rushed forward to restrain the pale-faced Long Feng. It must be said that Long Feng was indeed frightened. He had not expected Gu Fei's subordinate to be so ruthless. Taking Yu Ping's life without hesitation, Gu Fei first approached Yu Wanbing, delivering a sharp slap across his face, followed by another, resounding with a loud crack. You, like Long Feng, are insidious. Consider this a warning. If you dare to offend me again, you shall meet your demise. Yu Wanbing stood there, utterly speechless. Observing Long Feng being subdued, he felt a sense of relief, realizing that the humiliation was not his alone to bear. Gu Fei then continued to deliver 2 more demeaning slaps to his face. Approaching Lu Xiaojia, he warned, if I hear of you coercing women again, I shall sever that which makes you a man and feed it to the dogs. With that, he struck him twice more. Lu Xiaojia, trembling with fear, had not anticipated that this man was capable of such violence. Gu Fei caressed his face, saying, remember my words, for even the Duke of the National Defense cannot save you if you defy me. Lu Xiaojia nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, I won't dare. I won't dare. Finally, he turned to Long Feng. Chapter 84. The Empress protects her own. Upon seeing Long Feng still exhibiting defiance, Gu Fei swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps. Grinning menacingly, you still refuse to submit, do you? Slap, slap. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Today, I spare you only for the sake of Lord Lu Jing. Should you act irrationally again, even if the king himself comes, you will still perish. Gu Fei's murderous intent was palpable. Lu Jing, overhearing his words, puffed out his chest with pride, thinking how this killing god was granting him such face, realizing their family's influence was indeed substantial. Long Feng turned his face away, refusing to look at Gu Fei. The latter retaliated with 2 more slaps, demanding, what is this attitude? Do not think for a moment that I am afraid to kill you. Lu Jing, if you wish, step aside so I may slay him, and you can come back to collect his remains. Lu Jing's face fell at the suggestion. Observing the blood trickling from Long Feng's mouth, he hurriedly pulled Gu Fei aside. Lord Gu, please calm your anger. We still have dinner plans ahead, he whispered. Let's keep it civil. We have acquaintances at Wangchuan Tower, and I will arrange for Xiao Gizi to escort you there. Upon hearing Lu Jing's words, Gu Fei's anger subsided by half. He nodded, and with a sharp crack, he delivered another slap, this one specifically for you. You insidious, shameless scoundrel. You conspired against me while I had my issues with Yu Wanbing. And among the 3, you were the most treacherous. With a chuckle, Yu Wanbing couldn't help but laugh, finding joy in the fact that the most embarrassing moment was not his own. He suddenly thought Gu Fei amusing and lamented. Why did we not become friends? Long Feng and Yu Wanbing's laughter incensed him, causing him to shout, Gu Fei, I will not rest until you are dead. He promptly fainted from sheer rage. Gu Fei disdainfully shook his head at the sight of Long Feng's unconscious form. What a fool! Why bother? He clapped his hands and said, Manru, Diao, Zhong, let us depart. Thus, he led Lu Manru, Zhang Diao, and Zhang Yong away from Piamiaofeng. Lu Manru was once again astounded by Gu Fei's immense capability. It was beyond her imagination. Was he truly just a county magistrate? He had just humiliated the sons of the Prime Minister, the Duke of National Defense, and the Marquis of Julu in such a degrading manner. Yet Gu Fei, the protagonist of this event, appeared utterly unfazed. With Lu Jing's arrival, he must have been informed by the Empress. Surely, leveraging her authority to regain some dignity was not unreasonable. After all, having dealt with his opponents left him feeling invigorated. Xiao Gizi chuckled, Lord Gu, You have truly impressed me. These young masters usually strut around arrogantly, but today, they were thoroughly subdued by you. Half an hour later, Yu Wendu and Duke Zheng, Lu Jingxing, arrived with grim expressions, extracting Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojie from the Grand Capital's court. Although Yu Wendu had lost his position as prime minister, he still held a marquisate, remaining a formidable and influential court official due to his other roles. The Grand Capital's court dared not utter a word, directly releasing Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojie. The two then proceeded to the palace to lodge a complaint. Meanwhile, the Long family and the Julu marquisate glared at the unconscious Long Feng. Though he had awakened, he was too ashamed to face anyone. The slaps Gu Fei had delivered felt more painful than death itself, especially in Piaomiaofeng, where it was certain the entire capital would soon learn of his humiliation. With no means to reclaim his honor, father, that Gu Fei is emboldened by the Empress's protection. Enough. I know. Cold Hongi desperately wished to scold his son. You truly are a waste. Now, even the Empress must be aware of his underhanded dealings. Attempting to play the sly game, he was caught red-handed. If he sought revenge, there were countless opportunities, yet he chose to act at Piaomiaofeng. Yu Fei had the Empress's favor in full swing. And yet he dared provoke him. The more he thought about it, the angrier Cold Hongi became, especially since they had lost a direct relative. This matter, even if left unmentioned, would likely be pursued by the emperor. Ultimately, he concluded that he must visit the palace promptly to appease the Empress. At that moment, Lu Jing stood beside the Empress. Upon hearing that Long Feng had dared to order Gu Fei's death in front of Lu Jing and Xiong Lai, her eyes blazed with fury. She slammed her hand on the imperial desk, exclaiming, "Long Feng, you have the audacity!" Lu Jing's presence was akin to her being there directly. How dare Long Feng act so recklessly? It was high time to rein him in. The guerrilla general needed to be tempered. All the goodwill that had accumulated for Long Feng in her heart collapsed in an instant. She had not anticipated that he was so treacherous. Though the mountain bandit was cunning and clever, he had always acted with honor, and the contrast was stark. Before long, even the Empress Dowager Jiyu in the Jinhua Hall learned of the incident. The information relay from Piaomiaofeng was remarkably efficient. Jiyu recalled that Gu Fei had just left her chambers not long ago, only to become embroiled in such chaos. Long Feng had dared to command a murder in front of Lu Jing, and Gu Fei had rightly killed that fellow named Yu Ping. It was only fitting he met his end. They, the three noble families, still had the audacity to come and complain. Chuntao, accompany me to the imperial study. Chuntao was momentarily taken aback, pondering why the Empress Dowager, who had previously expressed disdain for Gu Fei, was suddenly so concerned about him. Could it be due to his connection with Princess Yonghe, leading her to extend her favor? Shortly thereafter, the Empress met with Long Hongi, Yu Wendu, and Lu Jingxing, accompanied by the Minister of Personnel, Yu Shernan, and the Imperial Censor, Zhang Jie. Upon witnessing this gathering, the Empress thought to herself, well, these two factions are evidently conspiring together, creating an unprecedented scenario that this mountain bandit has managed to orchestrate. Esteemed ministers, your joint presence suggests something significant has occurred. Yu Wendu and Lu Jingxing quickly bowed. Your Majesty, we implore you to take action. That Gu Fei, emboldened by imperial favor, has repeatedly assaulted the sons of our families. We beseech you to punish him severely. Hearing this, the Empress coldly scoffed, finding their audacity utterly shameless. She then turned to Long Hongi, Marquis of Julu. Do you have anything to add? Long Hongi bowed. This humble minister also seeks to bring Gu Fei to justice. He has unlawfully struck down a commander from our city defense battalion. We implore your Majesty to impose severe punishment. As Empress Xiao Lingshuang listened to Long Hongi's words, disappointment welled up within her. These were individuals who could not endure even the slightest grievance. Chapter 85. This is not right. The Empress sat behind the imperial desk, observing the assembly of ministers, nearly laughing at their inverted logic. Especially Long Hongi, who had the audacity to come and complain. Had it not been for Long Feng's underhanded tactics, would that commander named Yu Ping have perished? The Empress gently placed her vermilion brush down and disdainfully remarked, reflect upon your actions. Are your words truly factual? I ask you, why was your son struck? Did Gu Fei instigate this? Furthermore, Marquis of Julu, I have yet to inquire about the incident involving Yu Ping. Long Feng commanded his death without hesitation before Lu Jing. And I ask you, do you still regard me? Instead of self-reflecting, you come seeking my justice. Do you wish for me to imprison your sons? I ask you, what wrongdoing has Gu Fei committed? You Shernan. Zhang Jia, please enlighten us on Gu Fei's supposed transgressions. Why you Shernan stammered, Your Majesty. This, Yu Wendu, Long Hongyi, Lu Jingqing, along with Yu Shernan and Zhang Jia exchanged glances, bewildered by the Empress's sudden shift from her previously gentle demeanor to one of assertiveness. Even Zhang Jia hesitated to speak, sensing that the Empress was unlike her usual self today, having been dragged along by Yu Wendu. Sweat began to bead on Long Hongyi's forehead as he realized the Empress's honeymoon phase with him was alarmingly brief. My son Fenger once rescued you from the peril of Xiaodaling Mountain. How is it that you favor Gu Fei so, while seemingly forgetting Fenger's contributions? Upon reaching this thought, he felt a certain discomfort in his heart. With both hands clasped together, he addressed, Your Majesty, setting aside the facts, it is undeniable that Gu Fei has indeed taken lives. The unfortunate Yu Ping truly met his demise at the hands of Gu Fei's subordinates' hidden weapons. The Empress, upon hearing this, chuckled coldly. You, Cold Hongyi, have stated to set aside the facts, then what is there left to discuss? Yu Ping has dared to kill Gu Fei in the presence of my envoy. Had Gu Fei not killed him, I would have done so myself. Do any of you have further objections? If so, I shall personally conduct an inquiry into this matter, summoning all to the Grand Capital Escort. Those deserving of execution will be executed, and those who should be imprisoned will be imprisoned. At that very moment, the voice of the Empress Dowager, Gu, resounded from outside. What is it that has caused Your Majesty to be so enraged? Upon seeing the Empress Dowager's arrival, Yu Wendu's heart lightened. Let us see if the Emperor dares to oppose the Empress Dowager now. We respectfully greet the Empress Dowager. The Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, felt a chill in her heart upon Gu's sudden appearance. Realizing that the Empress Dowager might also be here to advocate for a severe punishment of Gu Fei. If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. The Empress rose from her seat, declaring, I, your daughter, pay my respects to Mother. Your Majesty, please rise, and you all may rise as well, Gu said while sitting upon the stool brought over by Lu Jing. Why Yu Wendu, clasping his hands, lamented, Empress Dowager. You must intercede for the children of our families. Gu Fei, relying on the Emperor's favor, has acted lawlessly, brazenly turning my son and the son of Duke Zheng, Lu Xiaojia, into a sight to behold. Moreover, this scoundrel, guilty of heinous crimes, has also slain a commander of the city defense forces. We await Your Majesty's judgment. Yu Wendu was on the verge of tears. Gu, perplexed by the situation, felt a wave of disdain upon witnessing Yu Wendu's demeanor. Initially, she had thought him capable, but now it seemed he was merely like this. Reflecting on the plans of so many that had been crushed by Gu Fei alone, Gu thought that had he not been so sycophantic towards the great Hua, she might have held him in higher regard. The reason Gu had collaborated with him was to ensure that once Xiaoyang ascended the throne, she could maneuver from behind the curtains, solidifying her own position. Now, however, she was alarmed to discover that Yu Wendu was not what he seemed, and he had been leaning towards Great Hua and Qing Kingdom. If Xiaoyang were to ascend the throne, it was likely that Yu Wendu would hand over Beihong to Qing Kingdom. This thought, Gu felt a flicker of relief, grateful that Gu Fei had emerged to resolve the crisis in Beihong and rejuvenate her spirits. Now these individuals still had the audacity to seek justice from her. Dream on. With this in mind, she snorted coldly. Your Majesty, please reiterate the decision you just made for me. Xiao Lingshuang, realizing Gu was indeed planning to intervene, huffed in annoyance and reiterated her previous reprimands almost verbatim. Upon hearing this, Gu remained silent, while Yu Wendu, Duke of Jinghua, Cold Hongyi, and Yu Shernan exchanged glances, mentally urging the Empress Dowager to express her stance. Xiao Lingshuang, noting Gu's expressionless demeanor, had already prepared herself. Even if Gu sought to severely punish Gu Fei, she would never agree. She was the Emperor of Beihong, and while she respected Gu by addressing her as mother, she had no obligation to honor her. After all, her father was no longer alive. She had borne enough scorn, and an additional slander mattered little. Xiao Lingshuang increasingly recognized that the so-called bandit Gu Fei was, in fact, an exceptional man. She found herself reluctant to let Gu Fei leave, uncertain if his departure would plunge her back into turmoil. Oh, how troublesome! Everyone awaited Gu's declaration, convinced that with her pressure on the Emperor, Gu Fei was bound to face misfortune. time dragged on painfully. Finally, the strikingly beautiful Empress Dowager of Beihong spoke. She slowly surveyed Yu Wendu and then Cold Hongi, sighed deeply and said, "If you insist on me voicing my opinion, I must admit that I agree with the Emperor's assessment." The moment Ji Yu's words left her lips, all present were rendered speechless. This Yu Wendu stammered, unable to comprehend, for the Empress Dowager was supposed to align with their stance. The Empress, Xiao Lingshuang, was also taken aback only to be filled with elation. At last, Ji Yu stands with me. This may indeed be the influence of that bandit Gu Fei. Xiao Lingshuang did not misinterpret. She believed it was because Gu Fei had become Xiao Xian'er's mentor that Ji Yu had sided with her. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yu Wendu's eyes as he coldly retorted, "The Empress Dowager believes Gu Fei is blameless." His tone was far from respectful. Ji Yu, aware of his nature, merely smiled faintly. "Lord Changxin, Gu Fei has indeed committed no wrongdoing. He did not initiate any provocation, nor did he kill without cause. It was your children who incessantly provoked him, seeking to take his life. I would like to inquire how you have educated your offspring. I fear that should they rise to power, they may act even more recklessly. Emperor, let us proceed as you see fit." For the first time, a smile graced the Empress's face due to Ji Yu's words. "Since the Empress Dowager has no objections, Yu Shernan, draft the decree. Demote Yu Wendu, Lu Xiaojia, and Cold Feng. Each will be lowered by 1 rank. Yu Wendu and Cold Feng will fall from 5th rank Yuji General to 6th rank Jinwei Captain. Lu Xiaojia, lacking any official title, will receive 20 strokes as punishment. As soon as the Empress's words were uttered, Yu Wendu and the other two were left dumbfounded. This, Chapter 86. Yu Wendu's poisonous scheme. The three left the imperial study with dark expressions. Outside, Yu Wendu scoffed, "Lord Julu, who would have thought you toil for the Emperor? Only to see your son also face punishment? Ha ha!" Cold Hongi felt quite displeased by Yu Wendu's remark. "If a mistake has been made, punishment is warranted. What is wrong with that? I pity you. Had the second prince ascended, what would a mere Gu Fei amount to? I would let him live or die at my whim." Cold Hongi snorted and left in a huff, leaving Yu Wendu to laugh heartily. Turning to Duke Shenghua, Lu Jingxing, and saying, "This man is not to be trifled with." Though both wore smiles, discontent towards the Empress Dowager simmered within them. Their greatest reliance was on the Empress Dowager to suppress the Empress. Yet her actions had surprised them. Suddenly, Duke Shenghua spoke, "Are we truly powerless against that Gu Fei? Isn't he just the newly appointed magistrate of Shangyuan City? We can certainly exploit that angle." Why Yu Wendu paused. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I might not have considered it. Tomorrow at court, let us raise this matter, and I will ensure Shangyuan City is thrown into chaos, never to know peace." Duke Shenghua chuckled. "Lord Changxin, have you forgotten? The Emperor has barred you from entering the Taishan Hall." Yu Wendu scoffed again. "Rest assured, even in my absence tomorrow, I will ensure this matter comes to fruition. One day, I will compel the Empress to personally invite me back." With that thought, he calculated, realizing that the third young master of Great Hua and the princess of Qing Kingdom had yet to depart, and he could still collaborate with them. He quickened his pace, intending to seek out the third prince, Li Ji, for further discussion. Beihong, being the smallest in both population and land among all vassal states of Great Hua, rendered the position of prime minister nearly insignificant. However, if Qing Kingdom or Great Hua could offer him a position equivalent to that of a prime minister, it would be highly desirable. At that point, he could easily annihilate Beihong, for Yu Wendu knew the intricacies of Beihong all too well. He was aware of the weaknesses of nearly every military and civil official, and with such knowledge, victory was assured. Half an hour later, the third prince of Great Hua was in the residence designated for the emissaries of Great Hua, engaged in discussion with Princess Zhao Wan of Qing Kingdom. Suddenly, they were informed of Yu Wendu's visit. Lig scoffed. "What does this useless fellow want now? Tell him to scram." This scoundrel, having caused him to lose 3 years' worth of tribute, had also prevented him from taking action against Yonghe and Yongyuan cities. Zhao Wan quickly intervened. "Third prince, do you not wish to hear what this old fool has to say? Let him in. I wish to hear how he intends to explain this matter." Upon entering, Yu Wendu immediately spotted Li Ji's mocking and sardonic expression. "Your subordinate greets the third prince? Humph! Yu Wendu, how dare you show your face here? It is you who has caused me to lose so much tribute, leaving me with no explanation for my father." Li Ji's anger flared. "It was merely 3 years' tribute. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's fury escalated. What do you mean merely? You owe me that, Lord Julu. What nonsense are you spouting? The third prince is nearly at his wit's end, and you still dare to speak cooling words. Zhao Wan shot Yu Wendu a fierce glare. Humph! Li Ji coldly snorted, thinking that today, if you fail to clarify this matter, you will not leave this place. Speak. How do you intend to remedy the mistake you have made today? Li Ji's tone was domineering, causing Yu Wendu to feel displeasure, inwardly questioning, what do you mean by my mistake? This was merely the usual tribute, yet you all foolishly chose to gamble. However, he dared not voice such thoughts. His inherently sinister gaze now gleamed with a hint of mischief, instantly revealing his wicked intentions. Third prince, this is merely a trifling tribute from the past 3 years. What if we were to exchange this tribute for the entirety of Beiheng? Yu Wendu displayed a cunning demeanor. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's interest was undeniably piqued. What do you mean by that? Yu Wendu leaned closer to Li Ji and whispered a series of words into his ear. Suddenly, a smile illuminated Li Ji's face, dispelling the shadows from his eyes. Zhao Wan observed this and couldn't help but let out a cold snort, thinking to herself about the mysterious old man. Why, Yu Wendu? Should this plan succeed, you shall undoubtedly take the credit. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhao Wan asked, Third Prince, what did he say to you that has brought you such joy? Haha, I will tell you about this later. The matter is too significant for anyone else to know right now. Zhao Wan pouted in response, playfully complaining, Humph, not even I get to know. How annoying. Li Ji affectionately patted her cheek. I shall tell you later. Wanner, be a good girl and go entertain yourself elsewhere for now. Understanding that the two had secret matters to discuss, Zhao Wan reluctantly swayed her hips and departed. Her ultimate goal was to marry Li Ji, and ideally assist him in advancing further. Of course, she would not mind obtaining the throne herself. Once Zhao Wan had left, Li Ji turned to Yu Wendu and said, Sit down and let us discuss how to implement this plan. Yu Wendu smiled subtly, thinking that if this scheme were to succeed, Beiheng would likely crumble in an instant. As for the hunting competition, we could modify the rules. In addition to the 3,000 soldiers, we can invite the emperors of various nations to witness the event in person. This would provide us ample opportunities for action, both on the way there and back, allowing us to capture them all at once. Should any complications arise, the ambush prepared in advance by the third prince could swiftly intervene to control the situation in Beiheng. With the full support of the kingdom of Qing, wouldn't Beiheng then fall into the third prince's grasp? Li Ji hesitated, but I fear my father may not agree. Having the emperors present may prove difficult. Third prince, you can persuade the emperor of Qing to approach the emperor on your behalf, and then use your spare time to convince the other nations. Just inform them that if they agree to send their emperors to the Great Hua hunting competition, you could grant them an extension on next year's tribute. I believe they will likely agree. Do not forget, you are the one who demands the tribute each year. You have the authority to decide when they pay. Upon hearing this, Li Ji slapped his thigh. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Moreover, with the trust the Empress has in Gu Fei, she will surely bring him along. Once that lad is on Great Hua's territory, the third prince can manipulate him as he wishes. Yu Wendu then proposed another devious idea. The two continued to discuss enthusiastically, and before they knew it, 2 hours had swiftly passed. Meanwhile, outside Wangchuan Tower, the Empress, along with Lu Jing and Xiong Lai, disguised themselves and arrived at the entrance. Chapter 87. Parting approaches, I must say. When Gu Fei saw the Empress Xiaoling Shuang truly appear before him, he felt a surge of joy within. They were seated at a table for two, while the others were distributed across different tables. What's wrong? You seem rather unhappy upon seeing me, Gu Fei remarked with a smile. Not at all. But the thought of this parting might mean we one team meet again, which does dampen my spirits, he confessed. The Empress Xiaoling Shuang felt a pang of emotion at his words. In that moment, she realized that this troublesome bandit was indeed the person she trusted the most. Only in his presence could she drop her facade and reveal her true self. With that thought, she bestowed upon him a rare smile. You? Ever since you left the palace, you've caused me trouble. Gu Fei, seeing her smile, felt his own spirits lift. Look at how beautiful your smile is. It's like two different people. The Empress felt a twinge of discomfort at his words, thinking to herself that it was not that she disliked smiling, but rather that she was not permitted to do so. Is that so? Xiaoling Shuang regained her composure. From a distance, Lu Monru had been covertly watching Gu Fei and the Empress for quite some time, thinking to herself that she had waited for this moment. The expressions exchanged between the two, although their words were inaudible, clearly indicated a relationship far beyond ordinary friendship, reminiscent of a couple in love, which stirred a pang of jealousy within her. She turned to Zhang Biao and asked, "Brother Biao, who is that woman?" Zhang Biao glanced at Lu Jing and then at the stern-faced Xiong Lai, pondering that if even their master was unaware, he too was in the dark. She is a friend of our master. Isn't that right, Lu Gonggong? Lu Jing quickly chimed in, beaming at Gu Monru. Yes, yes, the Empress treats her very well, which is why she always sends us to protect her. Isn't that right, General Xiong? Lu Jing's response was somewhat off-topic, but it served its purpose as he provided cover for the Empress. Otherwise, why would the Empress's personal eunuch always appear here? Xiong Lai, not quite grasping Lu Jing's insinuations, could only nod in agreement. He soon realized the implication of Lu Jing's words. Who else could warrant the Empress risking her safety by sneaking out of the palace to dine with? Only Gu Fei. The atmosphere was tinged with ambiguity and awkwardness. You troublesome bandit, after leaving the capital, live well. I mean, if you have time, do come to the capital to visit me. The Empress looked at Gu Fei, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Jiu Fei, taken aback by the usually aloof Xiao Ling Shuang's sudden emotional display, almost blurted out, "Who cares?" But upon seeing her eyes misty with emotion, he quickly amended, "As long as you wish to see me, I will come. Should you not wish to see me, I shall refrain from coming." The Empress huffed, "Suit yourself. You have no skill in sweet talk." Gu Fei smiled slightly, "And if you have the time and wish to visit Shang'an City, you are more than welcome. I guarantee you'll be well fed and housed, and even provided a place to sleep." Upon hearing his playful banter, the Empress burst into laughter. "You troublesome bandit, you'll never change. Do you know that such a personality will bring you misfortune? Be cautious on your way back. You have offended so many people, and I fear someone may cause you trouble on the road." "Yes, I know." Gu Fei spoke with a grave tone, fully aware that those ruffians would undoubtedly seek him out again. However, once he reunited with Xiao Shi and the others, he feared nothing. Suddenly, the Empress added, "And without my permission, you are not to lay a hand on any other woman." Hearing this, Gu Fei raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her words. "You forbid me from touching others. Yet do you wish me to rely on my 5 brothers?" Was this an acknowledgement of him as her man? Curious to test the waters, Gu Fei understood that the path to a woman's heart often traversed through her. Having taken the first step successfully, it seemed effective. Her attitude toward him had shifted dramatically, serving as evidence. This, however, appeared to be a challenge, unless she acknowledged him as hers. The Empress, being a person of pride, would never concede to such a title, merely huffing in response. Sensing her frustration, Gu Fei leaned in and softly suggested, "Then you should not touch other men either." You are indeed clever." "I certainly won't." Observing the Empress's bashful demeanor, it seemed she had much more to say. Suddenly, Gu Fei stood up, taking her by the hand. "Come, let us talk in my room." Without waiting for her consent, he led her away. Xiong Lai and Zhang Biao, noticing the pair ascend the stairs, attempted to follow, but Lu Jing quickly restrained them. "Do not worry. They surely have private matters to discuss. Let us not interrupt them, and let us continue our meal." Lu Jing sat back, watching as the Empress and Gu Fei vanished from sight, thinking it was only right to allow them a moment to express their feelings before parting. Yet, he mused, even now the Empress was concealing Gu Fei's identity. These two truly are fascinating. Come, let us drink a few cups. The Empress was pulled into the room by Gu Fei. Just as she was about to speak, he enveloped her in his arms. She was momentarily stunned, and then his lips sealed hers, as they lost themselves in an intoxicating kiss that nearly left her breathless, her body growing weak from lack of oxygen. "Troublesome bandit. You?" Gu Fei gazed at the alluring figure of the Empress, who was nearly collapsing in his embrace, and lifted her effortlessly, carrying her toward the bed. Their garments fell to the floor in an instant. Since their last intimate encounter, the Empress had been stirred by her own desires. Aware that their parting was imminent, the two found a synchrony in their movements, shedding all reservations. Soon, they became entwined, their bodies communicating as one. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Fei finally completed the act. Feeling a wave of relief and satisfaction, the Empress lay there, utterly spent, her limbs limp as she gazed at Gu Fei, her heart brimming with joy. "Do you, Fei? If you have time, you must come to the capital to see me." "All right." At this moment, the Empress appeared remarkably docile, a sight that left Gu Fei utterly astonished at her unexpected sweetness. Shy and charming, radiant and captivating. These adjectives suited her perfectly in this instance. "Very well. As long as I have the time, I shall visit you," Gu Fei declared with conviction, feeling an added weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. "But how shall I find you?" he pondered aloud. The Empress gently rested her cheek against his chest and replied softly, "When the time comes, Lu Jing will provide you with a token. Upon your arrival, simply ask for Lu Jing." "Are you not allowing me to visit your home?" Gu Fei questioned, a hint of confusion in his gaze. While playfully pinching her delicate lips, "It's rather inconvenient. It would be much simpler for you to seek me at the palace." "All right then," Gu Fei mused, considering that Lung Lingshuang could not possibly be the daughter of Lung Hongyi. Otherwise, given Long Feng's treatment of him, she would certainly ignore him. "Moreover, if I find myself in need of your protection, will you be able to appear by my side without delay? And now you ask, am I not your husband?" A teasing smirk graced Gu Fei's face as he deliberately provoked her. The Empress playfully struck him, retorting, "If you were not my husband, would I allow you to treat me so frivolously? Having said that, if I, Gu Fei, do not protect my woman, what kind of man would I be?" Every woman delights in sweet words, especially when uttered by the man she adores. The Empress gazed deeply into Gu Fei's eyes and inquired, "If you were aware of the dangers, would you still come to protect me?" "What is danger to me? I traversed the treacherous roads from Shangyuan City, risking life and limb, just to bring you to the capital." Gu Fei responded, "Even if you wish to overthrow the Empress and become a sovereign yourself, I would gladly assist you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingshuang's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself that this audacious scoundrel had not changed one bit. "Scoundrel, keep boasting. If you dare utter such words, not only will I become the Empress of Beiheng, but I shall also claim the title of Empress of Dahua. Let us see if you still dare to boast." Seeing the little girl doubt his words, Gu Fei thought to himself that he was merely speaking the truth. With the current technology and resources in Shangyuan City, conquering a capital city would be akin to child's play. However, to dominate the entire nation would prove exceedingly challenging, as even with a full army, Shangyuan City could muster at most 10,000 troops. Capturing a city is one thing, but it requires a significant force to hold it. Noticing Gu Fei's silence, the Empress pinched his chin playfully. "Why have you stopped boasting now? This mischievous girl dares to underestimate me," Gu Fei thought, playfully swatting her bottom and boldly declaring, "If my heart desires it, I could topple any royal court in the world. However, holding on to what we conquer is a different story. As you know, we have but a handful of people in Shangyuan City. Rest assured, give your husband a few more years, and by then, whether you wish to conquer Beiheng or have your eyes set on any neighboring nation, I shall ensure you obtain it. Together, we shall reign as emperors." Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the Empress's heart raced. Her eyes locked onto his, searching for sincerity in his expression. His demeanor suggested he was not jesting, leaving her momentarily stunned. Are there truly many remarkable things in Shangyuan City? She suddenly recalled the countless extraordinary items he had produced along their journey, each one more astonishing than the last. Perhaps this fellow truly could achieve the impossible. Remarkable things? Everything in Shangyuan City is extraordinary. It is hard to explain now, but perhaps in the future, you will come to understand. Ultimately, even the mightiest army in this world pales in comparison before us. Listening to his audacious claims, the Empress found herself at a crossroads of belief. On one hand, it seemed almost too incredible to accept. Yet, their journey had indeed been nothing short of miraculous. They had flown from Jiangnan to Jiangbei, a feat that would be met with disbelief if recounted to others. And then there was that telescope that allowed them to see from afar. Was that not also a marvel? The myriad wonders she had witnessed in Shangyuan City appeared to defy belief. Could she truly trust him to protect her? "Lingshuang, would you mind staying here tonight?" Gu Fei asked, tightening his embrace around her, his tone filled with anticipation. The Empress initially frowned at the suggestion, but the thought of their impending separation made her want to relent. Yet, concerns of being discovered loomed over her, and with an early court session the next morning, staying out was nearly impossible. The palace had officials tasked with recording her movements, and if they noted her absence for a single night, It would spell trouble. She was not yet in full control of the palace, and concealing her actions was a formidable challenge. I cannot linger here for too long. Otherwise, it will surely be discovered. If that happens, not only will I be in trouble, but you will be as well. Should you return next time, I promise to surprise you. Gu Fei recognized that he was perhaps being unreasonable. For in this era, it was indeed inappropriate for a young woman to be out overnight in that case. Let your husband indulge himself just this once. Jiu Fei's hands once more ventured toward the Empress. Chapter 88. Buying gifts to take home. More than an hour later, Lu Jing and the others remained seated at the dining table. The owner of the tavern, well aware that Lu Jing was the chief eunuch of the palace, dared not utter a word, and so the food and drink continued to flow. Zhang Biao and Lu Manru were growing increasingly anxious, wondering what the two were discussing upstairs that had taken so long. Just as their patience began to wane, Gu Fei appeared, hand in hand with the Empress. As they descended the staircase, the Empress's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and those who understood the situation could readily surmise what had transpired between the two. Even Zhang Biao could sense something was amiss, realizing that the task his sister had entrusted him was likely doomed to failure. Lu Manru felt a pang of jealousy, thinking to herself that no wonder Gu Durian had refused her advances that day. It was all for this cold young lady. As the Empress departed, she instructed Lu Jing to hand a token to Gu Fei before taking her leave in a carriage, not daring to glance back for fear of wanting to stay. My lord, the cold young lady has already left. Are you still watching? Gu Fei gazed longingly at the departing carriage, his heart heavy with melancholy. The barriers between them had finally dissolved, yet they now faced the prospect of a long-distance relationship. How could he not feel sorrow? The journey from Shangyuan City to the capital was no trivial matter. Even by water, it took over 10 days, and traversing the mountains was even more arduous. Gu Fei kicked Zhang Biao playfully, exclaiming, "You silent fool! No one thinks you're mute. We haven't seen Xiao Shi and the others for days. Why haven't you gone to inquire about them, my lord?" "Who says we haven't inquired? Xiao Shi and the others have long since located us. They just haven't had the chance to inform you," Zhang Biao replied with a tone of exasperation. They had brought supplies but could not enter the city, opting instead to stay in a small town 5 li away from the capital. Upon hearing that Xiao Shi and the others were merely 5 li away, Gu Fei sighed in relief. Having them along would make the journey home significantly safer. As long as they did not encounter hundreds or thousands of pursuers, they had little to fear in that case. While the city gates remain open, Zhang Yong, hurry and notify Xiao Shi and Xiao Suwa to send a few people in. We must bring back something from this trip. We shall leave at dawn tomorrow. My lord, you promised to buy gifts for my sister and Captain Yi. Do not forget. Zhang Biao timely reminded him, prompting Gu Fei to consider kicking him again for his audacity. Zhang Biao, you stay here and wait for Zhang Yong and the others. I will take Lu Dajia to help pick out some jewelry to bring back. Jiu Fei wished to avoid the troublesome Zhang Biao, for his presence would surely disrupt their shopping. Lu Manru chuckled softly at Gu Fei's decision to leave Zhang Biao behind. My lord, will it be all right to leave Brother Biao here alone? Of course, I find it quite agreeable, Gu Fei replied with a teasing smile. Come, let us find some jewelry to take back. Your taste is surely impeccable. Upon hearing that they would be purchasing jewelry, Lu Manru's spirits lifted instantly. While I may not excel in many areas, selecting beautiful accessories is certainly within my capabilities. With confidence, she recalled her refined upbringing as a lady of the house. The two left behind a dejected Zhang Biao, laughing heartily as they made their exit. My lord, what has happened? He wasn't like this before. It's not even spring. Why does it feel like he is smitten? Zhang Biao mused, but then he remembered he also needed to buy something for his sister. Otherwise, he would surely face her wrath. Hey, you buy what you wish, and I shall do the same. I will buy something secretly. After all, Zhang Yong and Xiao Shi will not return for at least an hour, which is ample time. Under Lu Manru's guidance, Gu Fei found himself at the finest jewelry store in the capital, the Longxiang Jewelry Store. Lu Manru was a frequent visitor here, a century-old establishment that Gu Fei had promised to visit for gifts for Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao. Each girl would receive a beautiful hairpin, a memory etched clearly in his mind. If he returned empty-handed, the two young ladies would likely ignore him for at least a week. The shopkeeper recognized Lu Manru immediately, as soon as she entered with Gu Fei. The middle-aged man welcomed them warmly. Lady Lu has come. Please, come inside. With a slight smile, Lu Manru replied, Today, it is not I who is buying. but this young Master Gu who wishes to purchase some jewelry for his two ladies. Gu Fei stammered, two ladies? This was deliberately stated by Lu Monru, who actually sought to discreetly inquire whether the remarkable Gu Fei still had any women in Shangyuan City. This aloof lady of the capital seemed to be someone he had only recently acquainted. Thus, it was likely that the two women at home were his legitimate partners. Upon observing Gu Fei's lack of rebuttal, Lu Monru became increasingly convinced that he indeed had a wife in Shangyuan City. Oh, so it is Master Gu, my apologies. Gu Fei nodded at the shopkeeper and then turned to Lu Monru. Lu miss, I know nothing about these ornaments. I am entirely reliant on your expertise. Master Gu, I shall purchase according to my own preferences, but if the two ladies are displeased later, you mustn't hold me accountable. Gu Fei chuckled heartily and replied, just by what you like. You may also choose one for yourself. Let us select a complete set for each of them, including necklaces, bracelets, and hairpins. Gu Fei mused that while Shangyuan City had everything, jewelry was their Achilles heel, labor-intensive with minimal profit, far inferior to weaving. Consequently, they did not engage in this trade. Comparatively, the styles available in the imperial capital's jewelers were vastly superior to those in Shangyuan City. One set for each, in silver or gold. Lu Monru pondered, realizing gold would not come cheap. Naturally, it must be gold. She thought, aware that should silver be chosen, the two ladies would certainly be displeased, especially that little Yanlin. Upon hearing the request for gold, the shopkeeper immediately recognized he had a significant customer on his hands. At least 1,000 taels of silver would be involved. Lu Monru's discerning eye for appreciation was indeed impressive. She quickly selected 2 sets of jewelry for Gu Fei. However, she hesitated over one of the gold hairpins. Master Gu, which do you find more appealing, the cloud phoenix patterned hairpin or this ruby bouncing hairpin? Gu Fei thought to himself, how would I know? Based on his own taste, he found the cloud phoenix patterned hairpin more attractive. He pointed, that one, just then, a delicate, fair hand reached from the side and snatched the hairpin from Lu Monru's grasp. Shopkeeper, I shall take this hairpin. Chapter 89. Encounter with the third princess of Qinghua without needing to turn. Gu Fei recognized the voice immediately. He could hardly believe that he would encounter Zhao Wan, the third princess of Qinghua, while merely purchasing an ornament. When Gu Fei turned his head, Zhao Wan exclaimed, "It is you." Gu Fei chuckled, "Princess, what a delightful surprise. I never expected to see you again. By the way, where is your third prince?" "None of your business," Zhao Wan retorted coldly. "Shopkeeper, I will take this gold hairpin." Gu Fei swiftly reclaimed it, saying, "Do you not understand manners? Shouldn't one consider the order of arrival?" Zhao Wan's guards immediately moved to intervene, but she halted them. "Shopkeeper, how much for this hairpin?" "I will pay 10 times the price." Zhao Wan felt a surge of frustration, as if something was lodged in her throat. The shopkeeper was nearly dumbfounded, realizing that a royal princess was indeed generous. Hearing the offer, the shopkeeper seized the opportunity. "My dear customer, this hairpin was priced at 100 taels. If you are offering 10 times, that amounts to 1,000 taels. Do you still want it?" "Of course," Zhao Wan replied, her voice dripping with disdain. "I will offer 5,000 taels." This price left Lu Monru and the shopkeeper astounded. Zhao Wan, unwilling to be outdone, declared, "This mere little official is nothing. I will offer 10,000 taels." Gu Fei laughed heartily. "You win. A gold hairpin multiplying 100-fold. How foolish." With that, he tossed down a few banknotes, grabbed another hairpin, and took Lu Monru's hand to leave. The hairpin had become a tool to outwit Zhao Wan, and there was no reason to linger. Zhao Wan, already irked, shouted, "Stop those two." Her 4 guards swiftly positioned themselves in an X formation to block their path. "Why do you buy your gold hairpin while I walk my own path? Do you intend to abduct me for marriage, princess? You? How dare you speak so brazenly? Today, at Taishan Hall, I let you escape like a coward. Now that I have you, I shall not let you go. Are you still keen on gambling with me, princess?" "Indeed," Zhao Wan replied haughtily. Earlier that morning, failing to seize the opportunity to eliminate Gu Fei had humiliated her. If she could now find a chance to defeat him, surely the third prince would be pleased, and perhaps even praise her. Upon hearing her intent to gamble again, Gu Fei thought, "Isn't this merely a way of offering me money? Tell me, do you have 500,000 taels on you?" "I do not have 500,000 taels. I will not gamble." "You?" "I have 100,000 taels on me. If you win, I shall compensate you later." Zhao Wan spoke with an air of arrogance. Ha! You think I would believe you? Gu Fei mercilessly exposed her deceit. 500,000 taels? That's more than enough to kidnap you and sell you. I'm sure the Emperor of Qing would gladly pay for your ransom. Meanwhile, Lu Monru was astounded by their exchange, realizing they were discussing wagers in the millions. Good heavens, and this proud and aloof woman was indeed the third princess of Qinghua. The shopkeeper, feeling anxious, cautiously suggested, "May I settle the bill for my humble establishment first?" Zhao Wan shot him a glare filled with malice. "You shameless merchant, be gone!" The shopkeeper was left speechless, unable to utter a single word. He could only silently curse. What a pretentious display without funds! Zhao Wan turned back to Gu Fei, clearly agitated. "What must I do for you to agree to gamble with me?" Gu Fei's eyes roamed over her unabashedly, making Zhao Wan feel as if her very being were laid bare. "You lecher, what are you staring at? Be careful, or I shall have your eyes gouged out." Gu Fei stroked his chin, clicking his tongue. "Your appearance is passable and your figure is decent. Perhaps I shall use you as my wager. Besides that 100,000 taels, I'll also take you." Boldly, "How dare you belittle our princess? If the princess orders us to seize this rascal, you may punish him as you wish." Gu Fei snorted. "If you wish to keep your lives, I suggest you remain silent." Just then, Zhang Biao and Xiao Shi's voices echoed from behind. "Who dares to disrespect our master? Let me show you." With a loud slap, Zhang Biao, accompanied by Xiao Shi and others, entered and struck the face of the guard who had just threatened Gu Fei. With the addition of Xiao Shi and his crew, Zhang Biao felt emboldened, believing their group to be formidable. These mere guards dared to threaten their master? They truly did not know their limits. The guard, who was just slapped, covered his face, astonished and furious. Initially, he intended to draw his weapon but found himself intimidated by the 7 fierce men standing behind Zhang Biao, rendering him motionless. The other 3 guards exchanged glances, the atmosphere tense and charged. "How dare you touch my guards? Do you know that if I inform your Empress, she will certainly order your execution?" Zhang Biao smirked. "Then go ahead and tell her. Do not think your title can intimidate us." Gu Fei observed the third princess, who was on the verge of losing her temper. "Princess, it seems your guards do not understand the rules. My men will educate them. If you wish to express your gratitude, we are open to it. But think carefully, who does the Empress trust, you or me? You wanted to gamble, didn't you? Let us stick to the earlier proposal. If you lose, you shall become my bed servant for a year. Or pay me 500,000 taels in cash." Chapter 90. The gamble continues. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, Zhao Wan gritted her teeth, her face a canvas of emotions, pale, then flushed with anger. If she were to back down now, not only would she lose face, but this insufferable man would also look down upon her. Most crucially, this challenge was one no one could solve. Should she lose? No, that was inconceivable. Thus, she suppressed her fury. "All right, I shall draft this agreement, but should you lose, I will take your life." Zhao Wan commanded the shopkeeper of Xiao Longxiang, "Lend me your writing materials," in the midst of his grievances and disdain. The proprietor of Xiao Longxiang, though reluctant, found himself compelled to lend his quill. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, even without purchasing the item, I am still obligated to part with 2 sheets of paper." Before long, the 2 agreements were duly signed, adorned with the respective fingerprints and names of both parties. Jiu Fei, upon receiving the documents, scrutinized them carefully, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. The third princess is indeed forthright. With a gentle flick, he folded the agreements and tucked them away, confident that the third princess would uphold her word, for once uttered, her promise was as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. "Humph, this princess naturally keeps her promises." Zhao Wan let out a cold snort. Had her gaze possessed lethal intent, Gu Fei would have perished several times over by now. "Speak, what shall we wager?" "Humph, you are utterly oblivious to my intentions." "Gu Fei, your fate is sealed." Jiu Fei feigned horror and dismay. "Oh dear, indeed. I am completely in the dark about your wager. Am I then destined for doom?" Observing Gu Fei's theatrics, Lu Monru subtly tugged at his hand. Whispering, "My lord, shall we flee? As long as we survive, we lose no face." Yet Zhao Wan's keen ears caught the conversation. "Flee? Dream on. With the agreements in my possession, I could easily demand your life from your Empress." Gu Fei exclaimed, "Oh, your words only heighten my fear. But should I emerge victorious, will you not flee? If you dare to renege, I shall summon your father to claim your life. But, ha ha, with so many witnesses here. Where do you think you can escape? Humph, why would this princess flee? Your demise is inevitable." As she spoke, she drew from her sleeve a pair of golden lion figurines, each the size of an egg. Gu Fei, seeing this, reached out to take them, exclaiming, "Are these not tokens of affection bestowed upon me by the princess?" Zhao Qing scoffed, "Tokens of affection? You are hardly worthy. They are not tokens of love but rather treasures that could cost you your life. These lions were a gift from my father, and I have carried them since childhood, granting me protection for 17 years. While they appear golden, one is only half gold." The challenge she posed was to identify which lion was pure gold and which was half gold and half silver within the span of a single incense stick. "However, I have my conditions. Do not damage them, nor attempt to weigh them, for their size and weight are identical." Upon hearing the final stipulation, Gu Fei nearly burst into laughter. Had their weights been dissimilar? He might have been concerned. Now, with their weights equal, he needn't exert any mental effort. The densities of gold and silver differ. Although both lions weighed the same, the volume of the gold lion would be smaller. The one containing silver would undoubtedly be larger, though the difference might not be apparent to the untrained Yu Fei accepted the warm, gleaming lions from Zhao Wan's hands, already formulating a strategy. Given their irregular shapes, he could measure their displacement in water to discern which was pure gold. However, he did not wish to stumble in Zhao Wan's trap. What if the two lions differed in weight from the outset? A crowd had gathered, intrigued by the stakes. 500,000 taels and a life. Even at night, the shop buzzed with dozens of onlookers. With the tension palpable, Gu Fei addressed the proprietor of Shao Longxiang. "Might you assist me in verifying whether the weights of these two lions are indeed equal?" Zhao Wan, sensing Gu Fei's defiance, felt emboldened. He was destined to fail, as she had already revealed the weights were the same. "You seem to have run out of options. I suggest you concede now, and I shall grant you a swift death." The bystanders chimed in. "Indeed. They already informed you that the weights are identical. You are merely wasting time, and look how much incense has burned." This fool was courting disaster, daring to engage in such a gamble. Lu Monru, listening to the crowd's chatter, felt a cold sweat forming in her palms. What now? She pondered, for no one had ever discerned the contents of gold without cutting it open. Only Zhang Biao and a few others remained unfazed, knowing their lord possessed ample means, and this matter of gold and silver was well within his expertise. The proprietor of Shao Longxiang returned with a finely crafted scale, a smug grin on his face. "Lord Gu, this is the most precise scale in the establishment, ensuring accuracy to the slightest degree." Gu Fei nodded. "Let us weigh them." Soon, the proprietor was chuckling. "What fortune! Both lions weigh exactly 5 taels, without a single discrepancy." Gu Fei, upon hearing this, inwardly mused, "Is this woman deranged? Who carries a pound of gold around casually?" Observing Gu Fei's stoic demeanor, Zhao Wan felt a swell of confidence. "I warned you both lions weigh the same. You see, the incense has burned down an inch already. What further strategies do you possess? Think quickly, lest you find yourself begging for mercy." "I assure you, that will not happen. We can all testify." The crowd, eager for entertainment, egged on the spectacle. Jiu Fei snapped, "Testify? I will require your assistance in proving my victory. Should I win, this woman shall be my servant." Laughter erupted among the spectators, incredulous at his audacity even as defeat loomed. Unfazed by their mockery, Gu Fei turned to the proprietor with a grin. "Kind sir, could you fetch me a bowl of hot water? A small one will suffice." The crowd erupted once more at Gu Fei's request, a commotion sweeping through as they speculated he intended to wash away the gold. Zhang Biao's eyes widened, fierce as copper bells. "Which fool dares to mock our lord? I will drag you out and trample you." Chapter 91. "Remember, you will henceforth be my maid." Before long, a white porcelain bowl filled with steaming water was brought forth. Gu Fei surveyed the bowl with satisfaction. Yet, his next move left the onlookers aghast. He lifted the bowl and, in one swift motion, gulped down half of the water. After finishing, he smacked his lips, exclaiming, "Ah, refreshing." My mouth was parched. The crowd was astounded. This fellow was truly parched amid such tension. Someone jested, Why not have a bowl of baijiu as a farewell toast? Gu Fei shot a glance at the speaker, retorting coolly, simpleton. The crowd watched as he placed the remaining half of the water back on the table and declared, Behold, I shall discern which lion is gold and which contains silver, relying solely on this half bowl of water. Pft, fooling whom? You think water can distinguish gold from silver? I could just exhale. Yet Zhao Wan felt an ominous chill. Gu Fei's calm demeanor was unnerving. Zhang Biao, bring your dagger. Ignoring the crowd's derision, Gu Fei first placed one lion into the bowl, then etched a line on the water's surface with his dagger, subsequently dropping in the second lion and marking another line. There we have it. The lion containing silver is this one. He pulled out the lion that had caused the water level to rise higher. The crowd stood in stunned silence, incredulous at the outcome. Is this truly possible? You merely placed them in water and marked two lines to determine which is gold and which contains silver. Zhao Wan's face turned pale. She could scarcely accept such a simple defeat. How could she live with the knowledge that she had been outsmarted in such a manner, destined to serve as someone's maid for a year? Gu Fei, reveling in her inability to accept reality, mockingly urged, Come now, third princess, observe as I toss the lions back into the bowl, pointing to the rising water level. Due to the greater density of gold compared to silver, the volume of gold will be smaller at the same weight. Thus, when both equally weighted lions are submerged, the smaller one, being pure gold, will cause a lesser rise in the water level. The proprietor of Xiao Longxiang chimed in. I shall demonstrate. He tossed both lions into the bowl, immediately noticing the difference in water levels. Ha! How amusing! Third princess, may the wager be honored, and do not go back on your word. You just proclaimed your intent to purchase my hairpin for 10,000 taels of silver. The proprietor was the first to press Zhao Wan. Indeed, from this day forth, I shall be your master. Do you concede? Zhao Wan swayed unsteadily, crying out, I refuse. I still claim this lion is silver. Ha ha. This is easy. Let me slice open this lion for clarity. The innkeeper of Xiaolongxiang has truly lost all restraint. Scoundrel, this is a gift bestowed upon me by my father. Do you dare to destroy it? Ah, in the end, are you not merely attempting to renege like before? You have evaded payment once today, but you shall not succeed a second time, with so many witnesses present. How can the third princess of the Qing kingdom be so untrustworthy? Gu Fei was already aware that this woman would default. Having her serve as a maid for a year would be more torturous than killing her, and she would naturally put up a strong front. However, I specialize in dealing with obstinate individuals. Since you are unwilling to slice open the lion, let us proceed differently. Please fetch 2 identical gold and silver bars of equal weight. Heh, this is a simple task. Ha, this is effortless. Our establishment has plenty of such items. Within half a tea time, 2 gold and silver bars, identical in weight, were weighed before the crowd and then cast into the water. Hiss, indeed. The silver sank, causing the water level to rise significantly, precisely double that of the earlier half-gold, half-silver lion. Everything matched perfectly. The crowd erupted in excitement. Lu Monru gleefully embraced Gu Fei's waist. Oh yeah, we won. Looking at the utterly bewildered Zhao Wan, what else do you have to say? Princess? This is impossible. This cannot be. It is utterly inconceivable. Gu Fei, with an air of nonchalance, tucked away the 100,000 taels of silver notes from the dazed Zhao Wan. Now, let us return and warm the bed. Boldly, do you dare to touch our princess? The guards were prepared to risk it all. Otherwise, they would also likely perish if their master were humiliated. Jiu Fei scoffed. With so many witnesses under the vast sky, how could the people of the Qing kingdom be such sore losers? Do you understand what it means to wager and accept defeat? Zhang Biao immediately stepped in to block them outside. Do you wish to die? I shall grant you that. Zhang Biao roared, his fierce presence instantly dispelling the fervor of the 4 guards. They would have to get through this first. No, I refuse to return with you. I do not want to be your bed maid. Zhao Wan crumbled under the pressure. Yet Gu Fei pulled her close and audaciously planted a forceful kiss on her luscious lips. However, the crowd did not perceive his actions as excessive. Rather, they were envious, considering that a bed maid merely shared a kiss. Zhao Wan, remember this. You are now my Gu Fei's bed maid. Unless you can deliver 500,000 taels of silver to my hands within 2 months. This position is yours to keep. No? No. Zhao Wan was utterly distraught. She pushed past the crowd and ran outside, weeping as she went. Teeth. It turns out the Qing kingdom truly does not keep their word. The crowd shook their heads in disdain, looking down upon Zhao Wan and her companions. Meanwhile, the innkeeper of Xiaolongxiang was nearly squinting from laughter. His losses paled in comparison to Gu Fei's 500,000. Damn it, that is 500,000. Enough to open numerous branches, Sir Gu. Might I inquire if you would permit me to open a jewelry store in Shangyuan City? Gu Fei inwardly thought what a cunning merchant he was. Adept at seizing opportunities, however, he smiled at him and replied, "Of course, go and use my name. Shangyuan City has received official recognition and is now open for business. Soon, it will experience a qualitative leap. Such boutique shops entering Shangyuan City will undoubtedly attract many visitors from afar. I shall take a moment to check it out." Jiu Fei, having achieved his objective, turned to Zhang Biao and said, "Big Biao. Xiaoxi, let us depart." At this moment, Gu Fei already envisioned an expansion plan in his mind, which was to continue southward, first swallowing up Shanxing County. The northern regions were mountainous and river-laden, which, to Gu Fei, posed no significant prospects. Chapter 92. The Chongqing family arrives at Shangyuan City. Gu Fei, along with Xiaoxi and the others, took advantage of the lack of a curfew to indulge in a shopping spree, having won 100,000 taels of silver without any cost. Meanwhile, a furious Zhao Wan had stormed into the embassy of Dahua, weeping uncontrollably. Not only had she lost 100,000 taels, but she had also been kissed publicly by Gu Fei. To make matters worse, she was now destined to be his maid. How could she face this man? Furthermore, she aspired to marry Li Ji and become the third imperial consort. No, this matter of being kissed by Gu Fei must remain a secret from Li Ji. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly harbor thoughts about it, and might even abandon her in the future. Just then, Li Ji returned from outside, and upon seeing Zhao Wan in the hall, her face full of grievance, his expression tightened. "Zhao Wan, what has happened to you?" Zhao Wan glanced at Li Ji, pouting, and whimpered. "Your Highness, the third prince, I made a bet with Gu Fei and was deceived out of 100,000 taels." Upon seeing the sobbing Zhao Wan, Li Ji inwardly cursed this foolish woman, who had willingly given money away at night. However, he feigned concern and said, "A mere 100,000 taels, is it truly worth such sorrow for the third princess? Why, aside from that 100,000, I also owe him 490,000 taels." Zhao Wan did not dare to mention that she had lost the bet of becoming Gu Fei's maid. Fortunately, Gu Fei had allowed her to claim she lost money instead. What? Even Li Ji was taken aback. "Good heavens, did you go out to shop and end up losing 500,000 taels? Such a sum was beyond Li Ji's means unless he sold off the Jing Wangfu." Zhao Wan's brows knitted tightly together. "What should I do, Your Highness? What to do?" "Just let it be," Li Ji said, somewhat exasperated. "That fellow managed to produce a lion mixed with silver." Zhao Wan nodded, her expression pitiful. "Did you write a promissory note?" Zhao Wan lowered her head and murmured, "Yes, I did." Li Ji sighed, inwardly cursing the foolish woman again. This black and white document was irrefutable. "Zhao Wan, you were indeed too impulsive this time," Li Ji said, attempting to console her. "However, since the promissory note has been established, we must find a way to resolve it. Tell me how Gu Fei identified that silver-laden lion." Zhao Wan recounted in detail how Gu Fei used the principle of density to distinguish between gold and silver. After hearing this, Li Ji's gaze flickered, as if deep in thought. This man possesses some skill. Not only could he outmaneuver Wu Daozi in art, but he also devised such a clever method to identify silver and gold. It was already quite late. I will think of a way tomorrow to see if we can retrieve that betting note. You should go upstairs and get some rest. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, accompanied by Zhang Biao and Xiaoxi, reveled in the fruits of victory at the night market. Having gained so much money for free, Gu Fei insisted that Zhang Biao and Xiaoxi buy numerous items to take back. "Sir, you truly shined in today's wager," Zhang Biao complimented. Jiu Fei smiled faintly, thinking this was merely a minor episode. At the same time, Chongqing, along with his wife Xiao Xiuxiu and their two children, Huohua and Huniu, as well as Wu Ziki and their group, had also arrived outside Shangyuan City. Chongqing gazed at the towering city walls, illuminated within, with broader streets than the capital. Even at this late hour, numerous carriages traversed the streets, and various travelers bustled along the sides. creating a scene of great activity. The buildings within the city appeared distinctly different in the darkness. In short, the city before them surpassed all of their previous perceptions. Zhao Xiuxiu, peering through the city gate at the scene inside, exclaimed, "I never expected the roads outside to be so smooth. The architecture within the city walls is truly remarkable. Such a beautiful county. Who goes there?" The guards of Shangyuan City, spotting Chongqing's group of 10 men accompanied by a woman and 2 children, immediately became vigilant. The 10 men did not appear to be ordinary farmers. Chongqing quickly stepped forward, smiling at the guards. "Brothers, my name is Chongqing. I am here with my family and 10 brothers under the auspices of Lord Gu Fei and Brother Zhang Biao. I kindly ask for your assistance." "What? You were sent by the Lord. Do you have proof?" "Proof? It seems I do not. Lord Gu only mentioned it verbally. Then why should I believe you? Moreover, outsiders cannot enter the city immediately. Inspections are required." The guards, seeing Chongqing's group without any documentation, grew increasingly impatient. They often encountered individuals attempting to exploit the names of the Lord and Zhang Biao to gain entry, and they suspected this group might be no different. Given the reputation of their Lord and Zhang Biao, it was not surprising that others were aware of it. Chongqing felt somewhat dejected. He had thought that simply mentioning Lord Gu would suffice. But he was met with rejection. Suddenly, Zhao Xiuxiu spoke up. "Husband, do you not have the telescope that Brother Biao gave you? It must be a treasure. Surely this brother will recognize it." Upon hearing this, the guards were taken aback. "What? Brother Biao gave you a telescope? Quickly, show it to me." This telescope, even in Shangyuan City, was not something everyone possessed. It was reserved for those of certain status. Their captain was the only one present. It was at this moment that Chongqing carefully retrieved a telescope wrapped in cloth from his bosom. The guard took it and, upon inspection, confirmed its authenticity. He immediately raised his hand and bowed respectfully at a 45-degree angle towards Chongqing. "Brother Chongqing, my apologies, but this indeed belongs to Brother Biao. Since Brother Biao could bestow such a precious item upon you, it is evident that both the esteemed gentleman and he hold you in high regard. Please, you and the other brothers, as well as your sister-in-law, kindly wait a moment while I fetch Captain Yi to escort you into the city." The guard suddenly became much more courteous, and Chongqing, who had been feeling a bit downcast, found himself filled with anticipation. Upon reaching this point, it felt as though they had established a solid footing. Once Yi Anlin received the news, she galloped towards the gate with great urgency. Gu Fei had been away for over 10 days without a word, leaving her yearning for his presence. Instead of Gu Fei's return, she was greeted by someone else. Dressed in a long, crimson tunic befitting a constable, she rode like a flame towards the city gate. Chongqing watched as this capable and striking young woman approached them, a smile gracing his face, if he was not mistaken. "This young lady must be Captain Yi Anlin. Oh, you know me?" "Not really, but Lord Gu and Brother Zhang Biao have mentioned you frequently." Yi Anlin felt a surge of pride within her. It appeared that Lord Gu spoke of her even in his absence. "Brother Chongqing, where did you meet my esteemed lord?" Noticing Yi Anlin's evident concern for Gu Fei, Chongqing surmised that she must have feelings for him. "Well, that story is rather lengthy. In that case, let us converse as we walk." Yi Anlin commanded the guard beside her. "Open the gate and let them in." A group followed Yi Anlin into the city walls. Wu Ziki, Zhao Xiuxiu, and the others exclaimed, "Wow, she is truly stunning. Lord Gu did not deceive us. Brother Chongqing, how did you come to know my esteemed lord?" Chongqing chuckled. "Well, that tale begins one fateful night when Lord Gu and his wife were pursued by assassins." Chapter 93. The forthright Chongqing. Yi Anlin listened as Chongqing recounted the events in a fragmented manner, scoffing, "Humph, to risk one's life for a woman. Captain Yi, I must disagree with your assessment. That young lady is Lord Gu's wife. Who else would he protect?" Zhao Xiuxiu interjected, unable to align with Yi Anlin's perspective. "Ah, so that young lady is no longer Lord Gu's wife?" Yi Anlin found herself at a loss for words. Chongqing and his spouse exchanged glances, silently affirming that this was indeed what Lord Gu had stated. Furthermore, he had arranged for them to share a bed. Such an arrangement could only signify their marital bond. "Oh, it appears I have misunderstood," Zhao Xiuxiu thought, vowing to prevent Yi Anlin from discovering that it was her who had arranged for Lord Gu and the young lady to share quarters. Understanding women, Zhao Xiuxiu sensed that Yi Anlin also harbored affections for Lord Gu. "Brother Chongqing, it is quite late now. You have traveled from afar, and according to the regulations of Shangyuan City, you must undergo a quarantine for half a month. However, considering your relationship with the esteemed gentleman, I shall arrange for you to stay in a courtyard. As long as you reside there for 7 days, you will be free to roam afterward. Ah, Captain Yi, what does this quarantine entail? Wu Ziki inquired, somewhat puzzled. Well, you see, there was an outbreak in Qixin 2 months ago. My lord has instituted this rule for the safety of the 70 to 80,000 inhabitants of Shangyuan City. Since you are coming from the north, and those from Qixin may have passed through your county, it is prudent for your safety to endure this inconvenience. Nonetheless, rest assured, we shall provide you with all necessary provisions free of charge. Ah, I see. Lord Gu is indeed quite cautious. Chongqing smiled, initially feeling discomfort, but his worries quickly dissipated upon hearing the explanation. Yi Anlin admired Gu Fei's foresight. With a hint of pride, she declared, this measure is highly effective. In the past 2 months, we have already uncovered several instances of individuals from Qixin fleeing with the plague. Had they entered the city, the consequences would have been dire. Indeed, I have heard that the situation in Qixin is quite tragic. Half the population perished, Wu Ziki remarked, in a wonder. Both Miss Yi and that guard were masked. It is all too clear now. Zhao Xiuxiu spoke with a twinge of regret, having initially misinterpreted the situation. Being confined for 7 days upon entering the city would certainly cause discomfort for anyone. After all, she had sacrificed her home for Gu Fei. Zhao Xiuxiu gazed at Yi Anlin's tall and graceful figure. Pondering how a young woman could hold the position of constable in a county, she must possess remarkable skills. Yi Anlin directed Chongqing and the others to a courtyard, stating, this is the designated guest house in Shangyuan City. You shall stay here for 7 days, after which you may move about freely. The courtyard, covering an area of about an acre, was adorned with white walls and black tiles, impeccably clean and tidy. Chongqing and Wu Ziki had never encountered such comfort in their lives. Once Yi Anlin lit the candles inside, they were astonished to discover that the windows were made of glass. Heavens, such large glass windows. Furthermore, the floor bore no crevices. Apart from the wooden doors, windows, and beams overhead, the entire structure was constructed of stone, revealing many secrets to the others as well. Yi Anlin chuckled, noting that outsiders to Shangyuan City often found their perceptions completely overturned. She led the group to the kitchen and pointed to a faucet, saying, in Shangyuan City, we are different from other places. Water does not need to be fetched, it comes to us. What? Water can come on its own. Yi Anlin smiled as she turned on the faucet. This is why we call it running water. However, please turn it off when you're done. Do not waste it, as this water is shared by the entire city. If you waste it, others will go without. Yi Anlin feared they might playfully waste it, as drawing water from the tower was no easy feat, relying on dozens of water buffalo working tirelessly by the Li River day and night. The initial design of this water pump had required significant ingenuity from Gu Fei, incorporating several large gears that allowed the buffalo to work effortlessly while drawing water. Upon witnessing such miraculous running water, Wu Ziki and Chongqing felt an overwhelming urge to drink directly from it, eager to determine its taste. Yi Anlin then guided them to the bathing area and the latrine. Undoubtedly, these locations also boasted running water. Good heavens! Even the bathing area has running water! Wu Ziki exclaimed, eager to try it out. After instructing them, Yi Anlin promptly departed, finding the presence of these sweaty men unbearable. During Gu Fei's absence, Yi Anlin had been residing in his home. With Gu Fei away, she had moved in, as he had previously arranged a room for her. Initially hesitant to stay, she now seized the opportunity to protect Dia and Arya as a valid reason to remain. She resolved not to leave, feeling that any woman could become the mistress of the house with such ease. Inciting her desire to confront Gu Fei, Yi Anlin exited the courtyard. Chaos erupted within. Every faucet was crowded with people, each eager to experience the novelty of running water. Despite Yi Anlin's numerous warnings falling on deaf ears, I want tea wasted. I'm just drinking, Zhao Xiuxiu said as she heated water in the kitchen. Prompting Chongqing to shoo Wu Ziki and the others away in the kitchen, it was just the 4 of them. Zhao Xiuxiu then revealed a radiant smile as she gazed at Chongqing. Husband, Lord Gu truly did not deceive us. Shangyuan City is indeed vastly superior to the capital. Everything here seems so incredible, and look at this stove. It is nothing like ours. It is so deep. Chongqing nodded in agreement, affirming that Lord Gu would not deceive them given the substantial sum he had provided. Hua and Hunyu peered out of the window at the moon, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, look! We can see the moon even without opening the window." Chongqing scooped up Hua, asking, "Do you like it here?" "Yes, father, Hua likes it here." "Darling, once Lord Gu returns, you should seek him out and ask for an arrangement. After all, you are capable, and it would be an opportunity to arrange for Wu Ziki and the others as well." Chongqing nodded earnestly. "Sure, this place is indeed wonderful. It truly stirs within me a desire to stay. When Lord Gu returns, I will certainly discuss it with him. I want to work hard here in Shangyuan City to earn enough to buy a house that belongs to us. A home of our own. Husband, didn't he Lord Gu give us over 10,000 taels? That should be sufficient to purchase a house, right? No, I will return this money to Lord Gu when he returns. I, Chongqing, will not accept rewards without merit." Chongqing's eyes shone with determination. Zhao Xiuxiu sighed inwardly, thinking how straightforward her husband was. Earning over 10,000 taels would take a considerable amount of time for someone like him. Chapter 94. What is this situation with the Empress Dowager? The following morning, Gu Fei and his companions awoke in Wangchuan Tower and began packing in preparation for their departure. Just as they exited the inn, they were intercepted by the third prince of Dahuang, Li Ji, along with his entourage. "Why, having won, do you wish to depart?" Zhao Wan, trailing behind Li Ji, remarked with an expression of defiance. "Hey, you little maid, do not mistake yourself. I am your master. Do you dare to challenge me? I could easily make you regret it." Li Ji was taken aback by her words. "Zhao Wan, aren't you the one in debt to him? How have you come to play the role of his servant? Oh dear. As long as I pay him 500,000, I shall no longer be his maid. Why fuss over such trivialities?" Li Ji, casting a cold glance at Zhao Wan, thought to himself, "So she hasn't even spoken the truth, so? Have you admitted to being my maid? Now, come over here and give this lord a back rub, or else repay your debt." "Not a chance. You think I would massage your back? Who do you think you are?" Gu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. "If I am not regarded as a person by my own master, then what are you? Do not forget, I possess the written contract of your servitude." "You? What of it? Why have you brought people here so early? Have you come to deliver money to me?" Li Ji, unwilling to engage in a war of words at such an early hour, glared fiercely, adopting an air of arrogance. "Produce the promissory note from yesterday. I have 100,000 taels of silver here. Do not overreach. When the matter is resolved, do not push your luck. Do you truly believe you can treat her as your servant?" Upon hearing that Li Ji intended to exchange 100,000 taels for 500,000, Gu Fei snorted coldly. When did the third prince of Dehua become so shameless, attempting to forcibly trade 100,000 for 500,000? It is needless to say you cannot succeed. Even if your father were here, he would be powerless to achieve it. Do you not realize how disgraceful your behavior is? What nonsense! Zhang Biao, we are leaving. Princess of Qinghua, I advise you to prepare that 500,000 promptly. Otherwise, I shall take a note and go to your royal palace to demand it, letting the world see what kind of person you truly are. Li Ji was nearly furious at Gu Fei's outburst. "Stop, do not leave." Gu Fei's gaze hardened. "Zhang Biao, Xiaoxi, should anyone dare to obstruct us, teach them a lesson." Xiaoxi had brought 6 individuals last night, and with Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, they numbered 8, equal to Li Ji and Zhao Wan's guards. If a fight were to ensue, the outcome was uncertain. Li Ji glared at Gu Fei with malice. "Do you believe that if you do not hand over the promissory note today, I will not be the first to destroy your Shangyuan city? I learned last night that you are within the Qingzhou prefecture, a mere 200 miles from the Qinghua border and no more than 300 miles from Ardehua. If I were to dispatch cavalry for a surprise attack, I believe it would take no longer than 3 days for your Shangyuan city to be reduced to ashes." Gu Fei laughed heartily, thinking to himself that if he did not destroy them, they would be fortunate indeed. Yet they dared to covet his Shangyuan city. "Third prince, I shall state it plainly here. If you do not come, you are nothing but a beast. I shall await your arrival in Shangyuan city." With that, he reached out and pinched Zhao Wan's face. "Remember, you are mine. Should you dare to betray me, I will not let you off easily." Li Ji was stunned by Gu Fei's words. This fellow not only displayed no fear, but also dared to provoke and insult him. He instantly lost his composure. "Boy, I advise you to first pass the hunting competition with your emperor. I shall ensure you are summoned to Dehua, and then we shall see how I deal with you. Ha! You think I will go just because you tell me to? Who do you think you are?" Zhang Biao, let us depart. Gu Fei completely disregarded Li Ji's threats, leading his group away with bags in hand. Li Ji watched Gu Fei leave with an air of nonchalance, his face alternating between shades of red and blue. Third Prince, Zhao Wan whispered, are we truly letting him go? What about the promissory note I owe? Humph, since you so openly scorn me, I shall ensure you meet your demise on the way. Go find Yu Wanbing. This boy had been beaten so severely. I do not believe he would not seek revenge. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Taishan Hall was thick with tension. Minister of Revenue Zhao Tianqing and Minister of Rights Yu Shernan presented their petitions, demanding that officials be dispatched to Shangyuan City for tax investigations and personnel appointments. Upon hearing the two of them echo each other, the Empress recalled that Gu Fei had once mentioned that there were over 20 million taels of silver in the treasury of Shangyuan City. Previously, she had thought Gu Fei was boasting. Yet now it seemed there was a high probability that this rogue was not lying. If Zhao Tianqing were to discover such a large sum of silver, it would certainly cause trouble. Even if there were only a few million taels, it would be enough to incite this old man into action. She was currently devising ways to strip this old man of his position. As for Yu Shernan's proposal regarding the appointment of officials, there was some merit to it. However, she had just granted him a decree allowing him to govern independently. If the court intervened again, the rogue would likely be displeased. Let us dismiss Yu Shernan for now. Minister Yu, I only issued a decree for him to govern independently yesterday. Is it not inappropriate for the court to send officials now? What? For such a significant matter, Your Majesty did not consult us. What does it mean to govern independently? Does that mean the court's oversight is no longer required? How is this any different from a den of bandits? The ministers began to murmur in discontent, expressing that the Empress was being too rash. Observing the chaos below, the Empress cleared her throat, instantly silencing the assembly. Why, esteemed ministers, do you believe I have granted Gu Fei too much autonomy? Moreover, there is no historical precedent for such a thing, correct? Then let me ask you, can the cities of Yongyuan and Yonghe compare to Tinshan cities? Do not forget, it was he alone who defended our North Hong. Zhao Tianqing scoffed. Is it not appropriate for one who eats the king's salary to alleviate the king's worries? Zhao Tianqing, your words hold some validity. Yet now that the royal treasury is depleted, should you not devise a plan? You yourself stated that those who eat the king's salary should alleviate the king's worries. The Minister of Revenue had not anticipated that this retort would rebound upon him so swiftly. Presently, he felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of maggots. And it does not end there, the Empress continued. Before he accomplished this feat, he was not even a court official. How then could he be said to have alleviated my worries? Gu Fei is unlike any of you. You have witnessed his temperament. His capabilities are matched only by his fierce disposition. Moreover, I intend to govern Shangyuan City directly. What issue could arise from that? How could it be said that no one is supervising? Therefore, the matter of dispatching officials should be deliberated further. I also concur with the Empress's sentiments. Let us not bring this up for the time being. The man has not even returned home, and you all are already scheming to reap the rewards. If it were you, how would you feel? The ministers, including the Empress, were taken aback to find that the usually oppositional Empress Dowager Ji had aligned herself with the Empress's views. What on earth was happening? Zhao Tianqing looked toward Empress Dowager Ji, pondering her sudden shift. Is there anyone else with differing opinions? The Empress cast an imposing gaze over the assembly of ministers, secretly pleased that the rogue's visit to the Empress Dowager had swayed her entirely to her side. This gave her a small sense of triumph. Yu Shernan was caught off guard by the abrupt dismissal of his proposal and could only smile wryly. Since Your Majesty intends to govern directly, I shall refrain from further comment. When Your Majesty sends officials, please inform me. Indeed. Zhao Tianqing, however, was more concerned with the oversight aspect. The annual tax contributions from each county must be monitored. Surely, I should have the authority to supervise and inspect this. When the time comes, I can devise a way to ensure that his annual profits fall short of what is owed, or perhaps orchestrate a shortfall in the treasury. Accusing him of embezzlement, that would be enough to ruin him. With this thought, he clasped his hands in reverence. Your Majesty, your reluctance to send officials to govern alongside Gu Fei demonstrates your trust in him. A sentiment I do not oppose. However, the annual taxes from Shangyuan City must be submitted punctually. Minister Zhao's words are indeed reasonable, but how do you propose to execute this? The Empress naturally intends to conduct a thorough investigation of all tax revenues from the inception of Shangyuan City, gathering them all at once. The Empress coldly scoffed, realizing that this scoundrel had ulterior motives. Zhao Tianqing, I ask you, if over the years they have lived in debt, do you plan to distribute the court's relief funds to them from the royal treasury? That, Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed. Moreover, the treasury currently holds only a mere 100,000 taels. Even if I wished to assist, I could not. Minister Zhao, how shameless you are. You can trace back years of tax revenues. Why should they not be allowed to demand the arrears of relief funds from previous years? The new prime minister, the old Wang Yi Shaoinan, understood the Empress's intent and stepped forward to confront Zhao Tianqing. This scoundrel had yet to recognize the situation. It was necessary to remind him, Your Majesty, while I shall not mention the past, Shangyuan City must accept oversight moving forward, whether for tax collection or disaster relief. We must have clarity, correct? Indeed, Minister Zhao makes a valid point. Let the Ministry of Revenue arrange for personnel from the Taxation Department to be stationed in Shangyuan City. The Empress readily acquiesced, knowing that given Gu Fei's disposition, sending personnel from the Taxation Department would ultimately be futile. This appointment of officials could be bypassed, but the taxation would remain unavoidable. Zhao Tianqing inwardly reveled in his triumph. At that time, the plan was to arrange for a tax evasion scheme in Shangyuan City, hoping to bring ruin upon Gu Fei. This would also allow him to reap some benefits from the situation. When Empress Ji saw that the female emperor had consented to the tax regulation, she chose to remain silent. The taxes were indeed due, and she was indifferent to how the city was managed. However, her curiosity about what Shangyuan City looked like was piqued. It seemed necessary to find an excuse to pass through. Conveniently, her maternal home was in Qingzhou. Unbeknownst to Gu Fei, even before his return home, people were already eyeing his family fortune. At that moment, he was in a small town 5 miles away, reuniting with the remaining 2 companions who had been watching the horses. They had purchased items that were unavailable in Shangyuan City, such as local delicacies and jewelry, but they had no interest in clothing materials, as nothing could surpass the fabrics of Shangyuan City. Initially, there had been 12 individuals, including the Empress, and they returned as 12, as Lu Monru had joined their ranks. Lu Monru was far more entertaining than the cold Ling Shuang in their minds. Having such an amusing person on the journey, who occasionally sang little tunes, made the atmosphere much less dreary. They quickly mounted their horses and galloped away. However, Gu Fei cautioned Zhang Biao that they had offended quite a few people in the capital and advised vigilance on their journey. Zhang Biao nodded and shouted to the group, urging everyone to be observant, for their path might not be peaceful. His voice instantly wiped the smiles from the faces of all in the party, who began to attentively scan their surroundings. Lu Monru, not adept at riding, clung to Gu Fei's waist, clearly enjoying the ride. She whispered, Lord Gu, are you worried that Li Ji might seek to trouble us on the road? Gu Fei, feeling the soft pressure against his back, thought to himself that the girl was quite unashamed. Being in such environments for too long could indeed lead a good woman astray. It wasn't just Li Ji. Lung Feng, Yuan Bing, Lu Xiaojia. Even others might pose a threat to them. Hearing the string of names, Lu Monru felt a shiver run down her spine and wished fervently to reach Shangyuan City soon. Meanwhile, in a certain room in the capital, Yuan Bing and Li Ji were sipping tea with Zhao Wan. Rest assured, the third princess, my men will surely help you retrieve that note, he assured. Moreover, seeking this boy's life is not solely our concern. Others are involved as well. Zhao Wan felt a flicker of joy at this, yet doubt lingered in her heart. Yuan Bing had already contacted the capital's foremost assassin organization, the Black Wolf Gang, which included the likes of Lung Feng and Shen Ernyang, who had not yet clashed with Gu Fei and his companions. Tianjing, who had sustained injuries, was still unable to move his arm. Thus the second in command, Ning Jinxian, was leading this mission. She was a formidable fighter, having trained alongside Tianjing. Originally, it was not her turn for this task, but upon learning of Tianjing's injury, she could not sit idle. She believed that the reason Tianjing had faltered that day was due to the cramped quarters of the room, leaving no room for evasion, which had allowed Gu Fei's underlings to succeed. A contingent of over 30 riders swiftly streamed out of the capital's gates, while simultaneously, another group of riders galloped forth, causing pedestrians to scatter in haste. Recognizing the urgency, one exclaimed, Heavens, first, it's the Black Wolf Gang. And now the Qingfeng Gang. Both assassin groups are leaving the city at the same time. Are they planning to clash outside the city? Who could know? The last time such a large-scale event occurred was during the Cheng family's extermination case years ago. Lower your voice, do you want to get killed? If the Black Wolf Gang and Qingfeng Gang hear you, you're done for. The passerby quickly silenced himself, secretly musing on the increasingly unpredictable winds of change in the capital. Just days ago, rumors spread that the Empress had died, yet now, she appeared to be in good health, shattering the second prince's dreams of ascending the throne. Ji Yufei and his companions continued their journey amidst a tense and cautious atmosphere. Lu Monru remained snugly nestled against Gu Fei's back, her presence adding a touch of warmth to the tension. That moment, Zhang Biao peered back through his binoculars. My lord, a group is pursuing us from behind. Gu Fei gazed ahead at a nearby thicket and promptly said, they likely do not come with good intentions. We should hide in the thicket and assess the situation. Chapter 96. Encountering pursuers. It is undeniable that possessing binoculars in this era is akin to having a cheat code in a game. The binoculars provided Gu Fei and his companions with countless conveniences and the ability to foresee dangers, allowing them to outmaneuver their foes. After taking refuge in the thicket, they waited for about the length of half an incense stick before their pursuers finally reached the edge of the thicket. The figures, all clad in black and masked, presented a quintessential assassin's appearance. Upon entering the thicket, the speed of their horses diminished. Second in command, despite our rapid pace, we still haven't caught up. It's puzzling, that moment, a woman's voice, laced with murderous intent, cut through the air. They have a woman with them. They cannot have gone far. They must be just ahead. Pursue them. As the 30-plus horses halted momentarily, they suddenly surged forward again, kicking up dust along the narrow forest path, enveloped in a foreboding atmosphere. My lord, these rascals are indeed chasing after us, Zhang Biao murmured. Ji Yufei's expression darkened as he nodded. These ruffians truly sought his life. What shall we do now? Prepare for battle. If they cannot find us, they will surely return. This time, I intend for them all to perish here. Understood, my lord. Zhang Biao and the others nodded, retrieving weapons from their belongings. Upon seeing that each of Zhang Biao's group held the same concealed weapon that had previously injured Tianjing, Lu Monru felt her initially anxious heart gradually calm. After all, Tianjing was the capital's top swordsman, and she could hardly believe those recent pursuers would evade such weapons. Ji Yufei nudged Lu Monru's arm gently and smiled. So, are you afraid? Lu Monru forced a smile. I am, but with you all by my side. My fears have subsided. Good, if a fight breaks out, you must hide far away and ensure they do not spot you. Understood? Yes, I shall remember. Gu Fei bellowed. Let us continue on, however, just as they were about to emerge from the thicket. Another group of 20 to 30 black-clad individuals passed by. Move quickly. Today, we must eliminate Gu Fei before Ning Jinxian of the Black Wolf Gang gets the upper hand. Otherwise, our chances of obtaining the bounty will be diminished. Rest assured, they are merely a few steps ahead. We should be able to catch up soon. The second group of assassins was, in fact, also on a mission to kill Gu Fei. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he pieced together the conversation of these assassins. Realizing that two separate groups had been hired to hunt him, Zhang Biao's rage flared. My lord, shall we lead them into one another and eliminate them all? Gu Fei nodded. That is precisely my intention. Let us proceed another 10 or so miles to a small valley. We will lure them in and trap them. If they dare seek our lives, I shall first claim theirs, Gu Fei declared coldly. Lu Monru, overhearing Gu Fei and Zhang Biao's conversation, thought to herself that with nearly 60 enemies against their mere 12, a direct confrontation would be daunting. However, she trusted that Gu Fei, having spoken thus, must have a plan. Ji Yufei resumed his journey, this time accelerating their pace. They aimed to reach a pass that led towards Chongqing's former family direction. Not only did they run swiftly, but they also hoped to stay close behind their pursuers. Lest they lose them, a mere group of 30 did not intimidate Gu Fei. He preferred not to unleash a massacre on the road. Leading them into the mountains, he planned to use explosives to eliminate them, conserving ammunition in the process. Given the current manufacturing difficulties of bullets in Shangyuan City, explosives were far easier to procure. While he had no qualms about using explosives, he was reluctant to expend precious bullets. Especially since they were hard to come by, the journey of 10 miles would take about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Ji Yufei briefed Xiao Shi and Xiao Suo on the valley's approximate location and instructed them to pursue the assassins. They were tasked with luring the killers to the valley, while Zhang Biao and the others made their way towards it. The path to the valley proved arduous. They spent a full half-hour traversing with both horses and men before reaching the designated spot. The valley measured approximately 50 meters wide and 200 meters long, with one end effectively blocked off. Once the assassins entered, it would become their gateway to hell. Zhang Biao and the others quickly selected their positions and began setting traps and explosives. They utilized the valley's terrain, moving some stones to create artificial obstacles, intending to force the assassins along their predetermined path. They buried explosives at several key points, waiting for the assassins to step into the trap to deliver a deadly strike. Gu Fei and Lu Manru stood beneath a grand tree atop a mountain. Watching as Zhang Biao approached, he inquired, "Is everything set?" Zhang Biao nodded affirmatively. "It is all arranged. Once these rascals enter, they shall meet with Yan Wang." "Very well," Gu Fei replied with a cold smile, then turned to Lu Manru, instructing, "You must remain behind that rock face, and no matter what transpires outside, do not emerge." Lu Manru nodded in agreement, despite her trepidation. Her trust in Gu Fei brought forth a faint smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi and Xiao Suo rode swiftly on horseback, relentlessly pursuing their quarry. Xiao Suo first galloped ahead, overtaking the assassins of the Qingfeng gang without revealing the direction of their master. Instead, he directed his horse towards the Black Wolf gang, which was now several hundred meters away from the Qingfeng gang. Xiao Suo soon caught up with them and shouted, "The ones you seek? I believe I have spotted them hiding in the valley behind." Ning Jinxian, who was spurring her horse, suddenly reined in sharply, blocking the path. "How do you know whom we are pursuing?" Xiao Suo retorted coldly. "Naturally, it is the people from the capital. Our young master is concerned for you. Fearing you might lose sight of the target, it appears that you indeed have." Upon hearing this, Ning Jinxian scoffed. "Your young master seems rather concerned. Where are Gu Fei and the others? Did I not tell you? They are in that valley. Do you expect me to lead you there? You guessed correctly. Since you know where they are, you must take us there today." Ning Jinxian brandished her sword, its cold gleam flashing as it was pressed against Xiao Suo's neck. "Are you coming or not? I will go, but I must insist when the time comes to fight. You must engage, for I cannot contend with them." Ning Jinxian snorted coldly. "If you were of any use, your young master would not have paid us to help." The group turned around, and the assassins of the Qingfeng gang, seeing the Black Wolf gang unexpectedly pivoting, erupted in laughter. "Ning Jinxian, have you found them already? Fan gang, should you dare to speak again, I shall slay you on the spot." "Third master, this girl is rather fierce," one of the Qingfeng gang's subordinates remarked, and no sooner had he spoken than Ning Jinxian raised her hand. A flash of white light, and the talkative subordinate clutched his throat, tumbling from his horse. "You dare to kill my subordinate?" Fan Gang fumed. "Is he seeking death? Do you believe I won't do the same to you?" Fan Gang fell silent, realizing that Ning Jinxuan's hidden weapons were indeed formidable, akin to that of Tianjing. "Brothers, follow me. Let us see who can slay Gu Fei first." Chapter 97. Heavy losses for the two factions under Xiao Suo's leadership. The two gangs of assassins moved steadily towards the trap set in the valley. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi had already returned on horseback. "Master, they have taken the bait," she exclaimed, glancing back through her binoculars and spotting the assassins, led by Xiao Suo, hastening towards the valley. Gu Fei stood above the valley, his gaze sharp as he assessed Zhang Biao and the others. Finding the preparations complete, he commanded, "All team members, prepare for battle." After a brief period, Xiao Suo rode swiftly back, closely followed by Ning Jinxian of the Black Wolf gang and Fan gang of the Qingfeng gang. A throng of over 60 pursuing behind him. The first team of black-clad assassins had already caught up. "Hurry, don't let them escape," came the shouts from the black-clad end. Gu Fei spotted the approaching group and quickly instructed Lu Manru to hide behind a large rock. "Here they come," Zhang Biao whispered, gripping his gun tightly, ready to confront the enemy. Xiao Shi dashed up the slope, pointing towards Zhang Biao and the others in the valley. "Ning, look, they are right there. I shall not join the fray." Ning Jinxian followed Xiao Suo's gesture, her eyes narrowing as they spotted Zhang Biao and his companions joyfully washing their faces and grooming their horses by the stream in the valley. "Shen Ernyang, Su Feng, is that them?" Shen Ernyang, recalling vividly Zhang Biao's face, replied, "It is indeed them." A surge of murderous intent filled her. Brothers of the Black Wolf gang prioritized the elimination of Gu Fei. "Charge!" Fan gang of the Qingfeng gang echoed loudly. "Whoever kills Gu Fei first shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver." "Charge!" Gu Fei's eyes narrowed, Qingfeng Gang, Black Wolf Gang today. I shall turn you all into dead dogs." At that moment, Ning Jinxian stepped forward to intercept the Qingfeng Gang. Fan Gang, realizing she intended to claim Gu Fei for herself, grew furious. "Ning Jinxian, step aside at once. We are also fulfilling a task, taking money to eliminate a threat. But should you choose to oppose us, think carefully." Ning Jinxian laughed coldly, her eyes glimmering with a chilling light beneath her mask. "Humph. Do you think the Black Wolf Gang fears you? Today, I only desire Gu Fei's head. All others, step back to avoid collateral damage." Fan Gang retorted sternly, "At this moment, I shall not heed your orders. Are you all fools? Can one person truly stop us? Charge." Seeing Gu Fei present, Fan Gang felt emboldened, believing the woman would not dare to harm him. True to form, Ning Jinxian merely sought to intimidate him. As the Qingfeng Gang surged towards Zhang Biao and his group, she scoffed, "I shall settle the score with your Qingfeng Gang in due time," and swiftly charged toward Zhang Biao and the others. Zhang Biao and his companions seemed to have only just noticed the assassins. However, they were already prepared. As the enemies surged halfway, Zhang Biao barked, "Send these rascals to the netherworld. Detonate." With Zhang Biao's command, the explosives buried within the valley erupted instantaneously, a tremendous roar echoing through the gorge. The ground trembled violently. The Qingfeng Gang and the Black Wolf assassins, caught off guard, were thrown into chaos by the shockwave of the explosion, dust and flames swirling amidst their screams. In the aftermath of the first explosion, the valley transformed into a scene of carnage. Fan Gang, at the forefront, was thrown to the ground, bloodied and disheveled, as he struggled to rise, bellowing, "There's an ambush, retreat." The explosive force felt like divine retribution, terrifying beyond measure. Fan Gang cursed his luck for not having grown 2 more legs. What was meant to be a punishment from the heavens, Ning Jinxian, though uninjured, witnessed the explosion obliterating over 10 of her men. She believed it was a divine intervention aiding Gu Fei at that moment. She too was in a daze from the explosion. Suddenly, Shun Ernyang shrieked, "Second Master, the young man who led us here was not sent by our employer. They are Gu Fei's subordinates. We have fallen into a trap." As 2 consecutive explosions reverberated, one of which was alarmingly close to Shen Ernyang, though it did not kill her outright, the debris from the blast proved deadly. A large stone struck her back, sending her soaring through the air, and upon landing, her back was rendered a bloody mess. Whether she would survive depended solely on her fate. In a critical moment, Ning Jinxian deftly swung her sword, deflecting a flying stone that could have struck her, though the impact caused her sword to fly from her grasp, revealing the immense force involved. The explosions in the valley imparted a sense of despair to the assassins. Initially interpreting the first blast as divine punishment, they soon realized that this calamity was man-made. Understanding this, they hastily fled towards the exit, only to be met with further explosions as they dashed a few dozen meters away. After 2 or 3 rounds of detonations, the ranks of the assassins dwindled to a mere dozen. The rest either perished on the spot or lay moaning, nursing grievous injuries, amidst the continuous explosions. Ning Jinxian's pallor turned ghostly white, terror and despair surging within her as she witnessed her comrades fall one by one. She had never anticipated Gu Fei's subordinates wielding such extraordinary power. A boulder of considerable size could be obliterated with a single blast, capable of crushing a person effortlessly. This was beyond mere human capability. It was akin to divine prowess. Realizing there was no time to linger, she ceased her fighting spirit, using the cover of an explosion to hastily flee towards the valley's exit, her figure flickering amidst smoke and flames, resembling a desperate lone wolf. Fan Gang, the 3rd master of the Qingfeng Gang, intended to direct his subordinates in retreat, but was unexpectedly struck down by a falling boulder, his legs pinned beneath it, rendering him immobile. He could only helplessly witness his gang crumble in the explosions. His cries of anguish were drowned out, ultimately fading into a resigned sigh as he died, never understanding what had claimed his life. The Qingfeng Gang, once a formidable force, saw its 3rd master and over 30 subordinates perish here today. With none surviving, Ning Jinxian, relying on her lithe and agile physique, astonishingly managed to escape from such a terrifying place. As she fled, she dared not glance back, for there was no need to. Her subordinates had essentially suffered catastrophic losses. All she could do was run, ceaselessly run. She had come to realize that this entire situation was orchestrated by Gu Fei, and in her carelessness, she had fallen into his trap. This failure not only cost her a significant number of followers, but also caused the Black Wolf Gang's reputation to plummet in the martial world. Hatred and resentment filled Ning Jinxian's eyes as she vowed that one day, she would personally slay Gu Fei to avenge her fallen brothers. In that moment, she was no longer the illustrious second-in-command of the Black Wolf Gang, but a solitary girl burdened with a sea of bloodthirsty vengeance. At that moment, in the Taishan Hall of the Beihong Imperial Palace, the third prince of Dehua appeared once more alongside Princess Zhao Wan of the Qing Kingdom. Chapter 98. The stinking mountain bandit swallows 5 million taels of silver. Empress Xiao Lingshuang was thoroughly displeased by the sight of Li Ji's sour face, which perpetually bore an air of arrogance and self-importance, a visage she found utterly unattractive, especially when compared to the stinking mountain bandit. Alas, she wondered where that bandit had wandered off to. At this moment, she found herself missing him. Once she set aside the burdens in her heart, the memories of their time together flooded back, and now, with Gu Fei absent from her side, her heart felt as if it were being clawed by a cat. Casting her gaze upon Li Ji, she inquired in a solemn tone, "Might I ask, third prince, what brings you here today? What business could it be? With such a significant event unfolding outside, does Her Majesty truly remain oblivious?" The Empress was momentarily taken aback by this impudent inquiry, pondering what major incident might have occurred without her knowledge. She turned to her ministers. "Do any of you know what great matter has transpired?" Xiao Yinan, Yu Shinan, Zhang Jia, and the others all shook their heads, replying, "Your Majesty, we are unaware." "Oh, now this is intriguing. What exactly is the third prince referring to? How is it that neither I nor my ministers are aware? Could it be that the third prince is merely speaking for himself?" Seeing the Empress's unwelcoming demeanor, Li Ji felt his temper flare. "Humph, that Gu Fei, the petty county magistrate under your rule, has absconded with 5 million taels of silver belonging to Princess Zhao Wan of the Qing Kingdom." "What?" The Empress nearly leapt from her dragon throne in shock upon hearing this. Yet, upon further reflection, she found it hard to believe that Zhao Wan could possibly possess 5 million taels of silver for that bandit to steal. Xiao Yinan and the others, equally astonished, looked at Li Ji with incredulity. Xiao Yinan, smiling, queried, "Third prince, from whence does this claim arise? How could Princess Zhao Wan possibly carry 5 million taels of silver with her?" "Perhaps the princess should clarify the matter," Zhao Wan, blushing at the inquiry, replied. "That scoundrel bet me last night, won, and then coerced me into writing a promissory note for 5 million taels of silver. Is that not theft?" "Ah." The Empress was taken aback, realizing that so much had transpired after her departure the previous night. "Well then, that stinking mountain bandit wins 5 million taels and does not even inform me? Does he still consider me in his thoughts?" The Empress seethed at Gu Fei's audacity, while Zhao Wan and Li Ji felt the Empress's ire rise. Li Ji, casting a cold glance at the assembly, dared to ask, "Does this not amount to robbery, Your Majesty?" Upon hearing this, Empress Xiao Lingshuang thought to herself, using the stinking mountain bandit's own words, "Robbery, my foot." She resolved to send Lu Jing to reclaim the 5 million taels. Such a substantial sum should not be taken lightly. "Princess, given the magnitude of your wager, there must have been many witnesses, yes? I am well aware of Gu Fei's character. He would never resort to coercing you into writing a promissory note. Rest assured, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. I have reason to believe that it is the princess who is dissatisfied with her loss and seeks my assistance in restoring her honor." "Humph. And what of it? Can he take that money with him? Does he have the audacity to come to my Qing Kingdom? I say this for your own good." "Oh, so it is as such. It never crossed my mind that Gu Fei would engage in a wager with the princess elsewhere. Princess, let us not dwell on whether the sum is substantial. We must accept our losses gracefully. If you cannot afford to lose, why gamble at all? I implore you, do not tarnish the reputation of the Qing Kingdom over this trifling sum," Xiao Yinan remarked with a beaming smile. "Trifling sum?" Zhao Wan was nearly infuriated. At that moment, Empress Dowager Jiyu interjected, "Princess, this money may not be considered substantial for us in Beihong, yet it certainly is not insignificant for your Qing Kingdom." Jiyu had not anticipated Gu Fei's audacity. It seemed he could charm and amuse in all his endeavors. 5 million taels. This fellow had taken off with such a substantial amount without a word. Jiyu found the little man utterly fascinating, and she had initially planned a journey to Shangyuan City in 2 months. It appeared she would be able to go next month instead. Upon hearing the Dowager Empress's remarks, Empress Xiao Ling Shuang's lips curled into a faint smile, though she felt both exasperated and amused by Gu Fei's antics, thinking to herself that this stinking mountain bandit was quite cunning. Seeking to profit quietly, she turned her gaze toward Li Ji, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Third Prince, your visit today seems to hold more significance than merely informing me of Gu Fei's wager with the princess. Does it not? Realizing that the Empress had seen through his intentions, Li Ji dropped the pretense and stated earnestly, Your Majesty, you are indeed astute. I have come to invite you to Dehua to attend the Hunting and Combat Festival in 3 months' time. Oh, the Hunting and Combat Festival? The Empress raised an eyebrow, yet swiftly shifted the topic. But the third prince has never shown such interest in the festival in previous years. What compels you to extend this invitation now? Li Ji chuckled lightly, surveying the hall before resting his gaze on Zhao Wan, implying, This year's Hunting and Combat Festival is unlike any other. I plan to invite the rulers of all vassal states to partake in this grand occasion, to showcase the might of Dehua and to strengthen the bonds of friendship among our nations. Furthermore, any emperor who attends will be granted a reprieve of 1 year's tribute. All vassal state rulers must participate, and a reprieve of 1 year's tribute. This seems tailor-made for us? The Empress frowned at his words. Humph. The third prince speaks sweetly, yet I perceive that you certainly harbor ulterior motives, with a cold laugh. Empress Xiao Ling Shuang seemed to discern Li Ji's hidden agenda. Indeed, in addition to the Hunting and Combat Festival, we have added an extra competition. Should one lose, an additional year of tribute shall be incurred. I kindly remind you that it would be prudent to bring Gu Fei along, lest you find yourselves at a disadvantage. Humph. So the crux of the matter lies with Gu Fei, she mused. Realizing that his intentions were not as straightforward as they seemed, as for Gu Fei's participation, she had her own plans. Whether he went or not was not set in stone. The Empress responded coolly, her mind racing with strategies to ensure Gu Fei's safety. Should he attend, danger would surely follow, and she could never allow her man to be placed in harm's way. Lig, seemingly anxious about Gu Fei's potential absence, scoffed, Should you choose not to bring Gu Fei along, do not blame me for unleashing the painting Saint Wu Daozi upon you all for further challenges. Lig's narrow-mindedness and desire for revenge did not escape the notice of Empress Dowager Jiyu, who internally scoffed, Third Prince, should Gu Fei triumph over you, there is no need for such elaborate schemes to reclaim face. You could simply confront Gu Fei again and wager to win back your losses. Li Ji, observing Jiyu advocating for Gu Fei, felt a chill in his heart, thinking to himself that this widow, bereaved of her husband, could not possibly grasp the multifaceted nature of his plan. Gu Fei was merely one part of it. Regardless, he had laid his cards on the table. Whether they chose to accept the invitation was their business, and any unforeseen consequences would be theirs to bear. Zhao Wan, let us depart. Before leaving, Zhao Wan cast a disdainful glance at everyone in the hall, declaring, You must ensure that Gu Fei is brought along, or I shall have my father demand that promissory note back, personally. Empress Xiao Ling Shuang coldly retorted, Do take care, I shan't see you off. As Li Ji departed with Zhao Wan and others, the imperial censor Zhang Jia leapt forward once more, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the true culprit is that Gu Fei. You must punish this scoundrel severely, or we shall face endless troubles. Simultaneously, both Xiao Ling Shuang and Jiyu shouted, Silence. Zhang Jia, if you wish to retain your position as imperial censor, I suggest you keep your mouth shut. Is Gu Fei the instigator here? It is clear they provoked him first, and yet you fail to see it. How can you still call yourself an imperial censor? The Empress's tone was sharp. Chapter 99. The Empress's plans. Zhang Jia, stung by the Empress's rebuke, promptly closed his mouth. If there is nothing further to report, you may take your leave. At that moment, Zhao Tianxing stepped forward once again. Your Majesty, although the epidemic in Qi County has stabilized, the county is now facing famine. With the new year approaching, if relief funds and supplies are not dispatched soon, the people of Qi County may not survive this winter. The Empress, unwilling to hear another word from this tiresome elder, felt an immediate aversion upon his arrival. Whenever he spoke, it was never anything good. Since her ascension, she had yet to hear him utter a single word of praise for anything. Never had he mentioned a bountiful harvest or filled granaries. Then hurry and ensure that the relief funds and supplies are distributed promptly. The Empress snapped irritably. Your Majesty, I beseech you. The treasury is utterly depleted. We are bereft of both grain and silver. How can I, a humble minister, distribute relief supplies? Zhao Shangshu implored. Is it necessary to question me on this matter? Zhao, you are the Minister of Revenue. Should it not be your duty to devise a solution? If you cannot manage even this, what purpose do you serve? The emperor's words were sharp, and Zhao Tianqing's complexion darkened, akin to one mourning a dearly departed. His heart simmered with rage, yet he dared not voice his dissent. Is it feasible or not? Should you prove incapable, I shall seek another capable minister among those below. The emperor's gaze fell upon Zhang Jie, declaring, I believe Zhang Aiqing would be well suited for the role of Minister of Revenue. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie beamed with delight. Your Majesty, if Minister Zhao is amenable to my trial, I shall gladly accept the challenge. Zhao Shangshu, what say you? The Empress's tone dripped with disdain, having reached such a lowly point. Her need for Zhao was truly insignificant today. I shall issue a secret edict for Zhang Jie to investigate the recent activities of the Ministry of Revenue. Despite his acerbic tongue, Zhang Jie was indeed diligent. Otherwise, he would not have earned the position of censor. Few were the officials capable of holding such a role while remaining untainted themselves. If Zhao Tianqing faltered, Empress Xiao Lingshuang would not hesitate to allow Zhang Jie to take on the responsibilities of Minister of Revenue. Zhao Tianqing's face darkened to a hue reminiscent of liver, and he pondered his next course of action. Very well, if there is nothing further, we shall conclude the court session. Lu Jing promptly exclaimed. Court dismissed. Zhao Tianqing and the others departed the Taishan Hall with grim expressions. Just as Zhang Jie was descending the steps, Lu Jing discreetly approached, whispering in his ear, Censor, the Empress requests your presence in the study. Zhang Jie's heart stirred, and he hastened to follow Lu Jing to the study. Upon entering, he found the Empress seated at her desk, poised to take up her pen. I pay my respects to your Majesty. He announced breathlessly. Rise, Xiao Lingshuang replied, her expression impassive. Lu Jing, offer him a seat. Thank you, your Majesty. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Zhang Aiqing, despite his notorious sharp tongue, was deemed loyal and trustworthy by the Empress. Your loyalty is as evident as the heavens, though you may be rather harsh at times. Your intentions are noble. Zhang Jie pondered the sudden shift in the Empress's demeanor, wondering if she aimed to ensnare him in a web of troubles. Yet, the next moment, the Empress declared, Zhang Aiqing, my words in the Taishan Hall were not mere rhetoric. I genuinely intend for you to assume the position of Minister of Revenue. Your Majesty, what merit do I possess to hold such an esteemed office? Zhang Jie exclaimed, taken aback by the magnitude of the proposal. Whether you are worthy or not, it is for me to decide. However, should you assist me in investigating the ministry's dealings over the past few years and uncover where the funds have vanished, it would lend further legitimacy to your appointment. Could it be that the Empress was preparing to take decisive action against the ministry? Zhang Jie contemplated. Your Majesty, it may prove a Herculean task for me alone. Yet, what if I were to enlist the cooperation of the old prince and the Duke of Julu? Do you believe it would still present a challenge? The prospect invigorated Zhang Jie, and his confidence surged. With the backing of the old prince and the Duke of Julu, I shall undoubtedly uncover any illicit dealings within the ministry. Excellent. Then this matter shall be entrusted to you, Zhang Aiqing. When you succeed in toppling Zhao Tianqing, you shall assume the role of Minister of Revenue. Rest assured, your Majesty, I excel at finding fault. Zhang Jie proclaimed with self-satisfaction. The Empress mused indeed, this old fellow had spent years challenging her. Had it not been for his expertise in such matters, he would not have been entrusted with this task. Zhang Aiqing, proceed with confidence. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the consequences. Zhang Jie, energized by her words, could hardly contain his excitement. Then, I take my leave. He exited the study, his steps lightened, devising strategies to investigate the ministry. He reflected on the gravity of the situation. Once involved, he would be at odds with numerous officials within the ministry, for severing the financial ties of others was akin to slaying their kin, a vendetta that could not be overlooked. However, this time was different. The Empress had granted him formidable support. Upon returning to the censorate, Zhang Jie promptly summoned several trusted aides, outlining his plan. Gentlemen, today the Empress has entrusted me with a secret edict to thoroughly investigate the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue in search of any wrongdoing. Should you assist me in taking down the ministry and securing the position of minister, you shall all be hailed as heroes. The others, though solemn, could hardly suppress their excitement at the prospect of ridding the court of a significant pest, furthering their own careers in the process. This is a matter of utmost importance. We must tread carefully. Master Zhang, the ministry is a labyrinth of connections and complexities. Where shall we begin? One queried. Zhang Jie considered for a moment, a glint of determination in his eyes. We shall start with the accounts, but we must be discreet. Each of you will infiltrate the ministry in small groups, clandestinely recording key financial entries, especially those involving substantial expenditures and questionable revenue sources. Furthermore, document the daily conduct and associations of the ministry officials. Every detail could prove pivotal. Let us not forget our duty at the censorate to oversee all officials and uphold the integrity of the court. Until now, we lacked support, but that has changed. The Empress stands firmly behind us, as do the Duke of Julu and the old prince. Indeed, since our inception, the censorate has been dedicated to monitoring and maintaining order within the court. This time, we shall not only reveal the truth, but also use it to intimidate those with nefarious intentions. Absolutely, we cannot allow the corrupt to continue their unchecked reign, nor can we allow their misdeeds to taint the honor of Beiheng's court. About an hour later, outside the Empress's study, Long Feng arrived. Upon hearing Lu Jing whispering in his ear, "Colonel Lung seeks an audience," Xiao Lingshuang furrowed her brow. "What does he want?" she mused, having nearly forgotten about him in recent days. "Your Majesty, Colonel Long claims he has urgent matters to report." "Very well, permit him entry. I am curious to learn what he wishes to disclose." Upon receiving the signal, Lung Feng's heart raced with anticipation. As long as the Empress still summoned him, there remained a glimmer of hope. He expressed his gratitude to Lu Jing before quietly entering the study. The Empress, engrossed in reviewing memorials, maintained a captivating posture that quickened Long Feng's pulse. After days apart, she seemed even more enchanting than before. Although aware of his presence, she continued to focus on her documents. "Your servant, Long Feng, pays his respects to your Majesty." Finally acknowledging him, the Empress lifted her gaze. "Zhenwei, Colonel, why are you here instead of training in the barracks?" By rights, as a mere sixth-rank officer, he should not have been granted an audience. However, given his father's status as Duke of Julu, some leniency was afforded. Yet, the Empress's unwelcoming tone caused Long Feng's heart to plummet. He had hoped that after some time apart, her anger would have subsided, especially since Gu Fei had departed, perhaps even met his demise. "Your Majesty, the conflict between myself and Gu Fei was but a minor skirmish. Surely, you need not still harbor resentment?" "Impudent Long Feng, do you presume to assess my intentions?" The Empress's thoughts echoed with disdain. This fool had sought the life of that wretched bandit before her very eyes, and he deemed it a trivial matter. "Zhenwei, Colonel, if you have no pressing matters, you may take your leave." The Empress's icy demeanor nearly caused Long Feng to choke on his own breath. He had approached with hopes of mending their rift, yet this was her response. As he considered the situation, he thought to himself, "Was your anger not due to Gu Fei? Very well. I shall inform you that he may well be dead, and I shall relish your dismay." With a tone dripping with sarcasm, he declared, "Your Majesty, I have recently learned that dozens of assassins are pursuing Gu Fei and his companions." "What?" The Empress's fury ignited, causing her to rise abruptly. Yet, Long Feng seemed unfazed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor amidst her growing wrath. "It has already been 2 hours since this matter transpired. Even if I were to inform you now, it would be too late. Moreover, when I re-entered the palace, it seemed as if thunder rumbled continuously in the southern mountains. I am uncertain about what has occurred, but I intended to meet His Majesty and inspect the scene." "Humph. In light of this, Zhenwei Xiaowei, you should hurry along. I still have pressing matters to attend to." "Then, I shall take my leave." Long Feng chuckled coldly to himself. "I will go shortly, and when the time comes to retrieve Gu Fei's body, I wonder what your expression will be upon seeing it. If 2 waves of assassins cannot eliminate Gu Fei, then there is nothing more to say." "Wait." The Empress interjected at that moment. Upon hearing this, Long Feng felt a twinge of smugness, thinking to himself that regardless of the circumstances, it was already too late. "The person you cherish should have long since departed this world. If you wish to reconcile with me, I might consider forgiving you." He turned slowly, inquiring, "Might I ask if your Majesty has any further instructions?" The Empress scoffed. "Lu Jing, since Zhenwei Xiaowei was demoted, he is no longer qualified to enter the palace. Take his insignia from him. Yu Longfeng's countenance darkened immediately. The Empress smirked, stating that the confiscation of your insignia serves as a motivation for you to regain your rank as a fifth-rank Yuji general through merit. Lu Jing extended his hand towards Long Feng with a grin reminiscent of a toad, speaking in a soft, coaxing tone. General Long Feng produced the palace insignia from his waist and thrust it into Lu Jing's hand with a cold snort. Departing without a backward glance, as Long Feng exited, Lu Jing placed the insignia on the table, murmuring, "Will your majesty's actions not provoke the Duke of Julu?" The Empress chuckled lightly. Cold Hongyi should not be so petty. But what if he is? Lu Jing, you must immediately dispatch someone to pursue southward. I wish to ascertain whether Gu Fei is safe. The servant obeys. If you are indeed well, it would confirm that what you told me that day was true. If you are not, then my realm is in peril. On that day, Gu Fei had shared many thoughts with her, expressing his desire to be a queen, and he felt confident in that ambition. While for her, merely retaining her position should be far simpler, should it not? At that moment, Gu Fei was leading his companions back onto the main road. From the surviving assassins in the canyon, he learned that they were each contracted by two young masters. Though the identities remained unclear, Gu Fei surmised it must be those few individuals. Long Feng was the most treacherous. He undoubtedly had a hand in this. Along with Yu Wanbing, and possibly Lu Xiaojia, as well as the third prince of Diahuadai in retrospect, this venture to Dadu had led him to offend so many prominent families. Ji Yufei felt quite proud of himself. Regrettably, 5 or 6 assassins managed to escape, including a woman named Ning Jinxian, the second in command of the Black Wolf Gang. Damn it, the next time I return to Dadu, I shall bring people to eradicate both the Black Wolf Gang and the Qingfeng Gang. Lu Monru, who had likely never witnessed such a horrific scene before, clung to Gu Fei from behind, still trembling uncontrollably. Lu, you still have an opportunity to reconsider. Such incidents frequently occurred in our Shangan city. Hearing this, Lu Monru was on the verge of tears. Lord Gu, do you believe I still have a path to retreat? If you abandon me, then I might as well cease to exist. Sigh. This woman does not plan to let go of me, does she? Ah, I shall wait to address this in Shangan City. Moreover, she must first navigate past Zhang Yao and Yanlin. Even now, Zhang Yao and Yanlin were engaged in subtle rivalry, at times as close as sisters, and at others wishing to eliminate one another. However, Gu Fei understood that once he accepted both of them, such turmoil would cease, and they would be unable to retaliate against him. An hour later, the once explosive canyon was filled with onlookers. Those who had rushed over upon hearing the blasts were confronted with a scene of utter devastation, gasping in horror. Some were so overcome that they collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them. The ground was littered with black-clad corpses, severed limbs strewn about, blood mingling with the earth to create a grotesque tableau. Some covered their mouths and noses, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, while others stared wide-eyed in terror, as if witnessing the most dreadful sight imaginable. A few even began to murmur prayers, beseeching the Buddha for protection, hoping never to encounter such calamity. Even Long Feng, a seasoned warrior accustomed to bloodshed, felt his stomach churn. To his astonishment, among the dead, neither Gu Fei nor his companions were present. Before long, Lu Jing's figure also appeared, gazing at the sea of corpses. Unable to suppress a shudder, this Lord Gu is indeed a ruthless individual.